Hey, yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. How's everybody doing so far today, man? We're good. We're good. Are you having a good weekend? Are you guys having a good weekend? How's the day been treating you, chat? Welcome to the stream. Guys, if you are watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like. It's very much appreciated. I would say check out the video. I uploaded as well today, but I didn't upload a video, so, you know. Didn't upload a video. I've got two. I might have one going up tomorrow. Tend to be a little bit light on the videos on the weekends, if I'm honest, which I don't know why. I'm just lazy. You know, I'm lazy. Tanaka, welcome to the stream. Lawrence, what's going on? How's it going, guys? How's it going? Let me switch to Twitch now. What is now? Is that your BTD? Is that BTD? But yeah. So we stayed up on Friday. Was it Friday now? The last few days have blurred into one to check out the Game Awards. It was all right, if I'm honest. I was hoping for more, I guess, gameplay shown in some of the games that were shown off. You know, the upcoming games. Because for me, a lot of the time nowadays, when it comes to the Game Awards, I'm not that bothered about the awards themselves. They don't mean shit to me, really. You know. But I was hoping that we were going to get some cool announcements, and we did. You know, we got to see The Witcher 4, which I'm hyped for, as a big fan of the Witcher series. I'm really looking forward to that. But, you know, we just really didn't get much in terms of gameplay, did we? Which sucked across everything. Like, pretty much everything was just like... And I get it, the teasers, I know, but I was just hoping we would have seen a little bit more across the board. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. It is what it is. GTA 4, I mean, Witcher 4 is wild. Yes, dude, I'm looking forward to it. Now, GTA 6, I know, I thought we might get a little bit of something. Even if it was just like, I don't know, something, you know, maybe like to do with the music, out to do with like Civilization and that, but what's the time where I am? Because for you, it's 12:50 AM for you. It is 7:05 for me, PM. So later than usual for me. I'm not surprised, but I thought we might get, like, I didn't think we'd see gameplay. I thought we might see something like how we did with Civ 6, where, like, they might have just played some music as just, like, a little hype thing, just to keep the hype going, maybe. Oh, it doesn't really need it, does it? That's the thing, GTA doesn't need to move in those ways. They drop a trailer, the internet breaks, that's it. They don't really need to be at award shows or, you know, trying to artificially pimp themselves out through other means, because they drop a trailer, and then, you know, people go wild. So yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people have been wilding out over the Game Awards. Of course, it was expected that people in the Wuthering Waves community, if you didn't win Game of the Year, Mobile Game of the Year, or the Player's Choice, that people would get angry, and they haven't disappointed me. I've been seeing people definitely wilding out a little bit, which is kind of funny. I think it was a win just to be in the mobile game category of the year and to get into the Player's Choice as well. A lot of people was mad that Astrobot won as well, and they were saying over Black Myth Wukong, how could he? I've heard nothing but good things about Astrobot though. Like, nothing but good stuff. What a year we know info is crazy. As I say though, they're really just like, they just don't need to, do they? They can just go quiet, radio silent for a long time, and people will still be excited, won't they? You love the first Astrobot? Yeah, man, I've heard that the new one as well is really good. People are like, it's one of the best platform games in years. You know, it's like got that Nintendo sort of quality, which... And people like need to understand as well, when it comes to a lot of those, journalists vote for them, so it's never going to align with what the mass majority of gamers probably think should win. And what I've noticed as well, I swear there's so many people who are angry that Astrobot won, who didn't play either of them. They didn't play Black Myth Wukong or Astrobot, but they're angry that Wukong didn't win because somebody else told them it should win. It's just like, So, yeah, today, guys, we're going to play in a bit of a WuWa. We're going to do our dailies. We're going to play some Girls Frontline 2, probably, and we're going to play some Marvel Rivals. We're going to check out some videos. We're going to have a look at why Wuthering Waves sucks from Ryuka Sensei. We've got a couple of other videos as well to check out that I'm looking forward to. And we might even have a little hop into what's going on in Saint streams, because it looks like he's going again, right? It looks like he's going again. I swear to God, recently, it does not matter on what day, at what point in his stream, if you enter a Saint Tonta stream, the dude is wilding out on somebody or some content creator. It's either his chat or it's somebody within the space. It's hilarious now, I think. It's actually really funny, and I'm so here for it. I'm so here for it. It is like a daily occurrence now. You can just guarantee that if you go to Saint stream, he's going to be angry with somebody. It's like it's got to be getting to the dude's mental space now. It really has. Maybe he's built for it, and maybe he enjoys it, but I feel at some point it's going to be a detriment to his career, his mental health, and just his reputation as well, man. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Dude, why does my headset keep bleeping? Oh no, I just got to switch my headset off and start it again. It just keeps bleeping, man. What's going on? Battery's not dead. It's been charging all day. I wonder if my phone's disconnected and reconnected to it or something. I'm disconnected. I'm disconnected from my phone. Okay. Yo, what's going on, Jamie? Welcome to the stream. Alright, should we get started? Let's get started. I'm in my room. Jeez, boys. Jeez. I'm sweating my titties off. But yeah, man. How's everybody doing today, guys? Are we good? You good? That's good to hear, dude. I'm well, man. I'm well. Been a little bit better today, refreshed. Cause like, on Thursday, on the Wednesday, I had like 3 hours sleep. And then on the Thursday, I didn't have much sleep either. And then obviously on the Friday, because of the Game Awards, we were streaming till like 4:30 in the morning or something like that. So like, you know, yesterday, I had a couple of beers as well. And tried to get an early-ish night. To be fair, I probably didn't go to sleep till after 1 o'clock. But I was upstairs chilling, lying in bed, you know, just watching some LOLCOW live, watching some stuff on YouTube, just kind of relaxing, me and Rosie. So yeah, I think I'm feeling a lot better today. I was running on gas yesterday. I was running on fumes, man. I really was. I'm not too bad at all, man. 2 seconds. T-shirt have on the way, do you? Oh, fuck it hot. Fucking warm. I've got AC on as well. It's because I'm having a cup of tea, I swear, whenever I get in here. And I have a cup of tea. It's like having a cup of tea in 30-degree heat, and no one is. Must be you guys, you get me hot under the collar, alright? So you guys got much planned for the weekend? You just chilling, are ya? Are you just chilling? Let's have a little look, yeah, shall we? Let's have a little look. Because like I said, it's just recently. Doesn't matter when you enter into Saint's chat, to his streams, he's having to go at somebody in his chat or in the space.
Time. But thank you for the super chat. Is that this shows a lot of the same signs of that, because that stems from ego, that stems from a want to be ahead of the game, be competitive, but also thinking that your logic is absolute and everything you say is absolute. And so, okay, so I think the framing that's being done here by Brax is basically, I'm going into it with an ego, trying to prove that I am the person that's always right. I am the one true guide maker. I am the one true source of information that the WuWa community should have. That is not what happened.
Yeah, I don't think that's what happened really with when he had the issue with the guide stuff. I think it is in other reasons though. I do think Saint does have that That attitude of I'm right before even entering the argument or even understanding what somebody else is saying. He's like, I know I'm right, and he's objectively correct all the time. It's not untrue, if I'm honest. That's a perception I'll get anyway.
And basically just making shit up and presenting it to their audience, who is going to look at it and simply agree with it.
And you guys been playing Marvel Rivals?
While shooting
I've been loving that game at the moment.
Stellar Realm. And Zhang Liao with a blue clear Stellar Realm. That is just them not knowing how to play the fucking game and then proceeding to make, once again, ladies and gentlemen, he makes guides on the game.
He's not wrong about this. He's not wrong about this. He's not.
He makes guides on the game.
See, this is a thing I think with Saints, what he doesn't understand. As somebody who's seems apparently intelligent anyway, you know, an intelligent, eloquent, logical person, but just doesn't seem to get it, that it's the way he goes about things that I think he's getting most people's backs up. Now, don't get me wrong, people might be responding in the not most factual way because they haven't they're not like him, they don't get receipts left, right, and centre, but that's just the way they feel about it, and they might say things that are, I don't know, maybe disingenuous or potentially just incorrect, but they're not meaning to do that. It's the way he comes across, man. I can understand him getting a lot of people's backs up, and I don't see how this goes well for Saint in the long term. I don't, because dude has PvP flagged for everybody right now. You know, the only person he hasn't really had it flagged for is Tectone, and we know probably why that is, but I think he's even getting to the point where I think even Tectone's like, you know what? It is getting a little bit weird now. He even said it today when he was talking to Pokey, and that like it was a bit weird that he reacted to that video that he made, or that conversation they had, because he even said he didn't really want people reacting to it, and he wasn't going to upload it for content. They were just having a conversation, but they were doing it publicly, which at the end of the day, it's totally fine for people to react to. If it's public, it's public. That's the way I see it anyway, you know? Yeah, I think Saint just doesn't see it, man. He just doesn't see how he comes across. Or he does, and he just doesn't care, because in his head, being right is more important. You know?
Now, I'm seeing that in WuWa.
Why waste the developer's time?
Where you have a group, it's a small group of people. It's not that big.
It is, isn't it, John? It really is. This is what I was just saying. I just said, let's hop into Saint on Tassie's stream, because I swear to God, it feels like now, it doesn't matter when you enter one of his streams, what day, whatever's happening, dude's going nuclear on somebody in his chat or another content creator, and it's tiresome. And like, Gacha Smack was right, the dude is burning bridges left, right, and centre. We're in Saint on Tassie's head, he's like, well, I'm right, so it doesn't matter. They will accept it, and people will still be okay with me. But I've said this before, we've all had those friends that, like, you know, they just won't shut up sometimes. Being right to them is the most important thing. And I think even if you're right, sometimes it just doesn't get you far in life, because people just get sick of it. It's grating, isn't it? Like, it's like, okay, we get it, bro. You know, we get it. You think you're right. And like, a lot of the times, the points he's making, I'm like, I think he's probably right there. But like, it's the way he's saying it. I'm like, I wish he was wrong, because he's just coming off as an arsehole. And I don't like to say that, really, but he is. He really is. Again, though, I'm still contemplating whether to do that, to bring up that stuff with the Google Trends, because that was a seriously dented argument from him. I think he realised it was a dented argument as well, because he hasn't uploaded the video, because that Google Trends thing he did, and he was like, got his editors, like, you know, you could tell he was making a video for it on the stream. It was a terrible argument. Terrible argument.
His video literally was misinformation. Literally misinformation.
Bro, PvPing everyone, right? Yeah, I agree, John. I think I just can't see how this is going to go well for him in the end. It might be working right now. And the thing is, he's creating himself a community that they're all for it, because in their heads, they're super positive for Wuthering Waves. Like, it's kind of like Genshin Impact all over again, that Saints community is. That's what it feels like to me. That it's the same people that are just zealots. They're zealots. They will accept no questioning of the game, you know, unless it's a critique that's sanctioned by Saint in a sense, and then every other critique's just misinformed. And I've said this before, some critiques of the game that some people have made might be coming from a lack of understanding of maybe the minutiae. But I've always said this, just because that's the case of someone's critique, and maybe that's where the critique stems from initially, or that's the way they're expressing the critique, it doesn't mean that the critique's not a fair critique, you know? The way people have tried to argue that the Terror of Adversity has its issues and stuff, I agree with what Gacha Smack said to a degree. The Terror of Adversity is mid, you know what I mean? And it's mid because it's not that it doesn't work within Wuthering Waves, it's just it doesn't suit Wuthering Waves to its maximum potential. There could be something different. It's just wild watching it happen in real time. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. What's going on, Chase? You know, it's never ending. It's Groundhog Day with Saint Tontas at the minute. You know what I mean? It is literally Groundhog Day.
And this is because he basically made a tweet about how, I guess people were assuming that he lost his...
And again, like I say, he's going around pissing in everybody's cereal. So, of course, people are starting to get frustrated with it now. And like I say, they may even be taking things out of context and saying things that maybe Saint didn't necessarily say. But it kind of doesn't matter in a sense, because the way Saint's saying these things, it's getting people's backs up, and not everybody's got a freaking photographic memory. You know, they might just say things out of like pure frustration, and they might not get it right. But again, Saint will always hyper-focus on hyperbole all the time and act as if it's literally and it tries to assume people's agenda all the time, you know? He's so preemptive in deciding he understands what they're saying before he even gives them chance to say it half the time. He's so terrible. Because I watched him somebody critiquing one of his videos the other day, and he was saying, you know, obviously I know he's live and that was his distinction and all this sort of stuff, but it still doesn't change the fact that if you're going to get like this, his argument was you need to react to it first. You need to watch it and then react to it. And sometimes Saint doesn't even let people speak a full sentence before he's assuming what their motive is to what they're saying. And it's just like, bro, just give him chance, man. Just let him speak first before you start going off on them. It's kind of cringe, man.
1900 echoes or something like that. If you're at the point where
again,
this message is
as well,
popping up,
dude's right on a lot of things he's been arguing with people sometimes.
Me, in my opinion, that
not
usually
all,
happens when
but
you
some,
don't manage your
most
inventory.
of. But it still doesn't change the fact for me. It just comes across as so grating.
Not managing his inventory, that's why he's like wrong.
We could just call these micromanaging people's subjective opinions at this point. That is objectively true.
You out for stalling?
Straight up, bro. You're right, man. You're right. Like, it is. I mean, it's
literally his fault for talking on
that's
this
a great
call
way
for so
to.
long.
That's a great way to explain it.
I'm
Actually,
playing his call.
I'm kind of interesting because Brack said he was going to get into a call with him.
We clearly
you know?
know that my response to the Gacha Smack situation was
it was funny to me because like I saw Genazard was commenting in Saint's stream the other day, and they got into a call. Genazard was in Captain Cabinet's stream at the time, and I was as well, and we was all talking about it. And we was all agreeing that, you know, Saint's kind of wilding out at the minute. And Captain Cabinets is one of his friends as well. She considers him a friend offline. And she was even saying it's kind of sad to see. I don't like seeing it because, like, he's, like, you know, not coming across great a lot of the times. And, like, he kept saying that Jen was crashing out in his chat. But it was like, I don't think he was. I felt like you're the one that was crashing out. Like, he never seems to see that he's the guy that's actually the one that's crashing out. It's always, like, painting that on other people as well, which is kind of wild. Like I say, again, it's like sometimes some people, because Saint, you can tell he's a clever bloke. He's smart, you know, he's intelligent. But I think he lacks a little bit of emotional intelligence sometimes. I hate using that word, you know, when people say, what's your IQ and what's your EQ, because it's kind of annoying. But, like, I definitely do think sometimes he lacks a bit of emotional intelligence in understanding that sometimes people misspeak, focusing on hyperbole, and, like, scrutinizing points that people are not making as well sometimes. Like, that's the wild thing that I've noticed. He seems to make arguments against people that they just don't seem to be making. I'm really tired of saying, to be honest, he's really like, yeah, he's kind of like doing a low tier guy. It's like a DSP. This is what I was saying before. I feel like he's going down a lolcow route, I do. I feel like that's the end goal, not the end goal, but that's the end of this path that he's taken, is lolcowdom, where, of course, at the minute, there's a few content creators around saying that I think there's a lot of people that respect him, but I think there's some people who still support him, right? But I feel like those people are going to start to become fewer and far between soon if he just doesn't stop. Because, like, at some point, his real friends are going to have to say, look, dude, we get it. But just stop, man. Because, like, let's not pretend this space hasn't been way more toxic since Saint's been streaming. It really has, you know what I mean? It's been way more toxic. And like, I'm all up for drama. I am. I love watching this because it's funny. Dude makes me laugh because he goes on and on and on.
Clue how to play the characters, not because you're not playing optimally.
It's like it don't matter. We can mute the stream. We can go back 2 hours. Dude will be beefing with somebody in his chat or another content creator. It's like there's two Well, what is he? What is it to say? There's two things in life that are guaranteed: death and taxis. Now it's three. There's death, taxis, and if you tune into one of Saint on Tassie's stream, he's going to be beefing with somebody. It's like, they're the three facts of life nowadays, man. He really is shaking up the gacha space. I don't even know if it's in a positive light, though. I don't. You know, I'm all up for people coming in and shaking the space up. And at first, you know, I was like, okay, dude was just having a bit of PvP here and there, but it's just non-stop now. You know, and I think it's because he's noticed that if you look, when he's beefing with people, his viewers are like 500 to 800. If he goes and just starts playing Wuthering Waves, they drop down to like 300. You know, and I think he's thinking too short term. If he keeps beefing, he's going to beef his way to the top somehow. You know, he's going to be the next Tectone. And I don't know if he's going to be that. Like, I was saying this before. Saint's got charisma. He's got intelligence. He's eloquent and all this sort of stuff, right? And he argues logically. But like this constant PvP, sometimes it works for some people because they don't take it too personally and they've got aura. I don't know if Saint's got that aura. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's got that aura. I'm not saying he's not that guy to go after people, but I don't know if he's that guy that where it's kind of enjoyable to watch them do it. Do you know what I mean? I just don't know if he is, man. He hasn't got that main character aura for me.
But I think that's kind of stupid because he's not like
all this for a game company that doesn't even sponsor him, right? Somebody said to me, I don't know how true it was. Was it true that Kuro like publicly mentioned that they don't want people getting all mad about the Game Awards stuff? Could be wrong. I heard this in somebody's stream the other day, but I was kind of partially listening because I was doing other stuff as well. It maybe that's not true. Maybe that's not true. All right, take that back. I don't know. I was in VDZ's stream earlier, and I'm sure I could have been wrong. I was partially doing something else, and it was on in the background. So, like, you know, maybe that's not true at all. But like, I can't see that Kuro would want this all the time. Are they really going to want him to be the face of Wuthering Waves? If this is what the face of Wuthering Waves is doing 6-7 hours a day, you know what I mean? Really?
I don't understand this straw man. Like, why are we even bringing up 50-50?
In better news, I pulled for Yao's weapon and managed to get 2 copies in one temple. Get out of here, Chase. I've been trying to get a string master today and yesterday. I even spent 30 quid and I still ain't got the piece of shit. I have to go hard fucking hitty every single weapon and it's killing me. That's where all my pulls get wasted. I do quite well on characters. My pulls all get wasted on weapons because I have to go hard pity every single time. And I'm talking 70 plus pulls pretty much. It's painful, man. It's so painful. Because I kind of do want to get Yao's weapon and the string master this time. And I'm like, that's not even going to happen, man. I'm like, I was thinking earlier I was going to throw 100 quid down, but I was like, I bet I don't even get... well, I will get the weapon because I don't know how much I'm into my pity now. So I will get the weapon. One weapon at least. But I'm like...
You have or haven't seen, Brax, because you have just said...
I think one of their mods Reddit did address it. Oh, okay, did they? In the Discord. Right, okay. Yeah, somebody else mentioned that in one of the streams earlier, so...
Because that's like what a lot of your takes are. Just you summarizing stuff you have not seen. And so, do you know for sure that that's actually what Var said?
Got people mad.
I think what it kind of seems like to me, I can't say for sure, but it seems like he might be taking like this handle a little bit too seriously, like the whole WuWa defender thing. I think people would kind of just expect it from him now, and he kind of wants to.
Yeah,
and now Box hasn't watched the video over.
I do think he's doing that. You don't even need to watch the context of a lot of the stuff what Saint's saying now. If you can stand there and say he's not the Wuthering Waves, I don't want to say shill because you're getting paid. If he's not a Kurobot, then you're mental because he is. Like even Tecton said that today. He was like, you know, he is a Kurobot. It's just a fact, you know? Calling somebody a shill, obviously you don't necessarily mean it in this way. Most of the times people, they just mean you're a bot. You're a defender of the game. Because a shill means you're getting paid, really. But dude's not getting paid. That's a thing. He ain't even a shill. That's the worst thing about it. Dude's doing all of this for nothing.
Now we have people just saying shit to all of their viewers.
Went 80 pulls to get that.
Actually have no
Yeah, dude,
clue
I'm so glad I don't have
was
Ling
being said
Yang.
in the first place. We're just believing Brax for his word.
One for Yao and one for Ling.
He actually hasn't watched the
I'll be synchronizing that shit. That is not getting wasted on Ling Yang. No way. Fuck that guy. I will stop playing the game if I ever pull Ling Yang. Done. Quit. Uninstalled. I'll go play Cat Fantasy full time. Saint's not a shill, he just loves WuWa too much. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's a shill. And I don't even think he loves the game too much, personally. I don't judge anybody loving a game with a passion, because I'm one of those people that thinks that, like, you know, sometimes certain games in your life can do something for you, whether they can make you money, like Saint, or they just get you through hard times, whether it's family, money situation, health, whatever it might be, depression, and you pour everything into a video game and it kind of saves you. I can like, you know, you can get that connection with a video game, but going out and fighting the world over it, that's the bit that's too much. That's the bit that's too much for me, you know?
We don't get the context, we admit to not watching the videos, and we make incredibly bold claims like that.
Got to calculate since the start of the game. No Ling Yang for now. Yes, so far, no Ling Yang for me either. Him and Jeji are the only two, like, oh, well, say OG.
Their whole fucking video.
Jeji is kind of now.
Yoo-Hoo,
I don't have Yoo-Hoo, and I don't have Lumi. Yeah, they're the 4 characters that I don't have.
And so I have all of the evidence. I have all of the receipts.
Keep saying Ling Yang, bro. You'll pull up to your pulls eventually.
To make sure that I am giving every
that will be a rough day. That'll be a rough day.
A fair shake. I
do you know what it is? Do you know what it is with me? It's his trousers. I swear to God, I know this sounds stupid, and I'm not even joking. They trigger me, and this isn't even being satirical. They piss me off, man. His trousers piss me off so bad. They wind me up.
To this, which is about people that think WuWa should not receive criticism, right? Like, it's not okay to criticize WuWa because it's.
Oh my goodness. I have quite literally critiqued the game in so many different ways.
See, that's the thing now.
I ensure that my critiques are actually rooted in reality, researched, and objectively presented.
Objectively presented. So for me, I think you can have a critique of a video game that doesn't have to be objectively presented, doesn't have to be demonstrably proven. You know, it can come from a perception, a feeling. You know, it's hard to like prove certain things you don't like about video games because they're subjective things you think about a game, you know? Like I say, the Tower of Adversity, I think it's mid. Now, there's plenty of things Saint could probably sit down and be like, well, this is why actually the Tower of Adversity is good. To you, I still think as an endgame, the Tower of Adversity is kind of mid. It is. I'm not saying it doesn't engage at multiple character building. It doesn't engage the skills in the game, using rotations, using good teams, you know, actually being semi-competent at the game. You know, it does all of those things. Yet, even that being said, it's a pretty boring mode. And there's better things that could be done around endgame that would suit Wuthering Waves, because you've got things like the holograms, which suit Wuthering Waves better. They do. Now, I'm not saying that should be exactly the end game, because obviously a lot of people struggle with that. But I'm just saying that I feel like there could be a better system than the Tower of Adversity. But dude won't accept that, because in his eyes, he's got all of the reasons why. It's perfect for the game. This is a thing. He talks about it's okay to critique the game, but it's only his critiques are allowed to critique the game. Everybody else's critiques. Well, let me prove why they're not allowed to have that critique. And it just means they don't understand the game. Or what he said before, if you don't like the Tower of Adversity, it's a skill issue. That to me is such an elitist. That's like, you know when you're commenting on a video game back in the day and somebody that comes in a comment section, they're like, you get good. It's like, oh, okay, that'll make the game better, won't it? If I just get a little bit better. Sure, buddy.
And the question is, did you watch the Gotcha Smack video on the TOA?
See,
that's kind of like the follow-up question on it.
I agreed with a lot of what Gotcha Smack said, actually. I think that the Tower of Adversity works within Wuthering Waves, in my opinion, and the systems that are in Wuthering Waves actually kind of fit the Tower of Adversity, but there's better ways that those systems could fit into a different mode that would be much better than the Tower of Adversity. And to me, it's mid. He doesn't accept
Hey,
that.
you don't have a solution. What are the devs?
And that's the thing as well. When you're critiquing a game, as a consumer, you can be critical of something in a game. You don't have to come forward with what should replace it. That's up to the devs. They're smarter than us in that regard. They've got a broader thing, a scope to look at to say, like, well, this is what we should bring into the game. I will definitely say, this mode sucks. Can we get something better? It's not my job to tell you what to put into the game. Now, sometimes I'll add that, but I don't have to. It's up to them to bring something back to the table and say, would you like this instead? And I go, you know what? Actually, yeah, I do like that more.
Yeah,
Yo, Daniel, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy?
It is crazy how much this situation is kind of like blown out. Do you know how it started?
It's the Jack in the Box mascot for me. Yeah, that gets a lot of people. That does, man. That gets a lot of people. So
I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. Maybe someone in chat knows, but I thought it was just a gacha smack tweet.
Yeah, this is going on for quite a bit now too. I thought it would kind of die down, but like it's kind of like still ongoing at the moment, right?
it is like that Gacha Smack tweet got him so twisted, and there was no need for it. You know what I mean? So like I say, I understood what Gacha Smack was saying in terms of having more cutscenes. It was just a terrible analogy with the anime. But the thing that pissed off Saint wasn't all those things he said. It was that Zenless Zone Zero was left out of the conversation. Like, why is that the problem, bro? Like, come on, man. Because objectively, that's got less cutscenes in his, according to him, which is probably true. But it's also a patch behind as well, so we could argue that could be brought into the conversation as well. You know what I mean? But it's like, why is that the point you're focusing on, man? Like, discuss what he's actually talking, that it would be good to get more cutscenes.
You're my little pog. Oh, you little silly rover.
What is going on?
You're my little.
He's beefing with Brax now, dude. He's beefing with Brax now. Dude, I'm sweating so much, man. What's going on, bro? So warm in my room. AC's on. And I got Betty Swallocks. Betty Swallocks. Sigh, right, Daniel. That's exactly how it feels, isn't it? Like, I know I'm looking at it now, but it's like, sometimes you're saying, for me, it's kind of like a car crash. It's hard not to look at it.
So
you know what I mean? It's hard not to look at it.
Oh, is he going to come mediate the conversation? Maybe the stalling was worth it, ladies and gentlemen. He wants to call right now?
Jesus Christ, I thought he was beefing Smack. Exactly! That's it, yeah! It's, you'd think that from this, because he just pivots and starts going after somebody else again. Bro! Oh, shit. We're going to have to see this, guys, if Tectone's coming in to mediate it. I'm here for it. I've got to have a look. I've got to have a look. Is Tectone live? Let's have a little look here.
Because they were, like, talking with Yo about shit.
See, this is why I hate Twitch sometimes, man. This is why I love YouTube sometimes, because I've got YouTube Premium. So I don't ever get ads. Exactly, John. Exactly. That's the thing, isn't it?
If a chatter or your community is going to guilt you for who you do and who you don't talk to, I think I just wouldn't worry about that chatter's opinion.
True.
Any kind of critique that I receive,
I agree, John. Agree.
Rooted into being wrong. When again, I have demonstrably proven.
You've got
a shadow of a doubt in a lot of situations. That's
for me with Saint. Is it?
You guys already know.
Being proven right is the most important thing to him, and not only being proven right, he has to prove that you accept that he's right. And you admit it as well, and then he can turn around to everybody and go, look, I was right, yeah. Come on, tell me what happened. Because he does it after every conversation he has. He doesn't just have the conversation. He then has to get reinforced on his opinion and what he said by his chat as well, which I always find a little bit odd. Which I ain't saying you can't conversate with chat and say, how do you think that went, guys? Like, you know, did I make myself look like a dickhead? But
real quick, and then I'll go join their call.
It's always just so odd to me.
About is that I've seen nothing but just tons of people getting shit on by this guy, and Vars is one of them. And Vars is one of my buddies.
Okay.
And it's like, I mean, it's not PTSD, but I have fucking trauma with specific creators in the Genshin community. And some of them at the start of Genshin would like go live and they'd watch people's videos and they'd shit on them. And what they were trying
For
to do
real,
was, like,
Chase, that's what
build
needs to happen, yeah.
a reputation,
Content needs to come
become
back.
reputable, become the
Content
only
needs
people
to
that
come
you
back.
can trust for guides,
Yeah, so
builds, shit like that.
so Zadjeff.
I wasn't gonna say it out loud, but that is what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Absolutely, the guy's a piece of shit.
So he would do that, and I was one of the people he did that to, and it
Like,
bothered the shit out of me because like.
When Saint hops into this conversation, we'll go back to Saint's stream to watch it just so, because like I know I ain't going to get
And
ads.
this guy's
so.
going in on my videos. I'm getting spammed with comments about how I'm fucking stupid and I shouldn't be making guides and shit.
We
because
will.
I don't
We
know
are
what
going to
fucking
get round to watching. I did want to watch this video as well, guys. From Yuko Sensei, because you know, I'm all here for different views. I don't like to be in an echo chamber, even as somebody who is a massive fan of Wuthering Waves. You know, I want it. I've got critiques of the game, right? But I also like to hear other people's critiques. I like to see what the crack is. So if we get round to it, because obviously I don't know how long this call's going to go on for, because I want to. I'm third party in here, but I kind of want to listen to what's going on. I will check out this. What I hate about Wuthering Waves. And then why Wuthering Waves will massively improve after the PlayStation release, rating characters based off their appearance on PGR. I wanted to look at all these videos. We might not get round to it now because I'm kind of curious about this conversation and what's going to happen, you know? So,
I'll ask Brax if I can join his call with Tech.
hopefully he hops in.
But it's entertaining.
I'll ask
to watch.
Brax if I can join
Yeah,
his
Which is
call
fine.
with Tech.
Yeah, I
Oh,
love
Alfonso,
your guys.
thank you for the
I've already
super
gone on
chat.
record saying you're my favorite.
Hey, bro, thanks for your Camellia video. It was very insightful on how to
I
use
agreed
it
on
in
most of his
different ways.
points, but
Looking
some are
forward
too
on
soon to
WuWa
address right now
PS5.
because
Appreciate
2.0
it,
isn't
dog.
out. What's that?
Appreciate it.
Sorry, what points?
Liquid?
Like, I agree with a lot of what
Liquid?
Saint says. That's the worst thing about
Liquid.
it. Like,
I'm just
I
going to ban
feel-
you for a day.
Like, I feel like I don't want to agree with him because he's just so aggressive. He's so pretentious, so condescending that I'm like, man, I wish he was wrong. And that's not how you should feel about things. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, truth is truth, and that's it. You know, and you should never ignore truth just because the way it's being said is not nice, which is, you know, but it feels like that, man. Oh, about Ryuka Sensei. Oh, yeah, my bad. We got Saint PTSD here, that's why. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it. Yeah, I think his Honkai Star Rail video was good as well, to be
All
fair.
right, so I've asked to join the call with Tech. Let's just hop in and see what's going on.
Like graphics for everything and go into the very specific
And we're-
speed tuning thresholds of every single
Reacception here.
function.
Reacception.
That's like not my thing. Like because
You
I
know
don't
what,
want
though?
to confuse.
Massive respect to Tecton in all the weight he's lost. Props to him, man, you know? Because that's one thing at the minute. I've put a bunch of weight back on. Because, like, I train at the gym and that. And, like, I respect that. It's, like, really good to see that he's how much weight he's lost. It's always
I don't think
interesting to see
I'm
somebody go on
putting
that
out weight
journey, you know what I
information.
mean?
I think I've been wrong before. But I think usually when I'm wrong, it's within like a reasonable amount. Like there's times where it's like somebody will find something that's like 1% better than what I'm talking about, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you were wrong." But like it's 1%, man. I don't really care. You're still beating the game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think your guide's the most casual acceptable as far as entertainment.
I agree with this as well.
As well as
I said this the other day, actually. Some guides.
Oh shit,
We're
I
in the
accidentally
space.
accepted St. Tonetas. Alright, he's here now.
That's fine.
Oh, shit. Oh,
So,
shit.
yeah.
Oh,
there's-
okay,
Shit,
I'll
that's
mute
loud.
you guys.
I'll add him to the call in just a second if you're cool with that.
You can add them anytime.
Where's this coming from?
Okay.
It's important to have guides for casual players because
Man, my ears up right
Okay,
then.
That's muted. Holy shit. All right. Oh my god, that fucking almost
Okay.
blew out my eardrums.
So, yeah, I think there's
That almost blew
guides
out my
out there
fucking eardrums.
that are
I'm
designed
gonna
for
be honest.
casual players that are totally
Holy
fine.
moly.
You know what I mean? Because, like, to me, there's levels especially when it comes to a game like Wuthering
Oh, that
Waves, where
fucked
there's
up my ears.
levels. You know,
Holy
there'll be
shit, guys,
guides where
game
it's
by
literally
Twitch.
like,
Game
this is
by
what you
Twitch.
need in terms of echoes. This is probably the best stats you need, and potentially here's the characters you want to use with this character. Nothing wrong with that, and they're not incorrect. Then there's like a next level where it's like where somebody could go, actually, maybe you could use this particular echo set if you switched out this other character to get a little
No,
bit more
100%.
out of it. And maybe
I
if you're
feel
more
like-
capable of doing a
so I
difficult
guess just to
rotation.
wrap up what I was saying,
And then
and
there's
then
that
we'll
next
get
level
Saint
of
in
like,
here.
you know, quick shots,
Basically, I just take issue
cancels,
with
you know,
how Saint has
really
approached
understanding
some of his, like,
the game to
talking
that
about other
finite,
people
nuanced
and, like,
level
reacting to
where
their
the
content,
guide
because it
changes
reminds
again.
me a lot of
End of
what
the
I went
day,
through.
your average casual player is not going to need a super advanced guide on like tech in the game. They're just going to need to know, right, what's the good echoes? What am I really looking for? Do I want to be going into energy regen, crit rate, crit damage? What am I building here? What's the best comp that I should be using? Where should I be hitting my skills? Like, you know, what sorts of basic rotation should I have? And that's good enough for most people, you know? And then there's those extra guides that are there for the players who understand the game a little bit more. But I feel like the players that are looking for those guides probably will see where that guide's coming off as being wrong, you know what I mean?
Piece of shit. Absolute piece of shit.
That's my feeling anyway.
And they made a guide about a character called Spectre. That's right, a character called Spectre. Or no, Province in Arknights. And rather than making their own guide, my guide's the only guide debunking
Feel my wrath.
Tone's guide on Province, rather than just making their own.
Even in Genshin, the majority of guides are simple and some few. Yeah, and the thing is, most guide makers on YouTube will straight go to Reddit and steal stuff off Reddit. You know, they just will.
100%. Yeah.
But I'm curious to hear what you and him are going to talk about. And yeah, don't
like I people kept doing on a bit Maggie. I actually watched a couple of her videos earlier. She makes good guides. She does. She really does.
So I'll be in the background. Don't worry about that.
Oh, okay. Yep. Wherever there's drama, he shall follow.
Absolutely.
I know. I was thinking that, Chase. Like, what's the crack with the black nails now?
What's going on?
Hello, what's up? What's
going on?
Yo, Santos, I'm gonna add you. Oh wait, you're already here. I'm gonna add you, bro. Oh wait, you're already here. Added to the chat, dude. Santos, look at your viewer count right now on Twitch.
I know it's. It looks like I'm at 6K, man. It's crazy. But you can
That's
mouse
sick,
over.
right?
You can mouse over it and then see the real numbers. It's a little sad.
Yeah, but hey, it's all good. Yo, Brax, you should go live.
I'll say that merge thing is kind of cool on
because then you'll have 6.4 thousand viewers in the Hawkeye Star Rail category, which
Oh,
will
is it
drive
really
more
inflate
people
the
into your
numbers?
chat. Yeah, inflate.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll be in just chatting. Santonis will have Wuthering Waves and Braxton have Hawkeye Star Rail. We'll all just farm here. And yeah, don't worry about me, man. I'm just here to mediate. I'll be a fly on the wall.
All right,
man.
Let's have a listen, then, shall we?
Okay, so what's up, man? Basically, I had chatted with Box. You already saw the VOD.
Yeah.
And it was like 6 a.m. So I went to bed. I woke up, went and made some breakfast, was hanging out with someone. And then I get a clip sent to me, and it's of you watching my stuff. So I hop in your chat, and I was like, all right, let's just fucking hash this shit out. So I saw what you were saying about let me tell you, or let me say this, and then you can tell me if you feel like it's wrong. So basically, you feel like I am doing the same shit that Atsu is doing by shit talking you in other people's streams, and that it's hypocritical of me to do that because, you know, I've been through that shit and I know what it feels like.
Yeah, to a degree, right? And I think a lot of the messages that I pulled up in particular, where it's like, okay, he's getting dogpiled, rightfully so, by like because he's making shit takes. You know, he has like a big ego, that sort of thing. When we're going in without, you know, you basically admitted on the call with Vox that you didn't even watch everything. That you summarized a lot of like the points, you took a 10-second clip, and then we're making conclusions off of that.
So basically, all right, so I have one problem with this. It's not, I didn't watch all of the Gotcha Smack Pokey stuff, which you know, right? Because I thought I had a grasp on the Gotcha Smack Pokey thing. I had no idea what it was actually about because I wasn't following that entire thing. But that wasn't my main issue with what was happening. That was just some extra shit that I had seen in passing, and I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Right. My main issue with you that I was having was when you were watching Var's stuff and tearing into him. Because I think that even though you obviously disagree with this take, that's fine. I think you can disagree with the video, and I think a shit ton of people disagree with the video, right? But my issue was with how you were going about disagreeing with it. Because you saw you listened to my whole story about back in Genshin, what had happened, right?
Yeah.
It's all Kuro's fault for not releasing 2.0 sooner. Facts. This could have all been avoided. If we were all in Rinna Cedar right now, everybody would be at peace.
And that, for me, has never been recoverable. What was that?
It hit close to home for you.
Yeah, no, it's never been recoverable for me because literally there have been times I tried to be friends with Jeff, and that I found out. No, genuinely, I did. I tried.
Yep.
Because I was like, this guy is making guides. I'm making guides. Maybe we can work this shit out. I tried being friends with him, and I genuinely could not because every single time I talked with him, I would remember that this guy was fucking tearing into me every single day for the first 3 or 4 months of Genshin. Well, that's what it felt like. I don't know if that's actually accurate.
So he did that to a lot of creators, including myself.
And that's kind of what Saint's doing now, isn't he? Saint is doing that. Like, he's going around and just tearing into people now. Some people, it's true, people are speaking about him publicly. But when somebody's literally going around lighting fires, other people who might not be involved are going to go, wait a minute, this dude's really starting shit a lot, isn't he?
You mentioned at one point that like, you want to hear people out.
It's not surprising.
Your takes on everything. But the entire Vars video, you were pausing every like few seconds to talk about something that he said.
Yeah, dude turned a 15-minute video into a 4-hour react.
It didn't feel like constructive criticism. It felt like you were being a dick. And that's what I didn't like about it.
So I think to give some of the extra context on the VOD, right, on the react, is there was a lot of chatters coming in, either like Vars viewers on YouTube, a lot of different platforms, right?
There's no context that for me that can take a 15-minute video into a 4-hour. Man, I turn fucking 5-minute videos into 40 minutes, so I know about it. But like, you know, come on.
Banning them. Or banning them after having a conversation with them, just to like get through the video without them like interrupting how I'm reacting to it. And so that's where a lot of the 5 hours is coming in. And overall, when it comes to like how I was reacting, how I was viewing the context of the situation, what I immediately recognized from the critiques that he was making was that a lot of it, he was just simply talking about things in the game that weren't there. That weren't there at all.
Do you have an example of that, Santo does?
Yeah, I don't want to be the receipts guy.
Yeah. So I'll just go ahead. I'll pull it up.
Because I know you carry receipts.
Yep, I'll pull it up and I'll share my screen so the sound goes over to your guys' area.
So this is the thing we're saying.
Let me just pull up the
he
video.
thinks because he's carrying the receipt sometimes it gives the reason to do it the way he does it.
Notepad.
Which are, for me, like, you know, I just,
saved that fucking
it doesn't come across as,
I've got a notepad where
I don't even want to say nice, but I just don't think he has the aura to do that sort of attitude, you know, to play that role.
And how, based off of the mechanics in the game, the issues or critiques he was trying to make, they were literally just not there. He was saying things.
If the notepad was on stream, you can pull up your VOD and just show that.
That's a good fucking idea. That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
Let me
you
grab
type
that.
really fast, by the way. I heard you're Korean and that you're masters in League of Legends.
Yeah, absolutely. That part of that is being able to flame your team extremely fast. And when you have a high words per minute, right, you're able to get out all the trash talk as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And, you know, sometimes you have to talk shit in the middle of CSing, and that really tilts your opponent. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one to practice and try out. You guys should all try it out sometime.
Yeah.
I literally just tried League again for the first time in like a year and a half last night. I fucking hate that game, but it, you know, I had fun. I hate that game though.
Yeah, I think it's better than you wasting your life on Final Fantasy 14.
Okay, hold on. First off, I
think even the people who love League hate League.
Yeah,
talking shit.
Absolutely.
Listen, man, I feel like League is.
My voice speaks will never do WuWa go well. Saints on spot alert.
You're locked in for 12 hours a day.
You'll never catch me doing guides full stop anyway. I know enough about the game, but I'm not that guy. You know, I've never been that guy in any game, really. Unless it's like a PvP game.
That's something.
I really don't care enough to, like, break it down that much, you know what I mean? Well, that's facts. I bet all the guide makers right now, man, fucking hell, man. I don't know whether to publish shaking, like...
But he actually is building that set on the character. So that's just, like, one thing that I want to point out that he doesn't explicitly say, but is in...
Oh. Man, YouTube's so broke at the minute.
Arguments in this video, right?
Is anybody else having that happen regularly on YouTube at the minute? Keeps happening to me all the time.
Sanhua relies on another character to
my YouTube's so buggy recently.
To buff Camellia. That's literally what he says in his video, and then he immediately follows up with how he says Wuthering Waves is lesser compared to other games in comparison, because other games have teams where characters have a sum bigger than their parts. And if you immediately say that Sanhua requires another character to work,
see, for like all this shit, community, all this shit means nothing to me. You know, getting down to the minutiae. And, like, you know, there was a lot of crappy information in Vars's video. But none of that matters to me, the way that he reacted. You know? It's like I say, you can be right, yeah. And then you can just be an asshole about being right. And I feel like Saint drops into the latter of that, that statement.
In such a way
and his defense is always... Well, let me give you the context, and it's like, you still were being an arsehole, bro. There's no context that changes that.
They don't have synergistic playstyles. When he just talked about how other characters
what's going on, Zera? It's slowly dying.
Or they have
what's that?
that work together with each other. He then
Yeah,
talks
I
about
agree,
how
John. I
there's
agree.
Not a lot of variability in the teams. He talks about how there are very limited.
Saint could
teams
start an
operating
argument in
and
an
ways to
empty
use
room.
characters.
Genuinely,
And one thing
dude
that
could
he does is
dude
he
could
builds
walk into an
Jang
empty
Liao with
room,
lingering tunes.
and if you left
To give
him
some
there for
context on
15
the
minutes,
lingering
you'd go
tunes
back in
set,
and he'd be
what
arguing.
this set does is
Straight
it
up.
locks you into one style of play. All you can play with lingering tunes is hyper carry. If you play dual DPS with lingering tunes, it is literally worse than a two-piece because the set bonus disappears on swap. Zhang Liao is one of the best dual DPS characters. in
Again,
the
for me
game.
though, this is like the context justifies. It doesn't for me. It doesn't. Like the context justifies critiquing the video and saying, "I think this is wrong and this is why." Not fucking going on for 4 hours and getting lost in the source and then blaming your chat because they were interrupting you. Ignore the fucking chat, man. Just make the video,
And so that's just like all of the things that I was able to pull.
Could
in,
argue
like,
with
a 2
Wilson,
minute span
right,
of
dude?
time.
If he was on that island with
okay.
Wilson,
So do you think
Wilson would have been
that-
torn into
Okay, first
pieces.
off, what level does Sanhua
And then when they
have her
turned
under
up and
skill?
said what happened, he says, "Look, right,
Level
let me
one.
give you the context. Let me give you the context.
So, like,
let me frame it for you.
Would you
This is
not
why."
say then there's no
You
reason
know?
to level Sanhua? Like, okay, you can't, you should, right? But Sanhua works the same, regardless of whether or not you are horizontally investing and leveling her and
Oh
your
yeah,
your
yeah.
main
No,
carry.
I'm all about that. I always talk about how you can have a naked Sanhua on level 0 Moonlit Clouds and Overture.
Wilson
and you're fine.
objectively
You don't really need
deserved
to
it.
do much else with the character. Literally
Right.
no items at all, and you're good to go. I have said that multiple times on many streams.
Right. So I'm gonna say, I guess, what my takeaway from the video was, as someone that knows VARs, because I do think he actually in this video, I think he did a very bad job of expressing his point.
I think most
he'd
people think
spoken
that.
A lot of
I think most people think that.
That
Yeah.
made. I mean,
I
honestly,
think
that's why he
most
came to
people
Alliance,
agree with
because
this.
He's spoken a lot of absolutes.
The video
that I think
wasn't
were
great.
Not actually absolutes.
Did it deserve the
But
reaction?
I think that Vars
No.
is someone who likes to make these discussion-based videos, which I'll talk about the guide stuff in a second too. But he likes to make these discussion-based videos where he likes to like try to,
Well,
provoke
basically what
people to
happened, Vars
start
made a
talking
video
about things. Like what do you think
talking
about
about
this?
a
Like, what do you think about
particular,
team building and Wuthering Waves? Do you feel like it's more
build,
cohesive than Genshin? Do you feel
team
like it's less cohesive?
building,
Stuff
and it
like
was
that,
kind of a guide
right?
video.
And
There was a
so
lot of crappy information in
he
it, like, you know what I
feels,
mean?
From what I've
Saint
seen,
didn't
he
like
feels
that.
that the characters in Wuthering Waves don't fit together like pieces of a puzzle in the same way that Genshin does. Right? And I think that even you can agree that like the elemental reaction system carries Genshin's combat, right?
Yeah,
I don't-
absolutely.
have you played?
Absolutely. There is no
Saint
real
needs
depth at all
this.
to Genshin's
You just
combat
change this
without
to
the
Saint
system, because
dislike
you don't have
that,
things like
and then
Concerto,
he
you
goes
don't
off
have
for
things
4
like
hours,
parries or perfect
basically.
dodges that interact with other mechanics.
100%.
Yeah.
I like how Tecton's just playing
I
Path
think
of
that
Exile while listening to him.
Wuthering Waves combat is absolutely has a higher skill ceiling, is way more complex in the actual execution. However, I feel like what he was saying is that like you can pull a bunch of 5 stars, you can pull a bunch of 4 stars, but it doesn't feel like any of those characters were specifically made for each other, except for some of the newer ones.
Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
That's completely subjective.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it
because me
is.
personally, I think it's good that characters aren't specifically meant to work with a specific character, because then you can pull one character and have a standalone unit. But
Absolutely.
that's just my
I
take.
agree
I
with
don't
that,
know
yeah.
why it's being presented as a negative.
Yeah, and so when the video is titled "The Problems with Wuthering Waves is Team Building," and we're making claims that there are problems with this dynamic that we're listing out, when quite literally,
See,
it
again,
frees
for
up
me-
compositions, right? Yinlin is the
Hold on 2
premier
seconds.
Zhang Liao buffer, but she has viability in the other teams. Versus in Genshin Impact, you would have the premier Zhao buffer, right? The premier Wanderer buffer, Farazan. You're not going to use her in any fucking team that doesn't do an emo damage. Never. There is
Sorry.
absolutely no reason you would ever do that. And so the value of your characters
That's got a ping.
inherently in Wuthering Waves is
all
just
of this
so much
just
higher.
doesn't mean
based off
anything
of
to
that.
me.
You can use them in a lot more team
'Cause it's
comps.
like-
But then we're going ahead and saying, oh, because we don't have
You're
these
setting the
super
context
detailed
for
or, like,
why you were an
super,
asshole,
specific
but you were still an
concentrated synergies,
asshole.
That's a problem.
You know?
And
Just
we're
because
like,
you
what?
argued
Why?
points of-
Where's the problem? Why are we viewing this
in
as a
fairness,
negative
correct.
when
It
you
still
can just
doesn't
play
mean that you
play
did. You wasn't a
characters in
dick
more
about
teams,
it.
have more
That's what
variety, and
Saint
just, like,
doesn't get
get a
that
better
that's the
experience
problem.
out of
And I
fully
don't know why
limited
more
character.
people
You can
don't
just
just
use them in
argue
more
that with him.
areas.
It's like they're trying to argue
Sure,
the
and
points,
you know what?
and the points
100%
don't really
see
matter.
that, and
The
I agree with
minutia
that, because
doesn't
WuWa
matter.
Has,
It's
that's,
his
that's
attitude,
like
I think,
what
that's the
WuWa's identity
problem.
has become.
Mhm.
But I still think that WuWa does have a bit of an identity crisis. Right?
I agree
still
with
think
that.
they need to form out what WuWa is trying to be a little bit
I agree
more.
with that,
Because
yeah.
right now it feels like this weird mishmash middle ground.
Yep.
Where like you do have characters that work very well together and team building is important, but it doesn't feel as like important enough to where you have to do it in a very specific way.
Yeah,
I think they
and-
have to spend more time like figuring out what do they want this game to do. Do they want it to be like more solo character focused? Do they want it to be a team-based game? Because that's where Genshin, which is what Bars was saying, would be a more cohesive team building system.
Well, this is the
Do you
situation.
think Genshin has an unfair buff of its team building system because more characters exist comparatively to WuWa?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
It's about
Yeah,
5
definitely,
times
yeah.
the roster size. 5 or 6
Okay.
times the roster size.
100%.
And the thing is, right? I think you mentioned something about not having like a vision, not having like
Like saying
I
I'm
think
sending
that's a
to
really
Gilligan's Island.
negative spin to put on the entire dynamic. Right? Like, oh,
Okay.
these devs aren't really sure what they're doing. They're not
Shippy
really like,
mates.
they don't really have a vision, right? It's kind of insulting to them, is it not?
I
To kind
don't
of like
feel like
take
it's
this freedom and this variability and how they can actually
See
slot
again, this
teams,
is what
characters are
Saints
able
getting
to use
worried
in
about.
multiple comps,
It's
but then we're
insulting to the
framing that
devs
as they
because
don't have a
people have got
vision. They're not really
opinions.
sure what they're doing.
Why does
So,
that bother him
the
even if
reason
it is
that I say
insulting to
that
the
is
devs?
more than just what the game is, it's what the game was when it was in development. So I don't know if you played any of like the really early betas of the game, but this game when it was created, and like I'm gonna preface this as well. I talk with Kuro staff a lot. Like I know Kuro staff.
They're very
I'm
kind.
working with them. They're great, and I'm working with them to make a bunch of videos, right?
Mhm.
But
Saint
I
did
can
not like that.
confidently say that when this game was being made, this was meant to be their Genshin Impact, right? Whether or not it was in development when Genshin was out or not is kind of irrelevant because they saw what Genshin was doing and they wanted to do that, but for Kuro games. And later they decided to take their own directions on it. But the reason that I bring that up and that I say they don't have their identity fully fleshed out yet is because a lot of the systems in this game feel, in my opinion, like I love Wuthering Waves, but they feel half-baked, right? And I feel like the team system, in my opinion, is unfinished for them. They haven't decided what they want to do with it.
What systems do you think aren't finished, or is it just the team building? Because I saw that post. You sound like you spoke to EO. It sounds like you're echoing some of his points, but I am wondering, like, what systems do you specifically have a problem with for Wuthering Waves?
Tecton's all done with this shit, not gonna lie, right?
So I think the ecosystem is really
He's just
cool, but I
vibing
think
out
they
like,
should have done
fuck
more
this
with it.
shit.
For example,
Like
the fact that shinies are static spawns is stupid.
Absolutely, 100%
Yeah.
agree with you.
Yeah.
They're not,
Yeah.
they're not RNG. They're like, they're scripted basically. The shinies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that made it so much less magical. The shiny,
Shiny system sucks in the game.
100%.
Made a video
I
about
think
this literally on
also
how
on
they
top
could be
of that,
better.
like they
but
had some really cool
that was just
opportunities
in
to
the
do stuff
shinies
with,
themselves. But a big agree.
randomizing spawns a little bit, not like entirely
Shinies are
random,
pointless.
right?
They just
But,
have
like,
nothing to them.
You know, in Pokemon, you walk into the grass. There's like 5 things that can spawn there.
Yeah.
What would make this game a lot more interesting is if you're trying to find things, they spawn in a certain area, right? But they're not always in the same area. Roaming
okay,
echoes
all
would
right.
be really cool.
Yeah, I think that's a
That'd
very
be
fair
that'd be
take,
cool,
man. Honestly,
but I definitely
I don't think- I
would
don't- I
like
don't
the
feel like a lot of
RNG not to
people
be
are
so
gonna
savage
disagree with
then,
that
because
take.
it'd be even
It's a good
worse
one.
then when it comes to substats. If
Outside
it
of
was a little
echoes,
bit harder
I
to get
feel
the
like
echoes you
the story,
wanted.
they weren't sure what they wanted it to be. I don't think that was I don't think that was because of Genshin necessarily. I think that was just like they
Rewrites.
didn't really know what they wanted it to do.
A lot.
But
Sydney
they
Mar
did
Yeah,
has
a
really
lot of
good game.
rewrites.
Sydney Mar has a great video kind of like detailing how the game went through massive rewrites on the way to version 1.0. He mentioned something about how Renacita, right, what's going to be in 2.0, was actually supposed to be in release. The release of
Really?
the game. And because of the rewrites, like the Black Shores was in CBT1.
Wait, does he have proof of that or no?
He says that in his video. And so I assume that he has like the sources and stuff in the video itself. But
Okay.
that's stuff that's mentioned in
Sid
the video.
does his research.
And so he
Sid
says
does
something
his
about the Black
research. I've
Shores
spoke
was
to
in
Sid.
CBT1. Renacita was basically supposed to be in the launch of the game.
You know what? Actually, saying that, Sid says like some of my low videos is good, man. So I'll take that.
There was like a
Thanks.
teaser for it apparently in the game.
Interesting.
Or
Interesting.
that's what was in his
Okay,
video.
well,
That's what was in
let's
his
say
video.
law. Theory
Yeah, if anybody has a
crafting.
link
My
to
videos
that,
are
chat,
definitely
if anything
theory
backing that
crafting,
up, I'd
not
love to see
law.
that.
It's
So
like the best
one other
devs in
thing-
gacha gaming history. That's what his video is.
One other thing is so a lot of people are gonna shit on me for this. Obviously, PGR has their own sort of like tower climbing thing where you know it's like the end game challenge mode, right?
Yep.
But TOA is basically the same thing as Spiral Abyss. But like the thing that I have a problem with is there's not a reason for it to exist. Because Wuthering Waves has this really cool combat system with perfect dodges, parries, and perfect dodges, giving concerto, shit like that, right? Like all of that is super cool. I think that's fucking awesome, and they should capitalize on that, but they haven't. They've been trying to capitalize a little
Exactly.
bit more on like
I've said this myself,
nuclear
man.
tower by combining these characters that have an outro skill that works.
Terror
with each
does
other,
not
but the outro skill
represent the
doesn't feel like it's
pinnacle of
integral
Wuthering
to it
Waves
either.
at all.
Right, so
It
it feels
doesn't.
like they're
It
one
just
foot
doesn't.
in, 1 foot
It's
out.
mid.
but I feel like what they should be doing is,
And I think
if they
most
had an
people
idea for
agree
what
with
they
that.
wanna
But
do
even
in
when
games,
that's
it seems
brought
like
to
they don't
saying,
pick
saying
on
like,
that.
no, no, no,
They
no,
would
no, no,
focus
no.
more on the actual boss fights,
Bro,
Wait,
fuck,
like
man.
the hologram boss
take
fights,
one.
making
Just
like
take
a
one and agree.
rotational one of those.
Except it could be
Instead
better.
of TOA or in addition to TOA as like another game mode where you have to solo it, right?
Were you-
Or where you can't heal through all the damage.
What were you
Something
gonna
that's
say,
actual
Joe Dust?
I
mechanical
was gonna
skill trap.
say that whole take on outro skills is, I think it's demonstrably false, just by the fact that there are multiple viable teams to clear the TOA where the outro skills just don't even.
That's for
interact
me
with
again,
each
though.
other
That's
at all.
not the problem in the TOA that you can
Dual
use
DPS
different
teams are the
teams.
biggest example.
It's just
where
it
they
doesn't.
just don't have
like,
outro skills that
it-
buff each other,
It
and they're
doesn't
quite literally
represent
the
the
best teams in the
pinnacle
game.
of Wuthering Waves.
That have the
I'm not
best
saying
clear
it should
combos.
Right,
even
just
go,
because the
but
damage
there could
dealers
be
do so
something
much
better.
damage
And so
overall.
to hear that, like, oh, the TOA is just like a matching simulator.
Like,
or
yeah,
like,
man,
kinda
it's
a
like he
matching
really wants to
simulator,
die
but,
on
like, a
these things
matching
that
thing where you
the
match up outro
consensus is
skills, it's
kind
just
of,
literally wrong.
this
Like,
is
you
not
have a
it.
lot of variability,
And he's like,
different
well, I'm
ways
going to
approach the
prove to you
content
why it's
and
it.
clear the
And then he
game
brings
mode.
out all these technicalities.
Right,
It's like,
well, yeah, that's what I.
still
I
not
thought I said
it.
that.
You said that it's just about
not it,
matching
man.
outro skills together and then like going into it.
Yeah, but I also added on that like you or not, like you don't have to do that, right? But I guess what I'm saying is that like in Vars's video, he's talking about how the teams don't feel like that, and that the whole
See,
subjectivity
like,
of
I
it
think
is,
what's
like,
happening here,
do
we're getting
do
off
think
the
that's a good
point.
thing for the game?
We're
Do you
allowing
think it's a bad thing
Saint to
for the
take
game?
the argument. This is what
But-
Saint
Time out.
always does,
Vars
and it's
literally
it,
said in the
I wouldn't say
video,
he's gaslighting
hypercarry
people,
teams are
but
play
Saint
exactly
always
the
takes
same
it down
as
to the
dual DPS.
hyperbole. Well, not even the hyperbole, the minutia.
Okay.
The argument here is that the
He says that in his
I know
video.
what people
They're
have an issue with. Well, I say I
literally
know.
exactly the same.
I'm not them. It's the way he
They play
goes about
exactly
doing
the same.
things.
The word
Only
The
difference is
constant
which character you
lighting
wanna play.
fires left, right, and center, and the attitude that he has in what he does, it condescending,
Like
being
Chain Link,
pretentious,
Chain
Okay,
Link,
where
like
is
this
that
same as
moral
You can give- okay, so you can
superiority of
give examples
intelligence.
like,
That's
obviously,
the
like, I know you
problem.
have
But he,
examples of where
he
that's,
always
like,
takes
demonstrably
people away and
false.
argues the
This is probably,
context
we
and
would say,
let me
demonstrably
prove
false.
why this is
Yeah,
the
a lot.
it's okay, all right. Let's say you're right about
Yeah,
all
but
of
it's a good
those
word, it's a good
things.
word.
Yeah,
It's-
It
yeah,
doesn't
it's a good
change the
combo
fact
word.
that you went in on that
Yeah, yeah,
person
I got you,
far
man.
too hard.
No,
Far
but
too
the
hard.
thing is, like, they kind of do, right? Like, obviously, different teams will have quick swaps. Different teams will have, on-field time for two characters split, right? And the double DPS teams are a lot more flexible because then you don't lose buffs if you switch between them, right? But at the end of the day, you play support, you play damage, you rotate through them. There's no elemental reactions. You do as much damage as you can in a short amount of time.
If we're gonna reduce the gameplay to the characters do damage, and then the boss dies, I guess if that's how we want to boil it.
Well,
all the
what
way
I'm saying
down
is
the characters
that you use
rotate and do damage. I mean, I guess every character in the game is the same thing. You press buttons and deal damage.
Well, okay, so what Vars' argument is, brother, what Vars' argument is that the characters don't feel like they have meaningful enough identities in tandem with each other to where that's not true.
But they do. Zhang Liao slows down time and gives you a massive windows for quick swapping where the boss literally can't attack you, and so you can play a lot more safe. You don't have to dodge, and there are like so many windows where you can just unload all your damage when in previous situations you'd have to dodge or delay your attacks so that the attacks don't hit you. And so there are really built-in mechanics and character kits that allow you to leverage different team comps and different characters that just...
Imagine ZJ
it's
posting a
just-
WuWa guide
that
saying
take
gonna
to
go
me was
nuke.
Insane. It was
Okay.
insane to me, actually.
Do you? Okay. So here's the thing, man. As someone who, you know this about me because I'm sure you've watched my videos. Maybe you haven't, but you know this about me. I'm not the best WoW player, right? I make plenty of mechanical mistakes in my videos, but I can still clear TOA.
Yeah,
I don't dodge shit most of the time.
Yeah.
Like actually 99% of the time, I just take it to the fucking face and I just blast damage through it. And that's
Nice.
because there's nothing punishing enough in the game to where it's going to not allow me to clear for not bringing a specific synergy
Have you
or like taking a ton of damage.
Have you
It's
played
because the
against the
Terror of
Fallacy
Adversity
No
is just a
Return in
stat
the middle
check at the
tower?
end of the day, isn't it? It is.
I have not done this tower yet.
And
Specifically.
So
There's
you've never played
always
against
a
the
place
Fallacy
for
of No
stat
Return in
checks
the
in
middle
gacha
tower?
games because they have to have them.
Not this
It's
tower
designed to
specifically.
make you
I
want to
did-
pull
I
for
did like
characters,
previous towers,
build
yeah.
characters,
Previous towers.
build
It's been
rosters,
in the
spend time
rotation a
spending
couple times.
materials. That's a
Alright.
whole cycle,
last
isn't it?
tower I
Without
did
it,
was
you don't
Camellia,
need to do all those things, and then
on the
kind of the
early access.
systems
so
don't
I
mean
guess,
anything.
Have you fought against the Fallacy?
Yes, I fought against a fallacy.
Okay, and
I know there's a stagger bar.
And if you don't interact with the stagger bar and blow it up, his second phase is quite literally one of the worst fights in the game. Like it gets to a point where he starts teleporting around ridiculously, and if you don't,
I mean, the argument that I see a lot of people having as well is just talking about like this, like
through intro skills.
this argument, like gacha games are hardcore. You know,
What if you
They're
face
just
roll with
casual
Chameleon?
inherently,
You
aren't they?
can't. Or you can try,
You
but
can't.
your
It
ass
won't.
is
It
gonna
won't auto parry.
your ass is gonna get beat. It has no parryable attacks. It shoots like 400 bullets at you. It literally becomes the game becomes a bullet hell. If
Okay.
you don't knock him out of the sky and mess up his basically, if you don't do a stagger bar rotation and break it all down, you're gonna get ruined in that fight.
What if
Okay.
I spend $10,000?
You will one
That's
shot
gonna
the
be my
boss
next thing.
before it
Right now,
gets
the
to
only
that
difficulty
phase,
check is
and
HP
you will avoid the
points.
problem.
Okay.
So you
What's
can't
going on,
pay
Don
to win
Juan?
and not interact
My
with the
childhood friend, I
fallacy
don't know if you
just
remember my
fail
name. My
enough
YouTube
to
name
one-shot
is
it. That is true.
Yeah.
Yasminique
So I
Smith.
guess
Been
my-
watching you
my
since
thing is,
2011. I've got to be honest, that name
I
doesn't
haven't
ring
done
a
this
bell,
ever,
but
so
shout
correct me
out to
if
you
I'm wrong,
for
but,
like,
watching
not in
since
this rotation.
2011. I didn't
Okay,
start
so
my
it's not this,
YouTube
okay.
channel till
Yeah, he's been
2012.
in some previous ones.
Gotcha. So
I think my very first upload
you
was
don't feel
July
like you can
2012.
just face roll
Like July
the
2015. I think.
fallacy
If
by
you-
just playing strong characters?
you will
Because
get- you will
that's
get
what it's
ruined.
been for every other tower.
You will get ruined. And the fallacy.
But shout out to you
is-
for being around for a
I
long
think that-
time,
I
though.
believe that the fallacy was designed with the
Think about
context that, like, hey,
Terraverse
some bosses are a little bit
being
more face
sucks.
rolling,
Harder modes
right?
is just
Like the gorilla
only
is
because it
sort of
needs
just
you
like,
to
all
make
right,
more
you don't really
damage
have to do anything
per
against the gorilla,
few
it just,
minutes
like,
you
keeps
fight.
attacking and
Yeah,
jumping around
and
stuff.
I understand
But
like
if you
Saint's
don't
argument in the sense, well,
time
that
your
time limit
breaks,
adds the
rotate
fact that you
properly
like
against the fallacy.
you have to
Again,
do all
it
this
is
stuff within a
quite
set
literally
time,
one of the
otherwise
worst fights of
you
the game
don't get
because
through
it
it.
teleports around, shoots a million
But, like,
projectiles, goes like
you can just
50
brute
feet in
force
the
your way
air,
through it,
and then
can't
just,
you?
like,
That's the
dumps,
facts.
Like basically Kokolia's meteor. From,
You
like,
can't
what's it
do
called?
that on
From
the
Honkai Star
holograms. You
Rail.
can't brute force your way through hologram
Okay.
fights.
So
Ranged
you don't think
characters
in
are
any way
also-
this is the same face roll content as every other gacha boss?
It's not the same as face roll content. Absolutely not.
Okay. I'll try it out when it comes into tower next not next rotation.
You can
whenever
actually
comes
fight
in
it in the overdrive zone if you'd like. Right now.
That's the that's
Boot it up,
the
Brax, boot it
area,
up!
right?
Yeah,
I've already
yeah.
fought
Boot it up!
Do you
I've
have the
farmed it for
overdrive zone
Camellia.
unlocked?
Is that the hold on. Check.
I'm actually so curious what the fuck.
Let's-
See, like, this is what I
let's
say.
see it, Brax. I
This
wanna
is
see
where
you fight the
Saints
fallacy in the
diverted the
overdrive zone.
argument.
Oh
You know, do you see what I'm
my
saying?
God,
This is where I
bro.
feel like
Like,
most
you
people
tell me
fail
that
when they
that's
talk to
something
him.
you can face roll.
We're talking now
I am
about
curious. Don't you have a nickname for this
Brax
fight?
doing
Is it a-
certain things in the
Yeah, the
game
fallacy of
when
no
this
reward.
was about the way Saint went
That's
after
the one.
people
That's right.
and the
I
way
remember
he
that.
speaks
The
to
fallacy
people.
of no
That's
reward.
the crux of the argument for
insane.
me.
I actually am
Saint's
honestly, I
really
might not
good
even
at
have
taking
overdrive
people
zone
away from that and being like, right,
Because
let's
I
talk
play
about
this game
the
more on the early
these
access servers than my own account.
these minutiae in the game where
Yes,
I'm
sir.
So they
probably
have
more
everything
knowledgeable than
unlocked.
you.
I hate
Which
replaying the
it
game
is
multiple
true.
You
times.
unlock the overdrive.
I think Saint plays the game to a point where he knows more than most people he's speaking to. For me, the whole Vars thing wasn't that Saint was wrong. He was right. It's the what he said, man, and the way he went
Oh
about it.
God, we're going! Hell yeah, dude! I'm
No,
stoked.
I mean, listen, man. I don't think I'm good at this game, right? I could get fucked, but I also
But-
know that like most gacha games and their content is just fucking piss easy once you're fully built, which I'm not, by the
It's
way.
not. The fallacy is not. You're gonna eat those words, buddy. I guarantee it. When the
Oh, here
overdri-
we go.
When you fight the overdrive zone fallacy, you're gonna eat those fucking words. Believe me.
I am
Alright,
so, I
let's
saw
check it
a
out.
very mixed reception to this take, so I actually am very curious. I also think it is very good because Brax is forwardly casual with it, so this will kind of give people a good experience. I would say you're better than the average casual. I would say, Brax, you're pretty damn good at video games. But I am curious to see how you'll fare against this. Let me know when you have it up, and I'm gonna screen share your stream.
Like, I feel like this is how
Overdrive zone, so you have
like
to clear hazard.
Doodle frayed the
They're
argument
all
now.
3,000
I won the
hazard.
argument.
I have
You
another-
see, because like
Was Overdrive Zone added later?
I
was
think
added
it's
in
because
patch
people are
1.3.
so,
Okay, yeah, that's why I don't have
I
it.
guess, desperate to play
Oh,
Kate.
damn,
like
bro,
Katie.
Fuck.
You know, it's do we get away from the initial
Just
point
38
here
hours of the tower
was that
cool.
No,
how
listen, man,
fucking
listen, I'll take your
hard
word for it. I'll
Saint
try it out
went
when I
in
unlock it.
on
Gotcha,
Vars.
okay.
You know,
I'll take your. I will take your word for it though.
Sounds good.
That boss is different from what I've seen when I was just even farming it. in the overworld.
Wait, I have a crazy idea. What if I give Brax one of my mods accounts? who
do
have
it. Let's
unlocked?
do it.
I'll do it if you. Yeah,
let's
if you want
do
to
it.
send over an account.
Yo,
I'll
Sarah,
send.
yo, Sarah. Yo, send that shit.
losing the plot here. Definitely,
I
yeah,
actually-
definitely,
I'll be real,
man.
I haven't done this shit either, Brax. I want to
yeah.
see it, man. Oh man.
No, man. So I'm getting commissioned to do. I'm getting sponsored to do guides for WuWa, and I
Oh,
play
yeah.
on the beta servers and I test the characters and shit.
Yeah.
But like after you play on like all the early access shit,
Bro,
it's fucking.
You know that
it's
seething
draining when
Saints.
the
Yeah.
Dude hasn't even cleared the tower recently, right? But he's got access to the servers to make guide content. That you know that is triggering him.
The way that you're playing is
We've
really
got
funny.
so off with the point he's chasing here. It's a
Well,
little bit
whatever,
As
frustrating.
long as you're not reinventing yourself.
Techie really should be here now to maintain this. They were supposed to be talking about the whole Vars situation and that Braxy's frustration with the way he went in on Vars. Again, lots of the points at Saint Med were correct, but he just went in. We've said this. He went in. Why are we booting up fucking Wuthering Waves now to prove he can clear stuff in the game as if that changes the argument? You know? I don't know where we're going with this. Techie should be coming in to say, look, man, let's get back to the points.
Who can admit that a game they like just fucking blows. Yo, Sarah, did you DM him it or no? I don't know. Let's see.
I need to pick up.
Hold up. Sarah had an important question. Like, oh my god, what, bro?
Path of Exile as well.
What is it?
I love Path of Exile 1.
Want me to send him your account or mine? Your Camellia's better. Your account. Your account. I don't have Brax on Discord. Hold up. How do you do the call? Yo. All right, cool.
Yo, hello.
Cool.
Yo,
yeah,
up?
give him your info.
Welcome. Don't say it out loud.
Say it out loud. Say it out loud, Sarah. Wait, I'm hiding the chat. I'm hiding my chat. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't show that shit.
I can ruin Sarah right now.
Bye. Have fun with your conversation.
Sarah
Okay, cool. Bye, Sarah. Thank you. Hearts in the chat for Sarah, guys. Hearts in the chat for Sarah.
All right, let's give it a shot. Let's see.
Hey, once Brax is logged in, Sarah, delete that shit because I feel like it's gonna accidentally pop up. I just have Discord.
It's like, I feel like now, if Brax struggles, because he obviously ain't been playing the game regularly, I guess, that's going to be the frame of the argument now. Where I feel like it gets Saint off again with this trashy attitude that he's going around with. Because it is trashy, man. It is. I don't care what anybody says, man. It is. It's trashy as fuck.
Yeah, y'all both need to get in on this shit, bro. I'm going to keep it a buck.
Get some variety going, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Or, I mean, honestly, I play it offline. It's just nice. Like, if you want, like, a hard game that challenges you, it's so fucking good.
Yeah, because it's just, like, something you can just sort of, like, passively grind, always feel like you're making progress, right?
Yeah.
That's always, it's always nice to be able to burn time on that, regardless. And gacha games don't really let you, you got echo farming, but that's really it.
Dude, Fob calling you out right now, man.
Fob's calling me out?
Not you, no, Techie.
Oh, okay.
What'd he say?
Good. I remember the last time Fob called me out.
Yeah, no, he's calling you out. He said, get to level 80. Catch up.
Level 80? Hey, my bad, bro. I'm having sex every day and I go to the gym, bro. Not everybody can just sit there and have their girlfriend carry all their financial situation, brother.
That's crazy.
That's a critical blow.
Ain't nothing wrong with your missus earning more money than you. Straight up.
I don't know there's a Sanhua attack that like instantly blows everything up. You intro in on her and then
for real, Zera, we like
liberation. And then you cancel the E animation.
This wasn't even the fucking point of the argument.
To prep the negative edge. You exploded.
The negative edge, okay.
Shut the fuck up. That is not real. Tell me you're kidding.
It's literally how you do it. You negative edge during the liberation animation. You release and then
while Sanhua's right.
Oh my god. I've never played this fucking again.
You do the swap back with Storekeeper to activate the fallacy.
Tell him to stop talking,
and then go back to Sanhua. And then outro skill to Camellia.
Okay,
I'm not even joking. That's literally the proper terminology to explain that interaction. And it is the optimal
I
way to play
believe you. I'm just horrifically upset about it.
All right, so as a heads up, I'm probably not going to do that.
Okay. Yeah. I think Bryce is going to play the game.
Oh, I fucked up already. Give me a second. I ulted first.
Are you
already in?
Are you sharing your screen?
Oh, am I not sharing it? Give me a second.
No, share.
He's practicing. He's practicing off screen.
I'm practicing.
And then Braxo signed happy together ever after. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't want people beefing in the community. Hey, I like a bit of drama sometimes just to watch because it's funny.
You don't want
I don't want shit to get too deep though, you know? But
Miss Perry?
Yeah, man, it's a bit sad that we've gone off what we're arguing about here.
I was gonna judge the entire thing.
Oh, we tanked a hit, didn't do the swap back.
Okay.
Bro, there's no way. Wait. Wait, hold on.
Wait, this is floor 1?
This is the Hazard Tower. Yeah. It has fallacy after this.
All right, let's see it, man.
Yeah. So
wait, this ain't even the real fight.
No, the fight comes out. Well, it's in this fight, but we have to kill this guy.
Okay.
So to parry with Arena, you have to jump, right?
What the? Oh shit. Yeah, that's a weird fucking view, guys. Let me go fix that. Sorry.
Hey, my view's perfect, man. You're doing great, Brax. You're killing it, bro.
Oh shit! Wait. Dude,
You're
I got
good.
so used to. Oh wait. Hold up.
You're
Hold
good.
up. Wait,
You're good.
I'm actually getting stunned. That's
Yeah,
like
you're
the first time that's
kind of
happened.
getting bodied, man.
No, like
I don't know.
genuinely, that's like the first time I've actually been fucking stunned while starting up Camellia shit. Like on God.
Yeah, I'm not
the
gonna lie
entire
though, man.
time,
Brax
when I was
fucked
doing this shit
himself here.
for my guide
Fucked
video, like,
himself,
just never
didn't
got
he?
stunned.
You
I
know?
never got punished.
He had a point to make.
Very strange.
Also, the echoes are a little
And
bit
now
different, though.
dude's been gaslit
Yeah,
into
here we
playing
go,
Wuthering
man.
Waves.
But yeah, it's gotta be the
fuck?
echoes.
Yeah, it's the
What
echoes.
the
Yeah,
fuck?
you
It's
get it.
after this guy, so
You
you have to
know?
clear him first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want. We got time, man.
All right. There we go.
Oh
Now we can probably
shit.
start playing the game.
I can do a run afterwards too, if you want to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll see
I'll
you
watch
just
an optimized run because I know you got the shit locked down. That stunned me out of my ephemeral.
Yeah. Oh, good parry, bro.
Yeah, totally intentional, by the way. Intentional.
Just fire.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey,
For sure.
Camellia.
Why is this
autoplay
shit
the game
lagging
from
so
like
bad,
the
man?
cookie
What is
clicker.
Saint doing?
Cookie clicker.
Yes, sir. Big ult.
Sarah, what are
Yeah,
your Camellia
like, I have
stats?
no doubt in my mind that Saint's gonna fucking body this in one go.
We'll see. I mean,
We'll see.
I'm interested in what a casual player can do.
Well, a casual player can probably even do better than I'm doing, man. You say I'm good at video games.
I think you're great.
I don't know about all that, bro.
I think you're great. You're good at Pokemon too.
Oh yeah, surely.
Big damage. Holy fuck, that move does
Dude,
so
Camellia
much.
Fox though, like,
She does. She's so good.
72k. All right.
Yeah, Cammy
I don't
does,
know,
man.
they're a player
Cammy
now.
does fuck.
all right, here's fallacy.
Oh wait, you weren't even fighting the real boss
No,
yet.
this is fallacy, bro.
Let's see it. Okay. All right. Nice.
He has a couple of parryable attacks.
Okay.
Oh, that got stuffed.
Yeah.
Oh, but actually, you weren't using ephemeral. That's good.
There you go.
I mean, I think
Alright,
you're doing
I'm
great,
ready.
Brax. You got this.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I know.
Oh, you
if nobody
swapped
else
up
got me, I know
Camellia a
Techno's got
bit
me, bro.
early. I believe she was still budding. And so
Yeah,
we didn't
yeah.
get her enhanced outro skill and
Me-
missed like half of her damage.
I mean, low key, he's tanking everything and he's chilling. Oh, good dodge. Huge dodge.
That's what I'm saying. Even if he doesn't or he does clear this,
Are you
it
a
has
white mode user or a red
nothing.
mode
It
user?
doesn't validate Saint's argument at all, in
Against
my
a single
opinion.
target boss, I would
It
use white
really
mode.
doesn't. You know,
Okay.
it takes nothing away
And
from
now
spending
he's about to-
4
he's about to go single,
hours
so-
Okay.
on a 15-minute
Let's go
react,
to
man,
single
to
mode
go
first.
so hard in on a dude
yeah.
that
Fuck
it,
really
shut up.
didn't need to be
Good
gone
call.
in on that hard.
I mean, I
my
legit
God,
can't even
what the
touch this guy.
fuck?
Yeah, this is what I meant, guys. Yeah, and your intro skill just doesn't land because he's.
Oh
and then I
my
can't- oh, shit.
god!
There's a
Fucking
follow-up.
pulverized.
Fucking dead.
Holy brother!
Yeah,
So
and I
this
can't
is-
even touch
this
his
is
fucking
what
HP until he's
this
fucking
is-
broken.
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
god, bro!
Dude got
Damn,
cooked
that's
though. Dude got
crazy,
cooked. Yo, what's going on? Crack nails,
bro.
Nils.
In Overworld, he just dies before he even gets that.
Now about to
far.
play when I can't believe it, seeing someone who's kind of good at it and makes guides for others can't
Hey,
do
you
it
know,
too. I
in
finally
their
feel better
defense,
already.
I fucking suck at this game.
That's what I'm saying.
I
Like,
learned what I gotta do to
like-
make my video, and that's it. It's out.
But I do think it is important because I do think that's how a lot of people play the game. I think that casual players should play the game, and nobody gives a fuck if a hardcore player can beat it easily. It's not about that.
Exactly.
It's about the majority demographic.
Exactly.
Casual
This is
players
why
who will
there
be the
is
ones
like a
that guide
nuance to
you. Usually
guides.
people who
There's
look up
guides that
are
suit
worse,
casual players.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to give them the basics of the game.
You know, you're giving me,
You know,
a
how
lot
to
of benefit of the doubt here.
do basic rotations, how to play a
I
particular
genuinely
character,
think,
the
like, most
substats
people
they
are
probably
gonna
should
do that.
go
If
with,
you're
the
in a
echo
hazard
sets
zone
they
for
should go
tower,
with,
You're
and that's
probably
it.
used to playing this game a
Because
lot
that's
more
all
than
they'll need. And then
Right.
there's more elite
Overdrive
guides for
zone
more elite
online,
players, but
already
most
kinda
elite
beat
players
the
won't
hazard zone
necessarily
already.
need that because they'll
Right,
start
right.
to
Maybe
work
it's
it
like,
out
you know, a bit
themselves
more like a
anyway.
split
You know what I
than
mean?
that. I'll just go ahead and share my screen, I guess, now.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're going?
I want to see you fight this thing actually.
All right. Is
Nice
there,
12
like, a
reactions over
character
12
that you
reactions.
play as well? Like,
Use the
like,
same
Play whatever
thing.
you want.
Use the same
Are you a
thing.
pro in Wuthering
Yeah.
Waves? Nah, dude, I'm trash. I'm trash.
You know, a bit more like a
I'm just,
specialized thing for
I'm
that.
just, I'm a tourist
I'll
when it
just go
comes
ahead
to
and share my screen, I guess, now.
when it comes
Yeah,
to
I want to see you fight
gacha
this
games.
thing,
I'll
actually.
Alright.
well, games in general.
Is
I'll
there,
play
like, a
everything, man.
character? Should I
You know
use
what I mean?
Camellia as well? Who should I be using for that?
Use
Play
the
whatever
same
you want.
team. Use the
Oh,
same team.
Use the
Okay,
same team?
sure.
Yeah, let me know when you got it booted up.
Here's a
so I can
casual
check
with a
it.
CC gonna go
Instead,
picking
'cause
mints.
I like her better.
Sure.
Do I have to use
Yeah, go
Verena?
for it.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck Verena, bro. I hate that fucking cabbage head looking bitch.
Yeah, we'd rather look at Shorekeeper instead. I agree.
Would you acknowledge
again, no,
that
man, like,
Verena looks terrible as a character, or do you like their design?
She got
I feel we just got off track at what the whole point was here. Like they were supposed to come in to talk about how Brax saw the attack on Vars as just a little bit too harsh, and now we're like, what? measuring dick size on who's better at wuthering waves.
So we're doing the
Crazy,
overdrive
man.
zone, right?
Kind of wild how Saint managed to like hyper focus,
I'm like,
you know,
I feel
out
like
of the
running all
point
this
and
shit is
straight
blowing
into
my
like,
computer
right, let
up.
me show off to these guys how good I am
Give me
at
1
WuWa.
second.
I gotta respect it.
Oh god.
I gotta respect it
All right, I'm
still.
gonna pause your stream as well, Teggy.
Yeah.
Minus
After you show
minus
us
one
this,
viewer.
I have something else I want to talk about.
Yeah. We still got a lot more. We haven't even got to the main point yet.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Tectone. You're supposed to be here to fucking moderate this shit, bro.
All right.
Because that's
don't
I
look
want
at
to
that.
hear. I want to
There's
hear
18
what
left.
like he's got to say
You're all
about that.
good,
Because
man.
I agree.
I've also
Like I
cleared it,
said,
I've just
I
been
think
testing-
Saint's right most of the time,
I've
but
already
It's been
Locked,
testing
locked,
out
locked.
all the different things. Okay, I've been testing out. I've been testing out
Legit
different team comps
fraud.
in the game.
way he
mode.
goes
If
about
WuWa
it.
was
You know
your
what I mean?
favorite game, you would have beat all the content already, man.
It is
This guy,
beaten.
man.
I've just reset them so I can use the characters in different spots.
Still taunt us, man. Still taunt us.
All right.
Holy
So
man.
should I use Naked Sanhua? I think I will. I will use Naked Sanhua.
Sure.
Oh, he's flexing now.
See, it's just about a flex now.
Okay. Everything should be good to go. Let's
Just
do
about
it.
a flex now. It's got nothing to do with what we. I'm glad. I hope he gets back to what we talked about because at the end of the day,
Picker can do.
Yeah.
you know, this is kind of
great.
cool to
I don't
watch.
have-
We'll,
I don't have
whatever.
as many echoes as Jen is
I'm
on,
here for
so
the.
He's the true echo pick.
Ooh.
Oh, wait a
Oh, that's
second.
it.
Let me turn on my volume.
One loss. He fucked up once, guys. Let's remember that.
Whoa. There was nothing wrong with that. I was just like, sometimes I like the sound cues for the concerto.
Sure, man. That's fine.
There we go.
I won't lie. I'm barely paying attention to that. I just wait for the fucking noise.
Explain to you how to rotate with Santa and Camellia. You want Santa off field as
Alright, yeah,
quick
let him
as
go.
possible.
Okay, let him cook.
It's literally it, man.
I kind of used the fallacy
And
a little
then
early there.
straight into her.
Yeah, I would uninstall
Oh, he's
if
doing
I
the
were you,
tech?
man. Let's see the swap back swap. I'm not gonna lie, bro. You're kind of getting your shit kicked in, low key.
I missed the swap back because I used the fallacy a little early.
Oh.
You don't want her on field for much talk. She's not like a damage character anyway. She
guys
really
see
just
that
does
negative
trash damage.
Okay.
Well, I'll put everything into energy regen so I can cycle through everything as
Oh,
fast as
I
possible
can't
to add
wait
to getting
see
my ult and
Saint
then
get
getting my concerto
absolutely
up and
shit on
everything.
by the next fight. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, okay, Loki.
I think this guy's gonna roll it, man. He's got the
I got
adrenaline
my
pumping.
ephemeral
What the
blocked.
fuck was
I
that?
actually
He's
should
locked
have
in.
gotten
Wait, have you
S1.
never done that with Shorekeeper?
What was that?
That's
I'll
her
show you the
intro
negative
after
edging
she's
right
level
here.
3.
I've never seen her do that.
Oh, he's negative edging. Swap back, swap back. Oh, okay.
That's her enhanced intro. Never seen that shit in my whole life, chat. I've been using Shorekeeper since launch. Never used it.
Oh my god, he's never seen that intro. Tectone.
Bro just unlocked the DLC in front of my eyes. That's it, man.
I suppose in a way that like with her enhanced
that.
intro, she actually has an animation
Yeah.
which apart from her, it's only Calcharo in it who's got
How is
one.
he doing that?
Oh, he got that S6, man. That's what that is. That's S6.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Yeah. Okay, he's bodying it.
Yeah, Loki shitting. Okay, that's good. Naked Sandwall, that's big. 220 damage, enormous.
Massive, crazy.
I'm not even using my crownless. I'm kind of messing up here.
Hey, y'all good,
All
man.
good.
Hey, if the boss's HP reaches 0, you played the game right.
It's true. Okay. Oh, he's going sicko mode.
Me personally as a lineman, I'll just go into
boom,
freaking
knock him out, knock
Santa
him
where
out,
I
Shorekeeper.
just pop
Got
my
him.
ult, I pop my freaking shield,
okay.
hit E, attack, and
That's
then
crazy.
boom, straight into Camellia then.
That's the shit I like to see, though, in fucking game development, man. Shit like that is so fun.
Dude, you know Saint's so bricked up right
The
now.
old swap
He's
back,
so
swap
bricked up
back.
right now.
It's crazy.
He's on the performance
shit,
of his
what's that?
life, you know what I mean?
I kind of griefed that. I think I missed a crit too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I think you might want to watch some more Regs Lamp.
That's insane.
You know that meme of that fucking dude sweating, mashing his
kinda taken
keyboard?
there.
That's
I
Saint
kinda-
right
I kinda
now.
griefed that rotation.
No, man. Listen. I'm looking at this. Maybe the worst player I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm be
Yeah,
real, man. If you
totally.
weren't saying that you were fucking up, nobody would know that you fucked up.
Yeah, that's why for me, Shorekeeper. Because I ain't
Sarah,
really, apart from,
Everything that I see is a boss's HP getting
I've got
closer and
no
closer to
premium
0,
like banners
and your
past
units being
SO.
alive, so
But I've got
doing
a
something right.
S2 because I wanted the extended Stellar Realm and obviously the 40%.
That's
Is
some
it
fucking
40% attack? Is he
retarded damage.
on
What
the
the
outer
fuck?
Stellar?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Is that S0 for you?
That's S0 S1.
That is fuck. Hey, St. Tom Dots.
Yo, that's crazy, man.
My
Thank you.
king. My king.
The king of WuWa, dude.
Yeah,
That's
I could have
insane.
played
We
that
gotta get you in a
better as
1v1
well, but-
versus Rexlet, man.
Hey,
That would actually be
Rexler does
content,
like
man.
solo clears. I don't see tower stuff from him that often. He really likes holograms. That's what I've seen.
True.
Are
You
you
know
good
what
at
else he
holograms?
likes?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, I was like, are you good at holograms or not?
I'm actually kind of shit at holograms. I get my ass like wiped by them like all the time. I don't practice them that often, but there's gonna be an opportunity to later.
Do you like hologram more or less than TOA? Do you like TOA more?
I actually like TOA more just because it's like, you know, that was like a really fun, hard fight, right? And it's just like now I can try it with different characters and different team comps and just experiment and kind of see like what's going on, right? Like one thing in particular that I really like is just you have like all these different characters, all these different rotations, all these different bosses, and you can just experiment with like the harder stuff, like this.
You just done flex mode now, right?
But
Get back to the point now, lads.
We just
Get back
become
to the
best
point.
friends.
Yep.
Let's get back to the point, man.
A quad of 17 followed your channel.
Yeah, he's
Yo,
great.
Quad,
I
thanks
just
for the
haven't
follow,
seen
man. Appreciate ya.
Who's good?
Gian.
Alright, let's get back to the point
There were a
now.
lot of people saying it's power cuts, right? Useless, doesn't really do anything. But...
Are people saying that?
I feel
Yo,
like
it's
I'm
gonna
still
land.
fucking cooking, man.
Oh, yeah, I've never heard anybody say that, but I mean, you probably know the WuWa community better than me.
Okay, my intro skill missed, even though I don't know how that happens.
Here, regardless of all this, clearly we can tell that you know, there are some boss fights that not every casual can face roll.
Yeah.
I believe there was another topic that we wanted to move on to. I believe, right, Rex?
Yeah.
Yes, let's
No,
get it.
I mean,
Let's
that was
get
good
into
to
the
see. No, I
conversation, all
actually
right?
appreciate that.
We've seen the
real quick.
dick
I have a quick
measuring.
question
We've
for
seen the
you.
dick measuring.
So after seeing how I play, would you say that I should quit the game?
Sorry, what was that?
So after seeing how I play, would you say that I should quit the game?
No, I think what a good thing is just like, hey, having the context that somebody is, you know, either like it's just a matter of like not necessarily.
So basically,
quitting
the
game, but
context
it's
is
just
now
like,
that
if
you understand
have,
that
I guess,
it's okay
more
to really
skill
go
the
in
game.
hard on other
When it comes to
people,
things like
right?
tier lists.
Is that what we're saying now? Yeah.
You know, like advanced character guides, that sort of thing. How to like optimize certain characters and get them working in like optimal rotations. I think that having that sort of like track record of success and that track record of accomplishment is something that makes those guides a lot more valuable, especially something like a tier list in particular, right?
Yeah,
Because
okay.
when you're able
None of these
to
makes none of these
identify
changes
where
anything.
characters are strong,
None of these changes
who's strong
anything
in
though.
certain types of
This is what I don't get.
That allows you to make like a better judgment on
All
things
this
like that.
is true.
And so,
So
I
to
think
give full context for chat, if I can interject here real quick. So I'm assuming what happened was, because I don't know the whole situation, is that Vars made a video that you deemed to be slight misinformation, Santontas,
Yep.
and you said that he should quit
not,
the game?
Not even slight. I thought it was extremely
what happened?
misinformative. So one
Okay,
of
so
the
what
big things that he does,
That's what I'm
I'll
saying.
just show you
None of
guys
this
in the
is
video.
untrue.
It's a little bit spicy.
None of this is untrue.
He does
This is
this
what
really insane
it's
thing
what it's
that
the way he said it, man.
anybody that has played Shorekeeper knows that this is something that happens in about 1% of gameplay. So I'll just pull up the exact clip
Back to the
itself,
drama, right?
and
Sure.
we'll do like a
Got
bit
called
of a
out, now stun locked.
react. Where's Vars 2? Oh boy.
Yeah, let me know in a tune in.
Bro, this guy's gonna make me quit, and I'm gonna move to Monster Hunter.
Oh, bro, hey, I'll meet you there, man.
All right, dude, I got my video written. It's gonna
Hey,
be up.
don't do that, man. Don't do that, man.
Wait, did you play?
Yeah, I played the beta. Like
Wait,
it was like nothing.
Wilds or the mobile game?
Wilds.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying the mobile game for a second. Yeah, Wilds. I can't fucking wait. When is that coming
Yeah,
out?
man.
That's soon,
That's
no?
end of February, man.
I'll say Walls isn't too far away now, is he?
Ooh,
Yeah,
brother man. That's
Yes,
gonna be fucking
sir.
insane.
All right, I've got the.
We're gonna be
exact
playing
clip
that.
over
We're gonna be
here,
playing that,
and
chat.
What I
I'm
want
looking
you
forward
guys
to that
tell
still.
me is. Shit.
Building and things that make every character feel unique. I like the game's
So, Zhang Liao's using his liberation, right? This is
Saints
something
the
we
time
see
a
very
dude will
often.
punch your missus
Obviously,
in the
he's
face and be like,
most
wait
damaging
up.
ability. You
Let me
wanna
just
be
give you the
fully
context for
buffed
this.
up Before you cast
Oh,
this, right?
we can't see the thing, by the way. I
Oh,
don't know. Or are you?
Let me just
you're
frame
okay.
the
Oh,
argument
okay.
here. This is
So,
why.
the rule
Okay,
here
okay.
is that this is a nuke, right? This is the most damaging part. Oh shit! Sorry guys, I was griefing my stream. Okay, so
You're good.
this is the
You're
most damaging part of Zhang Liao's kit, right?
Yeah.
This nuke over here, Brax, you've seen the numbers. This is something you want to be
Oh, yeah,
fully
fucking huge.
buffed up for to use, right?
For sure.
Okay, let's just quickly get through this.
combat
So-
a lot.
Do you see a problem here? This is Shorekeeper's ultimate.
Yeah.
See, look how hyper focused he is on the fact that she's in the interstellar realm.
That means
Is that
that it
okay?
is currently
Cool.
granting no buffs to the team.
So he's
That's
not
not
with
good.
us when he's using his big hitter move.
And to be
this
fair,
means that
anyway,
not even Shorekeeper
it's
has used their
B-roll
intro
footage,
skill,
so
and Yinlin has not either.
it
is
doesn't have
blue.
to
Right.
And
fit
this
in
is
supposed
line
to
in
be gold, yeah.
exactly what you're saying.
It's supposed to be gold
Even
when you
still.
use that ability.
Yep.
Okay.
I just
And so
think they
let's just see. Okay, so that did 78k damage. That's pretty bad for the ability. That's arguably like one of the lowest numbers you're ever going to see in the game. And so
Dude,
when we
too much
continue
on-
going, right, you're going to notice here that the concerto on all of his teammates is full.
Yep.
So
And
real
so-
quick, you're going into this clip assuming chat understands the context.
Yeah.
They don't understand
sorry.
what he's trying to prove here. So explain to chat what he's trying to prove and how he fucked up.
Yeah, so the problem here is that this is a rotation. This is like a B-roll. This is a clip from his tower footage that he's putting into the video as he's critiquing the combat and combat design and team building. And this is pretty much empirical, demonstrably proven that he does not know how to play Shorekeeper at all.
Okay.
Because what you would do with
For real,
Shorekeeper
John,
is
and
activate
even
this
if it's
blue
not,
thing,
like I
use
say,
your intro
if
skill, which
even
is like
like
almost ready.
if he
swap
is
to
not
Yinlin,
great at the
make it
game, he's
purple,
putting out not the
swap
best
music from
information.
to
Does he
Yinlin with the
deserve
intro
4
skill. With
hours
her
of
intro skill
going
would
in
make this purple.
hard at him?
And then you would
Like, it
swap
could have
from
been a
Yinlin to
passing
Zhang
comment
Liao
of,
to
dude,
make it
I
gold,
don't think you know
and
that
then
much about the
use
game.
their
This wasn't a
liberation.
great,
And the gold, I believe, increases their
guide, and let
damage
me
via
explain
crit
why,
damage.
and then
Yeah,
move on.
12.5% crit rate and 25%.
But days
critical
later, we're
damage.
still speaking about this because he went off
It's a
so
huge
bad.
buff. And so he just used the biggest nuke in his kit without.
So I say,
even
Saints,
trying
that
to buff.
friend, when you
You're
make
also
a
gonna
mistake
notice that
or
he
you
doesn't
say
have
something
Yinlin's
wrong,
ultra buff either.
dude's talking about it
That
6
gives
months
a
later.
massive
Remember when
damage
you
amp,
said that? And you're
which
like,
will
yeah, I
basically
remember.
almost not like
I
double, but get
try
really
to forget
close to
about it, but
doubling
you know,
the actual
you
damage of
won't
his
let me.
liberation.
Yeah, that increases lightning damage, right?
Yeah,
Like,
lightning
fucking
damage
hell.
and liberation damage. And so when you're unbuffed,
Would you
with
consider
Yinlin
it
and you
bullying?
use your Zhang Liao
I
stuff,
don't know if
you're
I
doing no
necessarily
damage.
consider it bullying.
So
I'd consider
this
it
is
being a
just, like,
massive dick, really,
Interesting to
to be
see as
fair.
B-roll. It's kind of like this.
And I just
to
don't know why
me,
Saint can't
says
accept that.
you
Yeah,
actually
all
have
right, I
no
was a bit of
idea
a
how to
dick,
play the
whatever.
game.
It don't mean
And
he's a
no idea
terrible
how
person. It just
Shorekeeper
means he
works.
just like
So then your
went in
issue
too hard,
was
man. Just
he's
back off.
making a video saying Wuthering Weave's team building is bad, yet
When
he's
he
using
doesn't
a
know
team
how
that
to
he
play
doesn't
the
even know how to play.
He does not know how to play the game.
Okay, yeah.
So
And he
my
made a
question-
guide on Shorekeeper as well.
Right, but
Okay.
is this video where he's doing it incorrectly the guide to Shorekeeper?
No, this. I mean, it's
'Cause,
just to
okay,
me,
so
it's
he-
just how can you make a guide and then do this afterwards?
So I mean, you just saw me play, right?
But it's
So-
like, can't we just get B-roll that shows that we know how to play the game?
Saint's vision is from a tunnel POV.
So here's the thing, like I think that is beneficial, right? Like if you put in B-roll that like proves that you know how to play the game, that's great and all. But I think a lot of people in the recording B-roll, especially for like sponsored videos,
just
right? 'Cause
grab
I'm pretty sure this is a
footage.
sponsored
They
video.
just grab footage.
That you kind of just go and like you mindlessly play the game. I don't know if
Yep.
you do that ever.
Didn't even
but
just
for
that.
me,
You
like, when I'm
sometimes you
getting
just grab footage you
in
might
Star
already
Rail or
have.
Genshin,
You know?
I'm not always worried about if it's the most optimal unless it's a guide video, right? Because
I
in the
mean-
guide video, I want to make sure I'm not showing a bunch of
I
fuck
get the
ups.
difference between unoptimal. This is just not playing the game. Like this is if an
not
optimal
playing a
rotation
team
is
right.
at like 90%, this is at like a 5%. Where like
So this is
somebody
like,
that just
playing
got the
Kazuha
controls
with
to the
Geo
game is
characters.
just pressing random buttons. That's
Right,
what this looks like.
I guess the reason I feel like that, like I just feel like that doesn't matter because this isn't like obviously this is his opinion on the game, but I don't think the background footage that he's using proves or disproves like his opinion of the game, right? He can still feel how he does about the game and its design choices without necessarily having to understand every single thing about the game.
I know.
Yeah,
Exactly,
I think the
yes.
B-roll would be
Like-
important. I think the B-roll would be important if it was like, this is the B-roll
I
I'm
agree with
showing
that.
of the thing that I'm talking
You
about. in
can
the game,
critique
but it's not really
something.
indicative of anything he's
It
talking
doesn't
about.
mean
It's
your
like,
critique's
to pass the
wrong,
time, I think
even
it's
if you
fine.
don't
And you've seen
fundamentally
him play
understand the
correctly, right? Like, in the guide
intricacies of
videos,
what you're
he at least
critiquing.
makes the effort to do the rotation.
It could
right?
bring up problems, but still,
And
there's
this isn't a
plenty
guide
of
video,
critiques
but,
that
like,
you can have
tell he
about
does put in
something
the effort
without
where it's there,
necessarily
and I know he
understanding it
does,
totally.
because
But for the
he talks to
layman,
the
they're
same
going to be
guy I
like,
do
that resonates with me.
about
I get that.
just optimizing
Especially
the
from
characters and
casuals.
testing them out.
So there's another clip that
I know,
I'll
right? Yeah,
show,
dude. I'm
and it's
loving
in
the fact that
multiple
my
ways.
guys just here just chilling playing
It's not
Path of
just
Exile
that-
while these guys are going at each
He
other.
goes in, Yinlin's about to use her intro skill, right? Or
Sure.
Yinlin should be. Actually, I don't think this is the right clip. Let me quickly see. Yeah, he doesn't do the rotation here.
So is there any misinformation that he puts
See, like,
out
this is
in
for
the
me, though,
video?
where they're
Yes.
getting, like,
Or
a little bit
massive
off
amount.
topic,
It's
though.
everywhere.
Yeah,
everywhere.
that's okay.
Because
So arguing
even if
over
all of
B-roll
this
kinda
is
like
correct, what
nonsense.
Saint
Let's
is
talk about
saying,
what he
right?
said in the game. That's
Yeah.
like wrong.
Why did it
Okay, let's go to this
deserve
part over here.
how hard he
Yeah.
went? Is
That
my
being said, hey
question.
Vars, if you're watching this, Use more accurate B-roll, dumbass.
Like, I'm just saying that, like, using B-roll, that's just us, like, not rotating through anything.
See how, like,
properly, and then
Techie can get
talking
away
about,
with
like,
saying something like that because you can
right or
evidently
what's
tell
wrong
he's
with
just
the
taking the
game's
piss.
design,
It's not
to
that
me, it's
deep
just
to him.
like,
With Saint, it doesn't
I
feel
mean,
like that.
why
It feels
just
like he's
damage your
genuinely
credibility
pissed
like
and he
that?
wants you to
When you're
understand
trying to
don't-
make a
that you should
legitimate
feel bad
critique.
about it too. You
You
know?
don't need to be good at the game.
It's like
to
that
have an opinion
idea.
on the game.
You're bad at the game
I
and you
know,
should
but
feel
this is
bad
not
about it.
good at the
That's
game.
what I feel like
agree,
Saint
not
wants to get
knowing how
across,
play the
like.
game. That's
You,
what's
okay, but like,
indicated
dude,
in the
if I,
footage.
okay, you said I was straw manning when I said this last time, but like, if I have a problem with a 50-50 system and I can recognize that objectively it's a shit system, like I don't have to understand everything about the game to know that's a shit system. I don't even have to understand everything about
Thank you.
gacha. I
Agree.
can just say I don't
Agree.
really like this. I think it's
Yep.
shit.
This is
Agree.
And that's okay.
This is a video
Right,
on
and
team building, though, and playing in a team and the synergies between characters. And so this is him not knowing how to play the team.
And I also agree with what Saint's saying here.
And he's talking about team building and how the.
But I
teams
do
and how
agree
the
that you
characters
don't
interact
have
with
to
each other.
exactly
But do
get
you think
everything
his
to
take would
critique
change if he was
something.
playing it correctly?
I think that his take would have more validity and be easier to recognize as potentially true and leave more room for discussion if he showed that he actually was able to play the game and play
Exactly.
for the team.
And like I say, even
So
if you
what
you
is
put
the
out
take?
misinformation
If
in a
the
guide
team
and
is
it's a
about
terrible
team
guide and it's
building,
trash
he
and the
doesn't know how to
gameplay's
play a
trash,
team, then
just
yeah,
call
it
it
does
trash, say
lose
that's
some
pretty crap.
credibility,
Let me tell you
absolutely.
why. Move
So
on.
what is it that we're arguing?
The
here?
fact
I'm
that
trying
4
to
hours
find
later he's still
specific
going on
takes
about
over
it, it's a
here.
little
Let's
bit
just go
harsh
into
if you
a
ask me.
hyper carry. Let's just go into the
Take
hyper
your
carry.
time.
And he gets to the
we're-
point where it's like, all right, bro,
Yeah,
okay,
let's
we
get
get
into
it,
that.
man.
Thank you, Taki.
Stop beating the dead
Opposite
horse.
problem escape.
It's
The
turning to
immense
dust.
breadth
Holy
possible.
shit, Genshin
The mechanics
scary.
of how
You're
they
going in a
snap
little
just
bit too
needs to
hard
be
now.
in the menu.
There's something about hyper. Yeah, okay, here it is. This is the most diabolical part of the clip for me, at least.
Right now, there's no
Okay.
difference between hypercarry and
Now, I
swap
feel a bit
meta
bad for
systems.
Vars, man. You know? He
Right,
made a
this is-
video
you
that
brought
just
this up
wasn't
earlier.
that
This happens a
great.
lot.
Right now,
And look
there's
how
no
it's getting
difference between
dragged out,
hyper carry
man.
and swap
You know what I
cancel
mean? I feel
Okay,
bad for the
you
dudes.
said dual carry and hyper carry.
We all
which
make
I feel like
mistakes. You know what I mean?
dual
Did,
carry
did,
doesn't
he
imply
deserve to be
quick swap.
dragged this
It
much?
does.
I don't believe it does.
I've never seen a dual DPS team where you don't quick swap the characters.
That's fair.
Yeah, wait, no, yeah, I actually agree. Is there any example of a dual DPS that doesn't use quick swap? It 100%
Wasn't there
does?
no? Because
It-
wasn't there a whole thing with
100%.
like maybe I'm just fucking full of shit. But wasn't there a whole thing with like Havoc Rover on field and Changli on field?
Yeah, so that's you can only
Without
do that
quick
through
swapping
quick
between
swap.
them?
You can only do that through quick swap and have them both on the field at the same time.
I know you can do it with quick swap and rotate through and get a bunch of damage, but there was a bunch of arguments being made by other creators that Changli on field time and Havoc Rover on field time, because Havoc Rover on field time isn't very long.
Again, I feel like we're
Right.
getting lost in the
Like,
sauce
you
here,
have
aren't
that
we?
bar you run out of, and then that's it. It's not quite long enough to be like Camellia, where you're on.
I think this is what Saint's really good at. Diverting the argument away from the perception that he was giving to people in his attitude towards another individual, but then he just managed to direct everybody towards the minute details of why he's correct, and then that ends up becoming the argument, and then he argues against the other person, shows what he's saying he's correct, and then's like, see, look, I won the argument, it was fair what I did. And I'm just like, man, you didn't need to beat the dude to death beforehand, though. You know what I mean?
99% of dual DPS teams are quick swap. There is one exception, but I wouldn't say the exception's the rule. So I do think that it's fair to say that dual DPS does imply quick swapping.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Yeah, keep going, Donuts.
Yeah, so there are a couple of more just like really so right, this is a thing, right? There are a lot more takes like this, and when you see that in combination with all the other factors that
Look
we
at
were
his
just
chat.
talking about,
Saint,
it gets
820.
this critique, this video
820,
gets really
Saint.
stinky.
You can
really
prove
fast.
yourself right, Saint. 820.
Oh, here's another one.
Smell it.
This is another one that's an absolute banger, and it's kind of like the whole dual DPS thing. He says
Okay.
that Zhang Liao and Shorekeeper are some of the most generic characters in the game. They're completely
Okay, that's
generic,
interesting.
and they're not like unique in any way.
He's just another generic attacker. Oh, she's another generic healer.
When
Why
I
Zhang
mean,
Zhang
she
Liao
Liao
does.
is the
Wait,
only character in the
Shorekeeper is
game
literally
with,
Verena Plus.
with. No, she's not.
She's like Verena Pro Max.
No, she's not.
No, because Verena, you can get the whole kit done in about 2 seconds.
Yeah,
whereas,
I mean, yeah, there's
Shorekeeper
obviously
doesn't.
that difference, but I'm talking about the buffs.
No, they're completely different.
Yeah, because isn't Verena like attack percent and then Shorekeeper's
Yeah,
crit rate?
Shorekeeper's crit, and she takes much longer to ramp up.
Right, yeah, of course, but that doesn't make them completely different
They're
characters. They serve
completely
the same
different
purpose.
characters with much different attacks and like synergies.
All right, we're just not
I'm
going to agree on
actually-
that point.
Well, no, I would actually like to hone in this. I'm actually very curious. How are they similar? I feel like because that to say is couldn't you make that argument for any other character in any other gacha game? Because
Yeah.
I feel like they're
No,
pretty
that's
damn
why. Like Gallagher is Linkshot. Linkshot obviously is very different
Yeah.
from Gallagher.
If
right?
you
She does a
break it
fuck ton of
down,
damage, and she can even
yeah,
outpace
I don't think
Firefly
they
in
are.
game
I
content.
agree with probably
agree
saying
that
too, but
Gallagher E6 is Link
end of the
Shot.
day,
Like,
you
Link
know,
Shot
Yeah,
is
but Gallagher
Gallagher.
is
pretty much all
Link Shot.
DPSs
When you
do what
reduce it down
DPSs
to
do,
fire support that
supports and
heals,
sub
that is in
DPSs
break teams.
typically do the same thing.
Right, and I feel like it's fair to
offers
say like
same thing, isn't it? Really,
is your
the
dedicated
mechanics are
buffer healer
different,
and your
but they do
team
the same
of,
shit.
Of characters that you are going to be using in TOA that's going to be buffing.
Well, I feel
giving you
that's a bit
shit ton of
reductive to
buffs and,
say
like,
that, because then at the end of the day, all video games are the same because you press a button and something happens.
Like, she gives way, in my opinion, she gives bigger and better buffs, and she takes a little bit more on-field time.
So okay, so then let's think.
And she
of the-
heals,
I think
right?
the accurate example here would be.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of
this
a
would
reductive
be
take. to be fair.
Hwah, compared to Chad, who's a healer or shielder in Honkai Star Rail that increases crit rate, crit damage? Trying to think here.
Fushuan E1.
Fushuan E1. Yeah, so I don't think Fushuan and Hwah are really similar whatsoever because one you use for dot teams and one you use for more, crit rate, crit
don't
damage.
use her anymore because she sucks.
Yeah, I feel like
He's
Shorekeeper
not
and
a
Verena-
bench marine, man.
Yeah, no, I feel like Verena and Shorekeeper are very, very, very different.
Yeah,
Like,
Shorekeeper.
almost like, I mean, I could write out a list about how different.
Yeah,
they are.
I mean,
you can make a compare and contrast list. Like obviously you can go down the list. You could say crit rate, crit damage, and then you can talk about.
You can
rate
do
of
that
buffs,
with
you
anybody.
talk
though.
about
Again,
the
no, we're
amount
getting
of
lost in the
healing,
fucking
you
source
talk
here,
about the
man.
field time,
We're getting
you
lost
talk
in the
about all that shit.
source.
But to me, I still view them from a similar lens because I'm not viewing them for very specific teams. I'm viewing them as like you can use
Yeah,
them
I agree with that.
each other
Yeah,
and be
I agree
okay.
with that.
It
The
may not
thing
be
is,
the
I
most
don't even
optimal
know where
thing
we're
for
getting
every
into this
single team.
argument.
But if I'm
This
playing a team
argument's
with
got
Verena,
lost.
and then I get Shorekeeper,
The
and I
whole
know how to
point
play
of this
Shorekeeper, and I
conversation was
put her in
supposed to
that team,
start that
it's
Brax
probably still
felt
gonna clear.
that Saint was
It
incredibly
is, but
harsh
there are-
against
the
Vars,
point is that there are
and has been going
specialized
around
team
just
comps that
starting shit with
Shorekeeper
everybody,
performs a
which
lot
is true.
better in and is like the biz pick
You
for
know?
hyperkiller teams.
I
And
think
then we have
Saints
the Verena,
managed to
especially
move
when
the
she's,
conversation onto talking
S2,
about
she is the
the
goat
different-
in dual
the,
DPS because especially
the
with
finite
Chang Li,
mechanics in the game,
S2 Verena and Chang Li
which he plays
is
the
one
game
of
a lot, so he's
best
going to
sort of
understand them more
dynamics
than
in the
most
game.
people, to be
Because
fair.
Verena just shits out intro skills for free and charges up Chang Li's Forte circuit like faster than anything else in the game.
Okay.
And it just
But at
lets you
S0,
perform
like,
so much better
'cause
with her.
I feel like these arguments, yeah, the way they're getting down into this means that Saint's going to come out of it thinking, I won this. And then he's going to go on and do the same thing again. And he's going to keep doing it and doing it and doing it. Because he'll come out to the argument saying, well, I was right because I argued the semantics. When it's like, okay, it doesn't matter if you're arguing semantics when you're being a fucking knob about it, you know? And that's what he did to
Generic,
Vars, man.
and then he does
he's done it to a
this.
lot of people as well recently. He does it to his chat all the fucking time,
He
man.
says they're generic and then has the blue Stella realm.
You know?
And so it's like he doesn't actually
His chat gets
understand what
abused
the
on a regular by
differences
him.
are when he's making claims like that, calling them generic and then using Shorekeeper like whatever the fuck he just did.
So I think the issue right now is more of an issue on every other character and not those two. Because for right now, besides one team, you can pretty much use them interchangeably. But I don't think that really falls down to Shorekeeper's fault. Because, for example, if they were to make more attack percent scaling units for damage, then the team comps would be very different. However, they've yet to do that so far. Whereas Honkai Star Rail has that luxury. Like, for example, like you can make the exact same argument that Fu Xuan is just Hwah because they both heal. But then it's like, okay, well, now we need other characters that boost attack, and then we need other characters that boost crit rate specifically. That doesn't necessarily make them different because, like, from a kit perspective, Shorekeeper and Verena are so fucking different. They just don't have the units to capitalize on their differences yet.
Yeah.
From my opinion.
There's another set of interesting takes that he makes, where he starts like doing like he kind of starts like talking about some of the inadequacies with the game, and then just says whenever a DPS character is released, they're just gonna be compared to another DPS.
Cardinal
character.
sin.
Whenever a support
You
is
make
released, they're gonna be compared to another support character.
critiques and
Whenever a
bring up
sub-DPS
inadequacies
is
of Wuthering
released, they're gonna be
Waves.
compared to another
You've been
sub-DPS
flagged for
character. And
PvP,
it's like,
I'm afraid.
Why are we kind of wording it as this sort of a critique when there is literally no game where that doesn't happen?
No, I agree with you there.
And
Like,
it's
that
just
was one of
like-
my criticisms when I watched Vars' video as well.
And it's just like the framing of it is just so strange to like again paint some sort of problem that I mean it's just universally
has.
applicable across the genre.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and so it's
Who
like
wants to pair with characters who specialize in attacks, canceling for the other very best in that.
and
Yeah, it was kind of like what's his name, Ryuku's video on one.
Yeah, I agree with that. I
where
agree
every
exactly with
single
that.
issue he
Yeah.
pointed out
Like I say,
exists and-
I've said this 99% of the critiques that Saint has and his points are right. it's the way he goes about it. Like, it comes across as he's like just going around pissing in everybody's cereal, just getting under the skin, and then wondering why some creators are talking out to him in public saying, what the fuck's this all about? And then he gets into conversations with them and they allow him to do this. We're back now to talking semantics about the game when it should be more about, well, maybe you should just chill out with what you're doing, bro.
I'm just saying, like, we should always be pushing more for our games to get better.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
So say I want to basically let you know that my issues with what you were doing was less about it was less about you saying I don't like this about the video, I don't like this about the video. It was more about how you handled it.
Thank you.
Yeah, because to me, like, you got really
there.
fucking heated, and I feel that led a lot of people to make almost an enemy out of ours. He sent me some screenshots of just like people being kind of like volatile, and you know, arguably a lot of that's just the video. People didn't like the video. I think that's fair to say.
My viewpoint
Saint
on it
stokes
is,
the
if you're a
flame zone.
sponsored creator who is, you know, basically getting premier access, blah blah blah.
So he's like
being
justification here
funded
again.
to make guides, to make content on this game. There's a certain level of just like due diligence, a baseline level of effort that you should be putting into your points, to be putting into
No
the
one's
design of your
arguing
video,
that.
the
That's the
editing,
thing. I
the
don't think
B-roll, to
anybody's
represent
arguing
the
this.
game with the context that you have been sponsored by them. And to me, when I'm seeing like stuff that's just quite literally wrong and stuff that doesn't make any sense at all,
critique it,
B-roll like this, and then we're
bring
making
it up,
claims that
agree.
Shorekeeper and Zhang Liao are
Explain
generic
why it's
when
wrong.
quite literally, they're some of the most
Don't spend 4
unique
hours
characters
absolutely
and
blasting
implementations in the
somebody, and
game.
it definitely
It's
comes
just like,
across as looking
why are we,
personal.
again,
You
framing
know,
this game in a negative way,
it comes
creating
across so
problems out of
personal
nothing
from Saint.
when we
That's
are
the thing.
getting
What I'm
sponsored
saying,
by them,
he
when we are
doesn't have
getting
that
financially
aura to
supported
be
by
able to
these
do
devs.
this, and
Can
it's
we just
funny.
have at least a
And it's like,
baseline
you know
level of
what? He
effort
ripped
to the
that dude an
content that
asshole,
we're
a new
making
asshole, and you're like,
when that's the
when it was
context
funny,
of our
it just comes
relationship
across so
with the game.
personal.
And when there isn't anything, like, to me, this was such a low effort video with takes that look like they were generated by ChatGPT, stuff that's super contradictory, right? And to me, it's just like, hey, it's just, why not put more effort into it?
Why not just say that then? Why didn't you just say that then?
So do you feel like basically like he's misrepresenting the game?
Yes.
And getting paid for it?
I don't think he got paid for this specific video, because if I was Kuro and saw this, I wouldn't pay for this either. But he has been sponsored in the past.
Yeah, there are curl contracts that are just like, hey, make us a couple videos or do a couple streams. And I think he might be on one of those, right? Which is why he's making guides. Because one other thing I wanted to talk about actually was that you say Bars is a guide.
Yo, what's up, Noisy? You finished your Astro Bot
I don't think that guy has
playthrough.
ever made a guide that he wasn't paid for. And this
Is that
started,
legit?
I think this started in HSR.
Dude, I wish I had a PS5, man, because Astrobot looks sick, I think.
To make guide videos, like sponsoring people to do that.
Yeah.
And those people weren't guide makers. So you had a lot of people that were like asked to make guide type videos, explaining the characters, explaining the kits and shit.
See, again, see what I'm saying?
They're
Saint's a master at this, of deflecting into, again, this is why I had issues with the video, why I took umbrage. But he didn't just take umbrage. He went in on a devastating 4-hour attack on Vars. Let's focus in on that, why he feels that he has to get so aggressive and generate so much animosity towards a person for just having the wrong take. We're all wrong at some point, but you don't want to hear about it for like 4 hours, do you? Because at that point then it's like, I don't care, I was wrong, you're a dick.
You're right. People totally should do that.
Yeah.
No
I still think Wukong should have won. I can't say,
so
I ain't played either, man, I ain't, so.
Extra effort
A lot of people say the same, though.
That's what you'd think, right?
I mean, it's just, I think that's the expectation.
Listen, man, I'm gonna be honest.
You are so right. Nobody does that.
I'm gonna be honest, man. November's been fucking crazy. December is also crazy. I don't think most people are putting in their full effort.
Yeah,
for all
I think
these videos
Saint
right
needs to
It's
understand that there's a
people
lot of people
swap
playing
out
other
sponsors
stuff.
Non-fucking stop.
And
Case in
they've got
point,
lives as well,
I
haven't
mean,
they?
You think people are going into their 5th Raid Shadow Legend sponsor of the month and actually giving a fuck about the game? Absolutely
real?
not. Once again, I think your expectations are super reasonable, but just know nobody does that.
I mean, it's just, and I mean, I guess I don't feel like I'm doing anything necessarily wrong by like calling that out. Like, if you're getting paid for it, a significant amount of
It's cool to
money
call it
to
out.
create this content, and like, can't we just? He says
It's
stuff
totally
like
fine to call it
Mono
out.
Glacio
It's
having
how
no
you
support
call it out
when
that's the
Baisha
problem,
S6
buddy.
grants a Glacio buff on the entire team as a healer. We just are saying shit that is
I could finish in 20 minutes. It's going to go for a few hours because they're all going around, right?
Of looking at a character's kit. It's simply
Right,
just like
dudes on
no
on
effort at
WuWa,
all.
WuWa,
being
WuWa,
put
Okay, so
nothing
what you're
else.
saying is, if he's being disclosed, or if he's doing a guide because it's sponsored, he should present it as such and not state so many things as objective when in reality he doesn't really know what he's talking about.
And that's a
disclaimer,
fair
this video
expectation.
is not
That is a
sponsored
fair
by Kuro
expectation.
Games. This video was not sponsored by Kuro Games, but he has been
Oh.
sponsored.
And this is a total fair expectation by Saint.
I clarified that earlier.
It doesn't
He has been
justify
sponsored by
his
Kuro in
reaction,
the
though.
past, but this video is not sponsored
Again,
by
like
them.
we're getting lost
But
in the
it's just
source
like
in
you
this
already built
discussion, I
up this
think.
reputation in the community by making these videos, right? You
And
are
I think
kind
this
of
is
like
why
one of
Saint
the
will continue to do
quote-unquote
this.
leaders
I
in the
think
WuWa
somebody
content
else will
creation
catch his
space
eye,
because you've
and he's
shown
going to
that
do the same
relationship.
thing over and over and
so
over
why are
again.
you just
And I think what'll stop it
depicting
in the end
yourself
is the
in this way
community will just
with
get sick of
absolutely
it.
no effort,
You know?
no thought, a chat
I think he'll
GPT
burn so
script
many
that we're
bridges
just reading off with B-roll
that he'll
that
have
is,
nothing
again,
left.
the most
I think
diabolically,
it feels like
devilishly
that's
bad
the
B-roll
only
I've ever
route
seen
for
in
him
the
to
game.
go down now because he just
So
he
I'm
can't
gonna keep
see.
it real with you. I don't think he's a
It's his
leader in the space.
attitude.
Well, he
I,
does,
like not
I
at
mean,
all. Because if you look at like who's getting the most viewership, it's I Win to Lose, me, and then you and like Gotcha Gamer, I think.
Yeah, Gacha
many
Gamer
views
gets,
does he
banging-
get?
Gacha
Yeah,
Gamer gets a
maybe
lot of
that's fair.
views.
But it's just like, why does he have to be paid to actually not put misinformation in the video? Is that like a requirement? Like if he doesn't get paid for the video, he's just gonna
Like,
fucking
You know,
do whatever
So-
the hell
Gacha
he
Gamer's
wants?
doing big numbers, isn't he?
Do
Really?
you feel like he's intentionally doing that, or do you think he just didn't
I think he
research
intentionally put in no effort into this video, was just saying some shit and
Okay.
uploaded it. I think he
So I guess-
intentionally didn't put in effort.
So the question now,
concern
Shub,
with
does
this
that
whole thing is, right, like, okay,
deserve
if it's not
what
sponsored,
you
right,
did
which
to
I
him?
assumed it was because he hasn't really uploaded WuWa stuff outside of like being sponsored
should be
for
the
the most
question.
part. And I can't imagine that. Well, I mean, this is the first time I've really seen him upload like something that, like you said, is kind of like lower effort. Like he didn't put as much research into it. But I also think by that same token, like the Glacio example that you were giving, do you have other examples of that, or is it just the one?
Oh, there's so
Because I
much.
think
I
it's-
mean, it's I have a 48-minute
It's
video
like-
tearing
well,
this
I'm
whole
talking-
You know, like you could talk about misrepresentation and stuff. Yeah, look at when he did that attempt at trying to use Google Trends as a way to argue that somehow that Wuthering Waves is more enjoyed and a better game and higher quality than Genshin, and that Genshin's on a downtrend 4 years after it launched on Google Trends, and that Wuthering Waves is in the top 10 games this year, even though Genshin was in the top 10 games in 2020, and that somehow that means, because he projected his own opinion, is if he was in the position that Star Rail was in, he'd be embarrassed for people to compare it, which is kind of weird. And that's the only reason people don't like comparisons, is because they're embarrassed. It was just super weird. That was such a dented take from Saint. You know, should people spend 4 hours going hard on Saint over that? You know, because it was just wrong. Like, because it was such a silly argument. That's why I don't think he's bothered uploading that video, even though he tried to turn it into a video. I don't think he's bothered uploading it because that was just a terrible take. Everybody has bad takes.
Scrutinizing the
You know?
game. Do you not believe that that video should not be fairly subjected to scrutiny itself?
No, I do. I think
Okay.
my thing was, first off, I was under the impression this was a sponsored video.
Yeah.
Right. So because I was under that impression, and I should have checked, but I
Yeah.
feel like I've never seen this guy upload WuWa that's not sponsored. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Check out this one. No one plays Calchoro. Not sponsored. Or not. I believe this one not sponsored.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that one's my bad then. But I feel like for Vars, I know he actually cares a lot about delivering good info. So I'm very surprised at how much he was getting wrong in that video.
Yeah, it's just there's a reason why I actually get through the first 6 minutes or first 4 or 5 minutes of the video without too much of a hitch.
Right.
And the rest of the react takes like 3 hours because I am just shell shocked by how somebody sponsored by the company can have so much information that is just objectively demonstrably
Which, when you think about it,
false.
if you're shell shocked for the next 3
So,
hours and have to
kind
rant
of
about
going
it,
back, like
that's
I
pretty
agree
sad,
that,
isn't
like,
it?
there's a lot of stuff in
If
that
I'm
video that
honest,
is just
to me,
incorrect,
that's
right?
pretty sad. That is.
I
And I think
still
Saint should
am a
reflect on that
firm
as an
believer
adult, as
that
a grown
going
adult
live
man.
and talking
He
about
should
it for 5
reflect on
hours
being shell shocked for
creates
3-4
sort of
hours about a
vitriol.
video game.
Right. It creates a sort of environment where like, oh, we're gonna all shit on this guy. And I know that like people say that curlbots are toxic as fuck. I don't think it's curl. I think gotcha gamers are just fucking
characters
tilted all the
who
time because their
specialize
games are dog shit.
Mm.
Right. And I feel like that's where a lot of the anger comes from.
Yo, Kuro never sponsors
But
him.
a lot of
I've
people
got a feeling they
are
won't,
under
man.
this
I don't,
impression that,
I
like,
don't,
people that
I
play Kuro
can't
games are
see how
toxic as fuck. I
Kuro
don't think
would
that's
look
the
at these
Kuro thing. I
streams,
think
yeah,
it's the
if they
gotcha
ever
thing.
do.
But
Would
it
look
doesn't
at these streams and
help
go, "This is what
when
we want." I just
a
can't
bunch of people
see.
in the Kuro games
There would,
community
it would be
are
funny
seeing
as
something
well.
like this
It would.
and they're dogpiling. Right? Like dogpiling, everyone is going after VARs because someone made a video on it and then, or didn't make it. Someone went live and talked about it for 5 hours, and they said some things in there that felt aggressive. You were getting pretty heated, or maybe you weren't. Maybe you're just playing it up for stream. I don't know. It sounded like you were getting heated.
It definitely sounded like it.
Right,
I don't
'cause this
think
video pissed
Saint
you
does
off,
play it
right?
up, man.
This
I think-
video was
I think-
extremely distressing to me.
Yeah.
Wow,
So
that's
when
sad.
you let emotions get the best of you,
That
when
is
you're
sad.
looking at shit like this, all it does is create an enemy.
I'm
out of someone,
sorry.
and
That's
knowing,
sad.
Like, having been
I'm
friends
gonna
with
be
VARs
honest,
for a long
Brax.
That is
If he's
fucking
making
sad.
content like this, he is an enemy.
What
I
the
disagree.
hell?
If he is making content,
See, this
that
is why
potentially
Saint's a bit of
supposed to
a
critique
douche,
the
if you
game,
ask me.
that is supposed to highlight what problems the devs are making.
He's an
that they should
enemy,
fix,
and it was
we're using
distressing.
research that isn't there.
Things that are
We're literally,
distressing is like seeing your cat
basically
get run
trying to
over.
beat the
That's
community
worse
into
than
believing
distressing.
issues that don't
Seeing
actually exist.
people getting
It's
beat
like,
up in the
sure,
streets,
maybe enemy is a bit
distressing.
strong of a word to
You
use,
know?
But the idea is just like we're literally
Somebody putting out a
manufacturing
shitty
problems out of
fucking
nothing.
guide is not
I feel
distressing.
like that's
And if that's
what's
giving you
happening.
distress,
Well,
you
okay,
need to get out
obviously
and
you had
touch
problems
grass,
with the
man.
video, but I
You
feel
know.
like it's also happening on your end.
He's manufacturing problems out of nothing. He made a 14-minute video out of thoughts, research, conclusions that don't actually do anything, or that aren't actually provable, that don't make any sense. And the WuWa community, in my opinion, just sniffed out the bullshit. Because they're just like, why would we want the devs to make any of the changes that you're suggesting when your reasons for them are quite literally not rooted in reality? And
So
I don't
what
think
Fair,
it's
after
the
seeing
fault
the
of the
video, I can never
community
trust
to
any WuWa
shit
content
on
from
this
VARs
video and to
anymore.
shit
Also,
on
shed a
State,
light on how
because
Saint
you
is
are
as a
quite
person.
literally
Yeah,
actively
and that's fair. Again,
maybe
I think the
intentions aren't
VARs
there,
video was a
but
poor
what you're
video.
suggesting
It
would
was.
make
It
the
was
game
poor.
worse
It didn't
using reasoning
do him
that
any.
you yourself
It did him a
haven't
disservice
validated or
massively.
even, like, attempted
But
to
again, you're
research
right
or
as
put
well.
any due diligence into
This is
it.
where this balance is, isn't it? If you're a normal standard human being,
Dude, I'm
you'll
gonna be
see that
honest,
the
this is
VARs
out of
video was
nowhere.
shit, but you'll see as well that it
I'm
didn't
gonna be honest,
deserve
man.
that. And if
I
it
just feel like the
distressed
guy
you,
put out a video on
like,
his opinion on the game,
oh,
and I don't feel like there's a problem with that. Like, because the community, if they
emotional
smell
intelligence is
bullshit,
room
they'll smell
temperature
bullshit.
for
Yeah, that's what-
real.
that's
Right,
what
but
the
what they
response is.
don't need is like a, because you understand that like when you have a Twitch community, like,
See, look, this is what I'm saying.
those people are
This is
there
a
for you.
community
And
that
I'm
Saints
gonna be honest with you, Twitch
generating.
is kinda
Nah,
close
Brax
as
is
a
lost,
whole.
man. There's no talking
Like
to
your
him.
Twitch chat, like
You
some
know,
people literally
Bro's
have their Twitch chat fucking
unintentionally
pushed, right? Like,
misunderstanding Saint. He's
so
not.
when I
It's-
feel like we
these
have
guys
a
are. This is a
responsibility
kind of
as creators
community he's
to
generating.
not direct.
I think it's going to
that
hurt
sort of
Saint in the
stuff
long
at
run.
people.
It is.
And maybe this is just because I was like in public schools
Just imagine
for
if
a while, and so like
Ananta
this is
comes
just
out
something
here
that
and
I've, like,
Saint
kinda
likes it
grown
more.
into, but the idea of like
I don't
directing
think
a
that
shit
community's
ton of
coming along
people
for the ride. I
a
just
certain
don't.
way.
I didn't drop
You know
a
what I
link-
mean?
I didn't drop a link to this video in my chat.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
think
yeah,
he's
for
going to
sure. I know
probably
you
get
didn't, like, drop
abused
a
by
link in
these
your
people
chat,
because
but
he's
I feel
cultivating
like when you go
a
after someone
zealots.
and then you're doing it in front of a bunch of people and you let the sort of emotions get the best of you, where like you're starting to seem angry. People can tell you're upset, right? People know you're mad.
He was distressed, bro.
That it
He
kind
was
of like incites other
distressed.
people to
I
do the same
can't
thing.
believe he
I know
said
you
that out
didn't
loud.
actually say,
I'd be
"Hey, go
embarrassed
fuck
to
this
say
guy up."
that.
You didn't say, "Hey, go shit on this video," but it kind of just inherently happens if you expose your community to that, and it almost feels like you're encouraging it by going on such a long tirade.
Definitely, yeah,
My
definitely, yeah.
viewpoint on this is if you don't want me to negatively react to content, stop making content worth negatively reacting to.
I guess my opinion is, if anybody cares, is that if
No, we
you're
don't care, Mullen,
making,
shut up.
yeah, if you're making controversial content, you should be open to controversial responses, as well as if Saint's opinion, or if Vars's opinion of his video that reached 27,000 people, despite the damage and the misinformation it's putting out into the space, doesn't matter, then Saintontas reacting to it for 5 hours to
Bro's disliked the video as well.
400 people shouldn't matter. So it's kind of just like you got to pick what matters and what's not and keep it consistent.
Oh,
Like, I mean,
shit.
you got to understand from like Saintontas' point of view, this guy just put out misinformation to 27,000 people.
Oh, bro,
Right,
this
okay.
is
Like,
quality.
It's a
But
much
Tech,
wider
you know-
audience than my
Yeah,
Twitch,
huh?
what he just did here.
Well, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
I mean,
Rex.
Tech, you know as well as I do though that like
Yeah.
Twitch viewers are way more interested in your content and your thoughts and your feelings on things than the average YouTube viewer.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Right? So it's like you say like 27,000 versus like 400, but it's not
Yeah.
it's not exactly like that. right? Because like you
Sure.
might have 27,000 people watching this, and maybe 100 people believed it, right? Maybe 1,000 people believed it. Maybe 20,000 people believed it. We don't fucking know.
You know
but
what?
I know,
At this
sure
point,
as hell, a lot
and I
of the
know we
people
won't
on Twitch
see,
definitely
Saint even getting,
Sure,
ain't even
I'm
getting
just saying,
cooked
like,
by others. Dude
I
is
can't
cooking
feel
himself.
bad for Bars because he experienced controversy by making a controversial video. And if people don't want controversy, they shouldn't make controversial content. That's
true.
That's
Like,
just
true.
why make a 14-minute critique of the game if you're not willing to have those critiques challenged? Is my thought on it. And
As
Yeah, you
Vars
know what?
created
Whenever
said,
you guys
he's
are
got a problem with the
right,
critique, though.
people are going to be like, why is this a problem?
I
And
haven't
when
heard
your
Vars
justification
respond
for
to
the
say,
problem
like, you know, this is terrible.
fucking bad. I don't think you can complain about people negatively responding to it.
It feels okay. And maybe this is just because I'm like, because I haven't seen all of the context with every single other creator, right? Because I like I said, I didn't watch all of the Pokey and Gotcha Smack stuff. That's why I was misinformed when I was talking to Box, which I saw you talking about, right? But when it comes to this whole thing, right? I think to me it just.
If I wasn't with a
bothers me
CC, I
because
would
I've
never
been
be in
Varsity
contact with
before.
Saint. I feel like I'd be
And
walking on eggshells being
the
around
problem with
him.
mine is, like,
I
I
feel
didn't
like that
really
with his
say
chat
anything
as
that was
well,
that
man.
egregious.
What's going on,
But I
Zilkos?
think-
Hey, what you
I think
miss?
This is an egregious video.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you were
egregious.
just- you were just making normal guides and people were being weird, Brax.
Yeah.
100%. You were never making controversial content, but when somebody says, this game is wrong, here's why, here's all the points I have, all of it is wrong. Like you're opening yourself up to just getting shit on.
Like, we're
All I'm
questioning the
saying is-
design decisions of the devs. We're telling them that like better design games actually do this. Like this is what a better game looks like, and this is how they do it. Right? You're making the comparisons. You're literally doing the comparisons that apparently, right, that I'm not supposed to do.
It's not the rage,
But you
mate.
make
He's
the
real.
comparisons and just talking about how all these other games are doing it better off of flawed reasoning that doesn't make sense.
So, hold on, I forgot what I was gonna say. I have ADHD,
Okay.
so
Okay.
sometimes I just like shit leaves me.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. So
Yeah.
the thing is, I guess I've already kind of said this a bunch of times, but I just don't think we need to be encouraging like the culture on Twitch in the WuWa community of going and watching people's videos and like shitting on them for 5 hours.
You know what?
And
That's
that
definitely
would be a fundamental disagreement. Like maybe that's just fine for you.
No, I absolutely agree with you.
And the
I
thing
think
is,
I think it's perfectly fine to not encourage that behavior. 100%.
I agree with you, and I have adjusted the way that I've reacted to content in recent days to be a lot more like reasonable, but a lot more level-headed when approaching it, right? And
Yeah.
I think it's just the framing of like, hey, it's just when we're going to make an inflammatory piece, let's do the research, let's put in the due diligence, let's actually understand what is in the game before we're going to critique it, and not expose ourselves multiple times in the video as somebody that has frankly no fucking clue what they're talking about. And when you have a history of creating content on the game, he literally has a Wuthering Waves guide playlist where he makes multiple guides.
I
on the
know
game.
people like
And
you with
you're
no
just going
morals can
ahead,
stand
you're saying that
people
other
spreading
games are doing
lies.
it
It's
better, WuWa is
okay.
WuWa is subjectively worse in his opinion
See,
than all
he's
these other things.
cultivating
And
zealots,
you're
man.
basically spreading
Can't he
this out to
see
your
this?
community, right?
Can't he just look
And
at his
you're telling
community
people,
that he's
hey,
creating and
this
go,
is my
wait a
take on
minute,
it. You should-
I'm
you know,
creating a
I feel this is
monster
something
here.
that we
I'm
believe we
creating
should
a
agree with.
monster.
And then
You
it's
know what I
just,
mean?
you know, let's put in a little bit more effort, a little bit more work into the process before we're going to make critiques like this. Because I think if he did the research, he probably would not have made this video.
It can be a shit take though, without it evolving into like this guy getting just fucked on by everyone. And it wasn't. And the thing is, it was mostly like it was just you, right?
It was
Like,
just
you
him. Yeah.
And that's the thing. I'm not saying like other creators, like you didn't incite other creators to do it, but it's the same shit that I saw as a Jeff doing, and I don't want.
I don't think it's the
thing
same
to
at all.
happen.
Yeah, I think
Not even
it's
similar.
adjacent.
Oh, shit.
I don't think it's the same.
Well, okay,
So
but
Jeff
so Jeff
was like,
also shit on videos that were like this too. There was this guy named Erotic Walrus who used to upload Genshin content, and he had no fucking idea what he's talking about half the
Feel
time.
like Vars
I was
wasn't
friends
even
with the dude.
inflammatory.
He was a
Vars'
chill dude,
video was
right?
wrong. It was a
But,
poor
like, this guy was
video.
getting shit on all
But
the
look at
fucking
this
time.
here.
And
Distressing,
I think
definition,
I
causing
don't
anxiety,
believe that
sorrow,
we
or
should
pain,
just- that we should
upsetting. It can
actually
literally
go
be
after
upsetting
people
and
for
it's
having opinions on the internet.
distressing.
I'm just gonna say it.
If,
It's like Twitter, except now we put it
if
in
a
video format.
YouTube
I think
guide
that if you are
on
making
Wuthering Waves is
heavy
causing you
opinions
distress,
about a subject matter,
oh god,
and
I
you are,
don't know what to
again,
say,
trying
man.
to sway public
I don't know what
opinion
to
in a certain
say.
way, it is a public opinion. You're trying to convince people about something, and you are putting in literal misinformation at every single point in the video. That is something that actively makes the game and the community worse.
I don't know. I don't think it affects the community at all. I think if people like, do you know about the whole thing where like if you argue with someone, they're less likely to believe you afterwards. They're going to be more firm in their opinion.
I remember that part from the box stream.
Yeah. So I need to find
Pizza's
the
much
actual
nicer
thing that I
cold.
reference it a lot. But I think a lot of the people that watch this video aren't going to change their mind based on what the video says. I think a lot of people go into this video, they're just watching it to see what this guy's take is. And maybe they just hate it. Or maybe they like it. I don't know. Probably don't like it because a lot of people fucking hated that video.
If someone being upset over something they're passionate about bothers you this much, then you should learn some empathy.
It's just someone's fucking opinion.
Oh my
I feel
God,
discouraging,
guys.
as someone that was like into
Oh my
music,
God.
and I was very
I need to be empathetic, man.
like expressing
I need to be
myself and shit like that.
empathetic.
If we just told people who
I
made bad
actually,
music not
I'm
to make
sorry.
music,
I'm
they might be
sorry.
discouraged from
We
getting
should
better.
really,
And they might,
like, you know,
what if some
send
people
him
like
some
the bad
cookies.
music,
Send
right?
him
Like,
some cookies.
there's
Get a warm
so
blanket.
many
Put your
different
feet up. The dude got me
ways you
stressed,
can
man.
stop
Oh
people
my
from
God.
doing something that they're passionate about, and I feel like this is
literally a video that will mislead and misinform people.
What is the damage of that? Like, what is the damage of people believing that Wuthering Waves team building is not as like complex and important
People
as
send feedback.
How long have they been talking?
implement
Oh
bad
man, they've got to be
feedback and
talking
it
at
fucks
least
up the
40
game.
minutes, haven't they? I'd say.
What feedback?
What am I tripping there?
I mean, there's a lot of suggested changes in this video.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the community reception to this was so overwhelmingly negative. I don't think they would.
Was
And,
it?
like, I know Crow
what was the like to dislike ratio on the video?
It's absolutely diabolical. I don't have
think
the
it's pretty
plugin.
bad.
I don't
Yeah.
have the plugin on it.
This is so saying.
So it's called.
There's no need to fight these good fights.
what's
The
the video called,
community, most people
The problem
recognize
with
this
Wuthering
video
Waves
was
is team
poor,
building. I think Shinya
you know?
posted the stats, it's like a
And the
1.8
people
to
that
1K.
didn't will quickly
Still like
find out that this
60-something
wasn't a great guide.
Like he says things like, "We need something like
ooh,
we
It's
need
just-
elemental
it
reactions."
Baffles
He says we need
me
elemental
that his
reactions.
I
community
don't think we need elemental
defending
reactions,
that he was
but I don't think it's wrong to
distressed
say like
from
we
the
could definitely
video.
use more depth.
How can that make
Right?
him
That's my
distressed,
opinion.
man?
I feel like we could use more depth.
That's
in
somebody
Wuthering
who's
Waves.
lost in the
Or I feel
source,
like we
if you
could use
ask
more
me.
Content that lets us express the like parries and dodges better, which you showed me with the fallacy, which I didn't
He
know
also
about,
says
right?
parries and dodges are bad for the game.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he says that in the support section. He says parries and dodges are
that's a
bad for
fucking
the
shit
game.
take. I agree.
He says
Yeah.
you need like John Lee's that just can tank all the hits and not ever use parries or dodges.
Okay, yeah, that's a shit.
See, like,
take.
why are these
100% I agree
people
with that.
saying that? This is what I mean about
this is the
echo
kind of stuff
chambers.
that he's suggesting
Brax
in
is
the
so
video, guys.
obnoxious. I don't understand how Brax is being obnoxious
I don't
at
think
all.
it's like
You know?
I'm seeing chat is kind of coming after me for this now, but like I don't think.
Look,
it's
I think
like a
overall,
sensitivity
I
thing.
agree with
Like, I
larger
think we
points
should
Vaz
just
was
encourage
making, but I
people
can
to make
understand
shit.
his details weren't
I
right.
think making shit is cool.
There was-
I think making videos is
agree.
cool. And I think
I
that
think
he will not
most
get
of his
any bigger
points to
as a
me I
creator
didn't
if he's
necessarily
spreading
agree
misinformation,
with.
because people will catch it, right? But I
But
don't
I
think that's
just
your job. to be the
don't
person
think
that
he
catches
had
it
to
and
go as
prevents it.
hard as he did, is what I'm
Right?
thinking.
The community will do that themselves. They already have. Like, if you look at his viewership from Genshin and Honkai Star Rail,
Agree.
like, people have decided that they just don't really care for the content as much.
Yep.
And like that's just
You're
kinda
giving
what
out bad
happened.
guidance. People will
whether
realise
it's a result of
fast.
misinformation or not.
You
if
know?
he's not actually reaching
If that
crazy of an
distresses
audience,
you,
and I feel like you should.
that's a
I mean,
you
genuinely,
problem.
You should just be the change that you want.
You
to
know?
see, right?
Oh,
So if
no.
you want to see people spreading like the right info, you should make videos about
Honestly.
it. Just saying like this, like here's the great things about Wuthering Waves team building. But you don't have to come after a dude for it, right? You don't have to sit there and be like, this guy's misinforming all of you, and like, you can't trust this guy.
My take on this is, if we're going to make critiques about the game, if we're going to point out where there are problems, if we're going to talk about and basically critique the devs' design decisions, let's put more effort into it. Let's do research. Let's look at a character kit.
Yeah,
a single time.
Saints chat
We
was
are
just
a Wuthering
roasting
Waves
me.
sponsored creator.
I've got no
We are
empathy and
supposed
no
to be
morals.
somebody who represents Kuro Games to a degree. Let's
Because I
put
was
in at
laughing
least
because
the
Saint said he was
smallest amount of
distressed
effort
by
into
the
our
video.
content when we're representing the game publicly.
I can't believe somebody put the definition of
And he did not
distress
do that
to
here.
try and back it up.
I think he should do better. I agree, but it's not our job to police that.
I think, okay, so are you saying you should only react to content if you're going to say nice things?
No, that's not what I'm
No.
saying either. I
What-
just
what
think
are-
that the
what are
way
you
he
saying?
handled it was really intense. I think it was bad.
Yeah,
Like
I agree.
you've reacted to content before, and I think it's been fine. I actually watch your fucking videos, man. Like I watch your Pridewin react, which I thought
that was a good one. That was funny, wasn't it?
that was a good ass video, right? And Pridewin's not a fucking entity.
You know, I'm actually in touch. I actually help with the tier list now on Pridewin. I told you guys,
actually?
bullying works in the gotcha.
Oh
Hold on,
my
I feel
God.
like we should. I feel like we should really hone in on this.
No,
because
because
I
I
feel
think
like-
you can react and disagree with something. I think it's how you go about it that's
Yep.
shitty.
I think that, and I mean this genuinely. I think you wouldn't care about this situation if it was not your friend Brax. And I think you're a very good friend, but I think your friend made
That's
a
a point.
controversial video.
I'm not friends
someone
with
reacted
ours.
Controversially.
And I think
it's
it's a shitty,
fine. I do
shitty
agree
way
that
to go
Santones
about
is
it.
intense,
I'm
but
not
if Santones
distressed
would have
by it.
reacted to a normal guide video and said, fuck this guy, he is putting out misinformation on a normal non-controversial video, it's weird as fuck. But the guy quite literally said, this game has problems. Here are the problems that don't exist. Listen to me. And I feel like it's fine to react to the video in the way that he did. Obviously, since I grew up for real, I think you need to chill the fuck out. Like, you were angry all the fucking time.
I made sure that the edited VOD was like cut down on a lot of the moments. I was getting.
That don't change the
riled up on
fact
my
though, does
chat.
he?
I had some boosted individuals saying, "Oh, you need to hear all of his points. You need to hear everything. You need to watch the whole video before you comment on it."
Dude, he's
And of
angry
course,
all the
get the
time.
fuck out of my chat, right? I
but
was
I
getting
will
riled
say,
up by that a little bit. That's fair.
You are heated nonstop. And
Yep.
even so, here's the thing: you have the issue that I have, Santones, which is what you're saying is correct.
Yep.
But the problem is you're saying it like a douchebag.
Yep.
And that's the problem that I have. Is
Yep.
that the things that I say aren't wrong, but the way I'm saying it is like a piece of shit. Right? So like I feel like once again, Brax, your homie fucked up. He got shit on a little bit. Santones, you were right, but the way you said it was kind of a dick. And I feel like that's pretty much just it.
I've been altering my content, altering my reacts to be a lot more, potentially fair, a bit easier to understand and more agreeable in the future. So to me, this is a learning lesson in a couple of ways. Right?
Can you understand why like I view this as like fucked up? Also in the context of like just seeing everyone fucking coming at you and you coming at everyone at the same time this is happening.
Hey, just another day in top lane, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god.
It's easy.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Listen, man, I'm not a proponent of like arguments are about fucking winning, right? I would rather everyone just be on the same fucking page at the end of it.
Yeah.
I don't think you're unreasonable, but I feel like Tex said, you just gotta chill out, man.
Yeah, and I've already it's been a learning lesson for me. Obviously.
Absolutely, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, don't get me wrong.
Right.
Hey, don't get me wrong.
Hey, yo.
I think it is so entertaining how heated you get. But as long as you're aware, motherfuckers are gonna hate your ass if you keep saying like this.
That was one of my most. So this is the thing, guys. I reacted to that clip for 5 hours. I took a 14-minute video and extended it for 5 hours. My viewership increased over the course of those 5 hours, and so I was like,
why would you stop?
This is like content.
Exactly.
That is something like this is something. That
Short
people
term
are
though, man. That is. That's going to be
interested
short term
in
for him.
seeing.
You know what I mean?
And I'm just like,
people like
critiquing
people
me on
setting
that.
fires.
I'm just like, you
Or
kinda
after a
wish you could do
while,
the same thing.
you know?
You wish that you could have this low input of 14 minutes and stretch it out into 5 hours. I feel like every Twitch creator wishes they could do that.
No,
and
I
so
don't.
to critique me on that, I'm
I
like,
don't.
huh.
I don't. I
don't
haven't got
you
the
just do it
I haven't got
instead.
the emotional
It's a
energy for
really
that.
good way.
You know?
It's a good way.
As long as you're aware of the consequences that come with going down this dark
I haven't got the
path, like
emotional
myself
energy to
has
spend
gone
5
down,
hours
as
on a
long as you're
15-minute
aware.
video. I don't
Just
care
know
how
that
many
you're
views I'm
gonna
getting.
piss
At
people
some
the
point,
fuck
I'm just
off.
like, I gotta
But
get
if
out of
you're
this,
cool
man.
with
This
it,
is
I mean,
not
I
good
really
for my
can't
mental.
stop you,
Especially if
to
it's
be honest.
distressing as he
Yeah,
said
like,
it
I
is.
can't do anything about it. But like the reason I'm saying shit to Box is because Box is my fucking buddy, and I'm like, dude, this guy needs to get his fucking ego checked,
Yeah.
right? And like
Exactly,
from my perspective,
exactly,
you were just
yeah.
going fucking crazy on everyone.
I don't know why
Like,
it
'cause
took
I
so
didn't have
long
a
for
full
that to come
context of
across.
Smack Pokey shit, but I know
Because,
Var's
like,
my buddy, and I saw the
again,
clips
for
of
me,
that. Every
I think
single
it's
clip
clear
my
for
chat
most
said you
people
were
to see
fucking
that, like, a
yelling.
lot of what Saint says
Every
is
single
not
clip,
off
right?
the
We're
mark.
taking 10-second clips out of context.
But
Obviously,
okay,
right?
there's no context
When you come
in
across as an
which
asshole when you're saying
shouldn't
stuff,
play the fucking
people
game
stop caring
if
about
you're
what
not
you're
playing
saying.
like that.
You know what I
If
mean?
you were making a
What
guide
you're
on the
saying goes out
character,
the window.
and then in your next video,
They
put
just see
using the
you as
character
like
after
an
you made a guide on
arsehole,
them,
and
you
they
don't
just
know how to
tune
play
out, and they're
them. I
like,
told them,
fuck
yeah, you
you.
shouldn't play the fucking game.
And I think that's what he's
It's like, you made a
generating.
guide on it, and you can't play them yourself. And
I've been
it's
waiting
kinda
for
just
someone to
like,
check him hard.
What are we doing here at this point? That was the context.
He needs it because
But you saw
otherwise
how
he's
I
going to
played, right?
continue
Like,
on to the point
in
where
my
I feel
guides,
like
in
he's
my
going to
B-roll,
destroy his
I make sure I do the
reputation.
rotation right,
Because,
that's just out my-
you
out
know,
the
all
fucking
these
window. I
zealots
got
that are
2
in
other
chat
guys
here,
against him in there.
these
And
people
that's
are
the thing,
zealots
right?
for the
If you're gonna be
game.
so lazy to get to the point where
You know?
don't even
And
try to play properly on the B-roll.
they won't
I'm
stick
like,
around to
yeah,
support
maybe
him
you
forever.
just don't
These
care
sort
at
of
this
people will bounce as soon as he doesn't
I don't know.
He
He made a
doesn't
video on it, so I feel like he cares enough.
fulfill
But
their
right, he doesn't
narrative,
care
you
enough to
know,
make it in the
then
B-roll
if their
over here. This is the
narrative's
most
not getting
diabolical
pushed
thing
that
I've
they
ever seen in the
believe in,
game.
they'll bounce,
Nobody-
man. They'll go
like,
find
this
somebody
is
else.
a 1% view
and
of the player base.
you know,
Literally a
outside of
1%
Wuthering
view,
Waves,
the bottom 1%.
who is Saint Tontas?
You think
Do
that's
you know what I
bottom
mean?
1%?
Who
You
is
think
it?
the majority of
Like,
people are playing
This
optimal?
is, no, I think that
That is like
this
his
is what your
his whole
character's screen
persona
looks like.
is.
This is the bottom 1%.
I am the Wuthering Waves White Knight. You know what I mean? And I feel like
blue
once that
Stellar
goes
Realm,
away,
2
whether
intro skills
Wuthering
ready to
Waves
use.
drops off or a new
Nothing.
game
Right.
comes out,
Yeah, it's just,
maybe Saint moves on to a new game,
rein you in
is,
a little bit.
are
I'm
those
gonna give
people
you
going to
the
be there?
Sad reality, Pill Saint Dust. That is what 95% of players
no
screen
way.
looks like.
There's no if.
I
they're-
know,
we're
I know you're
fucked.
going to experience
No,
heartbreak.
this
That is what
has
the
to be-
majority screen looks like.
Guys, how often are we using blue clear Stellar Realms?
So many. You think the
It
problem
might
is,
be every rotation. Tectone hadn't even seen the Shorekeeper.
I didn't even know
intro
that was a
still.
thing. Like, I'll be real, man. Like, gotcha players are stupid and they are casual.
Yep, man. This is
you,
going to get on my
and it
nerves
sucks 'cause
sometimes,
you're
man.
good at
People are
games,
trying to turn
right?
gacha
Like,
games
when
into
you
something
see
they're not.
somebody
They're
fucking
casual
up in
games.
Diamond,
Now,
you're
I'm
like,
not saying I
"This
don't
guy's a
want skill
retard."
expression and
When in
difficulty.
reality, it's like,
But
no,
the
you're
idea
just
that they're not
master. The thing
casual,
is, they
so
notice
come on, bro.
You're too
You know?
good, and you think other people are like you, and they're not.
Yep.
Right?
Well, I would
Yep.
expect that a content creator who has been sponsored to make content on the game would understand like just the
Absolutely.
basic core mechanics of the character.
You're so right. A content creator absolutely should know how to play the character that they're playing. However,
I'm a
the
casual.
majority of the
I ain't
player
got no.
base
I ain't
does
got no.
not know how to play.
What's
And
it admitting
the
that?
thing is, right,
You know
the
what I mean?
content
I play the
creator
game
implicitly
regularly.
through their
Or
B-roll,
I'm a
their
casual.
gameplay,
I'm a
right, is showing,
tourist.
like, the
You know, when I'm
quote-unquote
off
right way to
stream,
play the game.
unless I've got
Why
dailies
would
to do,
you
do you know what
ever
I'm
in your
playing?
B-roll,
It's not Wuthering
even if it's
Waves.
just
I'm probably
B-roll,
playing like
show
Marvel
the
Rivals,
incorrect way
or
to
I'll
play
go
the
and play
game.
Valorant, or
Bro,
whatever.
I think you just make higher quality videos than most
Okay,
people. I
this
think
is-
that's it.
I mean,
Like,
it's just
I'm gonna
this is
be
diabolical.
deadass.
I know.
I just
and
think
hate to
Saint
say
should
this,
get
too,
back to
the
making normal
B-roll
videos, man.
really
I think that's
doesn't
what he
matter.
was
However,
better
the
at.
things
You know
that
what I
he was
mean?
saying- so you understand. When you were pointing out the things that he
that's
said
when his
were
content
wrong,
was at its
you're so
best.
fucking valid on that. But nitpicking B-roll,
And I think his views are reflecting that, right? Like, aren't his views reflecting that?
Dude, if you're listening,
Like,
to
look,
this,
if
are
you
even
go back a
watching
couple of
right
weeks
now?
before dude really
It's
started
a
streaming a
deal.
lot, right?
My reaction live
It
today.
ain't that big of a deal.
Before he
My
really started reacting
reaction
a
live to
lot,
this is- Okay, maybe I don't.
you know, 50-odd thousand views, 40-odd thousand, anywhere between 25 to 50k views, yeah, for his videos.
You look at this and you're like,
His most
oh my
recent
goodness,
videos really seem to have dropped
this
down a
guy
bit
hasn't
now.
read a single character kit in the game.
This dude's spending too much time doing the sort of content he's doing, but I think most of his subscribers came from wanting to watch Wuthering Waves glaze and like light guide content. You know,
I'm
telling you,
I don't think they necessarily are here for the PvP for the most part. Then there's this small audience of probably like 300 to 400 people. I know it's higher now, but it's because what he's doing. They're here for this, you know? And I feel like there's a large part of Saint Tontas's audience now are hate watchers, I do. I genuinely do.
They go do their dishes while they listen to the
I
Bars video.
do want, because right now, I want to say this right now. This is so important, and I
Yeah,
really
I agree with that,
want you to
Zintos. I've got
say
nothing
this,
against
'cause I
glaze.
know what route
You
you're
know,
going
if you
down,
enjoy a
right?
game and want to glaze
I know this is
glaze it all day
so
long, man.
important
Got
to
no
you.
problems with it.
I know you feel so passionately about this.
There's one last
But
thing
I
I wanna-
promise you, what the take that you're saying is so dystopian. Right now, you have the easiest opportunity to say, yeah, maybe I'm sweating this shit a little bit too much. You might not want to walk back now.
Okay,
I promise you, this shit ain't that big a deal.
Techie. I think
Yeah.
that me having the expectation that a content creator would be able to use a a
True,
character
true,
that they
yeah.
made a guide
If
on,
2.8
use their
was
shit
out now, this wouldn't be
properly,
happening, would
I
it?
don't think that is a wild expectation. I think that is almost like a baseline. Because they
See, this
made a
again,
guide
this is
on
where I
how to
think
use the
Saint
character.
struggles with a little
Yeah,
bit of
but
emotional
I
intelligence
totally get
sometimes.
what
The
you're
dude's a
saying.
smart
But
guy,
when somebody makes a video, they're not
but he's
thinking, okay, did I play optimally in this?
No,
did I
it's
play
just-
Exactly.
optimally here?
No, not about
exactly.
playing optimally. It's about
And
did I just at
you can
least,
expect
like, play it
better
at, like,
from
a
guide content
baseline?
creators,
Bro,
but to
I
get so
guarantee
twisted
you,
about it
if
is
the
weird.
mob died, if the mob died, you're playing
Hey,
optimally.
all I'm
That's how it
gonna
goes.
say- all I'm gonna say is,
Yeah.
Techie, if you look at
Facts.
the timing here, bro is not clearing. Bro
He's
is
not clearing?
Bro is not clearing. He has 35 seconds left with half its HP. He's not 3-starring this shit. It's not even fucking
That proves
close.
to me this is B-roll footage.
I'm gonna say,
pointed
I
this out as well.
guarantee
I was
you.
like, you put a bum
He's just
tower
ripped that
clear,
out
you
of his
didn't even clear it. You got 2
out of his
stars or
what's it, you know
less
what I mean?
into the B-roll. There's
He
no
is-
chance
he
he's
is a
clearing
little bit
this.
of a bum. A little bit of a bum.
There's
Like,
no
what
chance
is
he's
a
clearing
good
this.
overall B-roll?
It
There's
still
no
doesn't
chance
change
he'll show the
anything
end.
though.
He don't show the end of this clip.
2-star clear. This might even be a 1-star clear if I'm
I
honest.
just feel like this guy probably got off League after playing like 40 games and was like, oh fuck, I need to record B-roll for this video. Fucking put on tower, put on his fucking anime on the other screen, and hit left click.
Yep,
You know,
probably.
and I feel like that's all the thinking that went into
But
it.
it's just,
it's
why
not
are we promoting or defending lazy ass recording like that? That's just effortless.
No,
Why
I
are we
agree.
making excuses
If
for
it
that?
makes you feel better,
It's literally the
I'm gonna
laziest
pull
thing
the
you could have
clip.
done.
I'm gonna pull up a clip of you know, him using the shorekeeper alt properly. Do we have a timestamp of this video, guys, where he does
Right.
the shorekeeper
I think
alt
he's
properly? Do we have
expecting it to relate
I think
exactly
it's
to
even
what's coming
worse
out the
if he
person's
does
mouth,
know
which
how
is
to do it,
fine.
and then he
And
didn't
it's
do
fine
it.
to have that
Well, so
expectation.
here's the other thing, right?
To spend
How do you
4
know
hours
that
because
he
of
was
that.
the one who edited this video?
To be distressed because of
Well,
that.
he's not. I called out his editor because I was just like, bro, why don't you?
Sorry.
Editing this, you
Don't
should've
care
been
what
like,
anybody
every
says.
fucking thing in
Little
here
bit
is
weird.
wrong. Maybe we
Little
rewrite
bit
the
weird.
So maybe
script.
the editor doesn't know
He also
how
doesn't
the
get paid
game is
enough
played.
for that.
Yeah. 'Cause I'm
mean,
like,
2 seconds.
my editor doesn't play the games that I play. He's just a guy.
We're responsible for the content we're publishing on our channels, okay? And if he said editor get the B-roll and the editor was just like just did the most random shit ever, he should review that and be like, "Oh fuck, dude, you're playing the character like a fucking 5-year-old. Maybe can we get different footage?"
God, I want to save you right now, Tontas. I want to save you so bad. I'm trying to save you here, man.
Listen,
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
we've said all there is to say on that. You said you had something else you wanted to say, Sant.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess like it's just addressing the whole you know,
See,
like what
look,
we've been,
no
like,
saving
publicly saying
necessary.
about me, on Twitch creators channels like Box2 and Gotcha Smack.
He's
I
too
think that
far
is,
gone.
like,
He's
I
too
think
far
you
gone.
mentioned, right? Like a slippery slope somewhere else. I think that is like a slippery slope, right? We're creating like impressions of me to other people that are not really based in, you know, not based on full context, not based on full
I think they are
information,
based on
and
full
we're saying some
context.
very aggressive things. Right, we're saying that I
Right.
have like a massive ego, that you know I'm doing
You
all these
do
things.
seem to have a
and
massive
for that I
ego.
have, like shit takes that people are just dogpiling.
I don't
on.
think
I'm
you have
just a
shit
local-
takes.
or not a local. I'm just a vocal minority. That sort of thing. Where you know, where you even look at Techie's YouTube comments, right? Look at his.
I think
entire-
he is a
look at all
vocal
the content
minority if he's getting
had
distressed
focused
over a
around me,
YouTube guide.
and most of them are generally just agreeing with my.
Maybe
point.
some of his chat
And
would
those
because
are, like, the most
they said
upvoted
that
comments that we're
it
seeing
is
over there.
distressing.
Here's the thing. I
There's
don't
no
think a lot of your points are
gaming
correct.
footage
Right?
I've
Like, I
ever
would say
watched
majority of the stuff
that
you
I've come
said
off going,
about, like, the
I'm anxious
information
about
part of
that.
the video is correct. I think some of it's pretty
That's
subjective,
distressed
but I
me,
think most of
actually.
it's correct. Right?
That has distressed me.
The thing is, the presentation is everything.
Why
right?
would that
Because
distress
how
you?
you present yourself to other
Annoy
people
ya?
and how
Be
you
like, yo,
present
this
your
bro's
content to
chatting
other
shit.
people
Let me
leads them
explain
to
why.
think of
But
you
to
a certain
distress
way.
you?
And for me, when I see you,
I think that's a
like,
go
trying to
outside and breathe
1v9
moment, that is, man. Go
everyone,
for a walk, you know what I
right?
mean?
And you're just like, no, this person's
Life's
wrong,
too
this person's
short to be
wrong,
getting
and then you're,
distressed
like,
over guide
pulling
videos
up
on
receipts
Wuthering
of
Waves.
things,
I'm
and then you're, like,
sorry.
pausing them or finding
I'm
different
sorry,
data
bro.
or different clips.
It
when they
ain't
don't align
worth
with
it,
your
man.
point,
You
stuff
know?
like that. It all leads to I can't be wrong. And when I see that, I see ego.
Yep.
That's why
Agree.
I felt like in those moments you were being egotistical.
Yeah, and
I felt like
I think
it was
the idea
belief that you
that
could
Saint
not be
hasn't
wrong.
got an
I
ego.
understand your viewpoint, but when we're making that
His
conclusion
passion,
after admitting
ego.
that we didn't watch the
See, look
videos,
at
I
his
think
his
that's
chatter
where it
lost
gets a
as well,
little
aren't they?
dangerous. Because
His chatter
again,
lost. He's got an
we
echo
are
chamber. He
summarizing
has
things we haven't
the
seen,
definition of an echo
and then
chamber. His chatter.
making public statements about it to
My
thousands
public
of people,
statements.
to thousands of people.
My public statements. First off, Gotcha Smack already had his fucking beef with you, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like it doesn't help when I say things in chat, and I apologize for that. I shouldn't take the chat. I genuinely shouldn't.
I appreciate that.
Gotcha Smack already had that negative opinion. So
See
I
how
don't know if that
easy
helps
it
you feel
was.
better
See how
about it,
easy it
'cause he
was for
already fucking-
Brax
He already has beef
to
with you.
apologize then.
But for me,
See how
like,
easy it was to walk something back, and it doesn't make Brax look like a
Somebody that
bitch.
has a lot
I
of
think-
sway, a lot of pull. People are gonna.
Do you know what I mean? It's so easy as an adult to be like, you know what, probably shouldn't have done that.
And then, you know, if you're like another person that's sort of jumping
But
off
like
the
Saint's like,
dog
nah,
pile,
man. Totally
kinda
justified to be
work by
distressed by
going
a
into the chat
guide
and
video.
saying that,
Totally
right?
justified to spend
Hey,
4
it's
hours
like
ragging
another
on a
sort of,
man.
like, public
Totally
perception.
justified
Now
to
it's
be
like, now
days
Gotcha
later
Smack has the
still
full support
speaking about
of,
it.
like one of the biggest CCs in the game.
Right.
I will say, to be completely
Just like
fair,
walk it back.
Without
Just
them
say, you know
having the
what?
full context.
Sure.
I went
As
overboard,
a
man.
guy
I'm
who's
sorry
making
to Vars for
incredibly
dragging him so hard.
controversial content,
His video was
you do
shit,
open
but I
yourself up to
apologize.
getting shit on. I'll be real. I don't think what Brax was doing was wrong at all because, I mean, you've been making some egregious fucking takes. People are going to say some egregious things because if you're saying it's a problem, it's not a problem when
I
you
said
shit on
this.
people for their content.
He's going around pissing in everybody's cereal.
I know,
So,
but it's
that's
like
just
if
my
we're
opinion.
shitting on people without the full context, right? We're saying we summarize the information.
See, this
and
is
then
what
we're
he's-
saying
this is-
things that we don't actually know.
This is his favourite thing to
It's
do.
like,
There's
well,
context to why he was being an asshole.
Well, sure, but but in
And
the
if you
same
understood the
vein,
context, you wouldn't think
shit
he was
on
an
that guy's
asshole.
B-roll without knowing if it was his editor who did it.
I know,
if
but
it
I
was
know
his
it's
B-roll.
in his video on his channel,
Sure, absolutely.
and he
But
has the chance
I'm
to
sure
review
you
it,
don't.
validate it, and know that the video is in the quality that he wants.
So this is what I say.
think
This
you're
is where I
making that
think
argument
Saint really
disingenuously.
does
I
struggle
don't
with
think you
emotional
pre-watched all the
intelligence here.
videos.
He's a very smart man, but he's
I also-
lacking
okay, so here's the
the
thing.
emotional intelligence to understand
I feel like you're
what he's
upset with
doing
me
is
for
far
my,
too like
me saying things
far
to
too
other creators in
extreme.
their chats, right? Because what that does is like you think it affects your image.
Exactly
which I think
right.
is fair,
Vars
right? 'Cause,
hasn't
like,
even
my-
had
my
the ability
chat
to
looks
explain his
at the stuff
context
that I'm
because
saying, and they're
dude
like,
hasn't
"Oh,
even
yeah,
clapped
this guy's
back.
being a dick," right? But at the same time, you're doing the exact same shit to Bars.
See, look at his chat. Look, you Brax,
Right.
you only got big because other people
Sorry,
took
what
pity
I
on
feel-
you.
Oh, sorry. I just want to address the point. My
I think he has
editors
some of the
know how to
worst
play the game.
community in gacha gaming.
And
That's
so
cool, man. I
trust
wish I could
them.
find editors that know how to
trust
play the
them.
game.
My editors know how to play the
Yeah.
game. They play the game. They
Sure.
give me feedback on my script and the
Oh
footage,
shit! So to
and
be
then
one of
I make
Saints
changes
editors as
sometimes.
well, you have
They
to
know
be
how
an
to play
expert
the
on
game, and
Wuthering
so
Waves.
I have
Damn,
an
man.
implicit level of trust with them
That's rough.
to actually deliver. If Vars knows that his editor doesn't play the fucking game and he told them to get B-roll,
End of the
That
day,
is-
though, you're
that
not
is
employing an
irresponsible.
editor because they're good at the game that you play.
is
You're playing an
incredibly
editor to make
irresponsible.
good footage for you and to edit the video
Nah,
so
if
it
it was
takes
a
some
guide,
stress
I'd
off
agree.
you.
it's just like, oh, bro, I know you don't know how to actually play the game. Just grab random B-roll of like combat. Yeah.
So
it's
is
gonna
that
be
what
okay.
good.
editors have to do
Here,
now?
I'm gonna help you out. Chat, type 1 if you think it doesn't matter. Type 2 if you think it matters.
Oh, is this really is this something we're trying to?
I just
No,
want
this is
you to know
crazy.
that nobody
Wait,
cares.
this is something that we're actually like just put in random fucking B-roll of like you.
See now, look.
making the most diabolically. Bad
Saint will ignore
rotations
that
in gacha
now.
gaming,
Saint's
and you're
been
just like,
using the
"Eh,
argument
whatever.
that people
doesn't
agree with him
matter.
in comment
I'm
sections on
critiquing the
Twitter,
game, I'm
in
telling people
videos,
what's
in
wrong with the
chats,
combat.
and that
Eh,
somehow
doesn't matter.
justifies
It
what
would
he's
be
saying.
combat ever.
But now it doesn't matter
It
that
would
the
be, like,
majority
indicative of,
is
like,
saying
if
this
this doesn't
stuff.
reference
You
the
know?
specific B-roll, but it's
Who
also just,
gives a shit?
Whatever B-roll.
But it's
I'm
just
telling
like,
you, Jonas,
it's
you don't want to open up Pandora's box because I promise I can get one of my chatters to make you look like a hypocrite with improper B-roll that you've put on. If you really want to live by this sword and that you will never mess up your B-roll ever and everything put into the game ever is these have to be correct.
How
You are
about
opening
this?
up your-
You find
to a
me a video
slippery
where I
slope.
do it 17 times. Like, okay, probably not.
Oh, so
17,
now
it's more
there's a
5 or
set
6
amount
times,
now.
like this one,
Yeah.
of just playing like an absolute dingus.
Yeah, I agree, Zinthos. It's like he always seems to
All right, man, if
purposefully
you're sure.
like,
I think
argue
it's
a
just
point
like
that's
a
not being said
baseline
half the
level
time,
of,
for
like,
one.
If we're gonna make critiques about the game, right? Talk about the problems.
But
right?
he's
Just
like,
make it as
dudes, he's
valid
flagged
as
for
possible in
PvP all the
process.
time.
That's
You
really
know,
just like the main thing here.
dude's ready. Soon as
It's
somebody
all
looks
right.
at him funny, he's like, "You want to go?"
Hyenas, go find him playing improperly on
Okay,
this video.
good luck. Good luck.
$20 to the first person who
What,
finds
you're
St.
making-
Tone's
you're
playing
putting a
That's
improperly.
crazy. Put a
giving
bounty on
reward
it.
for it?
Dude's
Oh,
put a
that's not
bounty
cool.
on him, you know.
Absolutely, brother.
Oh,
no,
shit.
That's
I,
not
you gotta
cool.
understand,
Oh
I
shit!
have been in your corner for everything. I'm trying so hard to help you right now, man.
Hey, you know
I
what?
really am trying
Hey,
so
find
hard
me
to
one
help.
with this many errors. Find me one with this many errors. You want me to point them
Hey,
all
man,
out for
hey,
you?
hey, if,
2
if
seconds.
it's one, if you really cared about WuWa, then you would have never put it in your game.
Huh?
If you really cared about WuWa, you wouldn't have messed up on your Twitch rotation either. It doesn't look like you really cared too much when you were messing up your rotation in that tower. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, okay, come on.
Okay, that's a bit of a reach. You're reaching like street
It's
basketball.
really
here.
not a
You're
reach.
You're,
and
you're
that's what's
reaching like
crazy.
street basketball
Like a-
here.
It's
That's
really
what the
not
B-roll
a
thing is,
reach.
A
though.
live performance versus something that you can like you're doing you can record and just do again.
Yeah, well, if you really cared, you would play the game enough to never mess up.
Okay, that doesn't even make any sense at all.
Like you get what he's saying though, right? It is nitpicky,
That's
and
like
especially on a video that's not a guide.
it doesn't.
If it was on a guide, I would get it.
It's arguably worse than being on a guide. You're taking critiques. You're speaking as an expert on what is wrong with the game, and then your B-roll literally contradicts that. You're somebody that's like expressing knowledge about how everything in this game
back.
works and how you're able to identify what the problems are and how to fix them. And then your B-roll literally indicates you have no idea how to play.
Saying, man, you're gonna
You look
you're
but
gonna
not see,
blow
you hear
up,
but not listen.
You're gonna
Yep.
get a shit ton
Yep.
of sponsors, and you're gonna have to make a bunch of videos, and you're gonna also want to make your own videos, and you're just gonna one day you're gonna be so fucking tired. You're gonna record a run. It's not gonna be perfect. You're gonna throw it in a video, and you're gonna be done with it.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're cooked, man.
Okay,
True.
if my runs look like this, I'm fucking cooked. Okay, if my B-roll looks like this, I deserve to be fucking flamed. Because if I ever do this, if you ever see a blue clear Stellar Realm,
I'm glad we got to the point now, and these guys are actually like, you know, spitting
One of the
facts.
worst things. This is actually just one of the worst gameplay clips I've ever seen. If you ever
Dude,
see me
now
do
I
this,
get why
just
you're
fucking
Masters
cancel
in
me,
League.
okay? If you ever see me
I
do this,
now get
cancel
why
me.
I
It does
now
make
get why
sense
he's
that he's
Masters. I
a LoL
totally
player.
get it.
You know, you do have to be
Yeah,
toxic
this
to
is
play
not
League
wrong.
of Legends.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take us off those tracks. I'm gonna put us on the other ones because I do want to talk about the me being in other people's chats thing, right? Because I feel like that wasn't like fully addressed, right?
Mhm.
So the thing is, I have a problem with you coming after me for that because the same way I'm in people's chats talking about what I think of you after you're like going after my friends, is the same way that like you should be looked at when you're going after Vars.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what
I
mean?
agree,
'Cause I feel like
Zindos, I
that
agree.
reached beyond the video
Like,
in
Now,
moments.
he may, because some people are able to pivot sometimes, but I feel like he's created such a zealot army of robots, let's say, that I feel like if he does try to pivot in, like, just imagine if Ananta comes out and he wants to play that more, because it's, let's just say it's a better game, objectively. You know, because there's still going to be those people that are going to have that sunk cost fallacy just the way Genshin players have. Are they going to want to come for the ride? I don't know if they are. Maybe you'll be able to make the pivot. Maybe you'll do it, or it'll be a rocky road for a while.
We've already acknowledged that.
Yeah. And so I think me saying something that is demonstrably true is a lot different than summarizing something we haven't seen.
Okay, so it's okay to be a dick as long as you can prove it.
I mean, I think that you have a bigger leg to stand on.
Listen, yeah, I mean, well, okay, to be
Okay,
fair,
so let's do this then. What
Yeah.
issue do you have with what Brack's saying about you and another person's
My
show?
issue is that he's using clips taken without the full context to make these sort of like general conclusions to a very wide audience, right? And then what I noticed was that even in
Look
the
at his
Box
chat
2
saying,
clip,
Seven
he was
Nights is
saying-
back.
he was, like,
Chatter,
making these
don't want to
summaries, right? And then
too hard
Box
for him to.
immediately
Yep.
agreed with him just because he
And
knows.
also
Brax
Glaze
is
still
Brax.
take the
yeah,
angle
Box
of
already
okay.
forgot what happened.
Yeah, exactly
Box
right.
doesn't
Like, don't
remember
I
shit.
glaze
Yeah, okay.
WuWa
Yeah,
quite
Box,
often,
he's
and I
one
glaze
ear out
Crow
the
as
other,
well.
bro.
Like
Bro's
from
on the
a
pod, he's like,
a
"Oh, so
standpoint of
Sim's
like, oh, I
this
think they're
sort
a
of guy,
brilliant
huh?"
actor in the gaming
Okay,
space,
then
and
we start
you know,
seeing
stuff
people
that
in
they're
his
doing is
chat,
great.
And then they're all like, "Oh,
But I
yeah,
also-
he does like all of these things too."
There's
And
a
we're
lot
just
of other
like,
games that
wait,
I love, and
he's getting these conclusions and he's believing this.
I feel like I
situation. He's saying
create
these
a
things
community that's
based
kind
off
of
of,
balanced
again,
because I'm
like, a
quite balanced in my
summary
takes. I don't get too
something we
emotionally
haven't
attached
seen.
to anything.
Sure,
I think
and
because
you know
he's so
what?
emotionally attached and gets
think that's
distressed
fair.
by Vars's
Like,
video.
I think
He's
you have a
he's
pretty fair
cultivating a group
rounded
of
take
people.
about
I'm
that
just the
because,
same.
Yeah, no, I did give him
You know,
his first
as soon as
impressions
he
of you.
had
Yeah, and then
what?
now he thinks
Somebody's
like, I'm
saying
like
bad
this
things
big
about my
old buff
queen.
guy
My
that
queen.
doesn't, like, that
I will
didn't-
fight
he
for her
really said my takes
dignity.
were
You
bad
know.
when it came to this video.
Okay,
And it's
you know
like,
what?
duel
To be
me,
fair,
squire,
saying someone
and
should quit the
slapping
game if they're
somebody
not
with a
doing the
glove.
rotation
It's
right
like,
is a
bro, it's
fucking
not
dog
that deep,
shit
man.
take.
Come on.
What I
Bro.
said, though. That's
And
not what I said.
you verbatim said he might as well not play the game if that's how
That
he's gonna
was
play. It
because
doesn't matter the fucking context. That was a dog shit take.
Right.
Again, the context was if he's making a
See
guide
again,
video
he's
on
always
how
got
to
a
play the
context to be an
character, and then he
asshole.
expresses
It
that
don't
he does
matter.
not actually
You
know
were
how
an
to play
asshole.
the
Just
character.
accept it,
That
bro.
is a dog
Just
shit.
take it back.
Why
Walk
don't,
it
why
back.
don't we pull
Or
up the
there-
clip?
that is something where I'm just like, you just if you're gonna put this little effort in, why play the game?
Yeah, why don't we? Does
Sarah,
anybody have
Sarah
the clip of him saying?
master.
Yeah.
You took a 10-second clip where I read a comment on the video saying that he should quit, and I'm just like, yo, if you're
That wasn't what the comment said though. You were saying that of your own volition.
because I
Also,
immediately
let's
followed
be
up
real.
with the whole
You
blue
have a
clear-
huge fucking ego, man. Let's just be real.
That-
Okay,
I
so
mean,
do I. Okay,
that's-
game recognizes game. We both have huge egos.
I mean, there's no other way to get masters, man.
I exactly 100%. Yeah, does anybody have the clip of Santontas telling this guy to kill himself because he can't play WuWa right?
I got some of the.
crazy,
I
man.
got
That's
fucking
insane.
swapping off of her before she has a full concerto. I do sound.
Okay,
a little
I have
slow
the
here.
clip. I'm gonna play it real quick. Let's do this real quick. Okay, here we
Yeah.
go.
It's like I don't even understand
let
how
me get
Saint can
yours.
watch
Let me get
himself
yours.
back sometimes and not cringe.
Yeah.
But in his head, he's probably relaying back in his head. Well, this is the context.
Oh man, bro.
Let
that
me
was
explain to myself that this is the
crazy clip,
context.
dude. I'll link it in your guys' chat if you haven't seen it. Man, bro, you were going off on this fucking guy. Holy
Yo, I'm
shit.
saying,
Yeah, I mean,
that clip.
Right?
is literally
Zindos, that's it,
6
innit? As an
seconds
adult, that's all you have to do.
when
We
I
all
have,
make
like, a full
mistakes, don't
discussion
we?
leading up to it.
You just go, you know what?
so then
My
what
bad, man.
context
I
does it
apologize.
So what I say with the context is
Probably shouldn't have gone
Bart,
so
if you're
far.
playing like this when you've made a
His
guide on
video
the
was
character,
terrible, but
why
yeah,
are you still
I
playing
dogged
the
on him a
fucking
little bit
game
too much.
when
I
you-
apologize.
when you're just putting in.
But
this
again, he
little
lacks
effort
that
about it.
emotional intelligence,
You
which
made
is
guide
a
on
weird
this
thing to say about
character,
Saint
and you're
because he's
directly
incredibly
expressing
intelligent.
You have no fucking clue what you're doing. So why are you playing the game?
Again, man,
sure, but don't
Saint
you
could
think that
start a
you're
fight
also
in an
like-
empty
okay,
room.
Let's say, So he plays wrong.
Why are you making
one
content
time.
and like trying to be a guide maker? Why are you trying to lead or like sway public opinion or like talk about things?
We're just
when
going
you are
over the
just,
same
like,
thing now. Saint does this a
you're
lot,
not
though.
even
Saint
putting-
does.
Like, you can't even use
He
your
just
own
argues
advice.
points over and over
So
again.
you can't
It
have
becomes
an
like a
opinion if you
circular
don't play,
argument.
right?
No, that's. I mean, I don't think you should have an opinion on problems and critiques with the game when like you're playing the game like that.
Gatekeeping, man.
Because it's like,
as
okay,
well.
like, are we gonna? Okay, so let's just say like there's somebody.
Poor
that's trying
Vaz,
to
he's
give, like,
just trying to
feedback
get
on
his
something,
bag.
and they actually don't know how to do it.
Dude
And
was
they're
just
saying,
like,
"This is
yo,
what's wrong with
I just
X,
made
Y,
a
Z,"
video, man.
and they
Then
don't
all this
actually
shit's
know how to do
happening.
anything. Why would you listen to them?
Bro's
Once again, what's happening right now is
Bro's
you're giving
whole
a point.
character's
What you
been
said
called
was
into
is he
disrepute
shouldn't
because
even
Saint
play.
disagreed with his video, which
You didn't say
I
he
disagree with his
shouldn't
video
make
as well, but you know.
guides. You said he shouldn't play. Obviously, someone should not make guides if they're retarded. 100%.
I think Ethan had a more reasonable
But you said he
reaction,
should
still picked
not
apart
play.
Vaz's video, but he didn't personally attack or argue
Let's
tangential
retract
points.
that
Yep.
point, and we're gonna
Yep.
do the
This is
whole
what he does all the time.
Saint Totas
He does
says
it all the
he's
time.
wrong. Here we go. And get it. Say, yeah, you're right. I was too intense.
You know what? I could have maybe worded that a little bit more nicely.
And there we go. Okay, great.
Okay. Like,
Easy.
Is
All right.
that
All right, he did what
We-
Io could not.
Kinda got there. We
I
kinda got
could've
there.
worded that more nicely.
Like, genuinely,
Like-
'cause-
Yep.
I
Easy.
still
Easy
stand by
points.
my thoughts though on the entire video.
Hey, and you know what's crazy? I agree with you. If somebody doesn't want to play the fucking game, then don't make a game pretending that you do. 100%. But
Yeah,
the guy
and
can
so
still play
I'll
the
go
game.
with the idea of like, hey, maybe don't quit the game entirely. Maybe just get better at it if you're going to keep doing guides. But if you're going to continually show footage like this of this is how you play the
See,
game,
the context
stop
does
making
matter,
guides.
though. No, it
Stop
doesn't,
trying,
man.
to, stop trying to inform players and like teach players how to do things when you yourself are not going to even attempt to do them yourself. That is what
I
my
think
stance
that-
is going to be on
I
guide
think that's
making, on
absolutely
his
fair,
gameplay,
personally.
and all that stuff. If you're not going to
I
put
think
the
that's
bare
fair.
minimum effort in to even use a character's
2.0 is going to be
or,
interesting
like,
when Tories
retain
make
that
guides.
knowledge,
Dude, do you know what I
stop
kind
making
of hope
guides.
people start doing now?
All right.
Like,
Just to be
ironically,
clear, you want me to stop making guys?
making
Hey,
videos
Brax,
just
I'm telling you to
debating.
get good.
Like, it'd be funny. You know, some
Clear-
people
I
out here
prefer
just
that to quit the
making
game, so
guides,
I'd rather do
just
that.
to reel him in,
Hey,
giving out
you
little
clear the
bits of
overdrive
crumbs
zone
here
with
and
the
there that are
absolute
just
cinema
incorrect.
content.
Hey, Santontas, I really hate to burst your bubble here, but I actually found a clip on your video channel of you misplaying, man.
Yeah, where is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and link it, man. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I think you're done. I'm gonna
I'm cooked.
spam it in chat.
I'm cooked.
It's
Yeah.
over, man. This
I'm
guy's
cooked.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You went to
Your chat,
go
chat,
do a
stop moving so
challenge.
fast.
Yeah, you went to go do a challenge, and you can just go ahead and see this for
If
yourself.
this is on a VOD,
No, it's the worst chameleon gotcha gaming WuWa account on it. Yep.
This
Ah,
conversation's stressful.
okay. So
Yep.
Wait, who's that
so-
VTuber?
So this is Captain Cabinets, and we're doing a
Shit, I gotta start watching cabinets.
We're
Okay.
doing a
Yep.
walkthrough of the Tower Clear. Overture.
Yep.
Which
and
is
you
like,
and
it's
you
like
forgot
it's
how
like
to
a-
save your
Let's just
team.
take a look at the stats of these things really
Where's his
fast.
video play, bro?
Everybody
It's
who's
working.
level
I mean,
1 knows how to
wait,
save
yeah,
your
not
team.
this
You
is-
didn't save your
This
team.
is like
I wouldn't
equipment
trust
on
this
him,
guy,
and a
guys. Bro doesn't even know how to
San
save his team.
Juan
Quit the game.
Let's just take a look at the
Let's quit
stats
the
of
game,
these
man. I mean,
things
who messes
really
that up?
fast, just so
The
you know
screen
what I was
wasn't even
working
moving.
with.
You see what I'm
Wait, did I
saying?
not save?
The fact that you put that in a video,
Equipment
that you
on him,
highlighted
and a
that
San Juan Overture.
pathetic level mistake is just embarrassing to your
Let's just
content.
take a look at the stats of these things really fast, just so you know what I
That's
was working with.
why we don't do. That's why we don't criticize B-roll. All right, with that, I'm gonna go to Cracker Barrel. I'll catch you guys later. Peace.
All right. Bro,
All
just
right.
fucking
All
left. Okay.
All right, all right.
Listen, man,
Dude
you know,
just peaced
I
out.
do-
Dude
listen,
just
I
peaced
apologize
out.
for shit talking to you in other people's chats. It
Yeah,
was
all
uncalled
good, man.
for.
See how
Honestly,
easy
I
that
should've
was to
just added you on
apologize.
Discord and brought it to you.
Insane.
I would've
Insane.
We could have had like a one-on-one conversation about that, and I could have
So
clarified a
easy
lot
to
of these
apologize,
things.
isn't it, when you feel like maybe, you know what, I was in the
obviously,
wrong
right,
there.
it's
It's
like
wild,
different
that.
context, like different, like,
Absolute
phrasing, you obviously
alien,
had, like, a negative
alien
impression of me.
proposition.
And hopefully I've done something.
Super negative impression, man.
Hopefully I've done something better to better that impression with the call today. Yeah, to me, just no hard feelings. But like I said, man, content on you clearing the overdrive zone after this stream would be
Dude, listen,
crazy.
I'll get better at the game.
It would be
I shit you
crazy,
not. I
dude.
was it was literally, I learned the rotation. I put it in the video.
I
I
see you
forget the
there,
rotation.
Daniel.
I don't play the game until next beta comes out. That's what it was. And then I did the Shorekeeper quest. And since then, I've been doing my dailies at least, which is a lot better.
Okay,
Than what I was doing before. I am getting
Yeah, I
back
think that's
to
what
it.
90% of
Unlock
people
the
do,
overdrive
don't they? We
zone,
get to
too.
games, man. They
Yeah,
get to a
for
point where they
sure.
hop in, and it's about
yo,
maintaining.
just one
Dailies,
last thing, one last
events,
thing.
bounce. Come back, there's
I
new
don't
content, and then
agree
you might
with
get a little bit more
everything
into it,
that
and then
you've said and
bounce.
done.
Mhm.
And I'm sure you don't agree with everything that I've said.
Yeah.
But and maybe you don't see yourself going this way, but just be careful, man, because
Yeah,
it would
I agree.
really suck if things just got more and more inflammatory and it just got worse, and then everyone's at each other's throats and the entire curl game community is just fucked.
What I imagine is
I've seen it in Genshin.
Yeah,
I don't want it to happen here.
I agree completely, man, and that's why I've already said that I've been adjusting some of my content, and I think like this sort of like somewhat inflammatory response is just like, hey guys, let's stop making content worth reacting like this for.
It's not worth reacting like that for.
Not even introduce the possibility.
It's not worth reacting like that for, though. It's not.
By making
it's not.
Content where everything is just so fucked up. Like it takes you 1 second in the game, to make sure that it's not true. Let's just make good content, and people won't react.
Oh yeah, I was getting roasted by Saints chat, Charlie.
Good content.
Because I was like, I can't believe dude got distressed at a guide.
Still funny. It's Senpai. Much smaller creator, like 5K subs. And I gave him some critiques, but overall, it was like a very positive react to his content. And that to me is just like, you make good content, make positive content that has good critiques, and people
just don't distress Saint. If you make a bad guide, dude's going to get anxious.
Situation. And when you're, putting in, again, this is a lazy video. When you're making a lazy video, expect to get flamed a little bit for it. Especially if you're if you're trying to make
expect to get
things out
flamed.
as a problem.
4 fucking hours is not a little bit, bro.
With the critiques.
4 fucking hours is not a little bit.
You do have a big platform, and it's growing, right?
Yeah.
You're a good creator. I've been watching your fucking
He is.
YouTube videos.
Appreciate
Should
it.
go back to doing
that's why
this.
I was like, oh wait,
Dude
what
should
the
go
fuck,
back to doing this.
You know,
glazing heavily.
But then, Bar sends me a DM with
definitely
the
better
screenshots of the
content.
comments, and they're just fucking
His views have been
absolutely
going down as
vile
well since he
shit.
switched to this live stream stuff as well.
And it's like we don't need that.
Absolutely.
Right. Neither of us want that to be all the community is. Like, I'm
what's
sure
going on,
one day
Jonax?
if somebody shits on a video you make,
For real, dude, right?
Like, let's say
you know?
hypothetically you make a really big mistake in a video, and then somebody shits on it, and
we
people
got
are
right
fucking
into
dogpiling
the
you,
crux
that's
of
not
the
gonna feel
argument,
good.
which I said
Right,
from day dot.
Just be careful.
It's
with
not
that
what
going
Saint
forward.
says.
I'll
It's
keep
the
my
way he
mouth shut. I won't
says
bring
it.
that shit up in public. That was my bad.
All good, man. Appreciate it.
And I don't think he's going to stop,
Honestly,
if I'm
do you
honest.
want to review my account sometime?
I don't think he's going to stop.
To get you on.
I hope he does. I do hope he does, but I've just got this feeling that he's not going to. Because genuinely, if a video like this is distressing him, I don't think he's going to be able to stop that emotional reaction happening again.
All right, sounds good, man.
All right.
Unless he really does reflect on it, which I hope he does.
Later.
Peace out. All right, well, how was that, ladies and gentlemen? I know that was quite a bit of a discussion, but I think we've hashed out a lot of different things. I think we've made a lot of my viewpoints known. We're kind of like crystal clear with like what's going on. That was a bit of a doozy, right? And I didn't even see the clip that Tectone linked. Was it me just like fucking up in the UI menu? Was that the first thing we saw, me fucking up in the UI menu? That was funny. That was great. Okay, all right. I see some people in the chat. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me.
Oh, here we go.
Right, let's not
here we go.
Too much and simmer down a bit. Making more objective content with a hidden bias is going to be better.
Let's see if he's already reflecting. Let's see if he's already reflecting.
People away too much. So I
or his
agree
chat
with this take,
all
right?
game.
You can
Oh, okay.
definitely
All right.
have
Okay.
more objective content where it's like there's a bit of a spin. That was a lot of the stuff that was.
Say does a better job at farming than Kazahana.
Situation where I'm seeing a creator, right, very big one, sponsored by.
For real, that's true. Actually, Kaza might be able to turn a pack for Wuthering Waves into a 9-minute video. My guy turned a fucking 15-minute video, not only into a 4-hour react, but multiple days worth of content. That is a skill set. That's a skill set, that is.
Then it's like the game has gotten worse for some people after viewing this content or absorbing this content and then using it.
I think the problem as well, which I think Saint doesn't seem to get, again, because I think he's so focused on technicalities and arguing hyperbole sometimes and arguing points that are not there. I think he doesn't get that he's doing a disservice to the game in general. Now, obviously, the zealots will always be like, nah, Saint's right, he's defending the game, blah, 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 blah. But I think the general audience will be like, this kind of makes Wuthering Waves look like a trashy place. Like, it does, you know, like you go into his stream recently and dude's arguing at any point in the stream, his chat's fucking frothing at the mouth with desperately trying to prove, like, you know, back him up that he's right all the time. It really looks trashy. It really looks trashy.
Cool. All right, Unhinged with the 100 biddies.
You know what I mean?
Almost
Like,
banned you. My bad.
I think it genuinely
was
makes
right, and
Wuthering
this is really
Waves
an
look
issue nowadays.
worse.
America's
It's
social media
it's
is heading towards
2020
the
Genshin
level
all
of
over
zero
again,
tolerance for
just
flaws. Let's keep it constructive
smaller.
rather than the nature of canceling.
It's
Congrats on the
2020
professional
Genshin all
revolution.
over again,
Okay,
but just a more
so,
niche version of it.
dystopian is a little bit crazy,
You know?
right? Because it's like, hey man, this is a
Nobody wants to
14-minute
hear
video with some of the
criticisms.
most
You've got to
caustic
tear
takes
apart the
against gaming.
criticisms
Right, this is a
from an
14-minute video where, like,
elitist standpoint.
everything
When
after
at the end of the
6-minute mark
day,
is fucked up.
majority of
If there's,
players are
like,
not
one or two
elitist, they're
mistakes,
casual,
me
so
reacting
they'll
like that is
probably
crazy.
agree with a
If
casual
the
take
entire last 8
and
minutes of the
arguing the
video
game
has a
from an
mistake
elitist
every
it's
5
like
seconds,
it's like
then it's like, okay,
most games will fail if they cater to the 1%, and that's just a fact. Because at the end of the day, you're ignoring the 99%, and if you want to gatekeep critiques to the 1%, you're gonna lose out the 99%. They'll move somewhere else where they get listened to. You know, it's like Call of Duty started doing it for a couple of years. They were listening to esports players, and they were so desperate to turn COD into an esports like CS:GO that the rest of the player base got ignored. You know what I mean? And Call of Duty's still around. You know, it's still around, but
it's usually what it is at the very least.
why are they saying
Literally,
laugh
it's
my
just
ass off,
diabolic.
Foxo? Did I miss something? Did I miss something here?
Ryuko Sensei video now? Oh boy. Why is it every time I see you, you are 1 versus 9, brother? Hey.
What did I miss there with Foxo?
It's how it is sometimes.
He's right, he's fair
Alright,
based on the
so,
context, but he
did you
says
guys
it
like
too
my
harshly.
gameplay clip
Like
in
I
the
said,
overdrive
I've
zone?
said this. I
I
think
kinda
Saint's
popped off. Even though I
correct on a
fucked
lot
up-
of the
I
points he
fucked some things
makes.
up, I think I kinda
It
popped
don't
off.
matter how right you am if you say it like a dickhead, though.
I
Do
think
you know what I mean?
Off in that clip, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Naked
Yeah, man.
Sanhwa,
I've
Pride
got
win.
it.
Naked Sanhwa. Naked Sanhwa, everybody.
I've got it. Where are we?
Swap back, swap back.
I've got it popped up in here. I was
Perfect.
going to check it out. Got a couple of videos I wanted to watch, actually. I wanted to look at rating characters on their appearance from
Right from the
PGR.
top later. Hey,
Wuthering Waves will
Becky.
massively improve
Hey,
after
Brad, I'm
PlayStation
trying to play
release,
some
you know?
League sometimes, guys. Let's play some
Um,
League. Let's do a 5-on-5.
I just got caught up in this as I went live. I saw this was happening. I was like,
I'll
I've
just
got to
tone it
watch
down
this,
how you
man.
phrase your stuff. To be honest,
I gotta
you're
watch
usually
this.
100%
Fox was in
correct, but
Tecton's
you just say it
Twitch
in a way
chat,
that
was
makes
he?
People feel attacked. Honestly, in my the way that I was viewing it in that situation was this video was like so caustic and
Fox,
inflammatory that it was almost attacking me. And I was just like, holy shit.
Saint
If the
would be so
community
much
looked at
better
this
off
and
if he
they
just
started
let it
agreeing with this
not
game is
get to
gonna
him
get fucked up.
emotionally. And
We
it's
gotta
clearly
nip
it
this in the
does.
bud.
It's
I
not just
actually saw the
farming,
VAR's
because he
video
even
5
said,
minutes after
when
it
they said
dropped.
to him, was you
And
just
it had
amping it
40
up
comments
for
on
content?
the video.
And he was like, no,
And
that
that
video
was when I was
distressed
able to
me.
take a look at it.
That's a
And so I was just
problem,
like,
man.
holy shit, we gotta
If
get
you're
to this
getting
ASAP.
distressed by a guide video, genuinely
toxic
distressed,
wall
not just
player.
for the lols,
I mean,
not
I
just for the
hope, yeah,
content.
that's a bit.
If it's genuinely distressing you, that's a you problem, man. I don't care how bad the video is.
Kurobot has tipped $5.
That's
You have a
that's
very
on
big
you,
ego
I
that
think,
wants to
if you're
dictate
getting
how the
distressed
community runs.
personally.
You can't even cook your tower.
You
Your
really
takes are
need to
essentially
take a step
the
back
opposite
then,
of real
in my
players of WuWa
opinion,
PGR.
genuinely.
And you accept
Like
that
nothing in
apology.
video gaming should be distressing you like that.
I'm not gonna read.
Do you know?
I'm not gonna read that. I'm not gonna read that. What the fuck was that? I'm not fucking.
This is what
reading
happens
that,
when you
bro.
make your gaming personality. Yep, true.
Not
Yep,
fucking
yep.
reading
It's,
that.
yeah, it's not just whether not just Gacha this happen. It happens across the board, doesn't it?
All right. So now,
Because like I say, this is what I say. Because I feel like Saint could
Ladies and
genuinely be he is growing anyway. But like, I feel like he's got the charisma and the
Ladies and
personality
gentlemen,
to really do
I
well.
think we have buried the hatchet.
And I know he's
between
doing
me and
well
Bryce.
already.
I really
But, like,
appreciate his apology.
I think his
appreciate
problem
point of
is,
view.
he's like you said, his whole
And
personality is
it's, you know,
Wuthering Waves.
I'm glad that we
Outside
were able
of
to mend that,
loving
and
Wuthering
we might have
Waves,
some really, really
do you
interesting
really
content.
know what
Guide
Saint,
Maker,
who
finally
Saint
30
is?
out
I
of
don't
30
feel
in the
like you
tower.
do.
WuWa
You know,
Guide
he should
Maker
branch
finally
out, man.
30
Try
out of
some other
30 in the
games, play
tower
some
and
other
does the
games.
overdrive zone. And what I would
Coming
just
from a
want to ensure
casual
is that that
standpoint,
boy defeats the
experience the
fallacy.
game like that. Let people
That boy defeats
see
the
him,
fallacy.
experience a game for the first
All
time
right.
as a casual.
Ever thought of
I
doing
think
some
it would be
voice
good
actor work?
content,
Yeah,
personally.
that'd be fun. That would be fun. That'd be interesting.
He just needs to tone it down. It ain't that big of a change, really.
Perfect, everybody. All right, so I've got that all recorded.
No, it's not a big
I'm
change.
gonna stop the recording right now.
I think it would
because that
make
was a
a
3-hour
massive
recording.
change in perception. He doesn't need to change much, but he definitely
You should have done
needs to
law or
tone it
something.
down.
Your ability
You know?
to. I need to turn my biddies back on, guys. I'm
No,
sorry. I don't know
honestly,
where they are.
honestly, saying
okay,
that
okay,
the
I think
video
my alerts are
distressed
back
him
now.
for me. Had me rolling.
I'm
I just
sorry
can't
about
see how
that.
a
Let
guide
me
video
just
can
read it
distress you.
out. Unhinged
And I
donated
even put it in
100
his
biddies,
chat.
thank you.
I was like, dude, you're getting
Dude, you
distressed
should
by
have done law
a
or something.
guide.
Your ability
And
to
like
argue is
people in
something
his
the
chat
public
was
needs to
putting up
see
the
nowadays
definition
rather
of
than whining about
distress
feelings hurt.
as if that somehow justifies feeling distressed over
Hey,
a
law
YouTube
school takes a
video.
long fucking
Wild,
time, man, but,
wild,
hey, it's never too late for anything.
crazy. And yo, this is coming from
All right,
somebody.
all
Look,
right.
like I'm no
So,
angel.
let's
Look, you know
get
when I'm playing things like
going
Valorant or
into
Call of
something else,
Duty
ladies
or some
and gentlemen.
PvP, I'm toxic as
Testing
fuck.
alerts with 100
You know,
minutes.
I've been voice
Did you all hear
banned
that?
in
Did you
Valorant.
all
You
hear
know,
that? Testing
I've
alerts.
been there, man. I've been there.
Or
You
did
know
that
what I
not
mean?
actually go through?
I think when you're just going after your peers
Perfect.
like
All right,
this,
thank
it's
you for
not a
that
good
test,
look, man.
Matthew. Hey,
You
somebody should
know?
run another test. Somebody should run
Not a
another
good
test
look.
real quick. Make sure it's not broken. You feel me?
Yo, Daniel, thank you very much for the gifted, dude. You're a legend.
All right.
Absolute
All right,
legend.
Thank you, good day. Appreciate it.
Look at that. Easy money.
Oh,
Shout out
thank
to
you so
Daniel for
much.
gifting
I
the
don't think the TGA is
elite
working for Super
sub
Chat, so I'll read
to
it out.
Leah. Thank you very
Orange
much.
Nutty Burger with
Absolute
harmful
boss,
taste towards the
absolute
dead. Braxton
boss.
falsely accused you of assault. How is
Halo
it?
Reach days. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I remember
Okay,
them.
guys,
I remember
we
them
can
days.
move
Like,
on
bro,
from that. Braxton's
shit.
already apologized.
Modern Warfare
There's no
2
need for us
lobbies.
to kinda, like,
Woo!
to dig it back up. We barely
Wild
had it
times,
there.
you know?
I
Wild
think
times.
we're on pretty good terms.
But I
at the
wouldn't treat
moment.
people
You
in
know,
the
we're not
in
gonna
the
agree
in
on
the
everything.
gaming space and the YouTube space
But hey.
like everyone might spoke to people in those
Feel my
lobbies.
wrath.
I think it's
Just
all
saying,
working.
you
I
know.
think it's all
But
pretty
yo,
well right
Daniel,
now.
thank
I
you very
think we're
much,
all
bro.
feeling pretty good.
Absolute legend.
So, let me just,
Thank you for the gifted there,
get some more things
boss.
set up, probably
What a
turn the alerts
boss.
A bit lower, and
What an
Feel my
absolute
wrath.
boss.
appreciate it. H22A.
MW2 and
Feel
MW3
my
lobbies,
wrath.
crazy world
All
times.
right,
Yeah, man.
maybe I
It's
turned
like
the alerts
Valorant
back
even
on.
now. Valorant gets wild. You know what I
I'm
mean?
getting a little bit nauseated with the sound.
Feel
Like-
my wrath.
Going back to like 2020, 2021.
Feel my wrath.
I don't know if some of you
All right,
guys was
appreciate
in
it,
some of them
ladies
streams
and
where me
gentlemen.
and Kyle was
Appreciate
really
it.
getting it
All
into with some
all right, I'll
people.
turn them- I'll
We had some,
customize my follows so they
we
don't
had
show
some,
up anymore.
You know,
They're a little bit-
heated discussions
they're a
with
little bit
people in
hot.
game.
They're going
I'd
a
never
little bit
speak to another
crazy.
content creator like that because they wouldn't get me that wound up. That was just getting wound. You know, when you're in the moment,
yes.
you're having either you're having a bad
YouTube
game or they're
Super Chat
fucking your game
raid,
up and you
YouTube
get frustrated.
membership.
I wasn't distressed. Even then, I wasn't distressed.
Oh my
I was just
goodness.
losing my
Thank you
cool.
for Anonymous for the 10 gifted subs.
Shit.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the 10 gifted subs. Appreciate it so much, man.
Did I call someone gay? I ain't gonna go into what the stuff that I've
Okay.
said in games in the
Now,
past.
ladies and gentlemen, it is
I ain't
time
gonna do
for
it.
The main
You know?
event of the day. The main event of the day. What is actually on the thumbnail on YouTube? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what I hate about Wuthering Waves. What Ryuku Sensei, the man.
It's gonna be his chance. Yeah, because I want to go and watch this. I want to go and watch this myself, but I'm kind of curious to see his reaction to this. You know, to see if he actually is reflective here. Kind of interested to see if he's reflective on the situation.
Critique of the Penacony planet. And what this gentleman did over here was shit on the game so badly that he got every other content creator in gacha gaming to shit on it too. And so we're going to see if there's going to be an additional sort of framing.
I feel like
that
it
he's
has to
gonna
be
do on
here.
Wuthering Waves
Like,
that might
and my
get
thing is
people-
as well, I'm gonna have to give it a few days because I feel even if he has reflected here and he's a little, he adapts a little bit. I don't know if he's going to be like that in a few days because I just feel like he's so emotionally attached to the game. I don't know if he's capable of doing it, of detaching himself emotionally like that.
Really
I hope he
well
does.
And has
Again,
a lot of
go
great
back
reasoning.
to the
We
OG
did see that
content is
Tectone
what I
had
say
little
for
bit
a
of,
Saint.
an issue with some of the points being brought up. And so I'm excited to see what Ryuku's cooked up. We've got a 27, 28-minute video react. And guys, just so you all know, I know Ryuku personally, okay? I believe that I am a pretty decently close friend with him. And so I'm going into this with the mindset that I'm not trying to rip him apart, right? I'm not trying to rip apart his critiques, find every single little hole possible.
Oh,
But I'm trying to
okay. Okay, so if you're a friend with them, you can oh, okay.
whether or not I think that they're valid.
Fair. Probably tone down and focus on you guys for 2.0. Yeah, I
With
agree,
that,
yeah.
Let's
I
dive
feel like
right
surely,
on
if he's still
into it,
streaming as much as
ladies
this when
and
2.0
gentlemen.
drops, I don't think it's going to be great for him because I feel
What
like
I
he should be
hate
ready to
about
bang out a
Wuthering
bunch of
Waves.
content, I do.
So
Because
I
it could be
just
massive on
went
his
to Hakata.
channel. Because
So
with it coming to
Wuthering Waves will
PlayStation,
pass?
whole new audience coming in.
He's
You
an
know,
equal
whole
opportunity
new audience
flamer.
coming in.
Oh, yeah,
Real
this guy's
potential
gonna
for
be
him
hard on
to
Wuthering Waves. Have you
really
seen
get
his
some
channel?
traction to
He's
turn this
Kuro.
22Ks into
You guys
potentially 40,
clearly don't know.
50K
Time to burn my
subs. Like, you
bridges
know,
Kuro, I guess.
go
So
from
let's get
20,
into it. So
30K
just
views,
how much of a
potentially
Kuro
over
am I?
100,000 views a
Well, I've
video.
been playing since
Honestly,
Squad, and I have two
because
accounts.
if it does well on
One has been level
PlayStation,
75
it could be
and the other at
huge.
level 74. With both
Okay, this guy is actually the biggest Kurobot I've ever seen.
RTX in 2.0.
has
I hope to
two
God.
accounts
Like, we saw that
that are
video,
both
and then they just went silent, man. I want to turn that ray tracing on,
This guy
baby.
is playing this game like
Yeah,
a
I want to see those real-time
Holy
reflections,
shit.
so I get less frames.
Combined, I have every limited weapon and character. What about Ling Yang? Oh, excuse me, sorry, my mistake. I meant every character that matters. Even before
Oh man, I
launch,
hate
was
Ling Yang.
really looking forward
I'm
to
glad that
exploring
everybody
different
hates Ling
options.
Yang.
It set itself apart from the other open-world action RPGs that were out there or that had been announced. I was excited to see a more mature take on the genre. A gritty world battling against monsters that could take you out at any moment if you weren't careful. I was particularly
You know,
happy
that's
with
one
the
thing I'll
variety of
say, though. I
characters,
don't know
both
if
male
Wuthering
and
Waves
female.
is that
They were
mature
incredibly
take on the
well designed,
genre.
and I was glad
I
to
don't know
see
if it
how
really
badass
is.
looking men there were too.
You
They
know
were
what I
so
mean?
cool. I wanted to play all of them.
Maybe,
Well,
I guess.
almost
I
all of
don't
them.
know,
I'll
though.
stop bullying him now.
Doesn't
I
feel
promise.
like that,
My
though.
problems with Wuthering Waves started from the very beginning. Like,
I like Ling
the
Yang.
first line I heard in English from Yang Yang.
Are you alright?
What did I tell you what I hate about Ling Yang? I'll show you what I hate about Ling Yang.
I mean, guys, let's be honest. Let's be honest, guys. Version 1.0's one of the biggest critiques of version 1.0 and Wuthering Waves was the sort of
Crash voice
disparity
acting.
in the voice quality between certain characters. Right? That is.
I'll have to show
I'm
you a
not gonna say
cosplay
it's
because I can't get an
objective
image
fact, but
that
it is
what's it
subjectively
see?
something that a lot of people believed. And objectively,
That's what I
you could
hate about
say
Ling Yang.
that Even like
It's
the recording.
it's a
equipment,
crazy.
actually, for
It's
Yang
on
Yang
me, right? It distresses
in
me.
English was kind of
It distresses me. These trousers,
lower quality, too.
these
Like, they're-
fucking
like,
trousers
S's
trigger me,
are very
and I don't even know
pronounced, and they
why.
last, like, a
It's
very
like
long
dude's
time,
part of a
and it's almost
fucking
like a
ABBA
recording
fucking band,
equipment
you know?
thing.
Dude's
Once you
trying
think
to
about it.
go on stage terribly singing ABBA songs,
so I know I'm
and
not the
it
first person
bothers
to
me.
complain about this,
It bothers
and
me
God,
a
I'll be
lot,
the
man.
last.
And I don't know
Seriously,
why.
did
Like,
the
that's a
VA
me
have
problem.
no
That is a
direction in her
me
voice acting?
problem.
Listening
But
back to it, she
I want to
sounds like an
strangle him with
alien
those
pretending to be
trousers. I really do. You know? I really want to strangle with him.
Not only that,
He's part of a performance troupe. I don't care what he's a part of. You know? I don't care.
The worst mic in Gacha Gaming. That led to that situation.
She was struggling with her voice lines, particularly to do with the names of things.
This is the statue of Jer.
It's totally irrational. It's totally irrational from me. I accept it, but I won't change it. I'll die on that hill. I'll die on that hill,
I
man.
was sure they used the
Okay, that's a little bit rough. If we kind of
Yep,
like
yeah,
copy and
yeah.
pasted the
One of my biggest issues with the story as well
every
is that
single
characters
place,
don't
that's a little
really
rough.
feel
exact same clip and just forcibly inserted
like
it
fleshed
after the
out
fact.
beyond
I
the
actually
companion
compared the
quests
waveforms, and
and their
even though they did
interactions
sound
were
very
over.
similar,
I want
they
to see
weren't
them
in fact
interacting
the
with
same.
each other
So I
and
guess she just
maybe
naturally
even
sounds like a
slipping
robot.
off to see those characters
Okay,
represented
okay,
outside a Rover story
I
sometimes.
do believe that they
Like, I'm genuinely
re-recorded
happy to
the
see a
1.0
patch that's
story
dedicated
and
to
the
other
voice lines
characters I
are
would.
higher quality. I'm not entirely sure about that, but I have heard that some of it has been replaced. Right? Some of the voice lines have been replaced, especially in the
The
earlier
voice
story,
acting's
right?
got better, hasn't he? The voice acting
Yes.
has got better in the game.
Okay, I don't see anybody. This is the new footage.
I think ZZZ doesn't get enough credit for how the characters
Yeah,
feel
this
part
is
of
the
the
new
world and
footage
like
and it
part of the
still
main
sounds like
character story.
that?
I agree with that. I agree with
Okay,
that.
okay, he
I
mentions
think
it.
in the way that the story in Zenly Zone Zero is presented, I think it's one of the best.
Wait, let me replay
Like,
that a little bit.
I like
This
that
will be edited,
the main
doesn't wanna go
characters aren't like chosen ones with godly powers. They're just like these kind of hacker characters and proxies that just came into contact with a really powerful AI that gave them the edge. They were good at what they did anyway, but it gave them the edge.
I heard that they redid some of these early lines, but
And
at
I
the time
agree,
of
they
recording these videos,
feel
still sounded
all
as
part of what
unnatural
feels
as on
like
launch
quite
day.
a...
Changing to Japanese quickly solved that
I don't want to say
problem, so it
fleshed
wasn't
out
too much
will,
of a
but
problem for
you're
me.
right, they
Although-
feel
did you guys
part
know
of
that
it,
Ryuko is from Japan?
where I don't feel like that in
Ryuko's from
Wuthering
Japan,
Waves.
just so you guys
You know
know.
what I mean?
You
It
understand
doesn't feel
Japanese
like the other
'cause
characters
he's
live in the
in
world
Japan.
with Rover. They just pop in. They feel. Do you know what they feel like?
Though, to be
You
honest,
remember
I
like
can't
things like
entirely blame her. A lot of
old
the names
Star
in
Trek
this game are
episodes. Some
different
shows
for
still do it
anyone
now.
not familiar in the
But like say a
Japanese
Star
language
Trek
to pronounce.
episode,
And even in
and there's a
Japanese, the kanji
guest
being used
star
for
for
the
that
name is
episode,
somewhat
and they're
obscure.
kind of
So
like
without
the
further ado,
main
Japanese players
part
have
of the
absolutely
story for that
no idea
episode,
how to
whether
read
whoever they
certain
are, they're
names.
coming in as a Klingon or a member of the Federation or whatever it might be,
Even the name of the game
and they're like
itself
that
went
guest star,
misread for a
but they
long
never
time
come
as
back
the
again.
Garishio.
That's
And I
kind
think
of what
that's
a lot of the
frustrated
characters
lot of
feel
the
like in
players.
Wuthering
It's
Waves.
not so much that
They're the
there was
guest
too much
star for that
jargon
episode, and
in
then
general, but
they're
a
just
lot of the
passing
music, which
conversations
wasn't
later.
jargon, sounded like jargon because they were putting everything through this Chinese nomenclature. I never really had that issue with the opening acts, so
It's
I
the first
started
time.
looking to see what was being said.
Actually, I
Tacit
don't think I
Discord,
know either. You
Monster,
know.
Tacit Field.
Yeah, dude, I
Bro
love
brought
TNG.
the fucking Excel spreadsheet back yet again. He used a
That's what I love about
goddamn
Ryuko.
Excel
He brings
spreadsheet to whip
he brings
out
receipts
Honkai Star Rail's
printed.
spine. Oh my gosh, he's bringing it back for WuWa. I'm actually terrified right now. It's last time I saw this shit, It was not good. It was not good, ladies and gentlemen. It was not good the last time we saw this.
Monster
Kuro might be cooked.
area.
Yes, I'm glad he's bringing this up.
Etheric Sea, thing
The
up in sky,
jargon in Wuthering
wave one
Waves is
phenomenon?
too much.
Yeah, okay,
It's a little bit too much for me.
Retroact Rain wasn't
And this
important
is
at the
coming
time,
from
but
somebody
got
who loves
explained
Star
in detail
Trek.
later.
I love
I
jargon.
mean-
I love talking about reversing polarity like it
I mean,
actually
it's
means
just rain
something.
that goes backwards.
You know?
It's rain on the ground that goes back upwards. It's like in a couple of the trailers, you know what I mean? It's in Gion's launch trailer. It's just rain that's reverse.
The
That ain't
Etheric
crazy.
Sea, in my opinion, is really based on the story of
Sonoria,
Nuwa
Portal,
and the Azure
Sonoria,
Sky
they're
cracking.
bad boss
I really
monsters.
do.
So
If
putting
you
aside
read
the
that,
Chinese
it
names,
really
those
does feel
We
like
gotta
that's what it
keep
is to
in
me.
mind, guys, that this video is about his opinion. And what that means is that the explained well piece is quite literally his opinion. We're not going to take that as objective fact. And my opinion is that the retroactive rain is kind of just like, well, it's going in reverse, and then freaky shit happens when the rain starts going backwards. So I viewed it as like nothing too crazy, pretty easy to pick up, but that's where the difference in opinion comes from.
It's not really
Of
explained well,
about
though.
10 pieces of new jargon that we had to learn, and a lot
I
of it
think
was
we'll probably
kind of
get more on
self-explanatory,
this
But I
on,
definitely understand those who were trying to follow and memorize all the new names of everything. And
You know,
were
in like what
confused.
happens
I
when
get it. I
Tassie
really
fields
do. You're
appear,
not
all
wrong
that
for
sort of
feeling that
stuff.
way. I just personally didn't have that particular issue. Anyway,
Remember, guys, Disciples of Sanctus Medicus, the Matrix of Prescience. But hey, retroactive
Amen.
rate is too crazy.
have that particular issue. Anyway, we continue through the story, meet Baija, Wood, and I liked how he eased the player into the combat. And if there's one thing that Wuthering Waves does really well, it's the combat.
Oh,
I
yeah,
still
baby.
remember
No-
my
no
first
disagrees
time
there.
fighting
I think
Thomas
it's hard
feeling
to
like an
disagree with that
absolute
at all.
badass, pulling off all those dodges, counters, and
Damn,
perfect
look at that.
parries.
Look at those
And when
damage
the second
numbers.
phase starts, the amazing guitar riff comes in, and you're
You stop
pulling off
using
these
Lizrael
really clean
objectively.
cinematic
It's
finishing
become a
moves.
meme now, hasn't it, I
It just
think?
felt so good.
I feel like it's brought up to a lot at the
We
point that it's
never
no
did
longer
this ever
jargon for
again
me.
when fighting Crownless or
Bro.
any boss monsters. It would have been really
I
cool to have a particular
suppose-
finishing move for each boss.
still feel
depending on
like
if
sometimes
certain
it
conditions
just
were
feels
met.
like
I'm
it's,
sure it would have been difficult to animate finishers for each
unnecessary
character, but honestly,
sometimes.
I would have been fine if it was just for the MC alone. A little something to make them special. They
Yeah.
are the MC.
I ain't got an issue with
That's
jargon. I
actually
ain't.
a really
I genuinely
great
ain't.
point.
I just
I actually think that would make
sometimes it becomes a bit of
playing
word
them
salad. I feel
feel
sometimes,
honestly amazing.
and I
Maybe
feel
there's,
like that's just
some
because of
advantage
translation
to
stuff
actually
sometimes.
using
You
the
know,
MC.
the way it's translated
maybe,
to
they
us
maybe
and how
don't have like the
sentences are
highest
structured,
damage numbers,
and
the
it feels a little bit word
highest,
salady.
potential in every single bit of content in the game. But if they had a finishing animation for every single boss, and basically slotting the MC on the team meant the boss has like, you know, only 90% health effectively. Yeah, okay, so Spectre MC has the finishing move on Scar. I think it would just be cool if every boss in the game, if MC is in there, they only have like effectively 90% of their health. Where once they reach 10%, you can just use a finisher with the main character instead. That would be, I think, something kind of sick. And maybe like that kind of offsets them not being as strong as the limited characters, but still giving them a use case in their team comps.
Then we continue on to what I think is the weakest part of 1.0, the fucking treasure hunt. So we meet Sanhua, Wood, and she gives us some items from Jinshu. A sugar pearl, a leaf, a mangosteen fruit,
I
and a
forgot
sundial.
about all
Okay,
this,
so
I
like I
have.
said, I have two
Okay, I
accounts.
remember the
And
sundial.
both times I played through this part of the story quest, I was left thinking, what was the point of that? We were told to go out and find what the meaning behind these items is, but in the end, we weren't even the ones to find out most of the information. The sugar pearl, Baija finds out off screen. Sundial,
Yeah, true,
Morty
yeah.
fixes it, and the leaf,
Yeah, I
Baija
remember
and
now.
Yang Yang just tell us. 3 out of 4 things were
So this
done
was
for
so
us, and the fourth
inconsequential,
thing
I
was
forgot
just
about
us
it.
going to a harbor to be told that they get imported.
So, there's a couple of ways you could view this. There's a couple of ways that you could view this treasure hunt. The treasure hunt could be an opportunity for us to get introduced to more characters, and you know, and have these bits of dialogue. And actually converse
Tectone
with
says
them
that as well. He
develop
prefers the
more of,
combat
like,
in
who these
ZZZ.
characters are.
I
And,
think I prefer the
you know, I
combat
guess
in
if we had solved
WuWa.
everything
I
on
really
by
like the combat in
ourselves,
Zenless
then
on
there was
Zeros
like
a
a
lot. I do.
possibility, right? That we're just
I don't
know,
remember
going on some
at
adventure
1.0 of
with
any
just the
gacha
two
game.
people in the party.
Fair,
I believe
it's
it
fair.
was Chisha and Yang Yang.
It's not like they're hitting
And
us with
I think
hard
talking
hitting
to
stuff
the
that you're like,
characters
oh,
versus,
I remember that to the day I
hunting
die.
down
You know what I
random items in the
mean?
Overworld might have been better, but I could see where the whole idea of maybe too much dialogue comes from to solve the problem versus like more.
Yeah, there's definitely too much dialogue.
It is
And
something you
sometimes
have
we
to
end
do
up
before you
talking about
reroll, and
people
so
that are
maybe some people have, like,
inconsequential and just
PTSD
mean
from
nothing,
that.
and it's just like,
Or I
can
don't
we?
think you have to do it
Oh,
before you
because
reroll.
here. And I understand why they do it. The yaps to extend stuff out.
Fourth
Okay.
thing was just us going to a
Sometimes it
harbor
just
to be
makes you
told that
forget
they get imported.
the story a little bit, doesn't
Apparently
it?
that was supposed to tell us how the people of Jinchou lived or something. And at the end of it all, when we asked to find out what the point
Makes
of
the
it all
world
was,
less interesting when you
Jinshu
do
said,
that.
An emergency forced me to leave, and I only had the time to prepare some tokens for you.
Translation?
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
Forced me to leave, and I only had the time
I don't even have time to explain.
Translation?
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
I don't even have time to explain when I don't have time to
that's-
explain.
I could see where he's coming from, but I feel like it's also a bit of a reach.
No, I don't think that's a big reach.
That
To be fair.
1.1 is the kind of situation that she had to deal with. The stuff in Mount Firmament. And what this led to was...
Is he going to get hyper-focused on hyperbole here now?
NPCs. A scavenger hunt with the NPCs that gets you introduced to them, gets you more context on the lore, and goes ahead, builds those
Does it
relationships,
really
builds
get
those
you that
character
much context
dynamics.
on the lore, though?
And so for me, that's a
and
little
is it
bit
interesting? I don't think
That's a little
so.
bit, I could see where you're coming from on both sides.
Quite
The
a lot of the
tokens
app
themselves can be
makes you
cringe, but the
disinterested in the
interactions that
stuff
came out of
in
it,
Wuthering
right, it
Waves,
gives
and it's
you
got
more
cool
of an
lore.
overview of the
It
characters,
really
which
has got
in
cool
a
lore.
sense
It's done a
lightens up the- or
disservice
adds more life to the game world.
by some of the
she
stuff
had
that the
time to
characters
get all
say
these very
and the way
specific
the story's
items to
told.
give
You know
to
what I
Rover,
mean?
But she didn't have the time to write a damn fucking sticky note? Come on. You just don't get it. She had to do that to test Rover. It was for Rover to discover things about himself while looking into those things. Yeah, and we learned those things from books and people, not from those items themselves, did we? Sorry.
Well, the
I think
items
Abby should have come in
themselves
earlier.
got us to talk to those people that gave us the knowledge.
I can see the reasoning for that.
If we think about it from like the giga big brain perspective,
I feel
right?
like
you could say that
I can't really
these
say
items
about
were
that until we
made
know
to-
more about
made
Abby,
to force Rover
and
to
then maybe I
introduce
can think,
themselves
okay,
to the
maybe
rest
it
of the roster.
should have, she should have, he should have,
And
it
build
should
a
have.
relationship with those characters, build credibility, so that the decision that
I
they
am
make in the
interested to
future,
learn
how they
more
might
about Abby,
lead
though.
the defense force and fix the problems is more justified. So, I know I'm playing like a little bit of defense here. I'm merely providing the opposition viewpoint.
Sorry, but no. In the end, it was basically, you've forgotten everything, so go to the library and study up, scrub. I'll say this though, even though the actual stuff being said was kind of stupid at times, I really enjoyed listening to the story play out. There weren't many weird dead spaces between dialogues. There was a good amount of changes in camera angles, camera movement, as well as the movement
It's
and
dynamic,
facial
yeah.
expressions on the characters themselves. That sounded
And
like
this is
real
coming from
people
somebody, I
actually
actually kind of
interacting with each other
enjoyed the
in
start of
Japanese
Wuthering
anyway.
Waves.
Sorry,
It was
I'm
the
sure she's a
middle
lovely
part of
woman and all, but
1.0
can
that
you
got a
replace
bit
her with someone that doesn't
annoying,
sound like she's
and then the
getting
end was
had a
really
love
good
of
as
me?
well.
The only thing I wish I could
Okay, Ryuko. That was a little bit... I think that was a little
Well,
bit
yeah,
too
true,
far,
Charlie, yeah.
buddy.
It's well,
I think
pretty
that
much
was
the
a little bit
start.
too far, buddy. That was actually a little bit offensive. If I'm frankly
Yeah,
being
that's
honest.
what I don't
I'm
like
sure
either. Some people like
Rebecca's
that,
a
but I
lovely
don't
woman,
like it.
and
You
they're-
know,
you know, and I think she's
I
improved
don't want to be
the
the be
quality
all
of
and
the
end
voice
all
since
as a
then.
character,
That
and I
was
get
a
it's a
little bit-
self-insert, it's a power fantasy,
Come
but
on, man.
yeah,
That was a little bit too far.
I'd like to see some characters and go some places where we're not
I
seen
think
as
that
this
was a little
good
bit too far,
person.
man.
We cause
That was
problems for the
crazy.
people there. Need to actually have some
Arguably,
emotion.
that might have been worse
You know,
than
where
what
it's
I
like,
did
man,
with Bars.
damn.
And
You know,
I think-
having
right, like, a lot of
great
people
power comes
said
great
that,
responsibility.
the
I know,
issues with
I
the
know.
direction, right?
Spider-Man,
don't
I know.
think
But
there's
you know
an
what I
issue
mean?
with the person
Where maybe
herself, man.
potentially we've made bad decisions that have
like, I'm
really
not
had
like an
serious
I'm not
ramifications
like-
for some
I'm
people,
not a dick
and we
for
have
no
to
reason, and I
understand
think,
that,
like, that was
and
a
potentially maybe
little,
even
like,
rectify.
not
Oh,
even
you know
a
what?
little
We
bit. That
can't
was too
rectify
far.
it. We just have to
That was too
accept
far.
it.
Like we don't need to be like that.
do is put it on auto, hide the UI, and have it automatically select the dialogue options for me. Oh, on that point, stop giving us choices that aren't choices.
Yeah, agree,
Jesus
agree.
Christ. Unless it
Pointless.
actually has some degree of effect on how
Pointless.
the conversation plays out, literally nobody liked this shit.
Yep.
Well, Ryuku-san, I don't think you recognize that in Encore's story quest in version 1.3, you can tell Encore whether or not you're the captain or the vice captain, and then the dialogues in the quest actively adjust to your
Like
decision.
for me, even if
She
the
will call you the
dialogue
captain or the
slightly
vice captain
changes, I
throughout
don't
the entire
care.
story.
Like if you're going to give me dialogue options,
Did
I
you know
want it
that
to
one,
change the
buddy?
outcome,
I don't
not
think
just
you
what they
knew that
say.
one,
Because it's like,
buddy.
oh, cool, man, I got a different line.
'Cause you
Well,
never
that
played
was
it.
exciting.
Oh, what?
You know,
played it twice?
I want fucking
That's an
like
extreme example.
Fallout
I
type
mean,
shit.
it's-
If you're going to give me dialogue
How is that an
options,
extreme
make me
example?
make a
It's
choice
full
that changes
story
something
quest
later in the
with
game for me.
multiple
You know,
like a massive amount of
it goes
dialogue.
down differently.
How is that an
I
extreme
don't want to just
example?
somebody to be like, here's sentence A, here's
Huh?
sentence B,
That's like
and
a-
then we get to
it's a
this
full-length
end,
story
end
quest
point's
that has
exactly the same. It's
branching
like, okay,
dialogue.
cool, cool. I
How is that
definitely do want
extreme? That's
to.
What?
I definitely do want some
It
ramifications for my
doesn't make us
choices.
feel like we are actually the character. It doesn't help us feel more immersed in the story. If anything, it pulls us out of the story to have to go through this unnecessary attention check. It feels like I'm watching a long YouTube video and I get a message asking if I'm still watching. I'm trying to watch a 10-hour loop of the Burners dance here. Do you mind? Actually, no. Now that I think about it, it's even worse than
dog.
that.
10-hour
It feels
loop
when
of the
someone asks
Burners
your
dance,
opinion
that
on
was
what you
addictive.
do. You give
That
your
was
opinion and
addictive
they just
still.
completely ignore you. I guess
Oh
I'll
yeah,
just
I
go
don't
fuck
mind
myself
power
then. This isn't a
fantasies.
Wuthering Waves only problem
Um,
either. It's something that I have
there's a
always
limit though,
and
isn't there?
will always rage against whenever I see it. In every game I play. Please, for the love of God, just stop it. These useless dialogue options were especially annoying later on when we meet up with Gian. He brings us into the war room to talk about strategy.
Yeah, that pissed me off that day. Because I purposely chose it. It was just like, no. Like, why are you letting me do it then, bro? You do it. You know, you control the battle. Okay, then. Let me control the battle then. Actually, nah. Nah.
Huh?
Oh, come on. You can't defend that. That was a trash thing,
to make
that
sure that
was.
we're learning? Guys,
What was the point?
We have just clarified to the entire world that we're an extremely powerful person, but we
You like the
also have
GN
no
choices about the battle? Really? Yeah, for me, it was just
I
like...
think that if I was working with somebody that was like
felt-
really strong and like really
if they were going to
capable,
let
but
us,
they
they trusted us to make the decisions, and then they're just like, well, actually, there's only one correct decision. It was just like, what's the point then? Just let Gian, and Gian just should have done it anyway, in my opinion. Dude's the fucking general. We were weak to walk in and be like, whoa, I'm in charge now, boys.
Ability. Because guys, I'm gonna be honest. Like if they're literally an amnesiac, I would just be like, hey, like, are you sure you get this? Like, hey, man.
I don't mind dialogue options if it just changes one line and a reaction. I think option is more to get you thinking about what you say as character. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Just get rid of these dialogue options.
I still prefer a different outcome potentially. I would.
Imagine if we were actually.
Well, they did make a difference. Okay, I guess this is like a.
I don't think I'm. I suppose it's because I'm used to like when it comes to dialogue options, playing things like Fallout. You know, your Elder Scrolls type games, RPGs where like you can fuck up a playthrough almost. You know, you
that literally means the
Witcher, Cyberpunk, where literally you can't do certain quests if you decide to do something because that motherfucker's dead now. You know what I mean? And I'm not expecting that level. But I suppose I'm just coming at it from that angle. So for me, just somebody saying no or yes, it's like, oh, that was cool. They got a voice actor to record a different line.
A great chance to keep the game easy
That's
for the
just
players,
personally
but
for
make it
me.
more difficult for the ones who want a challenge. Each dialogue option could have a little note next to it.
I agree with that.
Simple, moderate, and tricky. For the player to understand what they were choosing. And
that would have been cool. The fight went down differently.
Depending on that choice.
Definitely.
That's a lot of. So one of the big things, in my opinion, about gacha games is that a lot
am I
of
wrong
these
there? I
quests,
agree with Riku there. It would have been cool if you'd have made different decisions and it would have made the fight harder, right?
My viewpoint is when you have like branching storylines,
you know what I mean?
That can't be experienced.
Critique is fair and compared to other gacha. Yeah, I get it. I do say though, I do think now though, where we're getting to the quality of things like Wuthering Waves and they're getting into categories with AAA games, I think it's fair to start comparing them to real games, if you will, now. But yeah, you know, I agree with what you're saying. You're fair. It's fair. Fair point. Fair point.
In that, if you choose this one option, you're not going to be able to experience.
No, I don't expect them to. But shouldn't we be getting to the point where we expect that now? You know, it's like I've had conversations talking about the end game, and then people have come to me, bro, would you expect it to catch a game? It's like, okay, that's fair.
That you're missing out on content.
Surely we want that now, right? Like I say, we're entering the golden age of gachas now. Do we not want to be going that one step further forward? You know, I feel I do.
Easier and simpler, and the hardcore
but I get what you're saying as well, though.
Difficult and complex. Why not turn something that everybody hates into something that everybody loves? Make these the points in the story.
Yeah, I agree, Zinthos.
What level of difficulty they want to try.
I think that's why, with the competition that's coming up now, games are going to have to start doing that to stick their head above the crowd. You know, with all the games that are coming out in the next, what, I don't know, 12 months to 24 months. Excuse me,
perception of like skill, perception of like how
like,
you are.
Let's say when Ananta's out, Arknights Enfields, Azure Premilia, think of all the Neverness to Everness, insert half a dozen other games here. What's going to make you want to play one of those over the others when they might be doing a lot of things similar? It's going to be the game that's doing something that little bit extra, isn't it? You know, doing obviously the minute-to-minute gameplay as well. But that game that's doing that little bit of, you know, throwing that in a little bit of extra special sauce on it, it's going to be like, yo, this is the one that's sticking for me because this is doing something that all the others aren't doing, and it's immersing me more, and it feels like a bigger experience as well.
From playing this game, there's a dynamic, right? When you're,
I think it's fair to compare it to real games now.
Like the lower difficulty,
real games.
It's like it builds more of like that elitist mindset. And I know, right? I'm the most ironic person possible. I'm glad he about an elitist mindset. But this is just how it works. When there's an easy mode, and then there's a hard mode, and then you choose the easy mode, right? Or there's someone else that chooses the hard mode. People that choose the hard mode and did it are gonna be like, "Whoa, bro, you did it the easy mode? Get out of here, loser! Get out of here, bro!"
So what? I think that choice is cool.
Get this heretic out of here!
I think that's cool.
How dare he choose the easy
you know, it's
mode?
like in like an RPG
sort of
where
thing,
you can
right?
end up doing something stealthy.
Like
Go guns blazing,
like, sort of elitism
you know, just avoid combat altogether.
And I believe
if somebody turns around and says you chose the easy option, it's like, okay,
in the first place to kind of like
whatever.
that in the
Gives replayability, I guess.
You don't need to turn it into a Telltale's game. That's
I
not
promise
what
no
I'm
one
asking
cares
for.
if you do story
Have
on
your
hard
main
or
plot
easy, yeah?
points,
And if
but
they
in
do,
certain sections
fuck
have
'em.
detours for the players to choose their level of difficulty. Sure,
Damn.
everyone winds.
Wait, let me replay that.
Concord is
Damn,
real in
now
the
you're
past,
bouncing
right?
on that
But in
thing.
certain sections have detours for the
You're
players to
bouncing on that
choose their
thing.
level of difficulty.
Real
everyone winds up in the same
games.
place in the end, so it doesn't really change anything as a whole. But allowing players to choose their own experience at least lets us feel like we're making a difference. Doing something like this could satisfy players of all difficulties.
Yeah.
After deciding
Agree.
the battle plans, we meet up with the other characters to storm into battle. Verena, Chishia, there's us, the rover. Tauchi, we just met her.
Damn, why are these characters like looking? They're looking kind of like good. Wait, they actually looked really good here.
We meet up with the other characters.
Look at that. That's some fucking swagger, actually.
Oh my god, Ling Yang's in
This
there. I
is one
forgot
of, like,
about that
the
prick being in this
best,
scene.
Battle poses I've ever seen.
Ooh, that man. Ooh,
Like,
that man.
Everybody here looks like an absolute badass. Holy
let's-
shit! I didn't even realize
not
that
Ling
this
Yang.
is like how the lineup actually looked in 1.0.
Ling Yang never looks
This
badass.
is actually cool.
Never. Never.
Sorry, I'm glazing too much. I'm glazing too much.
After deciding the battle plans, we meet up with the other characters to storm into battle. Verena, Chishia, there's us, the rover. Tauchi, we just met her. Yang, Ling Yang is in the corner there. Who the fuck is this dude?
Come on, man. Put some respect. Put some respect on the Discord mod's name.
Holy Glaze, the
Put some
Glaze,
respect on the
Avengers
Discord mod's
Assemble.
name, okay?
Yeah, I kind of like this
I know
scene,
it's
I
Yuan
did.
Wu, the guy who looks like the
I
last
hope
boss
as
of
well
both
that we get
Discord
something in the
mods and
future
Red
that's kind of like what Terra Fantasy did, you know, when you fight the boss underwater and everybody comes together. I thought that was kind of cool. Hate the underwater combat in Terra Fantasy. But when that happened, it was like, yo, this is kind of sick. This is. It feels like, you know, like an Avengers Assemble moment. I hope we get something like that in the future in Wuthering Waves as well. Where, like, we get into a fight and everybody has to come along, like.
But we have never seen this guy in the story or even in the side stories like Ling Yang. Why
This
the hell
could
is he
happen,
showing up
though.
for this Avengers Assemble moment? I feel bad for
I
the voice
suppose
actor.
too,
He
yeah.
gets brought in for literally one line and then never used again.
I will keep everyone safe.
Even now, up to week 4, we still have no idea who
I'm
this
a
guy is,
badass.
what he does, or anything of the like. Well, I guess one line is better than nothing, I guess. Carpaccio and Danjin are still nowhere to be
Did he call him Carpaccio?
All right, Carpaccio's diabolical. And yeah, these two characters have sort of just actually disappeared from the lore completely. I do think that this is a huge critique that you can make about the game.
Yeah.
What
it's
are they
bullshit.
actually in the game for? I know their gameplay has like a lot of interesting components. Calcharo's like the hardest character in the game. Danjin is also like the skill fiend. Right? You have to play with a lot of skill to use her properly. But it's like,
I'd love a Calcharo on a Danjin companion
remember,
quest.
the game was rewritten. Remember that the game was rewritten back in the day.
I really like
we watched that whole
Danjin's
video with
design, I
Sydney
do.
Marr. I actually recommended that Techie and Brax watch it as well.
You
And
know,
I think
is
that
it
they are a
Sydney
victim
Marr?
of the
I
rewrite,
call him
and
Sydney Marr.
it's
I
unfortunate,
thought it was
but
Sydney
something that
Marr.
should
Is
be
it
addressed and
Sydney
fixed.
Marr? Is in Sydney
And why are you
Marr?
bringing out some random painter girl who has nothing to do with anything?
I thought it was
Give her
Sid
her own full
Neymar,
story
I
quest,
did.
But still not mention anything about the characters you
I
already
suppose
have.
it's all one word, so it is
because-
Sydney Marr.
It costs money to get her.
Rewrites can't excuse everything, in my opinion.
That's
I
why we
agree.
use
I
them.
agree. If they're going to be
Because
there, we should get
they make
some
money from this
sort of
character.
context, shouldn't we?
They don't make money from Calcharo or Danjin. So, that's the reason, bro.
Oh, is that what we're
What are you
saying now?
doing?
No, I
And this
thought
leads into
Kuro
one of
would
my
like to do
making
stuff,
money.
Biggest
even if
fears
it's not all about the
game.
money.
I'm afraid that they're going to forget about their older characters, except for a few notable exceptions. I get that the business model of a gacha game is to push new characters to sell to players consistently, but the benefit of that is being able to use these characters to interact with each other to flesh out the story
Yep.
and make everything feel cohesive.
Makes the
and
roster
real.
feel more
So bringing
interesting.
out all these new
'Cause I
characters
think at
is
the end of the day, when you're buying a gacha game, I feel like the stories of the characters are almost more important than the story itself. Because, of course, you've got the overarching story that you want to be interested in. But those interpersonal relationship between the characters, in my opinion, are more important because that gives you that connection. You almost get a parasocial relationship with the characters, and you're more likely to want to pull on those characters, aren't you, and spend time with them in game because there's been that connection through the story. Now, I get it that they're not going to be making money on those characters, but I feel like those characters could be used to surplus the new characters interacting with each other, you know what I mean?
It's great and all, but if you're not using them and just having us talk to random NPC number 342, it feels like a massive waste. I actually thought we were going to go to the new Federation next. Maybe then they could have used that as an excuse to bring Calculator into the story. But
I mean, remember the context from Sydney Marr's video that Rinasita, at least from what he's saying, was supposed to be in the launch of the game. Was supposed to be in version 1.0. And I think just them adhering to that original vision with 2.0 to me is, you know, kind of like the explanation here. So I think that this critique potentially could have been researched more using the same information that Sid Mar had. Of course, if Sid Mar was just pulling that out of his ass, not saying he did, but if he did, right, because I don't think it's a commonly known thing across the community, you know, that could have been something that maybe he researched more to inform this line of reasoning that he's having here.
But no, we're going to Rena City with a whole slew of new characters for the story to focus around. Don't get me wrong, they look cool. Would. But this is only further feeding my worries about the older characters being forgotten about. But I'll get more into my worries about Rena City later. Since 1.0, the quests have been getting considerably better, in my opinion. Definitely not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. There are significant pacing issues and missed story beats. I could make full-on videos breaking down what these two particular quests got wrong, but on the whole, they are a lot better. Now, I'll be honest,
I definitely think Shorekeeper's story pacing was pretty bad.
Sure,
it was just a damsel in distress story, wasn't it? But it felt like we should have had more. You should have had much more screen time.
That's true.
That was rectified in Camillea's story quest. We got to spend a lot more time with her.
Ladies and gentlemen, people say it's like goddamn waifu or like waifu waves. Gion's story quest, the start of it was quite
that shit was cool.
Guys. It was like an Otome game for the female players.
That's what I mean, man. There's some seriously cool fucking lore within Wuthering Waves. You know what I mean?
Seed as well.
And
I just think it's a little bit disingenuous to a degree.
They've got so much stuff to build around. I don't think they're doing it the best at the moment.
It was literally a date with Gian. And okay, female players and Sip.
Also, they mix a story character quest with the 1.3 story.
I'm not saying, you know, I'm saying that.
I think Black Shores came too soon, in my opinion. I think you might be right, actually, to be fair.
Said he's gay.
Black Shores, yeah, agree. It did. It felt like it was built up and then it would just become a passing note, didn't it? It was a footnote in the story of Wuthering Waves.
I loved every moment of it.
My worry is Renacita's going to be that. I hope it's not. I feel like we might look back at wherever we get to in the game when we're passing beyond Renacita being the main focus, if it being a bit of a footnote as well. I hope not. I hope not. I hope we expand on a bunch of stuff.
And then Gion's kit counters the Thundering
like when I was talking about in my theory crafting video of this potential chthonic links, deity expansion, maybe seeing a pantheon of gods, you know, maybe learning more about, you know, Renacita maybe being a birthplace for some of the ideas of the Fraxidus. Now, these are all just subjective preferences, but I definitely want to see Renacita be used as a baseline to expand the world of Solaris.
And she disguised herself as an exile and then like went through like the whole sort of like dream sequence.
Because like you say, the Black Shores did feel like it was built up, and then it just passed by like
about these character story quests isn't just
a bit of
quest itself, but rather the locations we visit.
A damn squib
Have
like.
you seen these places? These set designs are stunning. It's a shame we can only ever visit them during these one-time only character.
Oh, like if the main party, Rover, Chia, Yang kind of stick together and go through the story together. So far, it's just been Rover solving problems. Yeah. I've been saying this full stop. I'd like to see more characters come back to solve problems. You know what I mean? I'd like we get into fights, and maybe Rover's not the one who fights his fight because somebody else is just better suited to it. You know, maybe we need Yinling to come along and be the secret agent part of the mission because we're not really equipped with those skills. We just beat shit up. We need somebody to be a sneaky rat kind of thing, like.
You can do it for the voice packs in general, so surely you can do it for this too.
You know, maybe we need somebody who's a general who commands authority and brings together people. Maybe that's a job for Gian. I just feel like the other characters could be used in a way that.
And so I'm not sure. Maybe
Rover's a bit of a Mary Sue, isn't she?
You know, it seems like he's either saying one,
she's just a plot device, which I get
it. Make it the content reaccessible.
It just makes the Rover a little bit more boring. Which at the end of the day, that's the if any character is going to be boring in the game, the main characters probably should be. Then let the other characters replace the role sometimes. So it's like, damn, that was cool, man. Gian came back in and kicked some fucking ass, and we needed him right there.
The option to do it, and if storage really is a worry for you, how about this? Give us the option to do.
You know, maybe we needed to do something a little bit sneaky to get somebody on our side, and it required Yinling to come in and be like that, you know, that secret agent kind of person.
Or the only problem with this is if you're like able to like selectively. You don't know
until we know. This is true. Being a live service game, stuff might get tied up and wrapped up, and it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense now.
That's my opinion. If you're able to like selectively choose like all of these different like options for like what to access or not be able to access again,
a Black Myth Wukong collab.
Make it tricky.
Just weird because Rover has a voice, he has lines, he's just like, please express some character. See, like, our player's a female Rover, and I agree the same.
And what Genshin or Honkai
sometimes
Star
the
Rail
way
does
the
is I believe they
character's
just have, like, a
talking and how they're
one-click
talking
button
feels so
where it just
misplaced to
says
what's going on.
remove, unnecessary content or unnecessary voice lines from the game.
See, I can't comment on the encore, sorry. Still yet to play it, I know. Proper tourist.
Does that make
I'm
sense?
a tourist. I just ain't got round to it, man. I don't know why. Do you know what?
Just make
We'll
it not
try and do that this
complicated.
weekend.
I
We'll
kind of
make
just
it
explained
happen.
how it could get complicated. Because Genshin and Honkai Star Rail, they just have a remove all past content button.
Yeah, well,
Versus here,
Melon
if you're
Boys are
trying to
great.
replay the past content, but also want to have the option to remove
I
content.
think, like,
it
when I
can get a
play
little
as
bit
Belle, I
tricky,
find it
like,
infinitely more
you're not
cool
removing
and
what you want to
interesting than the
play.
Rover.
Do you kinda
Infinitely.
see, like, how
And they're
that
just a
argument could
normal
get-
human.
or how that
You know?
dynamic, or
If
how that
they tried to fight
implementation could get a little bit
anybody,
tricky.
they'd get their head
That's what I'm
kicked
trying to
in.
state here.
But they're just so much more interesting. I
thing I
think that's what
have a
makes them
How in
interesting.
the hell can a game that has its main theme be about sound have that be one of its most lacking features? There have been a plethora of sound and music-related bugs and oversights since launch.
True, the music
Even
could be
now,
better
when
in
you're
WuWa.
fighting
It's
through a
great,
passive
though,
field,
compared
each
to
time a clear
PGR.
wave, the battle music
It is
restarts
lacking
from
a
the very
little bit.
beginning. You don't notice it much when your characters aren't leveled, but once you've got a relatively decent Zhang Li Yao and he's digitally shredding through all the mobs, you hear the same 10 seconds.
Bro, your Zhang Li Yao is not well built. If that is what his
Agrees in
liberation
Tosh,
does,
yeah. Yeah.
That Zhang Li Yao,
Even though
ladies
you
and
know it's a
gentlemen, that
gacha
is
game,
not
you
well
know.
built.
But it did, it felt like, oh,
rookie
okay.
numbers,
You
buddy.
know, we're just a flesh bag
yeah,
here.
I
We're a
get what
meat
he's
bag.
saying here from
It's
the
how
elements
we'd
of,
be
like,
in
the
that
sound
situation,
design.
isn't
I
it?
do think this
We'd
is,
be
like,
no use, really.
a little.
And the
a little
superheroes come
bit
round to
picky.
save you,
It's like,
basically. Hold up, chat.
Okay, you restarted the
I'm back in a
Tasset field, so
moment.
the music restarts. It's like, okay. I mean, the music starts on the Tasset field versus, like, the music would continue when you're not doing the Tasset field. Eh. Guys, I'm just making fun of his build. I'm literally just making fun of his build. I didn't talk about his rotation. I just said that Zhang Li doesn't do that much damage, buddy. Oh, if that's a standard weapon, that's actually pretty good. Oh, we got to keep that in mind. This is, wait, this might not be that bad. He also could be on lingering tunes as well, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I see why. I see why. He's using lingering tunes. Yeah, that explains everything. Ryuku, that's another strike.
Li Yao, and he's digitally shredding through all the mobs, you hear the same 10 seconds of battle music over and over again. And that's not just for the Tasset fields either. In the overworld, mobs die so easily, I never get past the initial build-up, if there even is one. Sorry, guys, but the battle music for the central plane...
But Ryuku-san, just make your characters worse. Just take some echoes off and you can enjoy combat in the overworld again.
...just isn't good. Especially when it's one of the largest areas in-game, we tend to hear how not good it is all too often. The other overworld battle music is better, yes, but it takes far too long to get to the good part, and by then everything is already dead anyway. The battle music for the bosses are pretty good though, for the most part. But I have a quick question. Why did you nerf your already great songs from CBT? For example, the Impermanence Heron had...
So, to kind of like play back this point a little bit, it seems like all this battle music, all this stuff, the sound design almost seems to contradict with the speed of the gameplay. Where I believe his concern is that this music is like starting and ending too quickly because the fights are starting and ending too quickly. I'm wondering about the solution to that, because it's like, I mean, like, the battle's over. Should the combat music still be playing when the battle's over? You're not in combat anymore because the enemies are all defeated. And so, I mean, that's not his point. Isn't that the point? Like, the music kind of like is too abrupt because the combat is too short? You're not listening. What is the point then?
Over and over again. And that's not just for the Tasset fields either. In the overworld, mobs die so easily, I never get past the initial build-up, if there even is one. Sorry.
Oh, I see. And so, the music is starting and ending too quickly, and so the solution for him is to maybe have the music start from a more in the middle of the battle of the track. But yeah, I mean, what do you mean that's not the point? That's quite literally the point. It's starting the track and ending it too early.
Guys, but the battle music for the Central Plains just isn't good, especially when it's one of the largest areas in-game. We tend to hear how not good it is all too often. The other overworld battle music is better, yes, but it takes far too long to get to the good part, and by then everything is already dead anyway. The battle music for the bosses are pretty good though, for the most part. But I have a quick question. Why did you nerf your already great songs from CB?
I missed some stuff. What did I miss? So the solution here is to have more dynamic dynamic playing of the background music. Maybe it can like better fit what's actually happening in the combat. That's interesting. We'll maybe see if he expands on that point.
EBT. For example, the Impermanence Heron had one of the best boss battle tracks in the game, and I was really looking forward to experiencing it for myself. How shocked was I to find out that not only did they change it from the Heron to one of the worst overall bosses in the game, but not only that, they completely nerfed the song. What do you mean nerfed the song? How do you do that? Here, listen to this.
This plays though during the Gian boss fight with the Heron, right? When you
I had to go
control
take a
Gian
shit
for the first time in version 1.0, this plays.
And I did wash my hands. I did. You want Vanguard Sound Studio? I think most people do.
I mean, this is just subjective. Like, I think both are good in their own ways. The other one was a little bit more high-pitched, but this one's a little bit more bassy and lower-pitched. If you're going to say that one is objectively better than the other, you deserve to be banned. Okay, maybe not banned,
music
but
in PGR.
You can't really say that one is objectively better than the other.
Did you just say somebody? You're gonna get banned if you say it's objectively better.
Like, how are you gonna say that one is better than the other?
See, you know what though? It's this sort of shit that I think's hilarious from Saint. It's what makes him entertaining for me. You know, like honestly, if Saint probably just played Wuthering Waves and just played it like, you know, mint picking all that, I probably wouldn't be interested. It's his responses to people that gets me, man.
It's like a different one is more bassy and low, the other is higher and more like it's just higher pitch and has like some other stuff that I don't know music enough to comment on it.
The one that we have now just feels incomplete, like it's missing a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, this is again what I hate. What I hate. And this is just his opinion and we're allowed to disagree with it.
Like peanut butter without jelly, yin without yang.
What is that with the Americans, man? What's the deal with peanut butter and jelly? It's jam in it, really. Is it peanut butter and jam? That's basically what it is, yeah. You wouldn't put jelly, it's jam, isn't it?
Oh yeah, the song we have now is
I've never got that, man. Saying that, I don't know if I've ever had it. It just sounds disgusting.
That's your opinion. That is entirely a subjective thing. We've already talked about it. Yeah, we'll just move through this point.
So I am quite literally saying
the first draft was better.
We use jelly or jam.
I know what happened.
I couldn't get
feedback
oh, man.
Players wanted to combat
maybe I have to try it because I admittedly I don't think I've ever had it. You know what? Maybe this weekend I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try it. Maybe we'll eat it on stream and then you can see if I throw up.
The other characters and locations not being used. Kuro, you spend all that time designing.
Yes, what I was thinking. I was thinking it would be jam. It's like whenever I see people doing it, I'm like, that looks like jam, not jelly.
Wasting resources right now. The way to
just an easy snack lunch. Because I do like peanut butter.
First of all, let us replay cutscenes and quests and add a damn
some chips, you mean? Yeah, crisps, yeah.
So far. Then
when I hear people say that, I'm like,
we want to listen to in the overworld.
Chips! Chips with your peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Hey, Ryuku, you want to know something crazy?
Something's different, something's same.
You can go to your game. Right?
Try peanut butter and a banana sandwich. Nah, you know what? I like bananas, but I can't stand bananas on anything. You know?
You guys
banana sandwich. Ugh, miss me with that shit. Banana split. No, thank you. Banana ice cream. Fuck out of my face. I'll eat a banana though and enjoy it. You know? With a little bit of honey. I like a little dash of honey on something. Yeah. I'm here for that.
Turn the music down and play literally whatever the fuck you want.
I do think some of the battle music in Wuthering Waves could be better though.
Just play the OST from the game that you want.
You know, I'd like some fights to be a little bit hype, a little bit more hype.
Just mute the music and play whatever you want.
I think sometimes in these games, it almost becomes rhythmic, doesn't it? The fights, especially in Wuthering Waves, it becomes rhythmic. And I feel like sometimes the music doesn't represent it so much. Dude, I'm kind of triggered by how many little exclamation points of things he needs to click on his left.
Crazy.
Like, click on them, bro.
Actually, I'm gonna do it for the
At least
video, so
click
I
on
will
your
put the video
mail,
down.
fucking hell.
So, yeah.
Character quests because the music is a very important part of the storytelling experience. But in the overall though, if I want to listen to Crownless's insane guitar riff while zipping around Jinzhou, that's my business. Yes, I know it would take away some of the audio character from the locations, but you know what you can do then? Turn the CD player off? Maybe? Now it's time to address the elephant in the room. Gathering wives. Okay, so where do I stand on this? Honestly,
Yeah, banana's good for you,
I'm not
man.
a fan. Now, before you come at me with your pitchforks, just hear me out.
Good for potassium,
what I mean
yeah.
is that I already have dozens of other random gacha games with generic...
What's going on, right?
characters or
Ryuki Sensei's
OP
critiques aren't really that
protagonists.
harsh. Yeah, so far they've been
my God.
pretty. What's his fucking
Bro's
Snowbreak?
talking about, okay.
The entire world revolves around and are loved by his harem of beautiful waifus of varying styles and massive personalities. I don't need another. Right now, I think there are three different groups out there. Some people see the harem and like it, some people see the harem and don't like it, and there's another smaller group of people that don't see the harem at all. They have some reason or other for each character.
Yeah, I've
Yang
noticed
Yang,
that.
she's just really caring.
Some
She
people
cares
try
for
and say
everyone
that
like
it's
that.
a non-factor at
She's
all,
just a seductress using
which
her
I
looks to
don't
get what she
believe
wants.
that's true. You can
Chun-Li,
like it and
she's heard
dislike
so
it,
much
but I
about
think to
Rover
say
from
it's
her
not there,
master,
I
so to
think
her,
it's a
like
little
being
bit.
a superhero.
Is it? Is that?
Shorekeeper, she's just
definitely
very
there.
devoted to the cause. She
Definitely
respects
there.
Rover like a father figure. Camellia, she's just interested.
Okay. I think that we have maybe done a little bit too much of a generalization here.
I don't
Just
know,
a
man.
little
I
bit
agree,
too
definitely
much
on the
of a
Shorekeeper
generalization
thing.
here.
That's all right. The relationship also with the Shorekeeper. When people saying she
used
loves
to
you
be
like
a
that, I was like,
collection
I
of
think she loves you
Sonaro
like
energy.
a parental figure.
Literally like energy particles. All right, I may be getting this explanation wrong. But like
Those are the
Rover is
true
the
Gooner
one that, like,
gachas,
gave
yes, they
meaning
are.
to her existence.
Snowbreak,
Not
he's
like-
a
Rover
Gooner.
ain't her
The
daddy.
Gooner's Gooner. Definitely.
She ain't her daddy like that.
How much of a
Camellia,
Gooner that
she's
you're like,
just
you're
used
almost an
data, yeah.
Arsenal fan?
Interested in Rover because he's strong, nothing more. And the fact of the matter is that these people would be right in thinking that way. Those are all valid interpretations of the characters. However, for those out there that see it as something more or want to see it as something more, there are things in game which validate.
I
their
don't
belief
even
that these
mind the
characters are relatively
harem.
interested
I
in
just
Rover.
want some
Personally, I can,
characters
see
that
the
maybe
harem
turn
and
up and they
don't
want to
like
punch us in the
category. Sorry, it's
face.
just the way I feel.
You know,
We
I
don't
do.
need to have every girl we meet be almost instantly wanting to jump on Rover's tacitite
Yeah,
dick
I
as soon as they
want
meet
some.
him.
I
On top
want
of that,
some
there's been a significant lack of new male playable
conflict
characters since
between the
launch.
characters. I do. It'd be a lot more interesting.
To be fair, he does have a big point on the male characters. There
I'm waiting
aren't-
for Girlfriend
there
Line to
aren't
beat
that many in the game.
Snowbreak.
That's true. That is true.
The
There
dorm
aren't that
system
many
is
male
pretty-
characters in the game.
He's pretty
There have been
Goonerish.
hints of male characters that are potentially going to be released, like Yeshulin and Scar, but there just aren't that many in the game at a baseline. It's just an objective fact, right? We
For
have
me,
Zhang Liao
out
and
of all the
Tian.
characters
Obviously, they're
that I had the
extremely
least
strong, so
problem
it's
with
not
was
like
probably
a
Camellia.
situation
Because for
where
me,
they're
Camelia's
sandbagging.
situation was less that it seemed that she was into the rover, so to speak. It was more the desire to be competing with the rover in power and you know, desiring that power as well as less than desiring the rover themselves. It almost felt like a Vegeta, you know, our Vegeta to the Kakarot kind of thing, rather than they want to be us. They want to challenge us. They see us as somebody to aspire to be rather than be with. If that makes sense. That's the way I feel like anyway. And plus, she was mental, which was great.
The male character's strength and making them like not good in content.
I think that kills it for me is I want them to at least interact with each.
But
Yes,
there's not a
yes,
lot of them.
yes.
It's
This is why I've
objectively
said I would like them to be risky. Have a patch, right, where the main story peters out a little bit, okay? Or maybe it's mentioned, but we'd see it from a third party perspective. We see potentially Rover doing the thing, but we're not doing the thing. And then the next patch, we could go back and we're doing the thing with Rover. You know, we're kind of like PGR. You go back and do it from the other side. The next patch could be doing that, what we saw Rover doing, but we get to see like almost like in a Superman v Batman, you know, where you see, you know, Kryptonians fighting and what that looks like from the outside. And I'd like to see a patch where it's dedicated to a couple of characters from the roster, and that's the story. It might be a bit more grounded, but we get some real interactions with those characters and they interact with the world around them. And I feel like it'd flesh the world out so much more. I do.
True. There's also another point that I wanted to.
Not gonna lie, she had a bit of a boner for Rover. I think it was a bit different though, wasn't it? Though it was the power, wasn't he? Well, that's right. That's the way I took it anyway.
Jumping on the tacitite dick.
We don't need to have every girl we meet be almost instantly wanting to jump on Rover's tacitite dick.
Okay. So this is the thing.
The dorm right now is beta. I
There
ain't
are a
played
lot of
enough, man.
characters that
I need to
don't
play some
do
more Girls
that.
Frontline too.
And there are some characters that, you know, in some circumstances, right, they have a previous relationship in some way.
I think
And
the
know we
characters are
mentioned a
either
couple
super
of
positive
them,
or they're overall
but
neutral. I'd like some
it's not like
characters
there's-
to be negative towards the overall would. I'd like to get to a new area
alright.
where maybe we've done something in the past that's negatively affected that area. Maybe people died because of decisions we made, whether they were consciously made or subconsciously made, or we just chose something for the greater good and it affected a small number of people in a certain nation and they've got a real hate boner. And there's people from that area that are resonators that we come into contact with that are not friends with Rover and potentially never become friends with Rover, but they're playable, you know? And then maybe some that start off negatively, but then become our friends later on. I'd definitely like to see some of that because it would definitely give a little bit more to the story, I feel. You know, I want somebody to come in where they're just, look, we're never going to be friends, but we'll work together because we have to.
Maybe I'll let this point breathe a little
as soon as they meet him. On top of that, there's been a significant lack of new male playable characters since launch.
You just got Sumi weapons. Really? Yeah, man, I lost my 50-50 on Sumi. But
You sound like an idiot for asking for more male characters. You don't play Love and Deep Space and complain about the lack of female characters, do you? No, that would sound weird. The problem is, though, in 1.0 there were 6 guys and 10 girls to choose from. That's a ratio of 3 to 5. Not equal, but understandable. So many of us were under the
I got no
assumption that
issue
they
with
were
the
going to
ratio.
replicate that
I got no
going
issue with the
forward.
ratio with the
They even showed us
characters,
characters that
personally.
have a lot of players eager to play them. such
I
as
think the
Super
male
Hot Boy
characters that
and
are in the
Mr.
game are
Anal
pretty
Bean.
good as well. They
Since
kind of
then,
make
we've
up for
had-
the lack of numbers, if that makes sense to me. You know, I feel like the male characters are that
Is that
good.
truly what we're gonna call
They make
the
up for,
esteemed
you know, they're like
Geshu-Lin?
quality over quantity with the male
Mr. Anal
characters.
Bead necklace?
I'm still adamant Yan has to become a
Bro.
usable resonator.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Jinshi,
I've the one pull a Sunday wondering we were for a villain. Stuff like wondering who he's just a dick and becomes less of a dick and playable. I ended up liking him. Yeah, man, that's what I want. I want a character that you come round to. Because, like, you know, like going to something like, I don't know, I'm not expecting this level of storytelling, but like, I know Game of Thrones ended shit, but like, Game of Thrones is like this roller coaster. And again, I'm not expecting this sort of level where you start off hating certain characters and liking other characters, and you go through this roller coaster of the characters you started hating, you end up really liking, and the characters you started liking, you end up hating, and then sometimes it comes back, and you're like, man, I don't know how I feel about this character anymore, and I like that, I want that, and probably expecting too much, but even just like a small percentage of that, where like I end up really being a fan of a particular character in the game. I suppose PGR did that for me a little bit when the game first started. I was like, Lee's a dickhead. And then I really got to like Lee.
How in the hell does Little Miss Itty Bitty Titty Committee over here have more?
Itty Bitty Titty Committee. Where did I hear that before, man? Dude, I heard that on the Lolco live stream. And I heard that and I was like, bro, I like that statement.
Fine.
That's
Like,
a good saying, that is. Itty Bitty Titty Committee.
Literally built different, and it's perfectly fine. Why are we gonna say that like it's an insult? Like, come on, man. She's just different. Why can't she be different? Just different body types and stuff like that.
BA. What are we talking about here? BA. What's BA?
More jiggle physics than Changli or Baija. Robin, what do you think?
Okay. I guess from that context, yeah, hers might be looking a
I
little
think
bit
this
more
area is the
watery
welcoming
than
role for
others,
players
but,
area.
I
Wave
mean, it
2.0.
doesn't-
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong.
I don't even know if that's. Did you like empirically?
I'm not
prove that, or is
judging
that-
Kuro in
did
the
you,
sense that
empirically
they
prove
fucked
that,
it.
like, one has
I
more jiggle
hope
physics than
that
the
these
other?
things come.
I feel like I
I'm
don't
definitely
even-
on the
I feel
thing
like I'm
of
not even sure.
I'm willing to give them time because we're early on in the game. You know what I mean? There's plenty of things that I've got critiques about that I'm not harping on about too much because I'm like, I feel like they're going to come into the game. Well, I hope they will anyway. So yeah.
If I could like validate either claim.
If they wanted to critique WuWa, I know one point to critique at the current pincer attack is still poorly balanced towards current new character compared to how they do balance in Elusive Realm.
Gacha OPs are always loved by the main cast. Yes, I know. I don't care. So
Oh,
what
Blue
you're saying
Archive,
is-
never played it. Never played it.
You adore Doris?
No.
Are you a Doris?
I mean, guys, this man over here, Ryuku Sensei, we can confidently say that this gentleman really wants what is the best for Wuthering Waves. Can't we? We can.
Yeah,
we
never
can see
played
that
Blue
here.
Archive.
he is making these critiques. He's
Is
bringing
he
up,
good?
you know, a lot of solid examples. And it's clear that this man, this gentleman over here.
Yeah, sorry, I love
this
Blue Archive team
resident
building and
of
raids.
Japan.
Yeah, I never played it,
He
man.
wants what is the best for
I don't
Wuthering
even think if I've
Waves,
seen gameplay of
and
Blue Archive,
I
if I'm
could
honest.
see how a lot of people thought that this critique was okay. This critique was something that people could resonate
Yes,
with.
fuck man, give me
when
more
made
Echo
in the public
XP.
sphere
Pisses me off
isn't
because
something that's going to
I
be
have got the
universally
worst
shit on.
substat roll look ever. Constantly getting double
This is what
defense
I
all the
mean
fucking
by
time, and
the
I just feel like
Wuthering Waves
punching my
community
monitor.
actually
That makes me
being
distressed.
really good. Because
Yeah,
what
man,
I've
give me
seen
more
so
Echo
far is
XP.
that these
Because, dude,
critiques
I've
are
got like
fair,
4,000
these critiques are
tuners.
subjective, but most
You know?
importantly, these critiques are well thought out.
Blue
And they
Archive is
provide
popular for the wrong
context,
reasons.
They provide great
Skill issue,
reasoning.
right?
There's literal examples being seen on the screen of what he's
Just
going
bad at the
over.
game, man. That's
And
what it is.
through
I'm
that,
bad at the
people are
game.
able to follow this discussion, follow this line of reasoning, and see, hey, Ryuku's coming up with solutions. Ryuku's clearly outlining
It's
what
saying
the
it's
problem
not
is.
problem
And
saying
most
we have one set
importantly,
to multiple
ladies and
characters.
gentlemen,
Yeah, I
content
agree.
creators out there
And
who are not
like,
doing this. And
I'd only give that a little bit more of a watch it if we had like presets that could be interchanged quickly, you know, and it was made more efficiently. But even still, then I just want better fucking. I want less like the RNG on Substat. I know some people are luckier, and I suppose this is like a personal thing, a skill issue, if you will, where like some people just get god rolls. I don't, so it becomes a bit frustrating. Because the thing with Wuthering Waves, you can spend hours, and I know this is in other games as well, you can spend hours farming mats just to get garbage, and it feels like you've wasted your time, and then you've burnt a bunch of your mats as well, chasing echoes, you know what I mean? And your character's got no better, you've wasted a bunch of mats, and the only outcome you've got is a bit of frustration.
I've been proven to not
Fuck
be
off,
doing
bots.
this. Stop. It's not made up. These critiques aren't made up. These critiques aren't immediately
Presets don't take it. Yeah, no, they definitely don't for me either, but I feel like I'd be a little bit more.
The second you
I'd
look
let it
into a game,
slide a little
or
bit
you
more
look
if
at
that
the
makes sense.
cutscenes,
But
or you
actually, I
look at the
wouldn't, but
numbers,
you know,
the
I'd give him a
stuff
bit
he's
more of
saying
a.
can't really be
I'd give him a little bit
disproven.
more.
And those are his critiques, and they make
I
sense.
can't say
and
anything,
people
but
agree with
2.0
them.
leagues are going to fix a
Or
lot
if
of your
they don't
issues.
agree with them,
I've seen
they're not
some.
being like,
I've seen
"Oh,
some.
you're wrong."
I saw something about shinies,
"I
and I
can
saw
see
something
how
about
you're
character
right."
models when you like heavily
And ladies
damage,
and
which I thought was
gentlemen,
really cool.
This
I'm
is
not
what
going to
a
get
good
into it though
critique
because I
looks
don't
like.
want to get banned.
It's really just that simple, folks. It's really just that simple.
I've been playing gacha games since they first became mainstream here.
I
in
agree as well,
Japan.
Zinthos,
I'm
I
talking about
agree.
Puzzles
Yeah.
and Dragons and Monster Strike. You know, the gacha games that actually had a gachapon animation that actually defined the genre. I also have 2,000 login days on Fate Grand Order. Yes, I know I have a problem. Someone please send help. I need it. Please. What I'm saying is, gacha is a monetization system.
This guy's an absolute freak, to be honest. He's an absolute fucking freak. Let's be real here.
That's how these games make money. Gacha has absolutely nothing to do with the amount or level of fan service. Even modern titles like Cookie Run Kingdom are gacha games. No fan service there, unless you're jerking off to Blue Slushy. In which
Hey, where's she at though?
you're jerking off to Blue Slushy.
Hey, Tectone. Caught. Tectone? Tectone. I know you like this shit. I know you got a thing for the fucking cookies.
Gacha Smack is wrong because he's not my
I know
friend.
you
Yeah,
got a
definitely.
thing
Yeah.
for fucking cookies. Don't play.
Like,
There's a reason why.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's not just because he's his friend. I feel like there's reflection being took upon. And I'm genuine about that. I'm not saying he has reflected upon it, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's had criticism just, and I'm hoping he's took it on board and he's easing up a little bit. He's easing up a little bit, you know? Because as I said, this is where I felt like I had a bit of an issue with Saint. Well, I ain't got an issue with Saint, but in the way he goes into people sometimes. Because most people will call people names and stuff, but it's not that deep, you know, that you can tell they're taking the piss a little bit. It's for the content. But then when he followed up and he said that the video actually genuinely distressed him, I was like, whoa. Not even just for me now, bro, for your own sanity, man. Don't let videos distress you on the internet unless you're watching somebody getting chopped up, like, you know, in Minecraft.
You was playing Cookie Run Kingdom for a really long time, buddy.
You play a lot of Cookie Run
You're
Kingdom,
trying to get
really?
up in that batter.
I had Cookie Run has a lot of corn, people. Rule 34, man. You know what I mean? Rule 34.
At least not this much anyway. Just because I enjoy spring onion in my ramen doesn't mean I want it piled on. Why are all my analogies about food? Am I hungry? We have enough of these Gooner gacha games already. I should know. Those games market themselves as being horny jiggle games meant to be played with one hand.
Better make sure I don't stay on this too long or I'm going to get demonetized, but I do need to appreciate the view. All right, let's continue.
And when I want to play one of those games, I'll go do that. Again,
Okay.
it goes back to marketing and how they present themselves. Any new player might see an ad for Wuthering Waves and think, oh, that looks like a cool combat game, let's check it out. And then when they play it, they have a harem of walking...
Please don't call... Hey.
Harem when you got Encore on screen.
Resident soon.
jiggle physics around them at all times. A lot of regular players might get turned off by that.
I may or may not be a contributor.
There are a lot of characters in Wuthering Waves that I think are hot as fuck, but if I wanted to imagine myself giving them crazy backshots, I would just check out Pixiv. And no, I am not advocating for censorship. All I'm saying is that if they and we, the players, want Wuthering Waves to break into the normie barrier, I don't think that many regular people would be comfortable with that level of fan service. So speaking as someone that wants as many people to play this...
I think I disagree there. I don't think having characters less goonerish is going to make these games break into the normie market, personally. Because I think most gamers don't mind a bit of gooner stuff. I think that we've been sold the lie that majority of gamers now think like journalists when we know they don't. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a little bit too many reactionary people now who see a character that might not be sexy and they're straight, oh, this game's woke. Because there is a lot of that when it's like, come on, man. Come on. I want some games sometimes where my character doesn't. I want gritty stuff as well. I think to break into the normie market, you don't need to be less sexy, shall we say. I think you probably just need less gacha mechanics, if I'm honest, really. And I think that'll change over the years. I know we've got more game now and gachas just attached to it. And I think that's what's going to change because people's spending habits and what they expect from video games is different now. You know, your average 14-year-old knows no different type of game than a game that's full of microtransactions, really. So that's just going to get softer and softer. So people will accept that more and more. I don't think that's what will take gacha games breaking into the normie market. What's going to take gacha games breaking into the normie market is the things that I've talked about. Doing something bigger and different than what gacha games are doing now. Endgame has to be bigger and better. You know, stories has to be better. There has to be some, real adaptation and evolution in the way the games work to catch on to the normie market. I don't think it'll ever be the banners that make that happen and the characters themselves.
This game as possible. I think they should tone things down because it just might be too much for most people. If
we're frankly being honest, the fan service in WuWa doesn't feel like extremely egregious.
Yeah, I agree with this. For me, the fan service doesn't come in visuals in Wuthering Waves. It comes in the self-insert. That's where the fan service comes in Wuthering Waves. You know? I think that's more likely to turn people off because the story seems tropey. It's like, well, come on, give me something a bit more.
I mean, there are some
and if you're trying to cater to console
like,
gamers, especially on PlayStation, you need to give that. Because they're used to playing things like, PlayStation IP titles, which do that, don't they?
As openly goonery as
Rounders exists, and that's a real gooner.
Here, I think it is pretty tame. And
only played a bit of Rounders too.
Releases, right? Characters like Zany, who are a little bit.
Yeah, for me, I don't really give a shit about gooner either. Really, I am a gooner, and don't get me wrong, I love to joke about, man. Look at the titties, look at the booba, look how good the character looks.
The new Yinlin trailer?
For me, it's all about gameplay.
Oh boy,
and then story secondary.
Caught moment, chat. Am I gonna be caught again? Am I gonna be exposed as a complete fraud? Am I going to be exposed as a complete fraud after witnessing this? Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Wuthering Waves.
Wait, what's this? What's this? What's this? Oh, what's this? Ooh, let's have a look at this chat. Should have a look at this chat. Let me pause this then, man. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a gander. I didn't even know this was a thing. Tourist, absolute tourist. 8 hours, and I didn't know it was a thing. Midnight podcast Yinlin from Wuthering Waves. What's going on here then? What is this? I didn't even know this was a thing. Okay.
Who's there?
Oh, okay. Is it just one of those audio things then? It's just one of those audio things, yeah, for a banner.
Here you are.
It's a bit of ASMR, yeah?
I knew it was you. But your choice of attire is...
Is it so people can put on Rule 34 and jack off listening to her?
No one followed. Thanks for that. So, you're having trouble sleeping.
Okay.
Well, come with me.
Make me go to bed, yeah? Tuck me in. Is this what it's for? It's gonna tuck me
Make
in.
yourself comfortable.
Okay. We're in the car.
Don't worry. This is the place I use for Zapstring's daily maintenance.
Okay.
Consider it a safe house.
Alright, okay, I will.
I'm not in the habit of early nights, since my job
okay.
is bound to darkness. You're welcome
Threaten me with
to
a good
stay here
time.
as long as you like. You want to know what I usually
Man, how many people are sitting in there thinking, damn, man, tie me up like that, mummy?
do on a night off? Well, that's not something I give much thought to. As you can see, my nights are usually filled with missions.
Okay. Alright.
A relaxed night like this is a rarity. I
You
guess
wanna spend
this
it with
is
me,
how
right?
Ordinary people enjoy themselves,
Okay.
right? I have to admit,
Man, I love Yinlin's design. You know? I love Yinlin's design. Guna, I am a Guna, but I think her design is so good. Such a cool character. And Zapstring as well. Like, overall, absolute W design of a character.
it's comforting to have you here.
Is there a new coating in PGR that's like Yinlin? Sure, I saw something the other day.
I
What if I was just tripping?
It's fulfilling to earn the trust of others.
What if I was just scrolling my timeline drunk or something?
I'm going to repair Zapstring now. I hope you don't find it too boring.
That's alright, we'll see you working with your hands. What them fingers do though? What for them fingers do though?
Just like humans, puppets show signs of wear and tear.
Okay.
I won't deny, I put Zapstring through their paces.
Hey, whoa. Okay. What you implying? What you implying? You want to put me through my paces, eh? You want to show me what's what? You want to teach me a thing or two?
I regularly maintain them. After all, I need Zapstring to be fighting fit to perform my tasks more effectively.
Damn man, they are going full ASMR with this, aren't they? This almost sounds like, I feel like I'm in a freaking survival game here, man. I'm getting like, you know, like I'm healing after a fight.
Looks like I need to lubricate some parts here.
I wish I was that. Damn, bro. Okay. 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 We know what this is. Okay. You want to lubricate some parts. There's a bunch of dudes thinking exactly the same thing now. Damn. They're leaning in with this one, boys.
Let's see how it works. Wow.
It should have been me.
Bad. Oh, that reminds me. Zapstring has some special skills.
Okay.
A Zapstring blend. How about giving it a try?
Was this Hypnol? Okay, well, I'm not even going to get into it because that's probably dark actually, and it'll probably get me demonetized on YouTube. Grape jokes are not funny. Okay, cool. How many of these have they got? These midnight podcasts? Didn't they do one? There's one for Gian, isn't there? There's one for Gian. All right, cool. All right, this. You know what I'd like to see more of, though. Don't get me wrong. You know, all jokes aside, obviously the Gooner stuff and that. But I want to see more like world building put into the YouTube. Like, even if you're giving me still scenes animated with maybe some voiceovers, right? Can I have some of that? I'd like to see some world building. You know, if you're not going to give me the interpersonal connections with the characters in the game where they're interacting with each other, can we get some videos where they're doing this? You know, I'd like to see the characters just doing stuff outside of what we're doing and interacting with each other and building up a bit of connections and lore. I feel like it'd be really interesting to see, if I'm honest. I think that would be actually pretty cool for them to do. And I'm not expecting, like how Kazahana was saying before, like animate, because I don't expect that. That's expensive. It's going to take a lot. Just give me some stills, you know, just give me some still images They make them look like a manga or comic book scenes where like it's just on screen. There's a bit of voice acting. It doesn't have to be anything too drastic, but it's just like, it was a cool little story, you know, like even like that backstories to characters or what they do on a Tuesday night kind of thing. I think that'd be really cool to bring into the ecosystem, if you will. And I feel like it'll build up the game in general and give people just a little bit more extra nuance and expanding the world. It makes the world feel more real, doesn't it? You know, it's like a bit of a lore expansion. I think that'd be pretty cool if I'm honest. It should have been me. I think there was a short Yinling that came out recently. It was showing a lot of feet. Oh, I think I saw something like that on Twitter, actually. You know, man, some people really like feet, don't they? You know, they really like feet. Never really understood it because most people have got super ugly feet, to be fair. Midnight Podcast is made. The special feature ones in the shorts is very good, especially for Chameleon. Yeah, more out of the game bits would be cool. Yeah, that'd be fun. I heard 1.2 did that. They do give a bit of give the anime version of Pixie special feature podcast in the shorts. I think I might have actually. I'm more just talking about like something that like felt like a mini episode of something, but just do it with the voice actors and I know that costs money, and I don't even need animation. I don't. Just give me a freaking still, make it shake in Premiere Pro if they want to. You know what I mean? Like I don't even need that amount. I think going on YouTube. Did you say what was in the shorts? Oh, what this? For the highlight. All right, boys. Let's go again. Let's refresh. Let's take it all in. Let's absorb it. Okay, man. I'm not, dude. This is getting saved, downloaded by thousands of dudes right now. Definitely not going to be doing that myself. Oh man, wearing glasses. Okay, all right. Yinling in glasses. That's Gooner bait. That's Gooner bait. They actually do that in the community tab. Yeah, they're not quite. They're cool. I do like them, but I'm more talking like you know, something that was a few minutes long. You know, like a very short cartoon, but just comics. I've seen that stuff in the community tab. I want a little bit more though. I want to feel like the world's feeling a bit alive. Like that stuff does a little bit, and I'm cool with that. And I'm not expecting anything major, but yeah, I definitely let. We're gonna watch this again for no reasons other than we're looking at the room around her. Where is she? What's she doing? Right? What is she doing? All right. We're definitely looking at the room. Okay. Okay. All right. I didn't see this one from Cammy. Let's have a look at this one. Oh man, I love Camellia, I do. Bro, you know how some people like to have those harnesses, you know, for fooling around, you know, those little harnesses that people get and strap them to the ceiling. You don't even need that with Cammy, do you? Like, be wild. I do need to do more world building. The YouTube channels that do that, but it's fan made. Yeah, I want something that's canonical. I want something that's canonical. And they don't even need to like do it often, you know. Once a patch, I'll be happy with. You know, just subcontract it out to another company that does all the artwork, quickly knocks it up. Get the voice actors in to do a little bit of work. That's the thing that's going to cost money, because sometimes, you know, voice actors are not ready on that regular basis, are they, to keep coming back to do the work as well. So that's the thing as well. So it's not as easy as you think sometimes, is it? Yes, I agree with that, Mirina Seed. See, like, I understand that as the banners come up for each character, they're going to do... I feel like they dropped all the characters. I think we could have got... You know how they did the little backstory thing? I feel like we could have got that for each character. every week running up to Christmas over 5 weeks. And then obviously, as we get closer to the banners, do the showcase, do the combat showcase, and then do the kit. I feel like that would have been a real good way to build up hype on the run up to Renacita, I do. Funny though, one as Caltero being a brokey.
That's just good manners.
Yeah,
That's
that's
just
kind of good.
manners.
I like that.
What's so wrong with this? She takes off shoes when going into a house. That's literally just good manners.
Yeah, January 2nd, yeah, Renacita.
I mean,
I wonder why I was on Asmon's. He must have raided Asmon, yeah. I love it how loads of people are playing Astrobot because he won Game of the Year. Based.
Huh?
Based.
Like,
and she spent all day in them hills, hasn't she?
I see why.
The worst thing is, though,
I see
they look
why.
great, yeah, but you know those things are stinking. Stinking.
Because we got Feet Master in the comment from the Tethys simulation, where everything is going to shit. There's like a
increases. This could have helped the world and the story and the
just that. It's fine. Like, she's
the jiggle physics, but I think that they also wanted to take this game seriously and not just push out.
Don't play. This version of Yinlin is ugly as shit, bro.
Yes,
like,
yes.
Her eyes just are
she
so
looks
fucked up.
She looks like she's got things wrong with her.
Yo, this
to
is
be
not
fair.
it.
You know?
This ain't it, guys.
Some chromosomal issues potentially.
Nah, this ain't it. Nah, look at she looks fucking. She looks.
They'll probably do developer live stream again. I would imagine, yeah, because I feel like that's what they. Because I said this before, I don't want to see developer live streams for every update. They're not necessary, but I think for the major updates, it will definitely build hype, and it will make you like you'll know when there's a live stream as well. You're like, oh, this update's going to be big, and I think it'll have more impact because you know if you got one every single time, it's like well, whatever. But if you get one, you're like right. Okay, time to lock in. This update's going to be big.
Nah, man. Nah, this shit's scary as fuck. She literally got like...
I think a lot of the characters, man, I think it was probably because of Rover's hair. Didn't you see female Rover? Dude, she looked like a fucking bobblehead in 1.0. Like, her head looked ginormous, bro. It's fucking weird.
Nah, man. I would like... Nah, this ain't it. Hey, I get what you're saying, Ryuku Sensei. Nah,
she's trying to say that she looked better then.
You shouldn't have shown me that.
And direction they had in CPT1. Yes, the characters were badass and hot with some fanservice jiggle physics, but I think that they also wanted to take this game seriously and not just push out a game for horny players to goon over. Just my opinion, though. To be honest, I prefer the dynamic.
I mean, I believe that the way that you're framing it right now, it's sort of like the version that they do have, the release version
wait for that one,
is
yeah.
just gooner bait.
Like she goes breathing just like little tiny bits. Yeah.
Just,
I would.
You know,
I would.
some of the characters are a little.
You know, even if it was just like almost like drone shots of part of Renacita. You know, like a little tease. What does this mean? You know, like an image of an alley in Renacita and somebody walking down it. Do little things like that. They don't have to necessarily be part of the game as it comes out, the update. It just gives you this intrigue of like different areas of the town and the city and little shots of just little things. Even if it's like kind of hard to make out what's there, but it gives people like me who like to the theory crafting videos, like, what's this, man? What does this mean? It might be total bullshit, but I like doing that. It's like, that's why I like doing theory craft videos. My videos are not low videos when I do those videos, and I will have one coming up very soon. I haven't even started it properly yet, but I'm going to get working on it in the next few days. The Seraphim video, where I see them as theory crafting videos because there's a lot of people doing lore. I'd rather do theory crafting stuff where we see stuff in the game, look at stuff in real life, and try and bring it together to maybe potentially come up with ideas that could be coming into the game. And a lot of them will probably be absolutely wrong, but I like doing that. So like that sort of stuff would be great for me because I could come up with ideas and try and look for stuff in real world and then be like, ooh, connect the dots and come up with the wrong answer. But it's still fun to do.
Some of the characters are a little silly, right? But there's just, it's not like incredibly on the nose. Like, you know, Changli does the whole like, ada, you know, mommy thing. Like that's like her vibe. Yinlin's like the, you know, she's got like the kind of like deeper voice, more like succubus.
Low videos are hard, basically. You got to be good at detailed
Chameleon's just a
historian.
freak, right? She's a freak in every way. She's a freak in every single trailer to every single
like,
person.
For me, again, though, I'd rather do like, you know, like, where are we? Get to my channel a second. Not to self-promote, you know, self-promoting on my own channel. Holy shit, what was that? Okay. All right. Real Gooner material there, boys. Where are we? You know, like, shit, where are they? You know, like my, not that one. The Sentinel video. That one didn't do well, though, that video. I'm kind of annoyed about that. Sucks, but it is what it is, I guess. You know, why Rinasita looks like this, you know, like, this isn't a lore video at all. This is definitely theory crafting, because I'm taking a lot of the stuff in regards to real life. And I like playing with that. I like playing with that, like, you know, looking back into Chinese mythology and trying to bring links together using European mythology and bringing it all to, because at the end of the day, video games are a lot of the time are inspired by real world stuff, aren't they? Whether it's historical or whatever. And I like trying to theorize where we could potentially be going and the reason for it from our real world shit.
So,
Yo, Joe, what's going on, dude?
Just a sweetheart, right? She's just a sweetheart, very tame. I really don't think it's Gooner bait. And obviously, a difference in our opinions.
Dynamic in CPT1 where Rover wasn't trusted.
I need to ask Sid that as well. Because I thought it was Sid Neymar. Is it Sydney Mar? I've been saying it wrong all this time. Sydney Mar or Sid Neymar? Because obviously in my head, I just saw Neymar and I think of football. So I think Sid Neymar. But then when I think about it, Sydney Mar, kind of like, you know? I'm thinking too deep into this.
Say that,
you know?
again. Say what again? Uh-oh.
Sydney Mar for you.
I think I've just made a terrible mistake. Don't clip that.
I don't know what you say
is
too.
Getting deleted, ladies and
I'll have to ask him because, like, obviously I've spoken to him a few times. Like, he's been in my comments saying, you know, the video was good and that. Like, he said my my video on what's his face, Brandt, was a really good video as well. He says he even didn't take into account the fact that, like, he speaks a language where Brandt means, you know, I think he said it means fire or burning. You know, like when I was breaking that down, like all the different historical expressions of the name Brandt and where they come from and the original meanings behind where the word originated from originally. That was a lot of original. And he said that was a great video, like. But I went back onto his video and I have to be like, I think you're right, you know. That is definitely a cutlass and not a rapier. So I agreed with him. I think, yeah, he's right. It's a broad blade and not a sword.
Gentlemen.
Have the characters love you right away, or have them be wary of you, or even hate you, and you slowly win them over to your side through your actions in the story.
Thank you. I'd like to see some of that.
When we start off, Subaru is a whiny little bitch that isn't trusted by anyone, so he needs to grow as a person.
And in character growth,
he brings
right?
over many people to his side.
Spoilers!
Including us, the viewers, let alone Rem, who is now his biggest simp. And let me remind you, she was literally murdering him every single night when they...
Bro, what the... You're going deep on this, bro. Holy shit. You just low-key fucked up the series for anybody that didn't watch it already.
Absolutely.
You got... Hey, put a timestamp for like, hey, I'm about to ruin your ReZero experience, buddy.
Oh, he's reacting, yeah.
I mean, I guess... I
think he's just joking.
Where do I go to skip this? I get the analogy. But it's like... It's been out... It's...
Why do people bring up examples from the worst anime in the industry?
Murder! They could have used that trust as a vehicle to create more stories and quests in-game. Rover goes on certain quests to do certain things, and in doing so, slowly earns the respect and even admiration of...
It's like how we've got the echoes and something, they could bring something into the lore, yeah, that you could have resonators be killed off and potentially still be usable as characters as well. Like, how cool would it be if a character got killed off, but there was still like you know, there was a premium 5-star character, but they died in the game? Like, would any of you guys be up for that? But you still get to get the character because they explain it in the lore somehow that, like, you know, whether it's you know, their resonance has been transferred into something else, or, you know, it's almost like an echo of their resonance. Like, I think that'd be really cool because it'd add a bit of tension then, wouldn't it? Because when you get into dangerous situations, you'd be like, yo, shit, is somebody going to die here? Even if they never do again, you'd think that every time you got into that situation where the character was actually put in a bit of a risky situation, you'd be like, dude, are we getting a death again? And I think that'd add a little bit, I do.
Everyone around him, and your interactions with the characters in the world changes as your reputation increases.
That's a crazy take.
The world feel much more alive and real. No? But no, we went from this to this instead.
You got any other tricks up your
Yeah,
sleeve?
I agree.
Like eating a whole tacit Discord?
I agree.
I mean,
if you're gonna look at the characters, they would have distrusted you, wouldn't you? If you rock up, you're some random person who just fell out the sky, and then you suck off an echo. You literally suck off an echo. You know, nobody else can do it like you do it. You'd be like, wait a minute, who's this motherfucker? You know, and I thought that was so badass. Way Chia just was like pulled the strap and was like, "I'll blow your fucking head off if you move," kind of attitude. That was sick. It was definitely better than the, "Ooh, let's be friends," you know?
I prefer not to get a gun shoved in my face 2 minutes into the game. You know. Maybe you guys like that. I don't. I don't like that. Like, I don't like that. Maybe you guys do.
He's definitely going a lot easier on this video, isn't he? Now, is this because
a bunch
of
weirdos, you know?
what happened in the
think
call?
about that?
Or is this because his friends, Ryuku? Bro, what the fuck is up with YouTube, man?
I see why you're running out of Echo experience here. Oh, barrier.
Barrier, while also continuously asking one, yes, the characters were badass, and
I really don't think it's Gooner bait. It's into the they make versus a maybe you guys like that.
Becomes the first gacha to actually take itself. Underwear over tights? How is that not goofy? There's a reason that they haven't had that
on this, bro. Holy Gooner bait. And obviously, she's a freak in Yinlin's like the, you know, she's got like a little you have like every Gooner bait. Again,
I don't know where he was.
Oh, I think I've just made a terrible mistake.
Okay.
Oh, wait, that didn't watch it already.
That trust as actors in the world changes as your reputation in quests in-game. Rover goes on certain quests to do certain things, and in doing so, slowly earns the respect and even admiration of everyone around him. And your interactions with the characters in the world changes as your
Very same alive too, so
this could have helped the world
yeah,
feel
but
much
like
more
still,
alive and real. No, but no,
you're
we
gonna
went from
question the person, aren't you?
To this instead.
You got any other tricks up your sleeve? Like eating a whole tacit Discord?
I mean, I prefer not to get a gun shoved in my face 2 minutes into the game.
We need more premium tuners.
You know,
what the fuck? We need more Echo XP.
Maybe you guys like that. I don't. I don't like that. Like, I don't like that. Maybe you guys.
I just want the character. I just like the characters sometimes just to react a bit more realistically.
Maybe
I get it. It's fucking gacha anime game, but you know what I mean. I feel like if we just rocked up, even if somebody was like, "Thanks for saving me," you'd still be a little bit like,
because the scene community
"Cannot trust this person."
OP self-insert being disrespected. Is it true? Don't know.
There's nowhere near enough Echo XP.
Gacha community and what they've been telling Kuro games.
Especially if they've shit my fucking substats are.
Waves to be the Genshin killer by breaking the normie barrier while also continuously asking for things that would turn off that normie base. Of course, there's the niche crowd that don't want any filthy normies to come in and take their precious waifus. Something get filtered. But I have high hopes that this game would be the first game that breaks the mold and becomes the first gacha to actually take itself seriously. Like how The Dark Knight is a fantastic movie often cited as a great inspiration to many big names in the industry, with Steven Spielberg saying it's deserved the nomination for Best Picture. Until then, comic book movies were ridiculed as a genre with flop after flop at the box office. Sure, there was a hit
I don't think that this is the best example to prove your point. Because games like Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, etc., they make a lot of money. Hoyoverse is a very successful company. And so using an example of like a superhero dynamic where they all kind of
I think I've got like over 4,000 tuners.
The Dark Knight changed stuff up is not really as great of an example in my eyes to say that WuWa is something that should change stuff up when it's the formula that they're using was already successful.
I think it's just entirely subjective. This one is
my reasoning on it.
This is his opinion. I understand his opinion. I understand his opinion, and obviously, like I get what Saint's saying as well. It's just a subjective opinion, isn't it? You may be wanting it to take itself a bit more seriously, be a bit more mature, but like at the same time, like even though I don't think Wuthering Waves is dark, I would like some stories that do just feel like a little bit lighthearted. They're a little bit silly, you know. And they're not. And I know we've kind of got some of them. I don't necessarily need the game to take itself seriously. I would like a little bit of grit, though. Now, I know some people will argue that it is more gritty because it's set in a post-apocalyptic world, for the most part, it doesn't really feel like you're in a post-apocalyptic world personally. And I'm not saying I necessarily need that, but I would like some grit from time to time, and hopefully we do get that. That's why I like in my Sentinel video, I hope they go down a route that I was talking about in this chthonic stuff and potential underworld tones, and maybe the greater pantheon of gods being introduced into the game, and Rinasita having this really dark secret of that's where the Fraxidus got their MO from in regards to absorbing tacit discords to further bring humanity's evolution, to bring on the true lament, and they got it from them initially, taking humans and merging them into tacit discords for whatever reason, you know, and that's why they're placated, because they have the echoes of humans within the resonance that stops the need to feed on more resonance to keep them from basically, you know, collapsing into chaos. I feel like there could be some dark stuff done with that. That could be actually quite gritty, with the game still looking very beautiful as well, and have these parts where it takes itself seriously. I wish I could speak, but leagues again.
Using, like, the
yeah,
Dark
don't
Knight
hit me
here
with
as an
any
example
story
of,
stuff.
like,
I
how it
definitely don't want
changed
that.
and made superhero movies better, but then it's like, well,
if I speak, I
Genshin,
will be in
it's
trouble.
not like Genshin and Honkai Star Rail sucked.
Yeah, I think that's true,
And so why
Zinthos,
would
yeah.
Wuthering- like,
I think
why
that's true.
was there a need for Wuthering Waves to change it when the stuff that was already in existence was good? So we'll hear out the rest of a point.
Every now and then, but they were very much comic book movies, because at the end of the day, it is an adaptation of a comic book character that looks kind of goofy when you boil it down. I mean, come on guys, underwear over tights, how is that not goofy? There's a reason that they haven't had that in the live action adaptation since Adam West, and the one time they did kind of have it, it looked goofy as shit. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
Batman
But
Robin
my
was
point is that the
trash.
Dark Knight is not just a great comic book adaptation of a beloved character,
grounded,
but also
wasn't he?
stands on
He
its
was
own as a
grounded.
fantastic crime thriller as well. And that's what I want from Wuthering Waves too.
grounded,
I
it
don't
was
want it to
gritty.
follow the same old fan servicey tropes that all the other gacha games have.
But that's the thing. It's like they do fine. They do well. And the example you used is like of a superhero movie, like a superhero concept.
Yeah, I don't think
where
the
they
fan
weren't
service
doing
is too egregious in Wuthering Waves, especially in the designs. It's maybe a bit more in the self-inserts,
like the whole, like, I guess, sort
but in the
of like,
designs,
well,
I don't
even
think it's too fan
innovative in the
servicey
first
at all.
place. But with the idea that, like, well, he's
No,
not
like,
talking about success. It's
Yeah,
about
you could make the arguments that is Yinlin really going to wear what she's wearing when she's fighting? Okay, all right, but you know, then we're getting into semantics, aren't they? But would you really wear 6-inch heels to fight monsters? Probably not. But you know, it's fantasy, isn't it? At the end of the day, there's got to be some like suspension of disbelief. Like, you know, you got to be like, okay, right, let me not get too picky. But at the end of the day, this is a video where he's trying to critique the game, so it's fair to, I guess, get into the weeds, so to speak.
Changing things up. He said the changing the things up was how they got success. And when there's something that's already been working and
yeah, it's definitely pretty tame. Yeah,
it's like
it's very much in a little bit more like Genshin in that regard, isn't it?
Working
where there's some characters that are,
successful,
well, subjectively sexy,
something that changed it
but
up
they're sexy in a way that,
I think,
in my opinion, I think is the better version of sexy, because it's like there's a reason why lingerie is sexy. You know, there's a reason why lingerie is sexy, why stockings, you know, and a garter belt and hold ups and, you know, all that sort of stuff sexy than butt naked, in my opinion, anyway, because like leaves the little bit to the imagination, doesn't it? You know, it adds a bit of something to it rather than just being like, okay, she's butt naked, spread out, which I'm not against. Hey, yeah, look, just saying.
Wrong. I think there could have been a different example to use here. That's what I'm saying. If, like, you're using the Dark Knight as an example of something that where it wasn't as successful before,
you think Jane Doe and Yanagi is tame,
and then now it is successful.
I do actually, personally, definitely a lot more goon about than Wuthering Waves. But I think when I suppose, like, I look to the extremes of things like Snowbreak and Nikkei, when you've got characters whose breasts are so massive that it's just like ridiculous. And like one of the early scenes is them growing through the sewers. That shit caught me off. That caught me on left field so hard. And then, like, it's just wild, that was. That was wild. I was laughing so hard at that shit. But I really like Jane Doe.
I'm just saying it's, like, not as applicable, not as, like, one-to-one of an example as I think it could have been. So let's see.
That's the beauty of things, isn't it? I see. That's why I liked it. This is why I like my chat to be the way it is. I want people to, obviously we just need to keep it civil. I love the fact that none of us really disagree on a lot of points, you know? I think that's the best way for it to be, isn't it? You know, because we can all be like, I don't know about that. Because I definitely don't want echo chambers surrounding me.
I know this game can be better.
No.
Yeah, got me fuck all as well, John.
Weren't successful.
Got me fuck all.
I'll play it back again.
Picture. Until then, comic book movies were ridiculed as a genre with flop after flop at the box office.
Oh my god, man. Fucking hell. What was this now? The Shaq movie. Shit, bro. I remember this. This was so bad. Never watched Tank Girl. You know what? I liked Spawn though, man. Spawn was one of those movies for me that I thought was pretty fucking cool. I don't think I ever watched this Fantastic Four, though. Fantastic Four movies was shit, though, as well. They haven't made a good Fantastic Four movie yet.
Let me finish the react first, man. We don't have that much left. So, I mean...
Shit, Batman Forever. Was that the one where Arnold Schwarzenegger played Mr. Freeze? Fucking wild.
All I'm saying is that, like... I'm saying, you're using, like, the gacha game formula that you were talking about before, where it was, like, we have to, like, switch things up, or you hoped Wuthering Waves was something that switched things up, but then...
So Mr. Reed was leaked from... Oh, really? Yeah.
Stuff wasn't doing too well.
That'd be interesting.
And then The Dark Knight.
We'll have to have a look at that.
So that's all I'm saying.
I really like Marvel Rivals. I think it's a really cool game. I think the way that they've done the character designs, well, there's still some balancing needs to be done in the game, but like the abilities and the way they work them, like, and even like the I don't know what it's called in the game now. You know how certain characters link together and give each other buffs and stuff. That shit's super cool, man. They've done a really good job on it, man.
It's just like I don't see like where it was like unsuccessful. Wait, I'm not exactly sure like what I could be getting wrong here. I'll play it back from here.
They didn't like seeing their OP self-insert being disrespected. Is it true? Don't know. Don't care. My issue is actually with the gacha community and what they've been telling Kuro games. Mixed messages. You can't say that you want Wuthering Waves to be the Genshin killer by breaking the Nomi barrier while also continuously asking for things that would turn...
I don't think you could judge the community for having mixed messages though, because everybody's going to have a different opinion, aren't they? This is why I was saying before where I didn't have a problem when Gacha Smack said, I'm not a big fan of the Terraversity and it's above my pay grade to give you a version of what's better. And Saint was like, well, don't criticise it then. I thought that was a bad take from Saint. Now, I'm not saying that you can, obviously it is a good idea to give criticism and then give why I think this would be better. But I'm the type of person that I think that there's people who are a lot smarter than me in positions that are looking at everything from above with a better version of all the information and are able to come up with something better. Now, that doesn't stop me giving ideas in how I think they could improve in certain things. But I don't think it's unfair as well to say, I don't like this, but I don't have a reason for what could be better. And then they can be like, okay, then let's look for something better ourselves. But at the same time here, yeah, you know, you're going to get mixed messages. It's up to Kuro to filter that now and to work with it, isn't he, at the end of the day? Now, obviously, if you've got the entirety of your community saying, we want this to change, a lot easier for them to come up with a change, isn't it? But I think that's good. The community's, you know, it shows that the game's doing things right as well, that everybody's got a different opinion. It still means there could be lots of improvements, but I think it means, you know, the game's probably in a good place. I think if you've got your community being super negative, it shows you're doing stuff wrong. There's mixed messages coming in thick and fast. I think that shows the game's probably in a decent place.
Off that normie base. Of course, there's the niche crowd that don't want any filthy non.
So I guess
you could always have criticism and not want to best. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because and this is what we've got to understand. This is what games are great at. We are very good at pointing out what feels bad in a game, aren't we? It doesn't mean we have to have the solution. And I think that's a fair thing to say. And I think it's fair then to voice what you think feels bad because we're the consumer, you know? It's like if I go to a high-end restaurant, I can eat the food and be like, this doesn't taste great. It's not up to me to then be like, let me explain to the chef where he went wrong. You know, it's up to them to provide me something that's I'm going to enjoy. Now, somebody else might enjoy it, but it's also my personal opinion that this tastes like shit, man. I don't know what's going to make it better. You, the one with the knowledge, make it taste better.
With the gacha community and what they've been telling Kuro games. Mixed messages. You can't say that you want Wuthering Waves to be the Genshin killer by breaking the
There's a higher expectations from CCs to give valuable critiques. Yeah, there is definitely. You're putting it out there publicly. But I also don't think it should be that your criticism is almost denounced because you didn't give an alternative, you know? Like I've said things that I'd like to be added to the tower, and you've heard me enough bang on about dungeons and all this sort of stuff, but there is definitely things in the game where I'm like, I don't know if I like this system, but I don't know if I've got a better idea for it. And I think it's still fair for me to say that I don't like it. And I'm not saying him saying that, but you know what I mean? That's kind of how it felt a little bit the way he said it was sometimes. Like he was saying that, like, if you haven't got a better reason, then maybe just don't say it. And I'm like, I don't agree with that. I think if you don't like something, you should just say you don't like it, even if you haven't got an alternative, shall we say.
That would turn off that normie base.
Genshin killer that would break the normie barrier.
Yeah, so far his critiques have been fair. I don't agree with all of them, but I don't think he said anything where he's just like, oh, come on, dude, you're talking shit now.
I believe, or at least my understanding, is
Not a mark-based solution to someone found on. Yeah. That's the thing I don't ever want to do. Like, I think I'd stress out if I was in contact with Kuro and they was like, well, what would you suggest? I'd be like, there is some things I think I'd be able to suggest because I think they're cool ideas, but man, there's a lot of things I'm like, oh man, I don't know. Like, you're putting me on the spot here. I feel like the ideas I might give out might seem really cool in my head, but might be really dumb when you think about it. Like, I think Saint wants constructive criticisms, and that's fair if he wants that. But as I say, I think it's also unfair to denounce people for not necessarily giving alternatives. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is why I say sometimes I feel like he's gatekeeping, because it felt like that's what his point was with Gacha Smack. Well, if you ain't got an alternative, then just, like, sit down, buddy, sit down. And I'm like, that's fair to say that, but it also doesn't mean that people can't, you know, critique something without an alternative. You know, because you can be critically constructive about something in a video game without giving an alternative. You can say, this feels bad because of this, but I don't necessarily know what the solution is, but I know what the problem is. You know, constructive criticism doesn't necessarily have to have a fix. It just has to have a problem and the reason for it being a problem. You know what I mean?
Is it fair to say that Genshin already broke the normie barrier?
Yes, definitely. I think that's fair, isn't he? Genshin definitely broke the normie barrier, right? I'd consider it's broke my barrier. Sounds sus. I'm probably I'm not a normie in video games because I play everything, but I never considered touching gacha games until, well, I didn't start playing Genshin until 2023. You know, when I first saw Genshin, I was like, fuck that gacha shit. Looks trash. So it broke into my sphere of gaming in that regard. You know what I mean? Because I never played gacha games prior to playing Genshin, and it gave me a whole newfound respect for the space. And then I went on to play, you know, fucking pretty much, you've seen all the games I play, from Cat Fantasy through to freaking Snowbreak through to Wuthering Waves through to whatever. So I definitely think it did break the normie back. Like, Genshin is the reason why we're getting games like Wuthering Waves. There's no doubt about it. We wouldn't be having these high quality games now that are really stepping up. Genshin walked, so things like Wuthering Waves, Azure Premilia, Ananta, Nevernis to Evernis could run. It's a fact, isn't it, at the end of the day?
And so, if the Genshin had already broken the normie barrier, and then now WuWa is using a similar dynamic in their, I guess, design, when the barrier's already been broken.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. I think you got to do something a little bit extra, which
like,
they
kind
are.
of work through your points.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I think, you know, if something's broke the barrier by doing something and you kind of follow that blueprint, that's fair to say. In business, you'd expect to get similar results, wouldn't you? But I think I always say this, when it comes to like business or whatever it might be, you either have to be first, you have to do it better, or you have to do it cheaper, don't you? You know, obviously Wuthering Waves can't be first, but I think it is doing things better, and he's definitely doing things cheaper, isn't he? So following the blueprint and doing what they're doing is definitely a way to potentially break in. And we'll see. I think the PlayStation 5 launch is going to be massive. Getting out on the PlayStation 5 is going to be massive. It's never going to have the cultural impact that Genshin had. It's just not. And I feel like the next game that potentially might do that's Ananta, because of the setting. You know, if they do things right with the gameplay and they get everything bang on, the story's good, the cutscenes are good, you know, the voice acting's good, the cities feels good to explore. Looking at the gameplay, there's definitely Spider-Man elements of the gameplay in there, not just in the web swinging, like like, you know, when you're on the like the construction sites and you're going across the girders and stuff, that was straight out of Spider-Man. That was dropping stuff onto people, you know, using things to throw at people. You're basically using telekinesis as basically like web slinging in a sense in Ananta. So I think Ananta's potentially got that ability to do that, but obviously we've just saw cutscenes and edited footage so far. We need to see gameplay, don't we? Because look how good NTE looked, and we saw people playing it. Definitely didn't look so good when we saw people playing it. So, you know, unfortunately, Genshin kept walking because his money gave it to reason. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Definitely true. Too good to be true. We'll wait to see what you're talking about, Nanta. Yeah, there's part of me feels like that a little bit. I am like, because I said this before, I felt like that it was going to have a massive downgrade because the original trailer was so good, but it doesn't look like it has had a downgrade. It almost looks even better. So I'm like, oh, is it one? And we're getting Ubisoft here. Is this the initial Watch Dogs trailer that we all saw and was like, oh my god, this looks insane? And then it looked nothing like that when you played the game.
But like, do you get what I'm saying?
Could be.
Of course, there's the niche crowd that don't want any filthy noise to come in and take their precious waifus. Something get filtered. But I have high hopes that this game would be the first game that breaks the mold and becomes the first gacha to actually take itself seriously. Like how The Dark Knight is a fantastic movie, often cited as a great inspiration to many big names in the industry, with Steven Spielberg saying it's deserved.
What do you guys think? Do you reckon Wuthering Waves will do that? Do you reckon it'll manage to do it? It's hard to say, isn't it? I feel like the PlayStation launch is the most important thing. This is why Renacita is potentially the most important update for Wuthering Waves, because if it grabs PlayStation 5 users, then maybe, well, I don't know. Even if it does grab them, it's not going to get that. It's not going to have that COVID buff, that's for sure. But like, you know, it's its best chance, isn't it? It's its best chance, I think. Is 2.0 has to be absolutely firing on all cylinders.
The nomination for Best Picture. Until then, comic book movies were ridiculed as a genre with flop after flop at the box office.
Okay.
Sure, there was
Flop
a hit
after
every now
flop.
and then, but they were very much
Some good
comic
ones.
book movies. Because at the end of the day, it's
Okay, so comic book movies were originally like taken as a joke, not really something that I guess maybe a lot of normies would watch. It was kind of just like the nerds, right? We had like a bunch of nerds that were like going in and watching, not necessarily like these ones. This was for nerds. Right? For like nerds, not for normies. And we're saying that The Dark Knight, because of the tonal shift that it had, it took itself more seriously. Now it's accessible to the normies. And I guess the viewpoint that I have is that Genshin, to me, felt like it had already broken the normie barrier.
I suppose it's hard to make the same comparison, though, because the normie film-going audience wants something different to the normie gaming audience. You know? Especially RPGs, because you're going to cater to a lot of RPG fans anyway, which is still a little bit more niche within the normie game. Because if we're talking normies in gaming, we're talking Call of Duty, we're talking FIFA. That's what we're talking about, isn't we? That's the normie gamers. You know, I think when you start getting into RPGs, it's probably a little bit less normie. Although breaking out into that space in general is definitely breaking out a little bit more normie because you're breaking out of the niche of gacha. Yeah, I don't know if it's a direct comparison really, because these sort of films, you know, it's a different medium, isn't it? So it's harder to say, you know? Because I think you can have people who are not interested in necessarily comic book nerdy stuff, but enjoy bad films. Some people like bad films, don't they? You know, films that are that bad, they're good. If that makes sense. 2.0 has to be the opposite of 1.0. People say that if they make it if they make it all in gaming and Anta, then PC's not going to carry that. And if they do somehow people will have questions to every game company in the world, like why you can't. What do you mean by that, Zera? Sorry if I just misunderstood what you were saying. One thing I will say is I don't know how the fuck Ananta's going to work on mobile. Even though they haven't announced that it's on mobile, I would assume it's going to be. I just don't know where it's going to. And I don't even know if it's going to run on low-end PCs. Like, I think that's going to have some pretty freaking strict requirements. 2.0 has to be the opposite of 1.0. 2.0 fly or fall off. Do you reckon? I don't even necessarily fall off, but I think it's the difference with being a great game that just does what it's doing and carries on doing what it's doing, and just does enough, makes them a lot of money, but does enough, or elevates to that next level. Maybe not potentially Genshin levels, but gets up there, kind of thing. WuWa does follow Elden Ring path in terms of art direction already, so I don't see a point for less goon or a character. I'm doing posts. I think Ananta gonna crash and burn. Do you reckon? Might do. I still feel like Genshin past normie barrier, it's broken into the casual barrier, I think. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to argue against it. I suppose I'm arguing semantics when I talk about normies, you know what I mean? Like, when I think of I don't even want to say casual gamers, and it's disrespectful to say, well, they just play Call of Duty, because at the end of the day, they're still a gamer. But you know what I mean? I play Call of Duty. Well, I haven't for a while, but I'm a COD enjoyer. I like FIFA. You know, there's your average dude who comes home from work and plays Call of Duty is probably not going to be playing RPGs and all that sort of stuff, and then even more niche, you know, the gacha space, are they? So I think if you can get to those guys, then you've truly broken the mainstream. But even though, you know, if you get into the dude who plays Elden Ring and he's like, yo, have you tried out these fucking new Wuthering Waves? Yeah, definitely.
What I'm saying.
It's not past the normal barrier. Okay.
Every now and then, but they were very much comic book movies, because at the end of the day, it is an adaptation of a comic book character that looks kind of good.
Too much of NPC and interactive objects. Yeah. I said this. I said this. Just like the population density is pretty insane in Ananta. You know, so like, it was that one scene where she's flashing a phone to get the person to get out the car. You just take the reflection, the real-time reflection in the window. That's impressive. You know, I know a lot of games do, but we're talking, obviously, probably, you know, I shouldn't say this because I said they should be compared to normal games, but a gacha game. The interior design and detail in the cars, and then you've got this massive amount of density of population going by as well. Yeah, man, like, I feel like even on PlayStation 5, man, that's going to have issues, you know? Potentially maybe being 30 FPS or having to be dynamic resolution and having performance mode and all that sort of stuff. So I think a lot of PCs would struggle with it as well. So yeah, the idea of it being, if they manage to make that work on mobile, I'll be absolutely mind blown. I'll be mind blown.
That they haven't had that in the live action adaptation since Adam West. And the one time
which patch hasn't improved with it, to be honest. I feel like even with some gripes there. Oh yeah, definitely. I think the game has been improving every single patch, in my opinion. I do. Yeah. You know, we've seen the gameplay progression's been getting better in terms of like animations and all that sort of stuff. You know, voice acting's got better. The storytelling's getting better. We're getting to explore more of the world. Like, I think generally across the board, quality of life, everything. I don't think we've seen a step backwards in Wuthering Waves. All the patches as well don't tend to break things either, from what I've seen. Now, maybe some people might be like, well, actually, this happened to me. The only one that was probably a bit of an issue was when was it? Was it 1.2 or 1.1? Or was it 1.3 when we got the DX12 capability as well? That was definitely a little bit of a downgrade in performance. I always launch from DX11 now. I might try 12 again. But I definitely noticed, I think it was 1.3, or was it 1? Whatever, anyway. There was a patch where it was like, my performance definitely seems to be a little bit off here. But then, I will admit, that was on me as well, because I had my game on my D drive. We're not going to talk about that. It's on my C drive now, okay? It's on my SSD. So that was definitely on me as well. I was definitely noticing performance issues from that. So, yeah, I'll take the hit there. I'll take the hit there. But yeah, I agree. I think the game's been getting better every time, every patch, yeah. I don't think we've seen a decrease in quality or polish at all, if I'm honest. Terra Fantasy devs took away publish rights from Tencent. Next month they're moving accounts to other servers, so Terra Fantasy going to get better with people in charge that actually care about the game. Oh, is this true? I didn't know that. Because new players aren't going to care about it being first year or what they have been doing. But yeah, it has. It's got the thing as well. If you're getting on your PlayStation 5 and the game's running like shit, it's going to turn off a lot of people. It's going to, whatever system it launches on. If a game doesn't run well, you're probably going to lose like 90% of the potential player base, aren't you? Because they're going to be like, game runs like shit, don't want to play it, not bothered, I'll go play something else. They're not going to waste their time on it, you know? They're just not going to waste their time on it, are they? So I think 2.0 really, it has to be a good launch. Even if they have to make sure that they get the update for PlayStation 5 working better than the rest of the updates. And now I know that'll probably piss off a lot of people, but I think for Kuro's sake, it would be more important to do. New players aren't going to care about it being the first year or what they've been doing. Hey, what's going on, Vez? How you doing, man? I just got here, but on the case of Genshin, I think he's fine leaving it alone to do his thing without making major changes. It's no longer the only... Yeah, I've said this as well. You know, like when Saint was like, saying we need to compare it all the time because it'll get the changes that players want. Genshin ain't going to change now. You know what I mean? Genshin ain't going to change now. Genshin's... It's... That game, it's not sunsetting yet, but you know what I mean? I think Hoyo are already treating it like that. it's just going to maintain, it's going to make us lots of money, and they're going to concentrate on other things. You know, the change will come in the next generation of HoYo games. And we're already seeing it with Zenless Zone Zero, aren't we? The way they're reacting to stuff, you know? They definitely seem like the developers working on Zenless Zone Zero seem to be, you know, maybe not as reactive as Kuro, but they're trying. They're definitely trying to be like that. Now, some people could say, but it's because of Kuro. I just think it's genuinely because they realise now they're not the only freaking sheriff in town, and they've got to listen to people more, haven't they? And I think Zenless is kind of like that test bed for running the business like that, really.
As well. And that's what I want from Wuthering Waves too. I don't want it to follow the same old fan servicey tropes that all the other gacha games have. I know this game can be better. I want it to deliver on its promises of a gritty post-apocalypse. I don't just want to be told that things were bad before. I want to feel that desperation and destruction. I want to...
Yeah, I must admit, this trailer, I do want to, like, you know, when we in the Somnar and we get like the idea of we're in the dreamscape of the city, I do want to explore a big city that's like, you know, it feels fucking oppressive and dark. I would like to explore that, but I'm at the same time, I don't want the entirety of the game to be dark and gritty. That's one thing that, like, I really like the look of Renacita. It's bright, it's colourful. I like shit like that. You know, that's one of the reasons, one of my big things on Valorant. I love playing Valorant because how pretty it is.
Feel the lament and watch hot, badass anime women and men while doing it. This is what we were.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, definitely Zinthos. Yeah.
We get this, and this.
I love that. I gotta disagree with you, Kavir. Obviously, this is a personal preference. I fucking love Lumi, and I love the fact that she's carrying around whatever the fuck it is, hamster mouse rat thing. That's fucking cool, man. You know, I'm here for that. I don't want all my characters to be too gritty and grounded. I want some silly fucking characters, you know? Lumi's banging. She's one of the best looking characters in the game now. For a 4-star character, insane. I love Lumi. Don't talk shit about my queen. I think she's an amazing addition. Yeah, man, agree.
That's just my opinion. I think you did get a little bit selective.
I totally disagree with this point. But again, no, it's his personal opinion. You know what I mean? I understand it. I get it, but nah. Gotta disagree. Gotta disagree.
There plenty of... My opinion is that there
one of us stands for one bigger hamster. Yeah, it's fucking cool, man. I love that.
You know,
it's light-hearted. It's silly, isn't it? You know?
A little bit darker, right? I feel like there are plenty.
It's a nice
of,
contrast. You got your
Calcharos,
you know, and then you got your Loomies.
I mean, the examples here did seem like a little bit goofy. That's
if everyone is edgy, no one is. Exactly. This is why I say 4 stars are important sometimes, and not every character being Goonabait as well, because then the sexy characters they stand out a bit more, don't they? If other characters, because if everybody's got humongous titties and hardly wearing anything, and everybody, you know. Then no characters are Goonabait, are they? Because everything's Goonabait and it all just merges into one homogenous mess that's just doesn't stand out in any way.
That's for sure, but it's not like the entire game is like this. Right? Like, I don't think the entire
Give me
game
variety,
is like
and I think
like
Wuthering Waves does that.
I do get what you mean by it being Looney Tunes, but...
And this? Now, I'm not saying it has to be all dark, all gloom, all the time.
Yeah.
I get the point that you can't feel the lows without experiencing the highs. But my point is, I don't think we've really...
Like, I was planning to react to this video to upload. I feel like I can't upload this as a video reacting to this. Maybe I will, though. I'm lazy.
Experienced the lows yet. I think just by looking at the current map, you can see what I'm talking about. I took the map and divided it along the borders for each region. I then got how many pixels each area has, and then calculated how...
Okay, see, as a content creator, I respect this. Could never do this. Man.
Oh my fucking god.
These are receipts.
Let me just take a second to digest this. Holy shit. Wait 1 second. I feel like I just need like a second to digest this. Holy shit. We got the number of pixels, the percentage of the map.
Hedge pixels, so much here there.
Destroyed desolate
so many of me. I'm taking over, man.
Holy
taking over.
Shit.
That's crazy. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Oh my goodness. All right.
How much
Bro,
percentage those
you know, if I tried to do something like this, like, I don't know if it'd be like an ADHD moment for me, because I feel like I'm undiagnosed with that shit anyway. I'd get so far and I'd be like, fuck this shit, man. Something shiny over there has got my attention. I couldn't do it.
regions are of the map in total. These numbers aren't completely perfect as there are some areas underground, etc., but I think they're a decent representation. Currently, we have two distinct regions which really lean into the cataclysmic post-apocalyptic vibes we were promised. Northfall Barrens and the port city of Guizhou. But in total, they add up to just less than 30% of the explorable area as a whole. And this area is supposed to be the frontier standing guard against the looming tacit discord crisis. Jinzhou is also the most recently established city too, so we can reasonably assume that all the other areas in this world are bigger, more fortified, and therefore even more peaceful than this, right? Just our first glimpse at Rinascita and it already has everyone calling it Fontaine. It's bright, vibrant, colorful, peaceful, and even has tacit discords that don't seem to be a threat. If I wanted to play Genshin, I'd go and play... Well, I'd never really want to play Genshin. Let's just get that first up. That's just first. But if I did want to play...
I don't vote... Well, let me make it...
I'd go play Genshin. I really hope this is a fake out. Like I said...
Okay, yeah, so... See, I don't buy into that argument there. I don't buy into that argument there. One, we don't know. It, like I said before, it could be a beautiful surface to something that is hiding something darker. Again, I want all those chthonic. Go watch my video on the Sentinel if you wanna see my views on that. I disagree with that though, because for me, like I say, if you look into the old history of the word Rinascita, what it means, the connections to Venice, all this sort of stuff, the Renaissance, it makes sense that it is the revival after the storm almost. You know, that doesn't mean, like I say, there isn't going to be all these dark undertones there, because some of the most beautiful things in the world are the most dangerous, you know? Like I say, what is it? There's darkness in beauty and beauty in darkness kind of thing. Like, there is things that can be incredibly beautiful. It doesn't necessarily mean you're playing Genshin in that regard. Now, I don't know. We'll see. But I'm all up for traveling to a place that's beautiful, man. I don't have a problem with that. Now, I get some people who do. Like, we've reacted to some other people who really genuinely have problems with the lack of the post-apocalyptic stuff. And I do hope we go to some areas that really show devastation on large scales. I want to explore abandoned dead cities. I do. But I also really like the look of Rinascita as well.
And
we just haven't seen enough really to say
I think
this.
it's just a little too early for Rinascita.
So, my take on this, my feedback on this, and
I remember making this argument on the
Ryuko
podcast
and I
I
have
watched.
had a conversation on this before. My viewpoint is that the 1.0 story has been just about devastation.
See,
1.0.
I agree, because it kind of is, but I do think it was less about devastation, and it was talking about the devastation that had happened. That's one thing. If 1.0 was supposed to be that, I think we should have saw more devastation firsthand, rather than just seeing I don't know, post-apocalypse mean after the apocalypse. You know what I mean? I do hope we get to see that at some point in the game. I want to see a lament in real time. Be brave. Take us to a place. Destroy that fucking place. You know what I mean? Destroy it. Allow us to then get to an area where the people have holed up in some underground place to survive the ongoing lament. I think that'd be kind of cool. I definitely would have liked to have seen a little bit more than that in 1.0. But I am totally cool with going to a place that feels like it's in the middle of revival or post-revival.
And basically everything throughout, like 1.3 and 1.4, it's all about devastation.
Yeah, agree, Charlie. Yeah,
recollections of
agree.
devastation. 1.0 is all about going into the Northfall Barrens. You literally have like a big focus on like attacking Dreamless like in her house. And, you know, going
I don't know if
through,
I ever
like,
wanted
this
that. I got the
crazy,
impression
like,
this world
jumping
was
scene
after a
where you're, like,
rebuild.
jumping around in, like,
Pretty
this
much is,
absolutely
really.
barren wasteland.
But
And that's
this
where...
is what I'd like to see it happen in real time as well. Because there's been 5 global laments, hasn't there? What is it? In so many 100,000 years, there's been 5 global laments, and then there's been hundreds of thousands of is it over 10,000 years? Whatever. Anyway, the timeline's not so important. But there's been 5 global laments, and then there's been hundreds of thousands of more local laments. So I guess you can almost look at them as extinction events. Like let's say a meteor strike. It's not, but you know, just to talk about it. Local hit, boom, this area gets hit. Maybe some areas are getting hit over and over and over again, so they're stuck in a process of being in a persistent apocalypse. You know, other places haven't felt that for a while. This is what I spoke about Rinascita. Maybe Rinascita's been lucky. the last global lament that affected them, they've been able to, come back from it, and they've had no laments recently, more locally. So yeah, I definitely, I do think we're in a post-apocalyptic world. But again, I would like to see in the future, man, it would be cool to experience a lament firsthand, wouldn't it? To arrive at an area and then just to see well, I say the azure sky. I take this from the newer story. The azure sky open up, tacit fields appearing, a full-on lament, seeing a society crumble, seeing the devastation, all that sort of stuff. I think it'd be really cool, man. It could be quite emotionally interesting as well.
The kind of like conclusion of the story is. And all you hear about throughout most of the story quests, and all you hear about through a lot of the interactions, right, is how absolutely up this region has been.
Cutscenes get
so
where it's like classic discords coming in and just murdering people left, right, and center.
Honestly, just getting fucked up in version 1.0.
Kind of the sort of stuff we saw a little bit of in 1.3. But actually, it's happening now.
On the aftermath of a lot of bad things that
have gone on. We're mainly just fixing, helping people rebuild. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
You have a lot more bad stuff that goes on. And then when you get into 1.3, you have the whole recollection, right, of the port city of Guizhou and how it suffered the first lament.
It may be. That'll be like some sort of finale thing. The true lament will happen. That's brought on potentially by the Fraxidus, if what they believe is possible. That's what their belief is, isn't it? Is merging tacit discords into humans to evolve humans to bring on the true lament. So maybe, there is a future where we do get some kind of fucking real-time lament happening.
We get to see it. We get to see the city literally crumbling apart in real time from the Tethys simulation, where everything is going to shit. There's like a 3-minute thing up at the top of the screen that says...
It's like, imagine this, yeah. Imagine, remember 1.3, when we're traveling to the boss, right? And where we did the wall running and we did the grapplings and the subway carts are coming out to the portals and it's like really cinematic. Imagine something like that with some potential quick time events where we're running through a city as it's crumbling and we're having to jump and run along building walls and jump on parts of buildings as they collapse down upon us. Maybe running past and it switches to an action cutscene where we pick up a child and run with the child and, then back into the gameplay of us going through as all this stuff's crumbling around us. Maybe I'm asking for a little bit too much. That'd be fucking sick, though, I think that would. It'd be like, it'd be just fucking dope, man.
Prevent the lament or stop the lament. That is your mission task. And then you're on like a timer. You start like running around this building that's literally crumbling around you. And you are re-experiencing the destruction of the port city of Guizhou. And to me, that's a lot of darkness. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of implications.
I don't know if we lent into the darkness enough. It was just all implied.
Of destruction, implications of loss of life, implications of just like stuff getting absolutely devastated.
I feel like for it to be a bit more emotional, it needs to happen rather than it just being implied through, well, it happened. You don't get that emotional connection, like maybe bring in some NPCs that get fucking murdered in front of our very eyes.
And they showed all of that happening in real time. They had you experience it. You didn't have a cutscene, you didn't have a dialogue, you played through that sequence. And to me, when you have that happening in 1.3, that shaggy ice, that's not dark. That is objectively dark.
I don't know if it's objectively dark, but I get what he's saying.
Completely, absolutely fucking wrong. Saying that
yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Experiencing the port city of Guizhou is not dark. That is actually objectively wrong. The lighting in that section is literally dark, and stuff is crumbling around you.
That's when he needs to ban that word from him.
My point on the entire thing was we spent all of 1.0 to 1.4 either experiencing desolation itself, the aftermath of desolation.
I feel like I need to get a t-shirt, man.
Re-experiencing desolation from the past.
You're objectively wrong,
just get crushed. Remember the very end, right before Shorekeeper's sacrifice? The city is like destroyed. The city is completely destroyed. Like you're at the roof of the building and everything is destroyed. And so my point of view is that we've been hearing about, we've seen the aftermath in 1.0, and then
Yeah, but we're hearing about it again though there, weren't we? Let us live through it, man. And let it be finalized. I want to go to an area and I want to see it get destroyed and I want it to stay destroyed. To change the environment. Initially, that's where we go to. We start doing some quests there. It gets wiped off the map. Now there's a little underground part where the survivors are there living, you know? That'd be fucking dope, man. And the city that we once was using as a base of operations for missions is just now a place to, you know, avoid for most people, for us to actually go there to do missions.
we spend 1.3 and 1.4.
Nah, it's my favourite word.
Re-experiencing what has caused destruction in the past. To me, that was a fair bit of darkness. A fair amount of darkness.
Literally objectively wrong. If you look at the hex code, you can literally see the objective, objectively see the value is darker.
Remember,
I need to get a t-shirt with that, man.
This is an opinion. This is Ryuku's opinion, and now I'm responding with my opinion. And so neither of us is wrong or right here. I'm merely explaining my reasoning. And so people that are telling
I'd say
me
you're both
I am
objectively wrong, actually. Both of you.
Cannot actually say that.
All right,
Really should have
bro.
gone to the new Federation for
You know what? Have we got character growth here? Have we got character growth? Did somebody just say Saint was wrong and within a few minutes he carried on? Okay, all right.
first. Calculia is waiting for his story quest after all. But I don't know, we'll just have to find out what Venus is actually like when it drops in January. Also, for those interested in my pull priority, Zani, Carlotta, Brandt, Phoebe, Rokia.
Didn't 1.3 have that? What's that? Have what? Sorry. All I need to do is have us finally meet an NPC that we cannot save someone who we spend some time with who doesn't have a pullable character. Oh, you want to bet what Zinthos says? What happened there then? Who did we meet that got like killed? So I'd like that. I'd like what they need to do. What they need to do though for it to work for me is it'd have to happen over a bit of a span of time. Who was that then? I mean, genuinely, I forgot. I'm not being facetious. Like, because for me, you know, if they're bringing somebody to die whose objective is to be an emotional stick, if you will, to beat us with, that they'll need to bring in a few characters to get us attached to, you know? Are you talking about what's it in 1.1? I suppose in 1.1. Oh, people who couldn't be saved. Yeah, but it was all like flashbacks kind of thing, wasn't he? You know? So they were like gone anyway, weren't they? Is that what you're talking about? When we went back to like kind of go through a bit of the lament? So I was thinking then about, you know, the woman who was ill. That was kind of an emotional storyline, I thought. Yeah, I suppose objectively, yeah, but for me personally, I'd rather it be like people we meet, you know? Like I say we go to an area, right? We'll go to an area. Its final destination is it's getting wiped off the map, right? And there's a cast of characters we meet. Now, it has to be a cast of characters where some are going to survive, maybe one or two are not, but they all have to be fleshed out, because if they specifically concentrate on a couple, well, it probably won't be obvious until it happens. But like, I feel like if one character comes in and gets built up, it might be like, okay, there's some foreshadowing going on here. You know, like in a movie, when a character just before something happens, who's kind of like a big part character, starts talking about the family and maybe shows it, look at my kids. It's like, yeah, that dude's about to die. It's obvious, you know, it's telegraphed. But like if they brought in a couple of characters who get a bit of screen time and you build up a bit of a connection with them, and they're not resonators and they're not going to be playable characters, and they get killed, I think that could be kind of cool. Yeah, I get what you're saying about the lament stuff, but it's more of like, I guess it's like a flashback in a way, isn't it? So it's not the same for me. Then that comes to mind is Dunrizad from Genshin, agree or not, like that part in my opinion. Yeah, I think I'd just like to see something that has a bit of stakes to it, like, you know? So I feel like if they ain't going to do it with a resonator, although I still think they could, and they could find some way to keep the resonator in your squad, but kill them, just kill them. But like do it with an NPC, you know, bring some NPCs into the fold, make me care about them, make me have some sort of connection with them, show me a bit about them, and then we're talking to him one day, and we get into some shit, and a tacit Discord just comes down and fucking spears him, you know? I think that'd be cool. Yo, V, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream. How you doing, man? You good?
Whatever her name is.
Rocia. Ferrero Rocher. Rocia.
In that order. Fight me. I know they got feedback in the CBT to make the world more bright and vibrant. I get that. But I didn't want them to make it any less destroyed, you know? I want to see more ruined cityscapes, more destroyed villages.
I do, but I'm totally cool with the next area we go to being really bright and happy. I am.
More visual storytelling to
Well, it doesn't have to necessarily be happy, but, you know, visually.
Show us a world destroyed by these cataclysmic events. And
I do
make
want to
them
see that, though.
visually amazing at the same time. It has been done before, but right now there's just a bunch of open fields and clear mountains, which would be fine if they had more things to do out there, but after you've collected all the supply chests and title heritage.
Well, this here, though, this is what I've spoken about, how an open world in any game, but especially in gacha games, can be almost a detriment to the experience. That once you've collected the chests, once you've killed particular things, once you've done the points of interest, it really is a barrier just from going from point A to B, and that's why you use all your beacons, you know? That's why you teleport to a specific area, you do the thing you got to do, and then you go back to where else you got to go in. You know, it loses a bit of its interest, doesn't it? And this is why I say there's only a few games that have managed to keep an open world super interesting, even years after its launch, because the world itself is so immersive and has such good mechanics, ragdoll stuff like that, like Red Dead Redemption, that just doing stuff within the world is enjoyable enough. Mr. Pokey was talking to Tectone about that earlier, actually, and he was saying he's just not a fan of open worlds, but he wasn't able to express the reasoning. I think that might be what it is with Mr. Pokey, that sometimes when you're doing a gacha game, instance, because you kind of end up just doing instance stuff anyway. You teleport to where you need to go, but sometimes you might have to walk from here to here, you know what I mean? You might have to go from this beacon to this position over here, and sometimes that is a little bit annoying, isn't it? And I think it's just a factor of open world games. The more you spend in the open world, the less there is to do. So the more the world just becomes kind of like this vacuous space to go across. And I think that's all open world games suffer that, really, apart from, like I say, probably like Rockstar games, in my opinion. Just like the best side quest that no one will ever know about. Maybe they are built to swallow his Kuro, don't know how to make it. I don't know, though, because PGR's got some real dark themes to it. Well, I'm admittedly, I'm only at like chapter 10 in PGR. Out of everything Wuthering Waves has done with killing anyone off, Camille's trailer, killing off the woman who showed fear of biggest impact so far. I tend to be most affected by characters with the desire to live and show the fear of death. Yes, definitely. Yeah. Look, who was the most impactful click snap in Avengers? I think we all know who it was, right? It was Spider-Man, wasn't it? You know, it was Spider-Man. Not only because he was a younger character, you know, because Spider-Man is a teenage boy. It's the way he went, isn't he? It's that he went in with fear, you know. So it was like, oh damn, because that human part of is that we're all scared of that. So it resonates with everybody, doesn't it? When you see somebody who's scared to pass on, it's like, shit, man, that's you know, I feel that, because we all have that reaction as human beings, don't we? Like that, to be honest. I like the 100% map and go to a new one. Yeah, but look. So do you still find roaming around the map as enjoyable as it was day one then? Which I think that's probably a loaded question. Probably an unfair question, because that's of course. But you know what I mean? I feel like it almost ends up being a barrier in the gameplay, personally. And I'm not taking anything away from the world. I like open world games. You know? I feel like even in the best of best games, sometimes going from point A to B is like, oh, don't go over here. Can't I just get there? Can't I just be there right now? You know? Maybe it's just me. You teleport because faster devs didn't give us a way to move fast on a map without teleports. Yeah, but I feel like if you can move too fast, because this is going to be a hot take here, but I kind of understood what the person was saying. Now, I'm not defending Genshin because I fucking hate the traversal in Genshin. But somebody put a point to me, and it was like, they prefer the exploration in Genshin because you're not so agile at getting across the map. It makes exploration feel like it's got a bit more meaning. I disagree with this, but I could understand what they were saying because traveling across the world doesn't feel so easy, that the world itself just kind of feels like an obstacle. And I'm not saying Wuthering Waves is that it feels almost a bit more impactful to explore the world. Now, I disagree with this take, but it made me think that that is kind of an interesting take, in the idea that if we had too many tools in our arsenal to move around the world faster, does it take away from moving around the world then? You know? And it's the only time somebody's posed the argument of Genshin Wuthering Waves traversal to me, where I was like, I disagree still, but I kind of get what you're saying. You know what I mean? I kind of get what you're saying, because I do prefer traversal in WuWa, but I understand what you're saying there. Where other people have just tried to argue arguments with me, and I'm like, dude, that just doesn't, I don't even, it's not even resonating with me what you're saying. But I was like, that kind of makes a bit of sense. Like, you know, the world feels a bit more impactful because I have to do this. So I don't know, it kind of makes the world feel more of you're inside the world and the world's just designed for you to hop on over kind of thing, you know? But that still doesn't take away from the fact that I fucking hated getting about in Genshin. It was a little bit too much, you know? The stamina coming up to a cliff was just like, I've got to either find a way to get up the cliff, or I've got to walk around, or find some, you know, like the fucking things to boost you up in the air. I didn't like it. And Wuthering Waves is definitely better in that regard. But I definitely do think there's a point in that if traversal becomes so what's the word I'm looking for? So like easy to do, so passable, it's like, you know, traversal doesn't matter at all then, and it's like it kind of loses a bit of the pleasure, if that makes sense. It's no impact, like. No, when I'm done. I'll just go back for the holograms. It's a little fun, but I wish there was more to find. I feel like even in the same time spent in Genshin at that point, I was still finding stuff in the areas I've been to. I feel like there's not enough nooks and crannies. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. This is one thing that I feel like Red Dead Redemption has. You know what I mean? Like, I remember spending hours just exploring the map sometimes, finding a cave that comes out under a waterfall and exploring around it and finding just little things in the cave and it being like super cool to do. And I think that was because the traversal felt impactful as well, to be fair. But gacha games don't have that. That comes a lot into like the ragdoll physics and stuff, like falling down a hill. Felt fucking awesome in Red Dead Redemption because you could slip and die like you would in real life, I guess. Same as day one. Nope. However, if traversal is only 2.5 minutes and not miserable traverse, I still rather run than teleport. Okay, I feel that. Yeah, I feel that. I agree with that take. I think it needs to be far more obstacles in the way of getting chests and stuff. Stuff at least. There's QOL, but nothing that makes us use it. Okay, that was such a slog. I hated that for Genshin. Why not just make the world more interesting and traversal good? Yeah, that's an argument. That's definitely an argument. That is definitely an argument. You know, like you say, I don't agree with the take the person had necessarily, but I understood the reasoning. I'm like, okay, I get what you're saying there. You know, if traversal itself becomes a nothing burger, is it less fun or more fun? And I think that's where you have to give tools and, like you say, things to do within the world more interesting. The world needs to be more interesting. It needs to have those nooks and crannies, those things to find that 100 hours later you're like, damn, I didn't know this was here. You know what I mean? I just thought it was an interesting point to make. I just thought it was an interesting point to make. And it's the first time somebody's posed the question of traversal in Genshin being better, although I disagreed, where I was like, I like what you just said there, actually. I like that. That makes sense to my brain. If traversal was so amazing in game, then why did New World fall off? Well, there's lots of reasons why New World fell off. It's like getting to some place high in a puzzle for Genshin sometimes versus WuWa. Yeah, I feel you there, yeah. The journey itself is a little bit more of the journey, isn't it? Where you just get to the destination, don't you, in a sense? Playing Girls Front Line 2, but listening. Nobody's doing, nobody's obviously having fun. I mean, we have those things that throw you around the map on the island on previous patch. You run around those, jumping between those things. I enjoyed that way of moving. Yeah, I did. Don't get me wrong. Like, a lot of the movement I enjoy in Wuthering Waves. It's a bit more momentum-based, isn't it? You know? It's a bit more momentum-based. Simply put, step up their environmental puzzles. Yeah, I'm down for that. Gotta go to bed. All right, no worries, Charlie. Catch you later, buddy. Thanks for stopping by, man. Have a good sleep. That's one thing I loved in Genshin. I'd come across a small hole in the ground and think it's just a chest and end up with a 30-minute puzzle area, something I missed from Genshin and want badly remove it. Yeah, I can agree with that. Like I say, my comparison's not necessarily that. It's more like Red Dead Redemption, where you would, you know, you'd be roaming through somewhere and you'd be like, what's that over there? And then, like say, next thing I know, you was exploring down some cave, you know, or there was just something really interesting that you'd just be walking past it and then you'd be dossing around there for 30 minutes because it was really cool. WuWa doesn't really have that, does it really, to be fair? And I feel like traversal's kind of non-consequential, that it exacerbates that. Now, looking at what we've seen from Rinasita, it looks like we might have more of that, doesn't it? Because there's a lot more verticality. The wings are going to be used a lot more. I think we're probably going to have some vertical boost movement that's going to allow us to shoot up to stuff and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, we've already seen that swirling cloud. It looks like we're going to have some floating island in the sky and that. So, yeah, I think potentially some of those things are going to be improved upon in 2.0.
There's not much else left, and even when there is stuff to do,
yeah,
it's really difficult to find.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there, Zintos. Yeah.
It's right there. Duh. Here's an idea, Kuro. On top of the obvious of adding more challenges.
Thank you, Zinthos. I've been crying for that for ages. We got that in the game initially. We kind of got it in 1.3. We're going up the towers. I think that's a cool thing, man. Flip my perspective. Let me do more of that side scroller stuff. Fucking cool.
Challenges, puzzles, quests, overworld minigames, etc. How about you make those title heritages reset every couple of weeks or something?
Nah, then we're gonna have like the whole, oh, the Genshin shows, they respawn. Oh, guys, go backtrack everywhere randomly in the overworld. Nah, I don't know about this one, dog. I'd rather just have the rewards that they would put in here in a different part of the event. I think that this would be like a chore. That's my opinion. I don't like this one.
At least
oh, sorry, I've got to back that up. I was looking at someone else on YouTube then.
Adding more challenges, puzzles, quests, overworld minigames, etc. How about you make those title heritages reset every couple of weeks or something?
Nah, then we're gonna have like the whole, oh, the Genshin shows, they respawn. Oh.
Well, just because people compare that, I ain't got a problem with that. What do we reckon to that? I don't know how I feel about it.
Oh, it's funny because it's true.
What do we reckon to that one, man? What do we reckon? Yo, Nacho Burrito. What's going on? What do you reckon to that? These, what are they called? Tidal forges, whatever the fuck they're called. What do you reckon to these resetting and changing around on the map? Would that interest you? Or would you see that as a little bit annoying? I want to see a place where I don't immediately know if I can get to that spot or not. Yes, yeah. I like that. I wouldn't mind them resetting, but it's hard to track map progress. Yeah. I think I'd lean to the idea of them potentially resetting. But at the same time, I don't think it'd change my experience that much that I need it, you know?
Oh, guys, go backtrack everywhere randomly.
Maybe reveal them once you beat it.
Nah, I don't know.
What do you mean, like, kind of like, once it's done, when it pops up in a new area, it's on your map kind of thing? Is that what you're saying?
This one, dog. I'd rather just have the rewards that they would put in here in a different part of the event. I think that this would be like a chore. That's my opinion. I don't like this one.
At least looking full of things to do, and make the mobs guiding them a lot stronger too. Of course, I would love more Astrite. I mean, wouldn't we all? But I know that actually break the game. And
I agree with that. I would like some mobs somewhere that, like, you know, obviously I don't want it when I'm farming mats. You know, when you're going in to get your mats in forgeries, whatever it might be, tacits. You don't want those to be, because really, I'd like to be able to sweep those. I'd like that option to sweep those anyway. It's got better that we can double up our rewards, but I'd kind of like to sweep those sometimes. But yeah, I would like some mobs around the world that are protecting some stuff that potentially resets are a little bit more difficult to kill. But again, I suppose this comes back to things like world bosses and stuff for me anyway. I feel like that would solve that problem.
They would make near on literally zero money. Instead, how about making these drop a bunch of materials? Bell poppies, lantern berries, whispering cores, exile rings, etc.
Just do the elusive realm. Just do the elusive realm. Just do the elusive realm, bro. Get your 12 weekly rewards. Easy money. Easy money.
Kind of like a smaller version of the...
Yeah, but I think Saint's missing what his point is there, though. Like, I've got to say this. Saint's just thinking about the rewards there. I think Ryuka's trying to give what Saint wants, constructive criticism in the idea of how to improve the overworld. You know? So, like, I kind of see where he's coming from here. I think just to say do the elusive realm, it's like, well, how the fuck's that going to benefit the overworld? You know what I mean?
New feature in Elusive Realm. And like I said, make the mobs harder. How about you make all the enemies of these newly reset title heritages also all be elite enemies? I think that would be a really cool idea because right now everything dies within the first couple of seconds.
Anyway. Yeah, I'll be cool with that.
Make us work for those rewards.
All battles in the overworld are inconsequential now, aren't they? They're just cannon fodder, aren't they, really? So I definitely would like some more stuff in the open world to actually provide some sort of difficulty for certain things.
To make us feel like we're in a
give a reason to go there and kick the shit out of that thing, wouldn't
right
he?
now, the only thing we have to remind is that we're in some kind of apocalypse are the tacit discords walking around. On that note, it's all...
I guess my point of view on this is that Kuro already does something along these lines.
Like getting to a hilltop and seeing something glowing in the distance.
Where they actually have like some things in
I
the
do not like they're
that,
just
like,
elusive
spawn
rounds
with
just because
the
it's
events,
so
right?
too disconnected.
Like Ryukyu, you know,
Ryukyu's crashing out. I need something between
like
regular mobs and level 120 mobs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I say, I get what saying in regards to the rewards, but if you're going to make a point to where we to prove interesting things happening in the overworld, what's the point in saying we'll just do the elusive realm? Okay, that's cool. But if I want to make the overworld more interesting, what's the fucking point in putting it in the elusive realm? I think you missed the point there. I definitely think we need some certain mobs around the world. Again, this is why I always go back to world bosses, man. Just throw some fucking world bosses in there. I'm roaming around. Beep, beep, beep. Thing pops up, timer, I look on the map, world boss, let's go fucking fight him, you know what I mean? They could even add things in where it's like a raid thing. You have to matchmake with other people. That'd be fucking sick, I think. But just saying, well, go to the elusive realm for that then. It's like, well, then the open world's becoming less and less valuable. If you do that, then there's nothing in the open world to do.
1.4, something like that, like, you know, if it's tied to
local leveraging
type
things,
you know, it's different.
And even like something like where, like, you know, there could be like little tower things where it pops up, you have to go defend a tower, a beacon, and from waves of tacits, or a town's being potentially attacked by tacit discords, and you have to go there and like wipe out waves of tacit discords around a town. I think that'd be kind of cool. I think that'd be kind of cool. How you doing anyway though? So Purity, welcome to the stream. That was something I saw in Genshin. It was easier for me to beat mobs or endgame maps than even on the starting map at some point of the time. Mobs or endgame maps. What do you mean, like, so like, I don't want like lots of mobs to be like that, but just certain points of the game where, you know, like if I go over here, I can farm a little bit of maps, but I've got a good fight on my hands. And he just makes it, like I say, it makes the overworld a little bit more interesting, doesn't he? It's easier for me to beat mobs on endgame maps than even on the starting map at some point of the time.
Patch, I feel like that adds a level of variety that wouldn't make it feel monotonous or old, but still gets that sort of like re-exploration of the overworld that I think you're talking about. And so 1.4 already has like things like that, where you have to go into the overworld to basically complete the event. And I think that's cool, and maybe that idea can be...
That's fair, but I feel like they need to be outside of events as well, because if there's not an event running, you haven't got that, have you? You know what I mean? You know, like, if you have to rely on an event to have stuff happening in the overworld, when there's none events running, or in an overworld type event's not running, then the overworld's dead again.
Be fleshed out more.
So well and good giving us 15 different ways to get echoes, but they're
Hot take, I'm kind of over the elusive realm already. I really like the elusive realm. I think I really like the elusive realm though, because it's the closest thing we've got to a dungeon. It's not, but it's the closest thing we've got.
Just roll better.
I mean, you one-shot mobs are even weaker than they are before sometimes. Yeah, like mobs on the overworld don't mean shit, man, really, do they? Ooh. Ooh. Made a mistake, buddy.
I feel like we're all getting PTSD from this one.
Made a mistake, buddy.
I feel like we're all getting Oh, Braxophone!
I'm not even going to lie, though, you know the very first time this happened, I was streaming, I was chatting away, I looked to chat, I looked back, and I was like, where the fuck are my rewards, bro? Until I, like, quickly checked, and I was like, oh, they've gone to my mail. I'll admit, you know, I unked this one, I missed it.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Thank you for the raid, brother, man. I appreciate it, dog. I appreciate it, dog.
It's fun, don't get me wrong, but I'm not using my characters. It's easy on side to my characters and then hold on zero. Yeah, this is what I say. I feel like dungeons, man. I feel like dungeons are that other way to go, where you take your teams in, and it's not just a singular boss fight. It's like not incredibly difficult, not a stat check, but just like one that has, you know, you go through, kill some mobs, do some parkour, do a little bit of like puzzle work, kill an elite mob, go through another area where there's some ads and some mobs, maybe even a little mechanic where the elite fight drops out and you have to clear all the mobs and then they come back in and you fight them. There's a second phase to it almost, and then you go through to the end and it's like a hologram fight, and then it scales in difficulty through different levels. I'd like something like that. I've been banging on about this for ages, though, man.
Appreciate
nobody ever seems to like my idea, so fuck you guys.
Appreciate it, dog. Thanks for the conversation today. Glad we left it on great terms, and yeah, really appreciating, you know, collaborating in the future, dude. Can you give a shout out to Brax, please, on YouTube? Well, everybody knows who Brax is on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Give a shout out to Brax on YouTube and Twitch. Let's get, you know, a big cycle of that going, everybody. Thanks again, man. Appreciate the conversation.
Yo, Cypuri, you still in chat, dude?
So yeah, buggering waves, ladies and gentlemen.
Goes back to we got cool traversal systems, nothing to use it on. Yep.
What I hate about Wuthering
Big
Waves.
Big agree.
And so we're almost at the end, unfortunately. We're on this point that I think has become one of the biggest bits of news in the gacha community lately. Your backpack is full. The rewards have been sent to the mail.
I have literally hundreds. I'm just sitting on them like smog thinking, nah, I can't get rid of this one. It's got the right main stat. It might give me god rolls. You don't know. No. I definitely can't get rid of that one. I have so many in my inventory, I actually think, fuck it, let's just scrap them all. But if I did that and tried to scrap even all 2,000 echoes in my inbox, I would get a grand total of jack fucking shit. Come on, man. I worked hard for these echoes. And to say that I can't use them for literally anything is just plain ridiculous. Allow us to use the unleveled echoes as XP fodder. Well, if your inventory is filled up, you have a management issue, don't you? No, I have an echo experience issue.
I made these points before in a video talking about the comparisons in regards to traversal and, you know, making statements like the best in gacha. And I brought up things like Terra Fancy, and I brought up some other games in some other context in discussions when people are talking about gacha. And I was like, well, that's not gacha. That's just Toyo and Wuthering Waves. And then people are always like, well, no one cares about them. No one plays them. It's like, well, all right. Still doesn't stop the fact that they're fucking there. They exist.
My bag is filled primarily with echoes that I'm sitting on waiting to see if I can roll them. Currently, the only real way to get echo experience is from tacit fields. So let's take a look at that, shall we? This is how much
Ryukyu, real quick, do you mention merging? Orange Bang, thank you for the gifted sub to Brax. Appreciate it. Do you mention batch merging in here?
Echo experience sucks. Echo experience sucks.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest, the placement of it is a little weird. I'm curious as to why you kind of led with there's literally nothing I can do except throw them away.
It is bad, isn't it? It is, it's bad. Like, I mean, don't you remember 1.0? Everybody thought the bottlenecks in coming into leveling up your echoes was going to be tuners. It's not, man. It is by far experience, and it's rough, man. Like, you only have to have a few shitty rolls on some echoes, try and building up a character, you're fucking out. And it's like, right, got to farm again. I've got thousands upon thousands of fucking tuners.
I just think the placement of
Give
it is
me
weird.
more, please.
So I'll play it back a little bit. Give you
Or
more, like,
if you're not going to do that, allow me to do some kind of substat re-rolling to a degree.
Primarily with echoes that I'm sitting on waiting to see if I can roll them. Currently, the only real way to get echo experience is from tacit fields. So let's take a look at that, shall we? This is how much echo experience each sealed tube gives. This is how much experience is
I was going to say Cypuri silly, but he's
this is how many sealed tubes
he's in a
on your average
science chat.
tacit field at Soul Phase 8, you get a total of 4 advanced sealed tubes and 3 premium sealed tubes, as well as about 5 new echoes.
I don't think he's talking about existing Terra. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, man, like, this is what I've said. I've had these discussions with people, and I'm like, you know, some of these things are actually available in Terra Fantasy, and people are like, no one cares, no one plays that game, game's trash, and it's just like, okay, all right, that's fair. Let's not pretend it's not there. It's there.
Place doing nothing but tacit fields, you get a total of 92,000. 92,000 is a lot less than 142,600, isn't it? The cost per wave plate is 383.3, so you would need a total of 372 wave plates to max one singular echo. With RNG being a bigger bitch than my third grade math teacher, I could get no usable echoes, or all 5 could be worth saving to try and roll on. But the fact of the matter is, when you're not even earning enough experience in the tacit field to level even one echo, that's not nearly
I'm curious to see how Saint's going to debunk this, because I agree with everything he said so far.
enough. And that's assuming that the subsets of the echo are good in the first place. I'm not asking for enough experience so I can keep re-rolling to get that perfect echo with the perfect substats so I can min-max it as well. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's Ryuku Sensei. Great content creator, man. When he brings receipts, bro doesn't just bring receipts. Bro brings receipts that are fucking stamped. You know what I mean? That bro brings his receipts.
I just want enough echo experience so I can level one echo with somewhat decent substats. That's why so many people are constantly in dungeons in games like WoW, Path of Exile, etc. to get drops with better stats. If anything, the absolute futility of RNG in combination with how difficult it is to level echoes up is more of a deterrent for players who just...
Just saying. Just saying. Not gonna get into dungeons. Just saying. I said this before. Be a good way to make shinies actually useful. Shinies have better stats or potential rerolls or have some different way of synchronizing them to make better echoes, and you get them from dungeons. Just saying. Not gonna get into it.
Can't be bothered with that insane level of grind for such little reward anymore. And no, these kinds of artifact systems aren't a staple of gacha games. Monster Strike, Puzzle and Dragons, Fate Grand Order, Nikkei, Arknights, Path to Nowhere, even Kuro's very own Punishing Grey Raven, all of these games do not have this system. But that would break the game. You could farm infinitely. RNG is still a thing, you know. Even if I infinitely roll an echo, I could still get dog.
I see why you're running out of echo experience.
Shiny hunting will be a W, I feel. Yeah. So I think this is going to be unfair now if Saint takes that as a... I see why you run. I think this was for the video, Saint. This is for B-roll. He's leveled it up maximum just to show a point. I don't think he does this for... He might do. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think he does this for every single one. So let's not hyper focus on the minutia here. Come on. Wait a minute. I just saw you. Yeah, Max rolled that thing straight away. This is why you ain't got the experience, bro.
I see why you're running out of echo experience here. Because we just raw dog slammed a plus 25.
He's taking the piss. He's taking the piss. He's taking the piss. He's got to be. He's taking the piss.
We just raw dog slammed a plus 25. And there's genuinely an
I agree with you, Zinthos. I feel like it's hard to argue this point. I think he's going to try, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. I feel like he might be just joking here. But this argument again with the B-roll... Did he have to, like, for the sake of the video, even though he's doing fast talking cut points, does he have to roll, right, roll? Oh, no, that one was bad. Let me show you how we really do it. Oh, going on to another echo now. We're scrapping that one. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's editing. It's done for the video. He's just spinning through it to show you. You know, he just goes with what he's talking about. Come on, bro. Don't get hyper focused on this saying. Come on. I agree with this echo system. Too much micro shit, and we need a way to turn it, these excess echoes into something more productive and beneficial for us, because at some point, just I'll delete it. Yep.
Optimal way to roll your echoes to save a fuck ton of experience.
See, this is what I say sometimes. He's saying, dude's an intelligent dude, but then I feel like he's intentionally misinterpreting points and then trying to attach a meaning to something that's not there, like as if that's what Ryuku's doing all the time. It could be, but like I think this was straight up for the video, bro. Like it would have been super boring to him to watch. Oh, he pulls flat defense, percentage defense, scrap it. Right, let's do it again. The video will be a fucking hour long if he had to do that for all the stuff. Come on now,
and
be
like,
fair.
If we
Come
do
on
this all the time, and then we do this until we get double crit, I mean, yeah, you plus 10 to you plus 15 max if the first two subs are good but not crit. But like, I mean, it's like.
Is he really doing this? He's a YouTuber. He knows how this shit works, man. It's one thing if it was a viewer, but even then, I feel like most viewers would get what Ryuku's doing here. It's for the sake of the video, bro. It's not literally a translation to what he's doing.
To me, again, this is your opinion, right? But if you're raw dog slamming plus 25 on everything...
I don't raw dog slam everything. I do usually do 2 pulls. If it's decent, I'll go more. Sometimes if like one's okay, or I've got like, you know, I'm a bit short, I'm like, you know what, let me push it to 15. I've got defense, I've got energy regen or something. It's like, right, let's see if we get crit rate next. I'm going to try it, you know, and then it's like scrapped. And I've still got no fucking XP because shit gets murdered constantly.
Guys, I don't know if we can critique the amount of echo experience because we're like
yes, we
wasting
can.
a fuck ton of it.
Is he genuinely going to defend the XP experience in the game? Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Like, we're wasting a lot of it.
What's his chat saying? That's just an RNG presentation, man. Thank you. It's a general problem. Yeah, thank you. It's for the video. Stop taking it literally, bro. This is what I'm saying, man. Like, he focuses on hyperbole sometimes. Like, he gets tunnel vision so much that he misses all the outside noise and just focuses on something that's not happening.
I do think a lot of I mean, it's like when there's a method to save a shit ton of echo experience, when there's a method to do that and then players aren't using it.
I do. It's coming from somebody who does. I have scrapped so many echoes because the first 2 substat rolls have been dog shit. And guess what? I ran out of XP again today, right? I've got to start farming again. And did I get any good rolls? Did I fuck? You know? So this is not defensible. This is not defensible.
I mean,
it's shit.
The problem is self-inflicted, right? If there's a way to save a fuck ton of echo experience and you just decide not to use it, it's a self-inflicted problem, right?
L-take.
Like,
okay.
You can get way better pieces using
L-take
less
from
echo
Saint
experience, but if you just
you
decide
are wrong.
not to use the method, I mean...
At least people in his chat are realising that he's not right about everything.
I think it's a little... Wrong hill... No, I mean... Why do I have a full set of echoes on every single person with a fuck ton of echo experience right now?
Do you know maybe why? One, you probably played that game more than other people. Maybe you've got more luck with your substat rolls. You know, some people have trash luck. I have trash luck. The amount of times I'll get flat defense followed by defense percentage constantly. The other night, 3 different echoes back to back. I got double defense. You know what I mean? I'm wasting so much XP there. I'm getting fuck all out of it. It doesn't matter if I have to roll constantly 2 times. Even if I'm going to 10 every single time, I'm wasting so much shit. This is not a player problem. This is a design problem. Through and through. There's no argument. It's straight as objectively bad.
It's because, guys, you lose 75% of your echo experience when you feed it into another piece. And so when you're plus 25ing stuff and it ends up like this, you just wasted way more experience when you would have thrown this away at like plus 15.
Yeah, that's true. But he's demonstrating something for the video here. Please, I hope Ryuko's in the chat and corrects him because surely he's got to be... This is for the video. And I don't understand how Saint can't see this. This is what I say sometimes with Saint, who's an intelligent person, but seems to be really missing the point. How can he not understand this is for the editing of the video?
Plus 20.
He's so adamant he's got to defend the game.
So,
he's
I mean,
completely being disingenuous about this argument now.
We did something that wasted echo experience when there are other methods not to do that.
I roll 1 substat at a time and I still run out. Exactly, bro. Right? Exactly. I do as well. You know, I'll usually go to... I'll do it 1 at a time, but I'll usually go to 10 and then maybe 15 if I think it's salvageable. You know, sometimes maybe 20 if I've got a couple and then it ends up being trash anyway. You know? So... This is such a bullshit argument. This is, and I feel like he's being disingenuous because he's framing it as that's how he's doing things. Well, I don't know. Maybe Ryuko does do this. Maybe he does, but even still, it doesn't change the fact for the vast majority of people, it's not like this. Wrong guild to die on, definitely, yeah,
Guys,
definitely.
Leveling it to plus 5 and then rolling it, and then leveling it to plus 5 and then rolling it, that's not like a sweaty thing to do.
No, it's not. It's not.
Wait,
but you still burn from XP.
That, like, going
you still
from
do.
plus 5, putting the tuner in, seeing what the stat is, and then leveling it to plus 10, and then...
This is literally how I build my echoes, and I still always run out of fucking echo XP all the time. I've got over 4,000 tuners. You know, echo XP is a problem in this game.
Getting the next substat, that's sweaty.
If they don't want to give us more, allow us to maybe re-roll a substat. Give us some sort of a consumable item that lets us re-roll one of the substats.
We're calling that sweaty. Okay, guys, we don't need to infantilize the player base like this.
Just let you use unrolled echoes for XP. It's not infinite, but still resource to gain echoes. Yeah, something like that.
You're just revealing the substat.
It's really
one
reaching
level
out
at a time.
I usually get 2 or 3 max and I see it, yeah. I think quite a lot of people do that, to be fair.
I'm going to be honest.
To be fair, I tell you, I did things from the start. I did things from the start, and that was down to the tuners. Like, I at 1.0, started stacking my tuners. This is why I've got shit echo sets now, because I just didn't build my echoes, because I was like, they're going to change the system. You know, I remember when it was all like, oh, you know, tuners are too scarce, that's going to change. So I just kept stacking, because I was like, something's going to drastically change. Really didn't, but XP became the main bottleneck.
But like,
doesn't change how much XP you use, just means you can roll more echoes before you find one. Yeah,
that's very sweaty.
And if you have terrible luck like I do when it comes to substats, you're doing it all fucking day, and you might come out with one fucking echo. That's the thing. You can spend hours farming echo XP, rolling substats, and still getting nothing. It's not a great system. Now I know other games do, but there's a lot of other games that don't do it as well. It's not a great system. Even if they did something like where they allowed you to guarantee choose 2 substats. Allow me to choose 2 substats and the other 3 be RNG. I feel like that could solve a massive problem.
I think that's just using the tools that the game gave you, and like you choosing not to use the tools does not. Okay.
I just want max echoes for main set.
Shit stats every time, and I need to get 5 of these just for one set for one character, and there are 25 characters right now, and some characters.
Agrees, Era. I think he's going off a personal situation here where he's maybe had better luck than, because I see some people, I see their echoes, and I'm like, dude, that is God roll shit. How do you do that? I just don't get that look. There's 2 things that's guaranteed in Wuthering Waves for me. I go hard pity for weapon banners, and I get shit substats. That's it.
From different.
Oh God. I see a major problem here, ladies and gentlemen. Ryuku, I think you're going to need a new set on your Zhongli Yao. You're going to need a new set on your Zhongli Yao, bro.
Yeah, something like that, V. Yeah, something like that. Where like I can bail before I waste too many materials.
Let alone all the new characters, new echoes, new echo sets to come in the future.
And I don't understand the benefit of the game other than, oh, I've got to grind more mats. It doesn't make me want to spend more on banners. In fact, it might make me want to spend less on banners, because I feel like I'm in a resource war to build characters. I feel like you should make it easy. I don't want to be able to build everybody like that, but I feel like you should make it easier for me to build new characters, because I'm more likely to want to pull on them. I feel like when you're in a resource war, you end up being like, oh shit, man, I've just got to focus on these couple of people here, and it just makes everything more of a slog.
Yeah, no, sorry, that just doesn't hold water for me as a significant argument in any game. I hate the RNG system, but whatever.
Well, Ryuku, if you're throwing away.
That's because you don't go deep into Genshin picks. My friend go well on Genshin and plays WuWa. He got double 5 stars on the same multis each time. Damn. That's what NT had. Yes, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. That's good. That's good. Legit can't build. Yeah, it's the same with me. It's the same with me, because I finally started to understand what everybody's enjoyment is with Yao. And I'm building him up. I'm in that situation. Got shit echoes. Got no fucking echo XP. This is not a defensible argument. And framing it in this disingenuous point that, well, this is why people are getting it, because they're spending all their experience in one go. It's not true. It's not true. It's just not true. Yo, what's up, Neo?
Double, or like if you're throwing away more echo experience than you should.
Wait, is your B-Day yet? I didn't think it was yet. Is it your birthday now?
Well. I mean, it's just, my viewpoint is you have a clear and cut method to reduce your expenditures while still getting the results that you want. And like, I guess your intention.
You don't get the results you want. It's RNG.
Really not using it.
You know.
I still think it's a self-inflicted issue. Like,
disagree.
Reveal the substats one at a time. Like, it's not rocket science. It's not like you have to like
still burn through your XP.
Parry or like
it's tomorrow.
Perfect rotation.
Well, happy birthday. I might not be on tomorrow. And going out for dinner with Rosie's parents, and football's on in the afternoon. So happy birthday tomorrow, bro. I was gonna say I didn't think it was you. I thought it was later on in the month, if I'm honest. My bad.
Then dump it if like you get a bunch of garbage.
Let me use these echoes for XP. They're absolutely useless right now. They're not useless. You can batch merge them for more echoes. Are you not listening to me? I don't need more fucking echoes. I need the experience to level them, goddammit.
Well, Ryuku, The main concern here is that you need more experience to level them up, and there are methods to spread the experience better, and you're simply not using them.
See,
like
again, this is what I say with Satan sometimes. This is one of his biggest problems, is that he's arguing a point that I don't think's being made. Now, I might be wrong. Ryuku might do that. I think it was just for editing's sake. But most people tend to level up their echoes one by one. They'll get to 10, decide whether to carry on. Not everybody, but I feel like a lot of people do this. Some people might not. And even still, whether they do or they don't, XP is a problem. This is what I say sometimes. This is why the dude gets called a Kurobot. This is why the dude gets called a Kurobot. Because this is a perfectly valid criticism. And dude is laying it out in an eloquent manner. Not like me, who just say stuff and it's like hard to understand what I'm saying because I'm talking shit. Dude's eloquently laying it out. And dude's like, nah, it's a you problem. Skill issue. Player problem. You know? It's just like, come on, bro. This is what I say sometimes, like, when it comes to his critiques always are super light stuff, typically around maybe story, maybe like, you know, really small things. This is a major factor in the game that needs to change. Pretending it's not a problem. This is in itself stopping the game getting better just to argue that the game's fine and it's a player problem. This is where the game development gets held up by people who are in the Genshin 2020 mindset of this is not a problem, this is on you. This isn't on you, this is a game design problem.
I don't understand the
fundamentally.
Concern. Genuinely.
Yeah, it's right.
Fields cost too much, don't drop nearly enough experience, and oh look, more echoes I can't level. Christ! Okay, now this is criticism not for the game itself, but more for Kuro Games as a developer. Okay, Kuro, what the hell are you doing? You started your very first special broadcast with very blatant typos. You misspelled headphones as headphones.
Headphones.
How do you even do that? Just writing this script, I had to force my spell check.
Shit like that doesn't bother me though, but headphones, you know. I'll do one by one until I get bored. You can also say, yeah, you can use your Echo XP better and there's still not enough. Yeah. It doesn't matter how efficient you are with Echo XP, unless you are fucking ultra lucky and constantly getting the best substat rolls, or at least good enough, you know? And even this is coming from somebody who doesn't give a shit about me maxing my Echoes. I have never got enough Echo experience. Never. There's a reason why I've got 4,000 plus tuners. Now, don't get me wrong, I saved some from 1.0. But why are they constantly getting higher and higher where I've never got enough Echo XP? I'm obviously efficiently using my tuners, but I'm not. You'd think my Echo XP would be at least maintaining. Why isn't he? Because the system sucks.
To type it wrong because it kept fixing it for me. Seriously, just put it into a Google Doc and press F7. Some of these typos were pretty funny though, I've got to admit. Tuning
echoes is arguably the worst part of the development. Agree. It's not a good system. This is why I say having that option where at least two of your substats are either viewable or selectable potentially, but viewable. That I think that'd be a good, better way, because then you'd still have to go find something else that you know, right? My first two substats or my first three are going to be these. Yeah, fuck that. I don't care about that one. Move on to the next one, and then I can invest in that. And it doesn't make the game better. It slows down character progression. It makes it so new characters that are coming out, you're like, well, shit, man. I'm still struggling to build the echoes on this character, let alone the new one that's coming. Now, I know some people argue, well, I've got all the stuff. Well, I do play the game 7 hours a day. And it's like, well, yeah, that's not, again, that lucky experience, or that fucking person who's never off the game experience is not the same for everybody. I want to be able to just build my echoes, and I don't want to have to be constantly worrying about the lack of resources. John's up in the chat.
Yeah, right? For everyone in EM, no, just mortify eating fudge, I guess. But for us in Japan, we had an absolute fiasco with the Giant weapon banner. The TLDR is, the description was wrong on what the weapon does, so many people who spent money to pull for it.
Yeah, NTE does something like that, I think, Neil.
Okay, Mr. Japan, alright.
Took me forever to build my camo. Yeah, it's not a good system. It's not enjoyable at all. It's unfun.
They said they'd refund everyone for the pulls.
Like, I'm totally okay with RNG being in the game in some regards, right? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with RNG. I'm fine with certain stuff just not going the way I want it to. It's too much, man. It's just too much. You know what I mean?
Cool.
They leaked the email addresses of everyone who applied.
This was big for people in JP. It was, because it made people pull on a weapon that they necessarily wasn't going to pull on. So I can understand them being annoyed for this. It didn't bother me. I got free shit and it never affected me. So, and they did leak everybody's info as well, which wasn't great.
For the refund, JP got angry again. They then gave 10,000 yen as compensation. JP was happy. They then didn't refund the polls and said, go talk to your credit card company. JP got angry again, all in the space of just a few days. From the outside, I felt like I was watching Sideshow Bob step on the rakes.
Oh yeah, this would have affected Ryuko a bit more, wouldn't it, as well, because he's in Japan, isn't he?
All right, I guess this just means, ladies and gentlemen, Kuro Japan has some problems.
Anyway, my point is that these little things were still big enough to drive away many new interested players who now might not even give it another shot for years to come. I mean, come. Damn it, typo. But having...
I'm sorry, wait, what was that? What did I just see?
Things were still big enough to drive away many new interested players who now might not even give it another shot for years to come.
Okay, I thought I said VARs for a second there. Sorry, I almost got PTSD.
I mean, come.
This guy of Vars, bro. This guy of Vars. Fucking hell.
Typo. But having said all this, does that mean I hate Wuthering Waves? No, I never said it was a perfect game, but there's a lot of stuff I don't like. I think the length of this video is enough evidence to prove that. But in the end, I still really enjoy it. The combat is fun, the characters look great, the story isn't the strongest, but they tell it in an interesting way, and this is enough for me. For now.
At that point, thinking about it, you can see the first 3 stats. You will waste a lot more XP. Yeah, that is a fact actually, because you're gonna you exponentially invest more in the final 2 stats, don't they? Don't you? So yeah, maybe just make it so you can see all of them then. You know what I mean? Or the final 2, the final 3, and then you ain't investing much in the RNG in the first 2. Could that be a fix? Where you see your Echo, you see substat 3, 4, and 5, the most expensive ones, and 1 and 2 that are taking a lot less experience, and the RNG comes in, where if they want to keep that RNG there, that's where it hits, and then you're spending a lot less XP, or just make it so you can see all of them, and just make the system a lot better. I suppose there is that part of me that likes the rush of like, oh, am I going to get good stuff? But I'd rather not. I'd rather not, because it just get annoying. Like I say, it wouldn't be so bad if I was just had more ways of getting XP, you know? Yeah, converting echoes to XP, or potentially just doing something that just gives me more. Just give me more. But I think converting the echoes would be a good way as well, because you're just burning off all those unused echoes then, aren't you? And they're worth it. So getting rid of them makes sense then, rather than just giving you more trash echoes to use that you're not going to build up.
Anyway, to me, Wuthering Waves is like my favorite cousin. I love it when they come over to visit, but I just wish they would stop picking their nose at the fucking dinner table. Bobby, I love you, man, but you are 2 knuckles deep into your own nasal cavity right now.
Are you actually picking your nose here? Are you actually like just reaching in there, going for the fucking gold? Are you a San Francisco 49er right now, buddy? Holy moly.
Are you trying to give yourself a lobotomy? Are you auditioning to be the next Yang Yang?
Oh yeah, it's not the same, though, is it?
I
like,
still think that was too far.
You've got to spend to get back, haven't you? It'd be nice to just burn off standard echoes to get experience.
Issues with the Shokipa story and the Camellia story, but I think this video,
you know, it's like it's kind of like getting cash back in a sense, that isn't it, or getting an in-store receipt. You know what I mean? It's like saying, oh, you didn't like the product you bought. Here's store credit. You know, at 75% or something. I'd rather them just be like, I can take all the echoes that I don't want to use and just turn them into XP on the echoes that I do want to use. I think the system has to change. It has to change, man. It's fundamentally flawed.
Oh, Jesus Christ. But if you do want to hear more about what I think about those particular stories on their own, then feel free to let me know down in the comment section below. And if
I'll admit, for the most part, throughout this video, I think Saint was pretty fair. His XP take was, I just think it was disingenuous.
So don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, because that greatly supports the channel. And yes, I do also look forward to seeing all your hate comments. So until next time, I will see you in the next video. Peace. So
What an absolutely devilish man. I would say that my overall thoughts of the video is that I think there are a lot of well-voiced concerns in here. There's definitely...
Let's not pretend, though, if this video wasn't by Ryuko and Tectone hadn't have put Saint on blast like he did today, I feel like this would have been a crash out moment. Agreed? You reckon?
Definitely a lot of reasoning about certain things But I also can recognize when there isn't you've had a lot of opportunities, Ryuku, to talk about other things, to talk about other methods, and kind of like shed more light on how some of the mitigations are already in place. I've got some counter examples to bring up, especially when it comes to like the echo stuff. We might go into the call, but you know, hey, Kuro increased events, or through the events, they increased echo experience in tuners, right? We get a shit ton of them. And so...
I don't think we get that many experience. I'm still always lacking. I'm
going to go ahead and take a quick bathroom break, and then I think we're going to get on call with Ryuko.
Which is pretty decent.
He said you can't get uglier.
I can't get uglier? I could try.
He's got a Lamau with 4 O's, and then he followed up with another one with 5. So I think he's really having a good time right now.
I don't know. I think if I really try to make myself as ugly as possible, I can make myself look kind of similar to Tectone, but I don't want to go that far. So
that's a zinger.
Yeah.
I want to see the conversation regarding the echo stuff here. I want to see.
So I joined in because it's literally early morning for me right now. And I joined in halfway through the Wuthering Wives part that you were at. So I don't know what you said before that. I'm just talking about.
I actually glazed you for a good bit, man. I was like, "Yo, my boy Ryuko over here, ladies and gentlemen in the gacha space. This is what it looks like when a critique is is founded in reality." This is what it looks like when our critiques use information verifiable in the game and are created from that. And so that's why I think a lot of people, generally agreed with your approach. And I think you got like a relatively positive reception to it all, right?
Yeah, for the most part, it's been pretty good.
Oh, but I thought the Wuthering Waves community was the most toxic community in gacha gaming, Rick. I thought every time everybody critiqued the game, people would just yell at them and tell them that they're wrong.
Yeah, it's been pretty funny. The comments have been really positive for the most part. Like there are quite a few dislikes. I think again, it's just a matter of people just seeing the title and disliking it and not even watching the video. It's currently
that's normal, bro. That's normal. The amount of times I have that happen, where people will make a comment on the video and I'm like, bro, you haven't watched past 5 seconds. You haven't even started watching the video. You saw the title and instantly started spurging out.
Around 2,099 likes and 211 dislikes. So
dude, that's like an 89, like late 80s, like 90-something%, right?
Yeah, 90% ratios, which is pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, you just made a video shitting on the game, brother, man. I think that's
good.
Pretty good.
You know.
I mean, I think I was
like anywhere around these areas good.
I'm joking. I don't think you actually shit on the game, but I do have like a couple of grievances to talk about.
Oh yeah, we need to talk, man. Right, there were some things in the video that you were just not. You were like completely misunderstanding the point that I was making, and it was like, no, dude, that's not what I was saying. Fuck, dude. Right, particularly to do with the Batman analogy thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, got a trim yesterday.
There are these gacha games, and they are very much in the vein of, oh, you look at a game, oh, you can tell.
I ain't shaving at the minute, though, man, because I'm fat as fuck.
You know,
fat face.
The same thing happened with the comic book movies. When you see a comic book movie before Batman, Dark Knight, right? You looked at them and you said, oh, that's a comic book movie for sure. Like this is even before Iron Man came out. This is like just about a month or two before Iron Man came out. This is before comic book movies became a thing as in the mainstream zeitgeist of things. So the Dark Knight was a massive pillar of cinema, not just in cinema in itself, but also as a thing that really grounded comic book movies as being particularly well mainstream.
I think Heath Ledger was a massive factor in those films, though, wasn't he?
A comic book movie. I mean, it is, but it's not just a comic book movie.
Give it a week in we're in, you'll look like a homeless person again. Dude, I swear to God, I don't know which video it was. Which one was it? I think it was this one. Bro, I was like, fuck, dude. I think with the hat and the hoodie and everything, I was like, bro, I look like I should be panhandling at the traffic lights, man.
As a great movie, and the same thing that with Wuthering Waves as well. That's what I wanted from Wuthering Waves. Like you see all these other gacha games that have been out for the past 10 years, 10, 15
My shit
years.
got that lung, you know, when I was trying to shave. Shit was clogging up my fucking razor, man.
Even more. And when you look at them, you can say, oh, that's a gacha game. You look at it, oh, that's a gacha game. And the gacha game.
It's about some change. It's about some change.
Reputation of like only wanting this sort of thing. I'm like, I really think Wuthering Waves could be the equivalent of Dark Knight. I'm not comparing story.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far.
Wuthering Waves could be the same kind of thing in the gacha space, where yes, it is a gacha game.
Maybe in the gacha space.
A great game by itself. It doesn't have to play into the the gacha game tropes, like Dark Knight didn't play into the comic book tropes.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
The comic book movies there, you've got Fantastic Four, Spawn, they look like comic book characters.
Oh, is your daughter owns? Oh, that's cool.
Brought to the screen, right? And the same thing with Wuthering Waves. Well, it can be a gacha game, but it doesn't have to stick to the tropes that defines. Well, that
to the old man on his birthday.
Gacha game. I wanted it to be something that breaks into the mainstream, and this is what I was talking about earlier as well about the whole thing.
I love Spawn.
About Genshin. Said
that was it. Steel. That was it from Shaq. Oh my god, that film was atrocious.
Genshin broke the normie barrier, right? Yeah, that is literally my point. Genshin is a gacha game. It broke into the normie barrier, and if people are asking Wuthering Waves,
you're gonna do some drinking tomorrow, or she gonna put you under the table, is she, bro? Hey, she gonna put you under the table.
A lot difficult if they keep pushing the kind of things that they are doing. So
I sounded like Krusty the Clown then. What the fuck?
Which Tectone disagrees me on, and I would like to push back on that later on when we talk to him tomorrow. I'm guessing.
I guess. Okay. So to play that back, am I interrupting anything? Sorry.
I just wanted to say that when I'm talking about the fan service, I'm not just talking about jiggle physics. I'm talking also about the interactions with the characters in the story. People,
she will do. She's a bartender. You're gonna be crawling.
The characters in the story.
You're gonna be crawling to bed.
No, they don't. They are not.
Wait, Dad, let me fucking dress you.
I'm like, yeah, you can have that interpretation if you want, but Kuro plays it.
Put you in your jammies.
Well, Kuro, it's very ironic. They're Kuro, and they play in a grey area where you can very easily interpret it either way. And I think that a lot, from my interpretation, from my experience anyway, most people have been interpreting it as in the sexual way compared to as the non-sexual, the more aromantic way. So that's also, I'm not talking about just jiggle physics. I'm talking about the way the characters interact with Rover in general. That's what I'm talking about, the fan service part. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I agree with that.
So
self-insert's kind of annoying in Wuthering Waves. You've heard me mention this a few times.
So I think just the part where the analogy, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily jive as well with me, right, is this idea that you use an analogy of a savior to the comic book genre, right? Dark Knight was a bit of like a savior.
I didn't say savior. I said stand alone, like stand out. Like
it's something that brought them and made them more mainstream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. That also, you did mention like, I didn't say all the games were I didn't say all the movies were flops. I brought out two that were pretty successful, like Batman 1989 and also Spider-Man 2. And if you want to make the analogy here, Genshin would be the equivalent of that. Genshin would be one of the Spider-Man 2. It broke into the mainstream. It made a lot of money. I never said they weren't profitable. The same thing.
Spider-Man's with Tobey Maguire were fucking fire, man.
They are very much. Spider-Man 2 is very much a comic book movie, and Genshin Impact is still very much a
when did they come out now?
And I think that in that analogy,
they were before the Dark Knight, weren't they? Because Dark Knight was like late 2000s, yeah.
It's not
like what was Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man was like early 2000s, wasn't he?
It's going to redefine the gacha game as a whole entire genre. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ryuku's good at catching his misrepresentation of an argument. Yeah.
A lot of what I've heard. The idea is that Genshin came in, kind of like relating this analogy to Genshin.
Let's see if he did what he did earlier in the argument, where he managed to sidetrack the argument into some minutiae about nothing that's got nothing to do with the initial point that was made.
When Genshin came in, you had this whole mindset, you had this whole idea that like this game broke the normie barrier. And it has a lot of very...
I do apologise to my normal viewers as well. We have spent a long time watching Saint today. This is not usually what I do on my streams. I react to stuff, but I don't usually do these. I just kind of I've got sucked into the Saint Contest verse recently.
Very like popular things in it. It
has
I'm just gonna
grab a drink.
Some could even say a tried and tested formula for how to like design characters, how to implement them into the story, and how to get people to, most importantly, buy them.
Yeah.
Right? And it's something that they've done repeated again in other titles that they've released. You got Honkai Star Rail, and you also have Zenless Zone Zero. Very excited for that game, actually. 1.4 might actually come back to it, ladies and gentlemen. I heard they removed all the TVs completely.
Same.
Yeah, so it's a tried and tested formula that they've replicated again in Honkai Star Rail, even in a completely different format. And I think it's safe to say that there's quite a bit of, let's just say, the Gathering Wives dynamic in those games as well, correct? Is that fair to say?
In totality now, if you're playing Genshin right now and you go through from 1.0 all
you got your
Ayaka,
Ayaka.
The current, but again, you're talking about Ayaka, which wasn't released until like was it a year, 2 years later after Genshin was released.
Your Silali.
It definitely feels a lot more
we have just
exacerbated in
like,
Wuthering
around
Waves.
6 months,
I just
7
don't think there's any
months
trying.
since, Wuthering Waves has been released, and we're already getting to that level. Again, it's way too quick. It's really, really jarring because it's.
It's all right, it's pretty much
constantly
everyone's talking about right now.
Every patch we got another one.
True,
Every patch is really blatant.
It has been like a shockwave, I guess, hasn't it, through the gacha community. You know, like Saint Tontas has been here. Everybody's been catching strays. You know, people are getting wound up with him now. He doesn't understand why they're getting wound up for him because he's got context.
And the Honkai Star Rail, it was not nearly as quick, it's not nearly as in your face with these characters.
And so it's kind of like maybe not necessarily the
He's
characters,
still so
but
right,
the
actually.
kind of rapid fire of like the wives
Candinels.
that is creating this impression.
Quite
for me.
nice.
Yeah, and it's also like
It's like
I didn't
lager.
get much into it in the story, and that's what I was kind of alluding to. Where if people wanted to get into like story critique,
Yo, still live. It's been, yeah, dude, man. It's like
for
fucking
example,
1:05,
the
man.
Treasure story, the Camellia story, the
I was saying, I got
story.
wrapped up in the Saint
Stories,
Tontas
there are some things in there that
arc at the
make sense,
moment.
some things that just do not make sense. Like, say, for example, with Camellia's story, with her being, well, for me, I think her being even sexually attracted to Rover makes all the sense in the world. However, my problem with that and the way they
I don't feel like it's a sexual attraction. I feel like it's a power
show up in like at every
attraction.
point
I
in
feel like
Camellia's
she's like our
backstory. Every time
Vegeta.
she loses
That's what I
her
feel like with
memories,
Camellia.
it's
That's what I get anyway.
Every
You
time
know?
she loses her memories, Rover shows up and like saves her, and it's happened over and over and over again in this massive world.
He's talking to
always
Ryuko now, the
conveniently
dude who
there
was
to
reacting
save
to
her
his
when she
video.
loses her memories. I'm like, no, that's just too much. I think what they should have done is they should have just scrapped that entire part. We don't need to have Rover be so intertwined into practically every fucking person's backstory. Like he's intertwined in Changli's backstory. He's intertwined into Jancy's backstory. He's intertwined into Camellia's backstory. He's
Agree.
intertwined into all these characters'
Agree.
fucking shopkeeper's backstory. He's intertwined into all their backstories. I'm like, what is the point? What is the necessity of that? You don't need to have him be the thing that defines them.
It's because they are a Mary Sue. They're a plot device that permeates through the entire history of the game, and you can argue that it's cool in a way, but it makes the world less meaningless because it feels like without the Rover, none of it exists. It's like, you know, it almost feels like when Rover goes out of shot, a light switch is switched and the world disappears. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it feels like.
As the person, those characters can exist by themselves. They can be independent characters that can also be attracted to the Rover.
Oh, he's already pally with Ryuko though.
To make him the one that defines them as characters. It's just completely superfluous in my opinion.
I have a cutscene that I want to show you from Genshin Impact.
Okay. If it's just one.
Like that. Okay. Here we go.
But I've brought out like several, like 5 right now, but okay.
This is what the Traveler does. The main character of Genshin Impact. This is what they do in a really cool cutscene.
Yeah.
Let's just take a look at what they contribute.
Oh no, I completely agree. They do absolutely jack shit. There's no point for the character to be in there.
I'm fine with that though. Like, not to defend Genshin here, but I would totally be cool with us to have situations where we're not the star, we're not the savior. I've said this before. It'd be cool to be in a situation where we can't solve the problem. We need somebody like Yinlin. We need somebody like Jian because they bring a set of skills that we have, but we're a jack of all trades where they're a master of one. And it just makes them more cool as well. Like, you know, let's bring together the Avengers. Let us watch it. Make them the stars of the show.
I mean, this is different to our conversation.
But again, this is what I feel like Saint does a lot, right? We're arguing about A. Saint's like, right, let me bring in D. Now let's argue about that, and I'll prove what I'm right about D. So we'll forget about what you were talking about A, and then I'll try and relate that to A some way to be, look, I was right, you know?
Yeah, I guess the example that I'm trying to portray is everybody knows that, like, throughout this cutscene, a lot of cool shit happens.
In Genshin MC is not the starting where it's always Rover that somehow saves the day. Yeah. Like, and I'm fine with the protagonist being the protagonist. I just think it makes a more interesting protagonist when they're not perfect and not stealing the scene in every scene, you know? It just makes them more interesting, doesn't it? And not even just them more interesting. Give me more reason to find the other characters interesting because they just become sideshows in a sense.
Very well. They sell the characters very well. And another part of it is that the main character themselves, they don't do anything. They don't do anything throughout this entire cutscene. Like, you're just going to notice, okay, this stuff's about to blow up. And the big problem with this that I think a lot of players, at least in Wuthering Waves, at least the people that support the story, right? I'm kind of taking, I'm just theoretically taking the opposing viewpoint, right? Is Rover is a person that actively takes a role in the entire tale.
Yeah, dude did it earlier. Thank God we got to the point in the end and Tectone that called him out pretty much. Called him out, you know? And Saint made a point that made me laugh. I thought it was absolutely mind-blowing that he made this point. But they were in a call to talk about how Brack was annoyed that the way Saint Tontas had gone in on Vars, not necessarily the problem of what he said, but the way he said it. Dude somehow managed to divert the subject, so they ended up playing the Tower of Adversity. It was wild. It was like, why are we doing this now? And then they got back to the point in the end where Tecton was like, bro, you come across as a dickhead when you do it. And he was like saying, was you just amping it up in that Vars thing, or did it really bother you? And Saint actually said, it was distressing. The video was distressing. And I couldn't help myself. I had to type in chat. His chat was going at me a bit like, the definition of distressing is this. And it was like, yeah, if you're getting distressed over a guide video on YouTube, you need to go and take a break. And somebody was like, well, if they've got no morals like you need to have some empathy. It's like, the fuck out of here, man. Go touch grass. If you're getting distressed over a guide video, you've got problems, man.
And they are the person that triggers a lot of the plot movement. And in Genshin Impact, and, maybe some of the more popular games that there are currently, I believe Honkai Star was another example of it, is they have the story look, they're getting literally staggered. They're supposed to be one of the most powerful characters in the lore. Clorinda is just chilling, right? No reaction. In the background. No reaction. Literally blown away, right? And this is the kind of thing. The main character feels like shit in this game. They
saying he's distressing. Yeah, it might have been, actually. It might have been. But I think for any normal person, they'd look at that and go, come on, man, you're getting distressed over a video. For me, anyway, that's the way I feel. I feel if any video on YouTube outside of stuff that's happening in real world or that's potentially showing gratuitous violence that might shock you, I think anything regarding video games, even a game you love that's potentially just giving wrong information on how to play the game, it's like, go breathe, go for a walk, have a glass of water. Remember, if you're lucky, you'll get 80 years on planet Earth, maybe a little bit more. You'll have good health. This is not the point to be getting distressed about, man. This is not the place, especially in public. If you're going to do it, at least do it in private.
They have one or two cutscenes every version, and the rest of it is just them being a spectator, basically getting cucked in their story involvement, where they don't do everything. All the other characters are doing.
That water looks like it's full of jizz.
And in Wuthering Waves, it's quite literally the opposite, where your main character, your Rover, is the one that drives the entire story pacing, drives all the decisions,
and that can be boring,
and genuinely feels like somebody that you're actually playing. And for me,
does it for you? Do you actually feel like you're playing as the Rover? Because for me, it doesn't. One, as I've said before, I feel like my choices need to make impact. Don't give me choices. I know some of you people disagree with this because you like the difference. That's fair. But if I'm going to feel like I'm playing as them, I need my choices to mean something. And I need to have more vocal lines as well. Too many texts, not enough acting. And plus, again, I feel like I'm more in the world if other people are doing cool stuff too, rather than just being the be-all and end-all.
I know
the Rover's so uninteresting as a character.
First of all, about the whole Corinne thing, I just need to make this point.
Look at that there for me, and I'm not bigging up Genshin here. I hate that you have to say that, because I like Genshin. I think that's much more cooler. I'd love to be in a situation where Rover doesn't do that. Somebody else does that. You know what I mean? Like somebody else comes in and saves the moment, so to speak. And I want more of that as well.
About Corinne as a character. Would. Okay, so back to the actual conversation. We're talking about the characters in the present and what they are doing to drive the story going forward. My problem, I don't have the problems with that there. I don't have problems with that. Even with
80% plot twist, I'm doing in 60.
Integrate Rover into the backstory, into all the things in the past that we have not been a part of. Like that part is completely fucking irrelevant.
Yeah, agree, Neo. Agree.
Rover to be the one.
This is what Ryuku Sensei mentioned in the video. I was talking about the whole Shia thing, when it would be nice if somebody was, we have to bring them on board rather than just being like, all right, we're cool, you know?
One that defines these characters. Rover's the reason why Jinshi is who she is. Rover's the reason why Changli is who she is. Rover's the reason why Camellia is who she is.
It's reductive to the characters. If everybody is where they're at because of Rover, then they're just 2D cutouts, aren't they? And it does make them a harem. They're just literally there to service the Rover. She's the reason why they are, why they're going to be, and what they ever was. And it just makes them lesser. Makes them lesser.
Rover's the reason why all these other characters are who they are, and that's fucking stupid. Whereas with Rover, like I said, when we get to this part here, where Rover is the one that saves Showkeeper from the Tethys system, Rover's the one that saves Camellia from her going overclocking, that makes all the sense in the world to me. But having the extra thing of him also being the one that defined her and made her Lady Flora and the other character in the past, I think that's just completely fucking irrelevant. I don't see the point of that.
Yeah, I agree.
I think a part of it, right, is making the main character. I think Tech said it over here, right? Ain't that the point of the main character?
Yes,
and
no, I don't think so. A main character isn't the be all and end all, because then you've got a Mary Sue, then you've got a plot device. If you want a little bit more nuance, main characters typically have flaws. They're bolstered by a cast of interesting people around them, aren't they? You know what I mean? They're not always the one that saves the day. Now, eventually, ultimately, they will be the savior, and they are the one that's doing it most of the time. But it's much more interesting when it feels like you need help. What's the point in having a fucking group of people that follow you if you never need them? What the fuck? I don't need all you guys. I'll do it on my own. I'll do it myself, you know? It'd be much more interesting if you feel like you need them there.
In the current story, in the present, that's exactly what we should do. The main character is the one that's supposed to drive the story forward, and I have no problems with that at all. Not a single problem. My problem is what they give to the Rover in the backstory and their relationship and their interaction with the characters in the past that we are not a part of. That stuff is not required to make those characters who they are. You don't need Camellia to have Rover in her past to make Camellia who she is. She's someone that is constantly on the edge of overclocking. And
it's like saying, don't you remember when we first got the bit about the backstory for Camellia, and they mentioned her whistling a song, but she can't remember why she whistles a song. And I was like, straight away, I was like, if they make it so that she remembers that because of the Rover, I'm gonna fucking be pissed. You know, it was just it becomes too. It's just too easy to figure it out, isn't it? It's like, well, it doesn't matter whatever happens to the character or whatever happened to them. We're involved, probably, you know, entirely. So it's like there's no nuance to it where it's like, oh, this other character actually did this, and now it relates to him, and now potentially they're going to have interactions in the future where they might be butting heads because that person did something in the past that negatively affected that character, and it builds relationships between the character. The relationship always has to come back to us because it's a self-insert, and everybody has to revolve around us. And when we shut our eyes, the world vanishes, and then when we open them again, they pop back up again, kind of thing. Like,
looking for someone to be stronger, to be. I've used this example before. Like, Camellia is a vine. Like, that's her entire design. Her entire design aesthetic is her being a vine that needs to wrap around a stronger.
Rob was already a Mary Sue.
A stronger tree, for example, for her to survive, for her to continue to grow and reach towards the sun. And she's constantly been looking.
Yeah, right. Agree.
She's constantly looking for.
She found the Black Shores. It's like, man, did she fucking do everything? You know, did she do everything? You know? And I think the character is based on NUA. And if you look into the character NUA, she created humanity. She fixed the azure sky, you know. She used the tortoise's legs. She smelted different coloured gems or stones to mend the sky and all this sort of stuff. And her and Fushi created humanity and kind of acted as guides as well. Which I'm cool with that, but like, you know, if you're gonna bring everything into the, you know, like, Give me variety, man. Give me a bit of variety. I want the world to feel alive, Ardu. We got a cool universe. Make it feel cooler. Stop reducing it to everything revolves around the rover.
Story quest where we are controlling the rover. That's fine. That makes all the sense in the world to me. We don't need her to also have Rover in her past as well. We could have just had her being someone that's constantly going through the world looking for that tree, looking for that power that she's been searching for. She could go to Fraxis and be part of them, looking for a strong person in there. She could go to Black Shore.
What's Red News saying there? Rover doesn't need to be part of other characters' origin story in order to be the main character. Agree? Yep, agree. You know? Like, just imagine if every film or book you watched, all the characters that you come to interact with throughout your story that actually had any impact on the story, all the origins led back to that character. No character would have a cool backstory. It's like, well, it involves us. It involves us, that's all we know. It doesn't matter what it is, but we was there. It's like, it takes away the mystique, the interest, the just the immersiveness. It really, like, I don't know, it's not an immersive game, it's a gacha game, but it really pulls you out of everything, doesn't it?
Looking for a strong person in there, but still hasn't found that. And whereas when we come to the current day, where we now take
intrigue, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Storyline. That's when she finally finds that tree she's looking for, and that makes all the sense in the world to me. I have no issues with that. Like I said, no problems with the stuff that's happening from the start, like from 1.0. I have no problems. My problem is everything that happens in the past that we are being told happened. Oh, Rover's really important because he did this for this person, and that's.
So you say Rover is the alpha and the omega,
Do you think it's
the
too
beginning
common,
and
this
the
whole
end.
idea that Rover is inherently tied to a lot of let's just say every character's backstory? Is that something that you're finding is too common?
I think so. It appears to be anyway, doesn't it? Rover seems to be involved in a lot of characters. It's probably not all of them, but it feels like that's the case at the minute. I hope to God, like, if we get to Renaissance to write, and she was involved in the Montellis becoming as famous and as powerful as they are, and Brandt, guess who set him on the path to be a pirate? And if Ruchia, guess where Peril came from? Ooh, let me guess. Drum roll. If that starts to happen, I'm not going to be out, but I'm going to be pissed. I am going to be pissed.
Well, I just gave you several examples where it is, so
I've got several examples where it's not, though.
All the characters.
That does not take away from the fact it's a problem. Doesn't take away from the fact it's a problem. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea that we saved her. We know nothing about her now. I think Cranley should have brought her to the brink of death and rest the group. Save her after absorbs into Kutchia pulling a gun on her. Good, not food, for fuck's sake. The desire to want to go deeper, yeah. Can I check my DMs in Discord? I ain't got my mic set up on my my PC that I'm on here. It's on my streaming PC, if that makes sense. I ain't got Discord on my streaming PC. It's on my gaming PC. To join in VC. That makes sense. V. I'm replying to you, by the way. Like, I've got no mic on this PC plugged in. Can't take this anymore.
So far that we've really been integrated in. Yinlin, no, Rover is not integrated into her backstory.
I'll get it installed back on my streaming PC tomorrow.
Rover. I mean, I can definitely see.
So in future.
We got Gateo Island's favorite character, Encore. Rover's not involved in that.
In the first line of Carlotta, so you finally returned. Hey, guess what? You know what? You know how Brant's like the captain? He was the first mate. Guess who was the captain? Sailed the 7 seas. We sailed the 7 seas together. We had such good times, we did. Drinking grog, singing shanties. It was me and Rover on the seas.
Yinlin, Jian, Zhang Liao, Jinxie, and Jeja.
Yeah, but how much time have they been part of the main narrative in the story. That's again, it can't just be like, oh, have all these characters. Like Rover's not integrated into Yongwoo's story, but we don't fucking have anything to do with Yongwoo. That's not really a fair comparison. The main
Mate, don't listen to his argument.
When
When it comes to Yinlin, I always want to go deeper. Bazinga!
Changli, Shorekeeper, and now Camellia. Rover is integrated into all of their stories, and these are the main characters that we are following in the main story right now. Encore, irrelevant. Yongwoo, irrelevant. Kalkro doesn't even fucking exist, so they don't have anything to do with this conversation that we're having right now, in my opinion.
He's got such a fascination with pulling people up, hasn't he?
Yeah, these aren't the characters on here though. So I mean, I guess the framing of the situation right now for me is the main story hasn't actually advanced that much since the game actually started.
True.
It actually has
everything
not.
We've done so far, everything we've done so far has always been like pushing into the players' faces. Rover is the perfect one that does everything. Nothing. No one is no one without Rover. Nothing.
You can't disagree with that, can you? Right. That's facts. That is facts. Our shit stinks, and we are amazing.
Nothing without.
Yeah,
Rover.
let me get into like
kind of too much.
Let me get like a bit of a summary of what's happened. 1.0, we go fight Dreamless with Jian. Very involved in the main story.
That's fine. I have no problems with that.
Yeah. 1.1, we go with Jin.
So this is what he's doing. He's trying to make his point seem obsolete because it doesn't do it entirely all the time. It still doesn't take away from the fact that it does it enough for it to be kind of intrusive to the entirety of the game.
To Mount Firmament and go stop Jinzo from getting time frozen for
Ryuka's having older out. He's going to become a YouTuber's most hated Gacha CC. It's going to be like that. I do think he's going to go down that route. And I kind of don't want him to because even though I believe Saint was the glazer of Wuthering Waves on his videos, I think he brought some genuine content that was good for the space, that was good for Wuthering Waves. He was kind of a good figurehead for the game. Glazed a little bit too much. And I even mentioned sometimes when we reacted to him, okay, this is a little bit too much, but whatever. I think he is going down that route where he potentially is going to be hated by a lot of people because he can't just, one, ever back down, two, accept that he's not always right, and three, he's always on this constant attempt to PvP. Now, don't get me wrong, he's been a lot more fair here, and they're having a discussion. This is a discussion, which is fair. I get it. I just feel like he's always arguing for the sake of it when sometimes you could just be like, you know what, that's a fair point, actually. That's a fair point. I think it doesn't exist here, and here, but I think you know what, I don't necessarily see it myself, but I can understand why a lot of people would. What he wants to happen is everyone to goon on Rover. He doesn't get it. We don't feel any attachment for the other units. See, like, do you know what I think it is with Saint? I don't know if he necessarily wants that, but because Kuro gave us that, then it's fine. You know what I mean? I feel like if Kuro gave us an anti-hero, I think he'd be fine with that too. Like, I think that's the problem sometimes with Saint, is because he's on such a defensive mode for Wuthering Waves because he's felt like he's been backed into that corner, which I can understand to a degree because before he even started streaming, he was labelled as the Kuro bot. And I get it. When you're having it happen hundreds of people on a day, you're probably going to get it's probably going to get you back up a little bit. But I feel like he just wants to defend it sometimes for the sake of defending it. You know? Again, the XP situation, like, come on. You know? I feel like if you poll the Wuthering Waves player base, I feel like 80 to 90% of the, and now obviously I've got no proof of this, but I feel like 80-90% of the people had agreed that it is a problem. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, I know some other people are like this because Solly says he doesn't even think there's a harem problem. I disagree with you. And this is a fair thing to disagree on. We can disagree. I'm not attacking him for disagreeing. I agree with Ryuki here. I think he's bang on. You know what I mean?
For an eternity.
I think just because he's a main character doesn't have to be perfect. And everything has to flow through them.
Right? We just have fun in Jinjo.
I think 99%. You might be right, yeah. I think most people do, right?
Liao's past. Also not related to Rover. I guess you can consider his part like the main story of 1.2, but and not really.
Also on 1.2, we did have also that group shot where it was literally just Rover with Zhang Liao in the back corner and just literally surrounded by women, which is fine. That happens a lot in a lot of games and properties and anime also thing. I get that. Again, I live in Japan. I should know. I know what it is, but again, the
I didn't know
visuals
that
and the way
Ryuki lived in
it
Japan.
presents itself and the way. Again, I'm looking at this not as a gacha.
What's Tecton saying? Ryuku would hate Frieren, the #1 rated anime of all time, with a similar plot point of MC being evolved with every character at a point. That might be true. It might be true. It'd rather to keep UA as a pet salamander, who's a protector and guardian of Jinsei. Yeah, but why does that hurt the other characters to have a similar root point? Yeah, I gotta disagree with Tecton.
That is
Gotta disagree
very
with
deep
Tecton.
into the gacha sphere. Like, I mean, I think saying I'm not a quote unquote tourist. I know what I'm talking about. I'm thinking like I want this game to go absolutely massive. I want this game to be I actually want this game to be the Genshin killer. And like I said, if Genshin is breaking the Nomi barrier, we need Wuthering Waves to also break that Nomi barrier. And I don't think if they keep doing this, I don't think it's going to happen. Like that, because we never really had that kind of thing in Genshin where we have the traveler constantly be surrounded by women at all times. That's not the same thing.
I guess this
there
is
isn't that much fan service in Genshin.
Yeah, I guess this is my viewpoint on the whole normie barrier dynamic, right? It's when you have an example of a game, in multiple games, right, by the same company that have already broken the normie barrier and have kind of like already, they've already broken the normie barrier. They've already gotten into like the mainstream, like they're getting advertisements and stuff out there in the public, taking over billboards and stuff in like Wall Street. To me, there's already like a tried and tested and like true formula for how to address, characters and their integration into the story. And when we're looking at it from the perspective of, I guess, the comparison that I'm seeing here, you're kind of almost, I guess, the stuff that I'm seeing, I guess, like getting saved, like this whole like darker dynamic, that's something that's also a risk, right? The Dark Knight, I guess, from the way that you're framing it, that could be considered a risk.
Oh, it definitely was.
Yeah. And when we're thinking about a company that's making like the first really wide scope game that they've had an opportunity to, I actually highly recommend you watch Sydney Mar's video on the history of how WuWa got developed. Kuro Games, they had PGR, and then the next game they made immediately after that was Wuthering Waves. And to me, I guess this idea, this whole ambition, right, of breaking the normie barrier, getting the feedback from the actual players themselves, right, in the CBT, where they say, oh, right, like, we don't like this, we don't like this.
I don't think WuWa has to be gritty to break the normie barrier, but I also don't think that it's a risk. And maybe in the anime space, it's a bit more of a risk, but there's plenty of animes that are dark and gritty that do really well. And there's plenty of IPs that are very successful for the normies, if you will, that are dark and gritty to a degree, You look at things like Dark Souls and stuff, which when you think about it, it kind of, if you really wanted to argue it, now I'm not saying I want this, but like you think about it, in the gacha space, this is considered the Dark Souls of gacha, although it's obviously not a Dark Souls game. But if you want to cater to harder content, even though the game is a casual game at the end of the day, it would kind of mirror to have darker stuff, wouldn't it? Now, I'm not saying I want to go down that route, but I'm just playing devil's advocate in regards to trying to catch on to that sort of audience. But I don't think being gritty is going to make the game succeed at the end of the day. I think having content that's replayable for endgame, I think having lots of events all the time, I think having just lots of stuff to do all of the time, having stuff that feels like you can connect with other people, whether it's leaderboard, PvP, co-op, that's probably the stuff that will help get out to normies, if I'm honest. Stuff that's just like fun, light-hearted, interesting, not too deep. I think you'll get a lot of those players by doing that, if I'm honest. It's not because we'll stop caring about this game, it keeps us up, we accept Saints argument, I swear, give me like 4 months and I'm out. Nobody cares about other resonators, it's all about the rollback. Yeah, I'd like to see more about the other resonators. I've banged on about it enough. I would genuinely like to see some patches where maybe we don't even spend some time with the rollback, I'm just throwing some names out there. Danjin, Calcharo, fucking whoever, Yuan Wu. I'm just saying those because we haven't seen anything from them. And then it's the story of that patch more revolves around them. You know, we're seeing things from their eyes. Maybe we see the Rover doing some stuff from their eyes, and then the next patch could literally be going back, doing that story, but doing it from the Rover side. We don't even see those guys because we're doing what Rover was doing anyway. I think that'd be an interesting dynamic, personally.
Overly aggressive stuff. You're trying to be a gacha game that promotes selling the characters. I don't
No, we just
think
want
that having
fun
the
or
characters that
cool
all
characters that
fucking
have at least some
despise you
semblance
right
of
off the rip
relationship
is the best way to
or
do
group
that.
dynamic. Yeah, I think I agree with that.
I'm gonna push back on that later, but I'll let you continue.
Yeah, so that was, I think that's one of my initial viewpoints.
As much
of,
as
like, you're trying to sell the
as much
characters
hate as
and they all
Pieman gets, I
fucking
think
hate you.
it was a benefit for Genshin to have
Bit of
one
a hard
character to
sell,
bounce
right?
off
You're
of.
like,
Just my
why would I
personal
pull for
opinion.
somebody that I like hate in the story. You know what I mean? And when you get to that
Yeah,
kind
probably.
of point
Like,
where
I hated Paimon, but I feel like if Rover spoke as much as Paimon did, she'd be more interesting, or he'd be more interesting personally.
a lot of the characters are
Like, I'm over silent protagonists, and I know that there are silent protagonists, but they're pretty much a semi-silent protagonist, aren't they? They rarely speak, and they did a terrible job, especially on the female Rover anyway, of making her interesting from her voice acting, because it was
presented
not
in a very
great.
good light. They all do like really, really cool things. And again, they are limited and you're trying to sell them. I believe that having this idea where the characters they have a lot of reasons to be loved, a lot of reasons to, be enjoyed, a lot of reasons to be on the screen, and for the main character to like them and for the player to like them. That is, in a lot of ways, right, the best way to actually succeed in the game.
You could do that
And so
without
for
being
me, when I
fawning
think
over the main
about
character, though.
The whole gathering wives thing, the whole like relationship to the player is Genshin Impact I don't even know why I say Genshin. Wuthering Waves feels like a game where
Freudian slip.
you're supposed to be the insert for the main character. Would you say that?
That's the way gacha games have played out, and that's what I want to push against.
I would say that I actually want to
Agree.
really kind of
Agree.
like have a counterpoint, or not even a counterpoint, but just like a follow-up to that statement. Wuthering Waves is a game where you feel like the main character is an insert for the actual player.
Yep.
And yeah, Red News saying it's totally a self. Okay, yeah. So
It definitely is a self-insert power fantasy, but I'd rather it be more. It does just make the Rover a plot device, then, doesn't he? And if it's a self-insert for you, all those connections then with those other characters mean nothing, because it's just the self-insert for you. Rover means nothing other than the world revolves around them, but really means nothing because it's a self-insert for you. You're new to the world. So all these characters that have so much of their backstory linked to you also tend to mean nothing then. I don't think it's the way to go. And I think they should try. I'm not saying all the characters shouldn't have some history with the Rover. Cool with that. And I don't think all characters shouldn't be attached to the Rover or want to be pally-pally with the Rover. At the end of the day, if you had this powerful being in the world, there's a lot of people who'd flock to the Rover. There's also people that wouldn't, would there? It's about getting that balance. That's what it's about. It's about the balance. Everybody doesn't have to hate the Rover and have nothing to do with the Rover, but everybody doesn't have to be absolutely attached at the hip to the Rover as well. That's what makes it more interesting. That's what makes an interesting protagonist. That's what makes an interesting story, because otherwise it's just too formulaic and everything's predictable, isn't it?
But Genshin Impact feels like a game where the main character is a third-party camera, not actually a character at all.
It'd also be in good angle if Rover did all this and currently Rover not remembering anything. He's really not wanting this role or position, trying to pull away. Yeah. It'd make them a little bit more like, because they don't believe, they don't remember it, so they'd kind of reject some stuff sometimes, wouldn't they? Be like, oh, what the fuck, man? Get away from me, leave me alone. I just want to eat some ramen, man. Fuck off.
I always bring up this as well.
Stop asking for my autograph.
It's my favorite game of all time. Not because I think it's the best game of all time, just because.
No, I won't have a selfie with you. Leave me alone.
Final Fantasy VIII. There's also all these other games as well. Like when people play Devil May Cry, they don't imagine themselves being Dante. They don't have to feel themselves being inserted to be Dante. We don't have that. We like to follow and control Dante as he goes on his own quest in his own story, and we like to follow him as his own story. We like to control him and fight through all these massive mobs of monsters, and everyone really enjoys that. We don't need a self-insert. I think the consistent, like the obsessive need to have a self-insert in these games on a part of significant part of the community, I think it's just completely flawed in my opinion. We don't need that. I just want to have a good character, be the main character themselves. I want them to be a good established character. I want them to be their own character that we just happen to take control of.
Yeah,
I don't
I
need to
agree.
be the self-insert. I don't need to
I
have
agree.
dialogue options that literally have no change in their thing just so I can imagine myself, oh yeah, I am this guy here. No, I want to be the guy that does all the cool shit in the combat, but I don't need to be
Patchy Star Voice, who
that
are these people?
That's two completely different things. The same thing happened with in Final Fantasy VIII as well. I'm sorry. I need to address what Red News said. Red News said, I don't think Wuthering Waves needs to break the Nomi barrier. It finds a niche in catering the ignored hardcore fan base of Genshin. Okay, I think you were getting a bit confused here. I'm not saying Wuthering Waves needs to break the Nomi barrier in a sense of like it just needs to do that to be a good game. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we want Wuthering Waves to be the Genshin killer, if we want Wuthering Waves to be that needs to break the Nomi barrier. And that's what I'm saying.
This is the thing, Ryuku.
If they don't want to break Nomi barrier, completely fine. I have actually said that in video as well. I don't care. That's fine. But I'm saying if we want Wuthering Waves to beat Genshin, we do need it to break the Nomi barrier. And what we're asking for
I don't want Wuthering Waves to beat Genshin. I just want a more interesting story. I couldn't give a fuck how much money it makes for Kuro, if I'm honest. Now, I want Kuro to be successful because it means we get more of what I like. But I just want an interesting story. I don't need to one-up Genshin. For me personally, I'm talking personally now, I don't need it to get into the normie stuff. I don't need it to do any of these things. I just want a more interesting story. That's all I want. I just want a more interesting story. And I think it could be much more interesting because, again, everything comes back to the rover and it makes everything feel kind of 2D. That's the problem. It doesn't need to be better than Genshin. I'm not one of these people where I'll be able to be like, yeah, you suck it. My game's better than your game, Or to be like, you know what? Dave who delivers milk, he plays Wuthering Waves. I just want an interesting story. Wuthering Waves does a lot of things right. I think the story, it's subjective, this is one of the weakest things in Wuthering Waves. They've got a cool world. They've got cool lore, the tacit discords, the lament, all of this stuff's really cool. The story meanders through all of this cool shit, ignoring a lot of what's here. They've got all these gorgeous fruits to pick, and they're not picking them because they want to self-insert to appeal to the typical gacha player, if you will. But I think if you want to advance the gacha genre, we've got to stop appealing to the same people who just want to self-insert themselves and kind of be like they're playing something like Snowbreak, where a character's all up in your face and you can sit there being like, oh, and pretend you're there,
all this stuff, the typical self-insert OP protagonist that's loved by everyone at all times right from the get-go, that's just not appealing to everyone. And yeah, and I mentioned in the video as well about ReZero, and he's like, oh, I've not seen ReZero. It's been out for fucking years, man. If you've not seen that, that's your problem. What I think is a lot better, and the same thing happens in a lot of stories as well, is where people aren't just always instantly nice and buddy and wanting to jump on your dick as soon as you meet them. If anything, if I saw someone in real life, that would freak me the fuck out. I want people to be at least somewhat, not overly hostile. Don't get me wrong, I don't need them to be hostile. So I think that's suggesting what you were saying as well. I don't need them to be overly hostile. I just need them to not be instantly in love with us as soon as we meet them.
I would like some hostile characters. That's one thing I like about PGR. You get to have some characters that you play with that are enemies, and even when you've got the character, they do some fucked up shit, I would love it. We've got Calcharo in the game now. Say we get to meet Calcharo. Dude ain't a good guy. Doesn't become a good guy. Stays a pretty terrible person. But he joins us because it suits his objective. I'm just here with you, man. Don't worry. Any chance I'll get, I'll stick the knife in your back as well. But I'm here because it suits me to be with you. I think that'd be dope, man. I would happily have people on our roster that are evil. You know what I mean? Like, how we've got Scar and there's the thought that he's going to become a playable character. Dude doesn't even need to reform for me. I would happily see, and this is dark, Scar committed genocide and still become a playable character. I'd be happy with that.
That's just really fucking weird. To have them a bit hesitant, keep them at arm's length, friendly, cordial, but at arm's length. Understandably so. I don't need aggression the entire time. On the saying that, though, in the world of Wuthering Waves, it does make a lot of sense for Chishia and other characters such as Baiju to be somewhat cautious and like overly cautious to the point of what you could perceive as aggression in that world. Because this and what happened in CPT1, where Rover absorbed the Crownless Echo, he absorbed this like this wuthering energy, right? And in the world, if anyone even touches that energy, they would risk overclocking,
all right,
as it was in the case. I need to no. Let me just go as is with Yang Yang as well. And then because Rover could absorb that, that's really fucking weird, and everyone was like, freaked out. Like people
in cabinet, it's a bad business decision to make an unlikable MC. Okay, but the MC isn't unlikable or likable. They're just there. They're just there. I agree with what she says there. Why do we have to beat Genshin? Facts. But the idea that the MC's likable, is Rover likable? Or is Rover just there? I feel personally for me, Rover's not likable or dislikable. They're just there, and everybody gravitates towards them because they are special. You know, that's it. They're special. Everybody likes them. They're just there. They just are. And this idea that we are them, it's an insert, a self-insert. It takes away all the relatability then of like, oh, the characters. I want to see the Rover flawed. I want to see them like potentially making mistakes, talking to people in a way where you can see there's some emotion in the character. The Rover lacks emotion as well, doesn't he? I don't know about the male voice because I've only played the female Rover. It lacks emotion. Now that might be bad direction, bad voice acting, or just a pretty poor character. I think it's all three, if I'm honest. I think it's all three.
But like police in modern day, like no matter what country, if they're
I agree with what Tectone's saying there, bro. Kind of just yapping about what he likes, not guarantee better sales. That's fact, but you know you can't guarantee what's going to give better sales, can you? Bro, I agree personally with what he's saying.
They're very fucking hesitant, and Chishia, who is a ranger, would be.
I like Abby more than Rover. Yeah, I agree. Abby's more interesting than Rover.
Hesitant,
definitely.
In regards to Rover, because he's a very.
Every character's more interesting than Rover. Jesus, what's her name? You know the older lady that we meet on Mount Firmament. I forgot her name now. The one that I was like, damn, she'd be a good resonator. She's a little bit older. She's more interesting than Rover. You know, that couple that you do the quest with where the woman's really ill, they're more interesting than Rover. Pretty much everybody's more interesting than Rover. People who work for Lolo Logistics are more interesting than Rover. No, I forgot her name.
I imagine. So that's where it makes sense to me.
She's got the grey hair.
Okay, so
she looks
I
like
think
she's
a
about
lot
60.
Of what you said
she's hot.
hinges on one thing, right?
Go on.
What you like,
right?
And I think we have to frame it from the context of when we're thinking about the normie barrier. Would you say that you're a?
I forgot her name now, man.
No.
Yeah. And so a lot of what you said and a lot of like, I guess the critiques, especially for something as subjective as the story and the story pacing, is a lot of the things that you're talking about. It sounds like things, and I think Tectone said it well, bro's kind of just yapping about what he likes, but isn't something that necessarily leads to better sales. And so I think that you would really enjoy the mechanic, right? Or a story mechanic, whereas the characters maybe aren't as friendly with you. They aren't as familiar with you, and then that slowly grows over time and then turns into a better overall story.
What's her name?
In the long run.
Jiyi?
Grows over time. I don't mean like over the course of several hours. It could be over the course of that singular hour.
She's way more interesting than Rover.
The same amount of time that we could have an anime, like a character story quest.
Also, the normie barrier is such a moot point. I agree, yeah, I agree. It has no bearing on the quality of a story at all. You know, some of the most popular things in the world lack quality, don't they? That's not, you know, this is what I said before when we were talking about Google Trends, revenue. That does not mean that it's good. You know, some of the most successful film franchises and game franchises just relate to a wider audience and are accessible. It doesn't mean they're the best. You know what I mean?
We bond with them. We gain their affection. We gain their approval, and then they become the.
You know, some of the most successful franchises on planet Earth are trash, aren't they?
They tried that in CBT1, and the players complained about it.
Well, certain players complain about it. Apparently, I don't know. I'm not Chinese. I do not know. So I'm just speaking from what I've heard, but I'm not sure.
This is where I think
but-
maybe some of like
yeah.
the subjectiveness of your take could have been turned slightly more objective. Perhaps having a bit more of like maybe like the empirical evidence of like what they've done in the
When it comes to story and your enjoyment of a story, you can't give it an objective viewpoint. It is totally subjective at the end of the day. You know, some people don't like Lord of the Rings because it's too basic. It's good versus evil. Some people prefer them to be more nuanced. You know, you can't objectively say that that's wrong. When it comes to someone's opinion on what they'd like, it is literally subjective. It doesn't matter how many receipts you bring to the party in regards to that, which he has brought receipts in other things to like point out why he thinks they're bad. Other things have to just be taken with, this is my opinion. You know what I mean?
the CBT1 and like maybe what the actual response was. Maybe it's something you couldn't find, but I think having like the knowledge that you did do that research on that end and like kind of like dug into it to find out a bit more would have had a little bit more credence, would have lent a little bit more credence, right, to this idea that potentially, right, this was a big point. It could have potentially been a huge point of feedback in how the player base responded. And then from there, that was really just a strategic decision Kuro made, rewriting the story, blah, 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 to appeal to as wide of a base as possible.
Oh,
and when I think of
absolutely.
appealing to a wide base, that to me is your attempt to break the normie barrier, where you're trying to
it's not meant to be
go
objective.
ahead, make this as accessible as possible to the widest group of people. And by responding, right, to the most common critiques, that's kind of like one way to make that whole shebang happen. And I just think that it's something important to keep in mind, right? Because this is all entirely subjective. We've been kind of like stun locked on this point for quite a bit, and I do want to dig into some other topics.
We need to go into
It's really just like what you think.
Yeah, let's get to the echoes. Actually, this is what I'm here for.
The idea is
I'm gonna have
like,
to get to
hey,
bed soon. It's
you haven't
10 to
done any
2.
market
So
research,
we're going out with
you
Rose's
haven't,
family
like,
tomorrow.
gone back to like focus groups. You haven't gone out and like
You're
actually
falling asleep
appealed
at
to, like,
dinner, and they'll be like, "What you were doing?"
and
all
then
that.
talked about like what
I don't want to talk
you know
about
what I'm
it.
talking about, right? How in a lot of like game development, they will literally go out to potential consumers, do things like focus groups, blah blah blah, to like garner an opinion on what the best way, on what the best approach is to, you know, getting as many customers as possible. You didn't do that for this, right?
How could I?
Exactly. So you didn't do market research. You didn't actually appeal to normies to find out what they wanted. And so that's why I think the claim, right, that it could have been the Dark Knight, it should have been darker, blah, blah, blah. It's quite literally like an opinion that you have without any actual empirical evidence going into it.
Absolutely.
And so,
Most of the time, opinions are not based on empirical evidence, or are they? That's why they're called opinions, preferences, and, you know, it's subjective. When you're trying to make objective statements, that's when you should be looking for empirical evidence.
My read of that is from on.
All right, Jace, no worries, buddy.
People have been talking about Wuthering Waves again. It's become kind of a meme right now. Oh, Gathering Wise,
and
know,
that's where the whole vocal minority
I've seen a lot of people
comes in.
Actually, I don't know if it's the vocal minority. I think people that
we can't know.
Again, we can't know exactly. That's completely fair. I'm just this is just my general read of it. The way I've seen it, there are the niche crowd that enjoy the fan service. They enjoy being the self-insert. They enjoy being the OP, loved by everyone instantly. And I think personally, they're more in the minority. And the reason why I think that is because what I think has happened is that when Wuthering was released, it had a massive audience, and the way the story's played out, it's slowly pushed away the players, and that's why the player base has shrunk significantly since release. Since launch, because a lot of players that have been continuing to play through it, they're like, oh, it's going this direction, I'm good. And they leave, and then they're just not even in the dialogue of online anymore about what Wuthering Waves is. So we have the slowly like condensing, like literally the condensing, like condensed orange juice, for example, like condensing of the player base into this really niche thing of typical gacha games, whereas they did have a more wider reach of Genshin players, which are normie players as well. They also checked out Wuthering Waves, and they also played it, but they've since left because it's going even further into certain aspects that is more typical of...
Do you have proof of that, though?
I mean, we can get Google Trends going on there if you want.
I know, but do you have proof that the gathering...
Let's not go to Google Trends. Let's not go to Google Trends. That's not a good indicator of what the player base is. We need login data, don't we? I'd argue, though, it can't be proven, but I think it's safe to say Wuthering Waves player base has definitely got smaller. There's less people watching it on Twitch. There's less people watching it on YouTube. You know, there's less people speaking about it in general. You know, it can't prove it, but anecdotally, I think it's fair to say there's reasonable evidence to show that there's potentially been a contraction of the player base, but it's unprovable. It's hard to prove. We could look to the revenue again. We don't know the exact numbers, so I wouldn't, if I was Ryuki, I wouldn't go to Google Trends, because that backs up his argument as much as the Google Trends backed up Saint's argument, as it replicates what people think about the game, because it's a poor metric. Even if you go into the FAQs of Google Trends, it says don't use it to decide quality, enjoyment, or popularity of a search term. It doesn't represent that at all.
Wives is why people left.
It's not the sole reason, no, not for sure.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I think it's one of the.
I think the main reasons, probably the main reason where a lot of people drop off games, they probably played through
but do you have proof that
a
it's one
few
of the
errors and then stop playing. Like, that's what happens with games, isn't it?
Because you've seen the video. I am very.
It's the reason why most games, if you look to the Steam charts, the massive, the typical peak in player base is usually on launch. Now there are games that get bigger and bigger and bigger because they're successful. But if you look to most games, they typically have within the launch week is where they peak. And then it's normal for a game to have a contraction of player base. It's just normal, isn't it? Unless you're a game like Fortnite.
If I say this is objectively wrong,
I don't know, freaking World of Warcraft, where you just continually have this scroll for years on end.
And I think what Tectone said is that like your suggestion, your approach here is all like very speculative, right? It is speculation at the end of the day, right? Like this is you like theory crafting.
Oh, yeah,
what the best?
It is speculation, but it's all his opinion on why he thinks the game could improve. He had empirical evidence for why he thinks the game's bad in certain areas, and then he went into his opinion. So, of course, it's going to be based on speculation, because it's just his opinion on why he thinks the game, you know.
What the best way would be to, create the story, right? And I think for me, it's just, like, the whole, we're basically, like, arguing
I agree if he
over
goes to the
whose
Google Trends,
opinion is
yeah.
more right in the most opinion-driven thing
Who's skill-based, don't care about
because
resonators,
none of
and
us
get
have
the most
any, like,
part.
evidence proving anything in the contrary, and so
And shit to do with
hypothetically,
Gacha
I'm
beyond
going to be
Dailies and
honest,
events, yeah. For a lot of people, after that, I'm like, I'm done.
we could argue this forever.
Right.
Get through that
Tectone's
bulk
right.
of story, and then bounce.
And I said in the video as well, I think this is what happened. I think this is what Nomi plays. I state very clearly. I think this is my. And I said this is my opinion. I state what is objective.
Yeah, and I make sure to clarify that a bunch throughout the react, right?
That's completely fine.
Yeah.
What do you want to go to?
Yeah, so I think just to bury the hatchet on this one,
fuck off these. Get onto the echoes.
and get us moving forward into some of the other things, right? I do have a big bit that I want to talk about.
End of the day, this is all just personal preference, and there's always going to be a disagreement.
Yeah. So to just bury the hatchet on this thing, this is really just Ryuku's opinion on how to approach it.
Absolutely.
There's definitely we can discuss the validity of his approach, and we can discuss how his approach might actually have a great impact. But we can just theory craft in one direction or the other for the entire day. And without any sort of empirical evidence or proof or market research or data gathering, right? We're not really going to get anywhere because we're just it's literally just what I think. Oh, but I think this. Oh, but I also think that in response to that. And we could just go in circles. So we're just going to go ahead and move past this, move onward, and kind of maybe Tectone. Maybe we want to save this discussion for tomorrow. I think it's the whole gathering wives
don't
dynamic
fucking
is
do
definitely
that.
something that we might be able to
the
dig
fucking
into a bit more,
echo talk, man.
I can get the vibe, right, that we're going around in circles. So,
yes.
What I want to do is, obviously, you brought a lot of empirical evidence in.
I don't think anyone was thinking. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. It was just his personal opinion on what it could improve. I agreed with stuff he got to say. I disagreed with other stuff. Yeah. I agree with what you got to say there. Yeah.
Here
true,
we can
true,
beg to
true,
disagree on the whole
true.
Desolation mechanic. I thought there was a fuck ton of destruction.
Wrong
in
opinion. What is
1.0
it?
to 1.4 already, and so more
wrong
destruction
point
to me would have been
detected.
damn, this game
Opinion
sucks.
rejected.
Not from the perspective of it's bad, but damn, everything in this game is just going bad when we've already been exposed to so much going bad. And I know you've already made your point that you wanted to just see more destruction. We're gonna agree to disagree there. I think that's fine, right?
That's fine. I mean, the numbers I pulled up, it's 30% of the map is in that desolation thing, and again, 30% of the Act 6 is where we actually go to fight into this desolate area. We have some part where we go to the Inferno Rider a bit earlier on, but for the most part, it's been pretty not destroyed, in my opinion.
That's the thing. There's still unexplored areas up ahead, right? Past the Desert Rock Islands, past like to the left of the port city.
I am only talking about the stuff that we currently have.
Yeah. I think it's just more so like, hey, I think the devs themselves know that when they play like an open world exploration game with like, somewhat, it's like the anime aesthetic, again, appealing to the normie barrier. I feel like normies kind of like happy. I mean, kind of like going into the opinion, right?
We can
My
skip through some of this because I don't care
they
about
like
this.
happy stuff.
I want to get to
and
the
like stuff that
echoes.
isn't constantly fucking destroyed.
Saving Light and all the other marketing that is had for the lead up.
But
to,
they have other marketing.
In my opinion, I think the marketing's around say
The 1.0 trailer. Let me just play the 1.0 trailer really quickly. Okay.
Which one? There's two. Is one the music one or the actual Saving Light trailer?
Global launch trailer.
I'm talking about the Saving Light trailer.
But
okay.
But this is what I mean, right? This one is 6.6. This one has 2.9.
That was after the release of 1.0.
But this one has almost double the views, more than double the views. So this is the one that got seen more by people.
Like after the release, yes.
And like this is how it starts.
That's when it was at its peak. That's when it released. But the entire lead up, the way that it was presenting Wuthering Waves to the players up to the release of official 1.0, we were given the impression of this certain vibe and this certain aesthetic, and then they suddenly do.
It's a fair point.
It's
a fair point.
Different.
But what I'm saying is more people saw this one anyway.
Somebody's arguing.
So this is the wider impression, like empirically, right? This is the wider impression that people have.
So this is where I say Saint likes to ignore the point that somebody's made, which is valid, and retort with the point that they're not making with a counter argument that really doesn't negate what the person's saying. And then, well, that's that. There you go. Okay, that's got more views. It's after the release of the game. Okay. But you know what the game's like once you've started playing it. Now, some people won't, and it's got more views, but that was a trailer prior to launch that was giving an idea of what the game was going to look like, and then the game didn't look like that. So that's not what he was trying to argue. He was trying to argue this was giving a viewpoint of what we were going to look to get into, but we didn't get that. It doesn't matter if it had fucking 100,000 views. That's what they set up to show off what the game was going to look like. They didn't do that, and then drop this trailer, and he's like, well, that one got less views anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's not the point.
Of the game. More people saw this one. And we even have Waking of a World as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's completely fair, but like I said, if you compare that trailer compared to everything we were shown a lot early before that, like everything we were shown before that compared to that one.
This one was also released at the same time as Saving Light, 8 months ago.
Okay. My comparison, my rebuttal to that would be like, they had all this massive lead up that they were giving us this particular aesthetic of Wuthering Waves to the lead up. So they built up this massive audience of people that were interested in Wuthering Waves, and then they released their first trailer. Of course, this entire lot of people are going to watch that trailer. So a lot of people that watched that trailer might have thought, this is very different.
But I'm saying that this trailer came out at the exact same time, and this has the same.
This is fine.
Yeah, I'm saying this came out at the same time as Saving Light, but I think it's like you could have used. It seems like you only use Saving Light when there's clearly areas in here that are not dystopian.
Oh no, for sure. But I think the vast majority of it is showing this pretty desolate area.
Okay, a little bit of desolation.
Of waking of. Yeah, this is fine. This is more desolate in my opinion. This
doesn't look desolate though.
Again, I'm a bit.
We're arguing semantics now, man. This is what he does, man. He tries to argue semantics, nuance to prove an overall point.
Your stream right now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the complete the vibes, like this is.
This looks pretty.
The darker, more serious tone. I'm looking at the Scar section right now, but
yeah, I just went back and I just see like green trees. I see a well-maintained building. This doesn't look desolate to me.
Okay, so look at just that image that you have right now of Rover looking at the gourd. We're looking at about just the image alone. It's around about, say, I want to judge about 75% dark black and red and gold, and just like that 30% green. Whereas
I feel like this argument's pointless. I'm just going to skip past it. Sorry.
I feel like you're putting a lot of
the trailer.
I feel like we're just putting heads on a point that really doesn't matter.
Of course, they're all going to watch that trailer. Please, like 1.0.
No, this was before the release of 1.0.
Which one? Oh, that one. Sorry, I think I meant the one where Encore shows up at the very beginning, the song one.
Yeah, but this one is over here. I think you're really caught up on the same. Can we I think you're kind of like using a 1 minute trailer and like the proportion of what's shown in a 1 minute trailer, and then saying,
no,
well, the game is like not like what it was in the trailer.
I'm not talking about just the trailer. It's not just the Saving Light trailer. It's the entirety of the marketing material up to 1.0. The entirety. If you watch through all the dev videos, all like the development stuff, the entire vibe of the even the first technical test trailer, the teaser trailer that they have where Yang Yang's running over the massive plains, and then she gets like hounded by this cataclysmic thing chasing her. We had that. I'm not talking about just Saving Light trailer. That's not it. I'm talking about everything up to that. It's a lot more than that. I think that's really misrepresenting my point. I don't think that is all.
Okay,
everything up to 1.0.
That's Saints, and although it's misrepresentation, in my opinion.
Vibe and a certain aesthetic, and then they completely changed it on the official release.
Okay, Ling Yang was also before the release, as well. I'm just kind of like going through the Wuthering Waves catalog, right, of the games. Yep. We got Ling Yang over here. We got Saving Light, obviously, right? Saving Light is a 3-minute trailer, but we also have Set Sail. Right? We can see what's in here. This is a 4-minute trailer. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, showcases are not a good example because the showcase is supposed to exemplify the vibe and aesthetic of the characters. So when you see Encore's trailer, she's a kid. Of course, hers going to be like more vibrant and more upbeat.
Supposed to represent their character almost, isn't it? To show you what the character's about. You can have a character within a game that's bright and happy, and to show them off the theme of them, it makes sense to do that. Doesn't mean that then goes against counters the argument, because the game was set up to be a bit more post-apocalyptic initially. Anyway, these points are just like this argument's like
fairy tales. The same thing with Yin Yang. He's a dancer. He's got more. That's more into
with his personal Reddit mod.
Say for example, like say Alto or Dungeon, and if they release a trailer for Calcro as well, if they fucking give him any attention, same for dev videos. Right. Don't see.
I want to see what they got to say about the echoes.
Again, before
right,
that has a lot of like I think you critique this area, right?
I don't see what you're saying, because I actually said in the video as well that I was looking forward to this post-apocalyptic wasteland, and they were being told that they want it to be less dark and dreary, and I get that. And I said in the video, I don't want it to, I don't need to be dark and dreary, like just the same color of slop every time.
I guess,
but I want it to be vibrant, but also still just as destroyed. These are two different and not connected things.
I guess the main point that I heard you say in regards to this is that like players felt like baited and switched based off of materials that were created and distributed leading up to the release, and you heavily pushed like this whole Saving Light one, right? And my viewpoint is that this one came out beforehand and quite literally depicts like honestly like the present version of the game. And there's a lot of areas, right, that aren't desolate. There's a lot of areas that are like very clearly indicated. Like there's desolate areas here, but it looks a lot more balanced.
Script slowly through the entire thing.
Yeah, it looks very balanced, right? Like this one came out before the Saving Light.
I'm seeing a lot more darkness in my scrubbing through it compared to, you've got the bright stuff in the beginning, yes, for the first 30 seconds or something like that. But then after that, it's a lot more dark. And I remember specifically when this trailer dropped, when we saw
as well, you got to stop using nature spots as well to prove desolation. Obviously, I know depending on what the lament does, the way the lament works, it doesn't necessarily mean everything has to be a barren wasteland. I think it's just meaning maybe more of the populated spots being a little bit more apocalyptic.
Yang Yang and Tricia like literally fawning over Rover waking up. I saw a lot of people saying, "Wait,
it looks like."
I want to get through this because I'm getting tired, man.
I'm looking at
10
the
plus 2.
peaks right
this argument's
we're using, like, people will
you have proof watching
kind of
like the
redundant, really, because they're just arguing opinions on stuff now.
So feature Garba with the this entire
let me just
fucking vibe,
not
just into the entire fucking post.
I think that.
And what
it's getting heated. It's getting heated. It's getting heated.
Okay. Nice. At most, and you can see
wanted the most.
Okay.
So to me, I'm not really gonna go with like the whole idea that like what's most replayed is like what players wanted the most. I think like that's not really like
no, dude. No, that literally is.
Dude used Google Trends to decide what players like the most.
It fucking is. No, you are actually pissing me off right now. No, what people were looking for is what they looked at most, and you can see what they were looking at most.
Do you know what makes it funny sometimes, though? You know when Saint's quiet and his avatar's just there, just blinking.
On the fucking timeline. That's what they were looking for. It's literally there. You are completely wrong on this. Jesus Christ. Do not do that again. Okay?
Are you good?
No, are you fucking like retarded right now? What people are looking for is what they were looking at. And what they were looking at, you can see the peaks and valleys on that trailer. And what they were looking at is this dark, desolate vibe. So when you're saying, no, we can't tell, no, it's literally there. That's what they were looking at because that's what they want.
I'm quite literally saying that we don't actually know what they are looking for.
It's in the
Yes, Ryuki, let's go, bro.
fucking timeline, dude. Most replayed is what people most looked at. What's because they most wanted
I
from
know,
this
and
game.
I'm saying that there's clearly a very innovative feature of the Inferno Rider X.
Wow, innovative. Oh my god, I've never seen that ever.
Go traveling across. And so
Look
my
at the entire
reason
fucking thing. Look, no, dude, look at the entire fucking from the start. We see the Scar battle to scrub across slowly. Scar battle, a bit there with the Morning Ikes, then goes into Inferno Rider. Then we've got the shot with Female Rover and Yortan there. Then it goes into
Getting a little of his own medicine. True.
I guess
really cool. This entire
let me just
fucking vibe.
let's slow down. Let's slow down for a second, man. So to play
See, this is what Saint does, though. You see, like, how even Ryuki's, like, kind of close to Saint, right? He misrepresents. He argues the toss sometimes, and it's no need. He's got to prove, nah. Let me prove why you're wrong. Let me prove why you're wrong. To the point where you get wound up. And this is what he's doing in the community, I feel. He's going around pissing in everybody's cereal till they get wound up. And then he's like, what, man? Let me bring the context. And he doesn't. This is where I feel sometimes he lacks emotional intelligence to understand where other people are coming from and understand how his constant desire to prove himself right is a fucking toxic trait, you know? A super toxic trait that, like, in real life, this is what gets friends to not want to be friends with you. Even though you might be a nice guy, a chill guy, a genuinely good dude, because you've always got to prove that you're right. Nobody wants to be around a smart ass, do they? You know? Nobody wants to be around that guy that no matter what happened, they have to come in and go, actually, that's not correct. Let me explain why. And everybody's like, oh, come on, man. It's Friday night, bro. We're trying to have a drink. And you're fucking here to prove us all wrong? Like, it's like, come on, stop.
Back your point so that I don't misinterpret what you're saying again. Is what you're saying that because what we're seeing in the most replayed over here is Scar, really interesting, cool enemy.
The entire section, dude.
Okay,
the entire
so Scar,
section, dude.
the Ikes in a non-desolate area. This is a non-desolate area, right? This has trees and, like, it looks like a pretty natural, cool place.
I said in the video, I don't need everything to be dead. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, but
I want to make out that that's what you're saying. I want to make out that that's what I'm saying. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to misrepresent his initial point. That's what he's trying to do, which is what he does a lot. And then some people struggle sometimes to argue because they haven't got a fucking photographic memory that they end up conceding their point because, one, they just don't care enough to argue the point. You know what I mean? It's like when you give in to a child that won't stop going on because the parents just like, I can't take this anymore. All right, pick up the toy you want. Let's just get the fuck out of here. You're embarrassing me. It's kind of how it feels sometimes. Like, I feel like people just give way because they're just like, I don't have the emotional energy for this. And this is where I say Saint lacks that emotional intelligence to understand that that's where the conversation's going. And he's just like, well, I don't give a fuck, man. I've got to prove I'm right here. It's just so weird.
The Ikes, a new boss.
I don't know if I've met somebody who's a real person and not a caricature in a show that's like this. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if I've genuinely met somebody that's this obtuse about the smallest things, that's not doing it, you know, to take the piss, not doing it as a bit, or is not in a fucking fictional program. I can't believe that there is so many people like this, that there is real people like this. I have, they're called 12-year-olds. True. It's worked on so many people like Pokey. Yeah, I agree. I think that's his thing. He's boom, you know what I mean? Blast them with as many things so they just get confused and trip over themselves, and then they're just like, whatever. I don't care enough to really care to argue the toss about this point. I'll concede to you because they're just like, they're mature and they're like, whatever.
Okay. Yes.
And again, like I say, a lot of the time, I think Saint's right on a lot of points. It's the way he says them. I think because he's in this constant mode of arguing with people, he's starting to not be so correct, and his critical thinking slacking a little bit because he's constantly on a point to prove them wrong, that he assumes their motivation, and he's missing the motivation, he's missing the point, so he starts arguing points, and I think it's becoming more and more clear now that he does that, and I think more and more people are starting to see that. I think he just needs to stop doing this so much, man. I think he needs to stop streaming so much, if I'm honest. Go back to making videos, stream a couple of times a week, and just play the fucking game, man.
And then we're not really sure what this is.
No, Saint, you are nitpicking right now. Like,
that's what Saint does.
What is going on?
I'm genuinely just trying to I'm trying to explain the situation.
This is literally what he does, man. Dude nitpicks to fuck. Nitpicks to fuck. Like, dude's literally going scene by scene to say, well, this isn't desolate, this isn't desolate, this isn't desolate. It's like, oh my God, dude. You know what I mean?
So,
okay.
The most replayed to you is essentially because
I bet most people who hang around with this dude, well, at least on stream, this is all he gives off. He's probably different in real life. Well, I would hope he would. Like, they literally hang around with them like, oh my God, I need to take a lie down. Oh my God, I'm so drained. You know what I mean? When you have arguments with people and it just leaves you feeling emotionally, physically, mentally drained. I imagine that's what it's like hanging around with him. Again, it's probably not like this in private. I would hope to God he's not anyway. And that the only evidence I've got from that is Captain Cabinets, because she says he's not like this when you talking to him privately, and he's kind of funny and he's chill. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. This is just his worst version of himself. Like me driving's my worst version of myself. I get road rage, I'm an arsehole, and I say things that I would never say to people outside of a driving situation. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that this is his road rage in a sense, but it's just being pedantic.
That's the most replayed part?
Yes.
That means that.
Yes.
Like, objectively, it means.
Oh.
Yes.
This is what players want the most.
That's what people were looking at the most, because that's what they're most excited for.
So just because they looked at it the most, that objectively means that that's what they want the most.
This dude used Google Trends to try and objectively state that people who play Genshin Impact and Star Rail are embarrassed by comparisons, and that objectively Wuthering Waves is a better game because of the trends. Oh, God.
Yeah.
What did I say, guys? I thought he was reformed. He's not. He's not. He can't. He's not capable of it. He's not capable of it. He hasn't got the ability to self-reflect because his desire to be correct all the time just is clouding his judgment. I think it's clouding his judgment. And I think he thinks he's that smart that sometimes he says stuff that's just woefully, I don't want to say ignorant, but I'd say probably he's being disingenuous.
Yes. Because that's what we're looking forward to the most. It's literally fucking obvious. If you have a video, right?
Yeah, definitely trying to get people in a gacha moment, yeah.
Spike in that video, that's what they were there for the viewer to look at. All the other parts where it's not spiked, that's what they were not there for. And that's fucking obvious, dude.
And
what the hell are you talking about?
I think that's a bit of a stretch.
He's not cut out for the YouTube game. I don't know. Maybe he's built for this. Maybe 2 years' time he'll still be doing the same thing. I don't know if streaming is the best for him. Because surely this has got to get mentally draining on him as well. Maybe it doesn't. But I just don't think it's going to be great for his brand and his career. I think he was having a real upcoming career. There's no doubt about it. Dude started YouTube this month. He's nearly got as many subscribers as me now. He blows views like me out the water. He's at sort of Tectone level of views on average on videos. Maybe not quite as much, but you know, quite a lot of them. Dude was doing well. He had a bright future ahead of him within the gacha space and Wuthering Wave space. I feel like he's really adding a glass ceiling to the amount of how much he can grow with this kind of content. Short term, it's going to do good. There's drama. It's all this stuff. He's getting out there. He's collaborating, if you will, with all these content creators where really it's not collaboration. It's just antagonizing other content creators. I just don't feel like in 3 years' time, he'll be about like, because I feel like this is just going down a path of destruction for his brand, for his career, for his reputation, and ultimately his mental health. I think dude needs to take his foot off the gas and cut down on the stream. Somebody who cares about him, who he respects in his life, should be saying, look, dude, maybe don't go live every single day. Maybe cut it back to just a couple of times a week. Try and ease up on things. Take a breather, take a moment, and maybe not get into it all the time.
That's my viewpoint. I think it's a bit of a stretch.
He's not correct for success. He doesn't know how to land it. He grew too fast and he's taking it for granted.
When a trailer releases and...
You know, sometimes when people say, like, I think I've heard him say, like, about, like, you know, Kai Cenat and iShow Speed and, I don't know, think of, like, nice streamers who seem like nice people. And I'm like, I think we made the right person famous here. The more that we're saying, it feels like we made the wrong person famous, you know? Because it feels like we've created a bit of a monster. And I know some people will be like, yeah, man, it's great, I love it. Most people, it's just going to end up pissing off.
And everything that's not on the most rewatched part of the trailer,
Agrees
everybody
in
doesn't
thoughts,
want
yeah.
that shit in the
Or he tries to switch to something else.
Comparatively. And also, people complain about the dark thing. I don't mind. That's not saying I don't need everything to be dark. We need it to sit.
We do not
to fit
create
the vibe
monsters,
that
we
we're
only
setting
reveal
up.
them. Oh, that's deep, bro. That's deep.
Like I said in the video as well, I don't need everything to
You're
be
not
dark
wrong.
and destroyed.
You're not
and
wrong.
And with a shade of sepia and grey. I just need to fit in with the vibe of a post-apocalypse, right? It can be vibrant. We have these sections in that trailer as well. We have this really beautiful banyan tree. Looks beautiful. Fits with the vibe. We have this beautiful shots as well of all these other areas. Jinzhou fits with the vibe. It's beautiful. It's vibrant. That's great. But we need the vibe to be, we need the aesthetic of the entire world as a whole to fit in with this post-apocalypse.
All right,
At least
so
comparatively.
I see a lot of people in chat saying that I'm nitpicking.
You are?
Where exactly is this idea of nitpicking?
I've just got to go piss. Hold up. This fucking guy. You see what I mean about like the apparent lack of emotional intelligence to not understand that he's nitpicking to fuck here. Dude, he's nitpicking the nitpicks. And then when other people around him are saying, dude, you're nitpicking, he's like, what? It's just like, even for sometimes you get, you know, you drink, you're too hooked on the Kool-Aid, so to speak, yourself sometimes. But like, I feel like throughout my life, there's been times where I haven't noticed I'm probably not in the right place or I'm doing the right thing. But I've got enough emotional intelligence to understand sometimes you're lost in the sauce and you don't necessarily see it. And it needs somebody outside to say, come on, man, stop, take a step back. You know what I mean? It's like, even though dude is so deep in there. Somebody's standing there saying, bro, you're drowning. And he's just like, nah. What? Nah.
Coming from. I
Because
believe
you're stuck on the one single frame of Inferno Rider, I think.
Yeah, and I'm saying that there's a collection of things in there, right? And that generally just means that we don't actually know what part of the trailer that they're interested in. I'm saying because there's 3 or 4 different things in here.
Objectively wrong. No,
I agree.
And I'm saying that entirety.
The thing on YouTube that shows the replay thing shows where people are most interested, doesn't it? You don't know what the reason is that they're most interested. Everybody could have a different reason. But it's like, if you look on YouTube, you know, videos where they might show, I don't know, let's say a woman, maybe, I don't know, showing something, you know, obviously it's YouTube, so it's not going to be showing much, but you know what I mean? It's easy to tell where she might want because you can see these, but you can go along and be like, oh, there's the peak of where everybody's been replaying. That's where it's happening, you know?
That entire section with people looking forward to the badass boss battles, which we have. People looking forward to the Gian thing as well, which we have. People looking forward to exploration and mobile mechanics, which is with the Inferno Rider, which we have. People looking forward to all of these things. It's not just this one thing. This is the section of that trailer people were looking forward to the most in Wuthering Waves. That's literally correct.
Objectively correct. Demonstrably correct.
I think that is a fair opinion to have.
Okay.
See, how patronizing he is.
I think that, however,
his way of giving way, say, well,
my viewpoint on the most rewatched thing, right, is just, I think my opinion is simply that when you have a most rewatched area, that could also mean it's just the most like eye-catching part of the trailer. And I think assigning a like value or assigning that, hey, this most replayed part means that that's the part that everybody wants the most. That to me is simply like
it might not mean exactly that it's what everybody wants, but it's what's garnering the most interest. How come he can see that when it comes to that, but he can't see that Google Trends doesn't mean quality and enjoyment?
Bit of a stretch, because there are easily other reasons why that would be one of the most viewed parts. It could be the most shocking. It could be something that goes by really fast, and so people want to see it again. It's simply, there are a lot of different reasons for why somebody would replay that part. And just because they replayed it a lot doesn't necessarily mean it was the part that everyone was just like, oh, I really want to see it.
Yeah, he does like a reverse argument sometimes. The argument has to come back to fit the narrative rather than, you know, again, like says when he was talking about downtrends. Well, Wuthering Waves is on a downtrend on Google Trends. No shit, brother. It came out 4 years ago. Why would you expect it to be going up? What fucking game does that? You know? Using the point that Wuthering Waves is in the top 10 searched games in 2024. That's impressive. So was Genshin in 2020. Not a great argument.
And so what I'm saying is that you saying
did I say Wuthering Waves,
that
Genshin,
just
yeah.
because people
Sorry.
replayed it a lot, that doesn't necessarily mean, like, it doesn't objectively mean what you're saying.
Yes, it does. Okay, if you go to any other trailer, like say, for example, let's use Snowbreak, for example. If you go look to their peaks as well, you'll see a lot of peaks where they have certain jiggle physics happening, because that's where people go to Snowbreak to play. They go for the jiggle physics, they go for the fan service, and that's completely fine. The same thing in Wuthering Waves with their trailer. People were looking forward to these badass boss battles, this badass post-apocalyptic aesthetic, and they wanted to look at that more. That's why they.
And why did this have to become so peak? I want to get to the ecosystem so I can get to fucking bed. This has got interesting.
Do you see the logic here?
Okay, so everybody wants Yoo-Hoo the most.
What?
That's the most replayed part of the trailer.
Sure. People looking forward to the new characters, the new 4-stars. There's also other peaks there as well. One sec, which one's video? I'm going to Shore's End. Let me pull that up on my section as well, so I'm not waiting for your stream to load up.
Like, this is why I was trying to like explain it to you, man. It's just like she kind of freaked people out, right? Or maybe she like people are just like, oh shit, who is this? And it's, you know what I mean?
What are these here though? What are these?
People were excited for a new 4-star, new characters. They were looking forward to new characters. So I'm seeing peaks here, mainly to do with the shopkeeper part. That's got a peak right around the beginning.
Guys, this is what I mean by I'm not being nitpicky. I'm
You
actually
are.
widening the lens in the conversation and the comparison.
No, you're being
This is
nitpicky,
the
bro.
oh shit moment. And just because it's played a lot, that doesn't mean YooHoo was the most wanted thing in the patch. That is what I'm saying.
That's true. You are being
And
nitpicky.
applying like this lens
You are
that
being
just
nitpicky.
because it's
That's true. It doesn't necessarily mean she's the most wanted thing in the patch. It means she's interesting. She's garnered interest. You know? Not to even say that the stuff, like, this argument's fucking stupid anyway. Like, we're arguing dumb points here anyway. But dude, he's definitely nitpicking. Like, I've got to say the stuff that Ryuku's trying to attach to the peaks, meaning that that's what people wanted, isn't, you can't really argue that because you don't know why somebody's watching a specific point. I'll agree with Saint on that. But dude, he's definitely nitpicking.
something that got replayed a lot. That's the thing that people want the most. I don't think you can objectively say that.
If you look at where the peak starts, you'll see that's where they show the banners for both
What's that?
shopkeeper and
What's that?
YooHoo. So,
Murray,
to be honest,
YooHoo will rot
scroll back a
in
little bit.
level 1 hell.
It's not just YooHoo. It's literally right after that. Right before
Oh, what's that?
It's
You and
shopkeeper.
me are the
but I'm
only
saying
people
the
who want us to
objective
succeed.
stuff of it
Read
is
this,
YooHoo.
damn it. My bad,
Like,
my
she is
bad.
the literal peak.
I appreciate that,
Like,
bro.
that's the
And
highest it
drops
is.
It drops off right after. It's this the peak. I'm thinking where the peak starts, dude.
I know, but this is the peak. It is literally the most played part of the video, and by your definition, she is the most desirable part of the patch.
No, the most played part of the video is people looking forward to the new characters, to the new banner, and that's both of them, not just YooHoo.
Yeah, so the point I'm trying to drive is that we can go through a lot of different version updates, right? We can go through a lot of different parts. Let's see over here.
I'm kind of over this now. Unless I start hearing Ryuku cussing him out again, I'm over
The
it.
most. Like, that's what I mean, objectively.
Do you see, this is why people talk about nitpicking. Dude just refuses to give an inch. So he's like, I'm just going to go on and on till you just surrender. You know? Again, like I say, that thing with like a child that just kicks and screams until you give in because you're like, you know what? I ain't got the energy to fight this anymore. I ain't got the energy to fight it. Like, I bet fucking when Ryuki got off this call, dude sat down and had a nice glass of whiskey.
At least prove or say something. That's the point I'm trying to prove. Because
again, correlation, not causation, I guess. But I think the causation here is really fucking strong. Like again, stupid.
I'm thinking we're just gonna move on, and I think we're gonna move on with the subjective part.
Thank
I
you.
think I'm just gonna go ahead. I just based off of what we've seen, we can argue about this all day. I don't. I view the most
Like, how many times does Saint in his life have to say, like, we're good, yeah? Are we good? We're all good, though, yeah? We're still friends, right? We're still friends.
played part as like a little
Like,
bit.
you'd think at some point now, Saint would start to think, you know, there's kind of a consistent issue going on with my interactions. Is it me? You know?
Watery, and you
Nah,
think
it's
a
everybody
very
else, man. It's
firm,
everybody else.
Thing. Let's just move on. That's how we're gonna leave it. All right.
Okay. Right.
Okay. So,
Agree to disagree. They could have done that 10 minutes ago.
So, Ryuku, I think you commit a grave sin here, right?
Oh, God.
You're talking a bit about Echo experience, and I think one of the points that you drop is that there is no way to get.
Now, I don't know this, but I hope he just turns around and goes, dude, that was just edited for the video. That was just literally for the video. That's not exactly what I do. Because I hope he doesn't. Not saying that it's wrong if you do that, but it is definitely more efficient if you do 2, 1, 2. Right, that's not good. Move on. 1, 2, 3. Maybe. No, let's go on. But I feel like that was just edited for the sake of the video. Because it did look good. It looked slick. It was well edited, you know?
Echo experience other than Tacit Fields.
But not reliably. You have to wait for events to get experience tubes, which are limited, extremely limited. Whereas
What about the Tower of
with-
Adversity?
Again, it's limited, and not everyone can get can 30 star. I know you're gonna go say, oh yeah, even like S0, R1, blah 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 blah.
You know, you can actually get all of the Echo 2s without getting just like a 9 out of 18 in the tower.
Yeah, but once you've got them and you've used them on literally about 2 echoes to get them to max level.
I know, but isn't I mean,
then
it's
what are you
like,
gonna do?
you know, maybe just mention it.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
I'm not nitpicking. I'm not nitpicking. He's not
dropped that, I guess,
nitpicking.
but
Yeah,
I mean, I
that's
think
what I'm
my-
saying, right? Just like kind
But
of.
you know, you would have maybe been able to level up 2 more echoes if you'd have added that into the video. That would have changed the whole narrative of the argument, right? It's not nitpicking though.
Like
It's not
cover
nitpicking.
your that would just be my feedback for this. Just kind of like cover your tail, cover your ass with like, you know, it is a recurring reward that most people expect to have, especially when you get enough resources just from doing an 18 out of 30 clear, which is the first 3 floors, which is like actually pretty easy in the tower.
I don't think it's a considerable reward from the Tower of Adversity. I think if you clear the entire, if you 30 star the entire of Tower of Adversity, you get about enough echo experience to level 2 or 3 gold echoes max.
And that's over 4 or 5 days worth of 4 or 5 days worth of tacit fields and experience, right? I think that's pretty significant. Like 4 or 5 days of grinding on the tacit fields.
Then I was
Game changer, man.
well that,
Game changer. I might be able to level up 2 more echoes, and that's if they're useful. Fucking hell. Yeah, take it back. Take it back. What are you going to do, man? Perfect. It's a perfect system. Perfect system.
Well, compared to the tacit field, yes. But I'm saying that tacit fields in general are
The idea that, I'm not saying you shouldn't get Echo XP from endgame content, but the idea that, oh, go do the endgame content, you might be able to get enough to level up 2 more echoes. That shouldn't be where you need to go to get extra echo experience. That shouldn't be where you need to go. It's kind of shit, really. And especially considering the fact that those might be just totally bricked echoes because the RNG fucks you. It's just such a pointless point to make. It really adds nothing to the whole argument.
fucking broken in the bad.
Oh, let's go, UL60 tomorrow.
Just because they're better than the test fields is not a good defense in my opinion.
So obviously I'm speaking for myself here. I'm speaking for the investments that I've made as a player, the way that I spend my time as a player, and, you know, how I level echoes as a player. For me, I have full builds on every single character.
Then conquer.
I haven't done tacit fields in a long time.
Cool.
I also have this much experience. 124 gold tubes, 60 whatever, and I've been fucking around on my Gion to try to get in double crit for a long time. I have every DPS fully built. Those are really the only characters you need to get like a bunch of varied echo sets for. You need 1 shared moonlit.
Yep.
The way that I level echoes is
some people was built 6'4", born 6'4", like to grow to 6'4". The one built 6'4", that'd be a fucking horrendously large baby. Again, this all comes down to, and now I know the more you do it, the more likely you am to get the good rolls. Some people get absolute dog shit luck on echoes. It's RNG. That's the whole point. It's RNG. Some people could roll an echo 1,000,000 times and get trash echoes over and over and over and over. You know, especially for people who are really trying to min max.
I go into the menu, right? Let's just hypothetically work on my Gion here. I go into the menu and then I level them 5 levels at a time.
See, like, this is why I say again, I feel like Saints a disservice to the game improving, because I think a system in the game that most people think could be better, dude's like, nah, it's a you problem. It's a you problem. How is that good for the community? Why can't he, even if he disagrees, go, you know what? I don't think it's a problem, but it seems like most people do. I'll concede that one.
Right?
Yep.
Why don't you do this? You just click a button, and then you click upgrade, and then you click tuner.
Yep.
Why are we equating this to being sweaty?
Because not I don't. Again, this is going to be subjective, and I think if chat one weighs on this, that's probably fine. Maybe your chat is more heavily skewed to sweaty.
I'm going through the motions right now.
That kind of micromanaging of everything is
okay. So I'll concede here that if Ryuka does go through the things, then it was fair to point that out from Saint, because it's inefficient to go just level up to 25. I get it. It's annoying sometimes to keep doing this, because it is annoying. It is. Fundamentally, it's annoying. It is. It gets, okay, go through. Yeah, it's trash. On to the next one. It is. But I think if you are just going to go straight to 25, it is fundamentally inefficient. But that being said, even if you don't do that and you do exactly what Saint's doing here, that doesn't mean you're going to get good rolls. It just doesn't. It doesn't change the fact that there's not enough Echo XP. It doesn't change the fact that you're potentially going to keep getting bricked Echo after bricked Echo. Like me, if this was me right here now, guess what would have happened? I'd have got energy regen, flat defense, defense percentage. Okay? Maybe Saint has better luck. That's the whole thing of RNG.
And to address what you were saying earlier about, yeah, no, what you're doing right now is for the sweaty players. And you're saying, oh, it's the optimal
I
way
wouldn't
to
agree
get
with
those
that. I don't
wins.
think
Yeah.
it's for the sweaty players.
Cool. Again, let's go back to my previous example of Final Fantasy VIII. In Final Fantasy VIII, the optimal way to get magic and resources is by carding and then synthesizing the cards into magic and items that you can use to further build your characters. That is the sweaty way. It takes a lot of grind, and you could actually get the best. You can get the ultimate weapons for all characters in the first disc on Final Fantasy VIII. Whereas if you play it regularly, you won't get there until around about, say, disc 3. There's a difference between saying, oh, this is how you can do it to be the optimal, but not most people play it that way. That's just, and no, it's not infantilizing the players at all. It's just like that kind of micromanaging is just not the way most people interact with this game. It's just way
And this is true what Ryuku's saying as well. Again, I think you are best doing what Saint did. And I agree that Saint was, it was fair for him to say, well, you'd probably be more efficient with your experience if you did it one at a time. Both true. But he's right here as well. If it's affecting the casual player base because most people are doing that just because you do it a certain way, the game needs to change, or they need to maybe not allow you to level all the way up. You know, maybe not allow you to do that. Maybe not allow you to spang it up to 25 straight off the bat. Maybe force you to go one by one by one. Or, again, just allow you to see the fucking stats so you don't have to waste materials on shitty RNG.
too fucking much.
It's not.
And it's not also, you said it's clear and cut. I disagree. I do not think it's clear and cut. I think most players don't do that. I think most players just go, 25, let's see how it goes. Boom, let's go. All 25. 2. Oh, that's got one that was pretty bad, but that's pretty decent. I'll do a full list of absolute dog shit. I think most players do not do this.
So
level
if
at time,
there
level
is
at
a
time. I
way
think the players
to
that do that are the sweaty ones.
So if there is a way to efficiently allocate your resources and you intentionally choose not to use it because you have to click about 5 more times.
Yes. Because most people go for the simplest option.
Isn't that a self-inflicted issue?
Well, you could consider that, but I think that's the way most people go for it, because people don't like to go through you can consider it necessary. I think it's like unnecessary, like going through all these different things one by one just to get one echo that might not even roll well. Again, we're leaving this all to chance as well.
And so I guess
I could do this and get dog shit rolls on every single one. This doesn't solve the issue.
Yeah, but I would be able to hypothetically, right, stop rolling after 15.
Yeah.
And realize...
Yeah, you could. And I've done that a lot. And guess what happens? Still end up with no fucking XP because I just am unlucky and have... I've said this before. The worst luck I have in this game, I get pretty decent luck on characters, resonators. Neo, perfect example. Neo hasn't won a 50-50 in the entirety of his playthrough on that account. Hasn't won a 50-50. Actually, have you never won a 50-50 even on your other account? Have you lost every single 50-50? Right? You've got that situation for one individual, and you've got me. I don't have god luck like some people have. Like I've heard some people say, never lost a 50-50. You know what I mean? I've heard some people say that, never lost a 50-50. I've had characters where I've pulled S4, S5 characters because I just kept winning my 50-50-50-50s, you know, and they've never lost one. Never won a single 50 in any account. Right, there you go. Never won a 50-50. Some people have never lost a 50-50, right? Then there's me that's somewhere in the middle, right? I've won probably 60 to 70% of my 50-50s. I lost my Jeji 50-50. I lost my Jinsei 50-50. And I think I lost my Camellia 50-50. I can't remember though. I'm not going to say. So I know I lost those two 50-50s, right? But when it comes to weapons, I have to pretty much go 70 plus pulls deep every time. Every time. And then when it comes to substat rolls, I get trash 90% of the time. The only character that I actually got decent substat rolls pretty much first time nearly every single echo was Sanhua. And they're not perfect, but they were good enough where I was like, yeah, that's fine by me, done. Ain't got to worry about that anymore. Every other character, I wasted so much XP. You know, this is the thing. To argue this point, again, this is a totally subjective experience for everybody. They have that's the whole point of RNG. It's like the lottery. You know what I mean? It's different for everybody. A lot of people will get fucking no numbers every single time. Some people might get one. Some people might get two. Some people might get one next week and then two, then three. Then, you know, some people might fucking win the lottery. You know, and I've seen enough people, anecdotally, I've seen it in other people's chats, I've seen other content creators talking about it. I myself have seen the experience I've had myself. This is a problem big enough that lots of people are talking about it. Big enough that I think it's a problem in the game. But Saints just like, nah, it's a you problem. Skill issue, player problem, fuck off.
All of these are shit.
That was it, yeah. I lost Camellia to Encore, wasn't I? That's it, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. And so, if I have the ability to do that, to preserve resources...
You know, it's like, well, I win every time I buy a scratch card, I win 50 quid. What's your problem, bro? Just be a bit more efficient with how you buy your scratch cards. Maybe you won't run out of money. Like, what?
And simply...
Don't buy 5 at once, man. Buy one, see if you win. Buy another one, see if you win. Like, come on, man.
Save resources, and I am choosing intentionally not to do that. Why do you think players should be rewarded for not interacting with the mechanics of the game?
Because it's not a mechanic of the game. Not really. It is a mechanic, but it's not the one that's necessary, and it's not fundamental to the game in itself.
Yeah,
it's something
agree.
that you can...
It is not fundamental to the game. It's there just to create more time spent on farming materials and farming echoes, which really don't improve the player experience at all. At all. They don't make you want to spend. They make character progression slower. They make potentially spending on new banners slower, because you're like, well, fuck, I've barely built this character, and now I've got to start building a new character. You know, like, that's what I find myself doing. Like, so many of my characters are unbuilt because it's just such a slog sometimes, with adding in the time it takes to build up your forte tree at the end, and then the echoes as well. It just becomes such a time sink that's unfun for a part of the game that I don't think it needs to necessarily be so painful.
Do to min-max and more, like I said, the same thing with the Final Fantasy VIII comparison. The mechanic of the game is to draw magic from enemies, or to card them and then synthesize them into magic as well. That is a mechanic of the game, but that's something that only sweaty players do. But you don't need to do that as a casual player to get...
I need water. It doesn't matter how little drink my dad needs to. That's it, man. You should be efficient, bro. You know, there's some people who surviving on barely a drop. They get through. You want 2 litres of water a day? Fucking hell, man. No wonder you're running out.
Items and magic if you just continue playing the game as per normal. This, just because it's in the game doesn't mean it's the most... It doesn't mean it's the way that...
Doesn't mean it's a good system.
At all times.
It doesn't even mean it's a good system just because it's there. And this is the problem. This is where I say again, I feel like Saint is kind of potentially stopping improvements for the game, and he doesn't even see it because he's so wrapped up in proving people wrong that he's doing a disservice to the game, because all he sees is his view of what's going on. You know? And this is why I say I feel like his crusade at the minute is a disservice, because I feel like Saint wants Wuthering Waves to be the best game it can be. I believe that. I do. But I feel like the way he is sometimes, he's slowing down that... Well, he's probably not. But, well, it depends, actually. It's how much Kuro listened to somebody like Saint. Or he potentially could slow down progress on the game, because such a loud voice in the community, he's like, nah, not a problem. Player issue, skill issue. And it's evidently not, because they gave us more tuners. They understood that we needed more tuners. So they understood that part was a problem, didn't they? I don't think it'll be too long until this XP situation's fixed, or something fundamentally changes on the way the stats are done, whether they're displayed, whether you can re-roll, whatever. I feel something will change. And I'll be curious to see his thing then, whether he's like, well, look, the devs listened. It's like, well, they didn't listen to you.
So, most people don't do that. Here's an example. Your intro skill in a game like this, right? It's one of the lowest, one of the worst things actually in the game to level up, right?
True.
And so, I can just be lazy right? Or just be a casual and just level this up to plus 10. Isn't that wasting resources?
That one's more, but that one is more clear and cut, where you can actually see very easily, like what you're.
And there's no RNG here. There's not. This is like a false equivalent. There's no RNG here, so like you can see directly the improvement you're gonna get, and you know whether it's a waste or not. And then if you decide to waste it anyway, okay. If you decide to build up a particular part of the forte tree that's not as important yet, and you can maybe do it later and save the materials. But you can clearly, how fucking frustrating would it be if it was random? Your numbers you got, you know. This is not a fair argument. This is not. He's just again he's pivoted to try and back his point up by arguing a point that's got nothing to do with anything here, and that the only part that probably can be brought into the conversation is using materials.
What resources you have, what resources you don't have, what you need, where you're going.
Yeah, the weekly boss thing is annoying. I hate it.
It's a lot. It's the comparison here. I think is a bit flawed as well, because this
like,
one,
when you get to this part, how slow building the character becomes, and then adding that with the echo system as well, it makes building characters frustrating in Wuthering Waves. I don't see how there's a roundabout way to argue that it could be much better. You know, it just definitely could be much better. You slow down here, you got a bottleneck here, and then you've got a bottleneck in your experience. You know, it just feels like a little bit too much, in my opinion. And this is a thing that's been argued since day one. This is why the whole tuna thing happened, and that they adapted and changed. The problem's still there. It's just shifted to XP now.
Once you get the resources, you get that stat. Once you get this next level, you get that stat. Whereas with Echoes, you can get all the resources you want, but you might not get anything for fucking ages. The insane level of RNG.
I know, but the thing is, what I'm saying is that
Wuthering Waves issue. This is a gacha game.
What I'm saying is that this is an incredibly inefficient use of your resources. Leveling your intro skill
doesn't matter. I understand what he's trying to make the point. See what I mean about? See what I mean about how he hyper focuses on something that's not necessarily important. Again, I think it was fair for Saint to say probably not the most efficient way to spend your XP by leveling it to 25. I agree with that. But again, he's hyper-focusing on that point now and ignoring the fact that even if you don't do that, it's still a shitty system that burns through so much XP and you might not get jack shit at the end of it. He's ignoring that now and he's moved the goalpost to back up his point in regards to the efficiency. Which, of course, if you're a bit more efficient, you're probably more likely to spend less because the likelihood of getting a good roll on the next one might be more, but that's unprovable. Somebody might consistently just get terrible echoes after echoes after echoes after echoes after echoes. You know, that's the whole point. It's RNG. It can't be quantified. You can't put any expectation to it. So changing the goalpost to argue this now, it's a terrible point to make. This is where I say, like, I feel like he insults the intelligence of other people. Ryuki gets what you're saying in regards to leveling it up to 25 straight off the bat. But he thinks he's too smart for Ryuki to understand that that's a fact. Now he's got to point it out in some other way. Because let me explain to the children. Let me write it down on a chalkboard kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that promotes grind. That one actually, like, legit, like, people can have something that they can think, oh, if I get this amount, I can get this for sure. This is a definite thing that I am aiming towards. I want that. I need that. That's what I want. Whereas with Echoes, you have no fucking clue. It literally is up in the air for
I know, but that's not the
God to
point.
decide.
It's about wasting resources, and your intro skill is one of the biggest things.
See what I'm saying? That's not the point. But that was the point, though. That was the whole point on the conversation of the Echoes. He's just hyper-focused on the fact that Ryuki's maybe inefficiently spending his experience, but he's still, even if he was super efficient, would probably still have the same problem, and many do, just because he didn't, because he got lucky, like many others as well. That's the whole point, though. It's chance.
Things you can waste your resources on. But the game just lets you level them up to plus 10 anyways.
Okay, so if I level one Echo up to level 5, roll shit. Okay, I'll use that Echo and some more Echo experience. I level another Echo up to level 5, roll shit. I continue that for like 20, 30 times. I get to
You'll
one
stretch
Echo.
your Echo experience massively far.
Yeah, but it does in the long run. It does absolutely nothing.
I
Not
have
really.
literal objective proof that it is really effective. And so
Because
I
you've
think
got
you
good
saying that in
But
the
you-
long run it does
because
nothing.
You have literal, objective, subjective proof because that's it. That's like saying, do you know what? You know, if you just buy this many lottery tickets, you'll win the lottery. Worked for me. Okay. All right. That what happened on your account is not literal, objective proof. That's like saying if you just pull 10 pulls when you're pulling on banners, you're more likely to get it. I've got literal objective proof. Look how good my luck is when I do 10 pulls. You know? It's like, I understand what he's saying. It is more efficient and the likelihood will increase, but it's RNG. There's no way to literally, objectively prove that that will work. The likelihood will go up, but if you have terrible luck, you're still going to be in the same position.
Is a little... Well, that's the thing. Your problem is that you don't have enough echo experience. And what I'm telling you is that this strategy literally gives you more echo experience.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't literally give you more experience. The potential for burning experience is lower because you're not wasting all that XP in one go on a dead echo, but you still could consistently get dead echoes right off the bat. So it doesn't give you more experience. It potentially saves you experience, but even then, it's not objectively fucking true. That's his experience. You know, like that's his experience. That's like saying, I'll tell you how to get girls. Do this and do that and you'll get girls. Oh, you're 6'2" and really good looking. Well, just do what I do, man. It works for me. Yeah, but this guy's 5'2" and he's 350 pounds, bro. Well, skill issue.
It doesn't give more, it stretches more. And the
Yeah,
thing is,
exactly. Exactly.
you
Thank
have-
you. It doesn't give you more.
I have
Thank you.
literally
This is where I
hundreds-
like Ryuki. He's quick to that. Exactly my point. It doesn't give you more. It's more efficient. That's it. But it still doesn't mean shit at the end of the day if you get bad luck.
hundreds of echoes I am waiting to roll. And even if I used your system, I would still have at least...
I used to
100
think
that are
single
waiting
pulls
to
work better
level.
for me.
And then in the time I'm getting more, and I'm
Well, think about
still
it this way.
grinding through the tasset fields to gain more experience to level them.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I
getting
do.
more
I'm
fucking
having to
echoes
do it
too.
all the
So
time.
Ryuku,
it's like trying to fill a bucket
Ryuku,
and just taking...
you're not... I think your argument is a little flawed here.
Okay, how?
So, think about it this way. If I'm leveling... So, think about it this way. In the amount of how many gold tubes did it take to level... Okay, we have it right here. You need how many gold tubes to level up an Echo to plus 25? Let me see here.
Like 26, 27.
26 or 27. So, for 26 gold tubes, you can basically consume one Echo, right? By leveling up to 25.
Yep.
Yeah.
For 26 gold tubes, you can take 26 Echoes to plus 5.
Yep. And 26 of those might be dog shit.
Right.
Wouldn't that deal with your inventory problem through the Ecto?
It would potentially increase the likelihood that one of those was going to be good. But that doesn't mean it's going to be good. And you're still in the same situation you were before if none of them are good. All it does is increase the likelihood that one of those is going to be better. That's it. That's it. Somebody might have that insane look where they just level them up to 25 every single time and get god rolls all the time. I don't know what. This is where I say I feel like he's disingenuous sometimes in his argument because he's ignoring that fact and his idea is, well, this is more efficient. Granted, it is. Granted, you're probably more likely to get a potentially better echo, but it's also the fact that it doesn't mean that that's the case at all. At all. And I'm proof of that myself. I'm proof of that myself, and lots of other people are as well. You have 3 crit rate mechanics. You roll a bad one, you feed it into the next one, roll feed again, roll bad. Now you have no more crit rate mechs, and now you have to grind for more. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just like it's a flawed system, and I get it. What he's saying is objectively true that it is more efficient, and the potential of getting a good echo roll across the board is higher. But I don't understand why you can't see that that is not guaranteed in any way, and the percentage increase is probably, again, it's negligible for some people. Some other people it might work really well, You know, I've done this for the longest time. I've done it since the start of the game, actually. I've done it since the start of the game. Probably, I've done a couple of times where I've just aped into a few echoes just to fuck around. But that's like a very rare occasion for me. And I still have got no echo experience. But I guess it's a skill issue, man. I've just got to get better, you know? Just got to get better. It's like Asmongold says, man. He's really good at gacha games because he always gets good luck. That's what it is. That's what it's all about, isn't it? You just suck. That's what it is, Ryuki. You can't get good rolls, man. That's a you problem, that is. Skill issue.
Where you are basically using your echoes as fuel instead of your echo experience. Basically, you're rolling 26 echoes, seeing if the stat is good with the amount of echoes, with the amount of tubes it would have taken to get to 26.
Yeah.
And so now you have 26 opportunities to get a good stat instead of 5.
Yep. Yep. All true. Still a shit system.
Of, the
so
Echo
okay, just calm down. Wait. Sorry, not calm down. Just one second.
I was gonna say I am calm.
Yeah. I'm saying you are calm. So that's why I was like, that's not the right word to use. Yeah, my bad. So think about it this way, right? If you have 26 opportunities to roll a substat versus 5,
right?
Doesn't that mean you have a better chance to win against RNG?
Yeah. You have an increased probability, but that still doesn't change the fact that it's an increased probability. You know, just like, give us more experience. Let us feed empty, non-built echoes and consume them to turn them into experience, or do something with the stats so it's just less painful. I don't really see how this is a major contentious point. I agree with what he's saying. It is. Again, I've said this multiple times, but I just feel like I've got to reiterate it because he's making my brain go to mush now. That he's just arguing a point that just like, okay, but that still doesn't change the system. You know, it still doesn't change the system.
26 versus 5.
It's just doing it. It's just using a shit system more efficiently. The system is still shit.
After that, if you say you get 1 echo in those 5 there, that's you're wasting 4, so you've got to re-roll those 4 echoes experience into that. You're losing experience for practically no reason because you're putting it back into there, and then you're constantly like whittling away your experience by doing that method. I mean, I get you're
losing the same amount of experience.
What you're saying is correct, and that's not what I'm arguing. Again, that is the most optimal method. That is the most. I completely agree with you, but that is not the way that people, in my opinion, that most people play.
I know, and
even if they don't know and they do it the most optimal way, like, I get it. He's gonna concede the point because I don't blame him. I feel like conceding it myself, and I'm not even having the conversation with him, but. It's, I understand why he wins arguments now. He drains people. Hold up. Where is it? Oh shit, what is it, man? This is what I feel. Hold up. Is this the one I'm looking for? This is what I feel Saint does to people. This is what I feel he does to people.
Robinson, and I am what's known as a psychic vampire or energy vampire. This is my office, also known as the hunting ground. Hi, Deb. Energy vampires drain people's energy merely by talking to them.
Actual versus budget year to date? No thanks. You're going to be at that all day.
We either bore you with a long conversation.
Feeling better now. I was a little sick this weekend. Hey, Don.
Or we enrage you.
This is what I feel like Saint does to people.
In fact, you probably know an energy vampire. We're the most common kind of vampire. We are day walkers, not affected by the sun. And we are the only kind of vampire that can drain another vampire's energy. It's very cool.
The thing is,
at that level of
this is leading back to the intro skill example. It doesn't matter if it's the most. It matters a lot that it's the most effective way.
I feel so bad for the WuWa community if this guy gets early access. I just think he's a terrible example of the Wuthering Waves community because being right to him is the most important thing. And as I said, there's lots of times he's right. I just think he makes the community look terrible. And I feel a bit bad saying that because, again, I'm one of those people that I try my best to see, you know, see the best in people and to understand that this is content creation and, you know, a lot of stuff's amped up for entertainment and stuff. But like, I don't feel like Saint's doing that. I feel like he's so wrapped up in proving he's being correct all the time. He's so pretentious and condescending and just comes across as like, just comes across as so frustrating and tiresome for the community. I feel like it's going to be really bad for the community because there's going to be constant arguments in the community. People are going to feel, I just feel like he has a way of going about it that like it's this idea of intellectual superiority over people. I just don't think it's great for the community at all. I really don't. It's not a good look. And it's a shame because even though he was a glazer, and he is a glazer in his videos, and, you know, it's funny to say, oh, he's glazing Kuro. He had a lot to give to the community, and I think he knows enough about the game, and he's intelligent enough to give a lot to the community. But I feel like this version of him in live streams and this constant desire to prove his point, to prove people wrong, to go about the way he does it, it's just... yeah, man, it's not a good look. Like, you know, people like Maggie should be getting supported by Kuro. Somebody who's like this inoffensive content creator who's just making genuinely good content for viewers without trying to put others down, even though her content's banging, without trying to prove others wrong. He's just giving something for the community to absorb. Because I've never watched Maggie before. The first time I watched it was, I think, today. I might have skimmed through one of her videos previously, I think, but I watched a couple of her videos today, and I was just like, this is what the community needs. This is what the community needs, you know, like. And I feel like there's a lot of bad parts of the Genshin community, but I feel like they've got a lot of good representation for the game, and I feel like Wuthering Waves has got a lot of good representation. But they're a lot smaller content creators, aren't they? You know what I mean? Like, they're a lot smaller. They're doing a couple of thousand views on a video if they're lucky. And it's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame. It sucks.
What I'm saying is it doesn't matter if they're deciding to invest badly.
Need people to show it's okay to be bad at WuWa and still have fun and still have opinions. Exactly, yeah. This idea that you've got to understand every single element of the video game. Understand you've got to back everything up with receipts to have an opinion. When, yeah, I agree. It's not good for the growth of the community. And this game's never going to get bigger with this attitude. It's only going to cater to a small select group of people who think that you have to understand everything to voice an opinion without being trashed and like torn to pieces as well.
Gacha games are about resource management. And when you don't have the resources because you fucked up and mismanaged your resources, right? You go ahead and the only way to get them back is to either wait or spend. Right?
Right.
And so in a gacha game, right? You fucking up your resources and leveling up everything to plus 25 and getting some boo-boo ass rolls, but spending a fuck ton of echo experience to get them. That, in a way, is a way for Kuro, or gacha games as a whole, right? To influence you to spend. Because you're going to run out of XP faster because you're...
Do you know, I don't think it does. I genuinely think people who get into that situation will just stop playing the game. I think they'll just stop playing the game. Honestly. I've never paid for anything in this shop to get mats. I've only paid for stuff to get asteroids, you know? Never. Now, I'm not saying that some people won't want to buy some of the bundles in the game, but I just feel that most people probably don't do that. Most of the money for this game is not coming from that. You know what I mean? And I feel like making it intrinsically more random in how you level up your characters doesn't encourage people to spend on the game more. It might encourage them to farm a little bit more. But again, I don't think that's going to then make people spend more. You want the way you get people to spend more. Obviously, I'm a layman. This is coming from my personal experience and how I enjoy video games. I think the way you get people to spend more on banners is, one, you want them getting attached to characters. You want them getting attached to your world. You want to do good marketing for the banners. You want to obviously give abilities and kits that make people desire these characters, and then create content that, let's just call a spade, that creates some kind of power creep, or the gimmick of the patch that makes people want to pull these characters, make them creep in power and all that sort of stuff. I don't think making it an unfun experience to level up your characters in regards to echoes is going to make the average player spend. They're just going to continually, whether they're doing it inefficiently or efficiently, continually get to the point where they're short on echo experience and just be like, yep, it's enough for me now. I'm going to go play something else. I'm at a bottleneck that I can't do until tomorrow because I can't farm the stuff because I've run out of wave plates, and some people have just gone through all the solvents. And I think that'll keep happening, and they'll slowly start playing the game less and less and less and less, and they'll just go play another game. I genuinely think that. And I think there's a lot of people who've probably been turned off Wuthering Waves by that.
Kind of fucking up and doing the wrong stuff, just like how I can level up my intro skill and effectively waste resources.
Are people spending money to get wave plates so they can farm more tacit fields? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I need to
just watch a fob stream.
What's fob? He's not.
Again, no, this is what Saint likes to do a lot, and even Techie says not to do this, to use extremes, to use content creators as well, who tend to have a lot more disposable income, as an example of what most people do. That's not what most people do, you know? It's just not. It's an extreme end of the community.
Not the norm.
But I was going to need to sort this
Also,
because
again,
there's a ton of competition coming down the road. If it becomes too frustrating, people have to, yeah, man, yeah. Especially when you look at things like NTE. NTE looks like you get your item, you can see all the substats, you don't need to build it. You can, if it's crap, and you move on to the next one. Now, that might change when the game comes out, but I'd definitely like to see something like that. Or like we say, we just get easier ways to get XP. Whatever the way, you get more XP.
A way to really stretch the materials in here. You
can.
Them.
You simply don't level this up.
No, No. You are talking about using resources, whereas in the skills here, whereas in the echoes, you're talking about the ways to stretch the resources.
Yeah, I'm saying
that's a different thing.
You can stretch.
That's a different thing.
You can stretch these resources further by simply not leveling your intro skill.
No. You either stretch or you use. They are not the same thing, dude. Those are two different words.
I mean, let's just say I have like X amount and I'm looking for the best place to put them. Not putting it in the intro skill is the best way to stretch my inventory.
No, that's using the resources. Whereas the experience, you're talking about experience. You use, say you get 10,000 experience. You use that on one echo. Oh, that rolled shit. I'm going to use that same 10,000 experience and then roll it into another echo. You say you get 8,000 experience. That's stretching that same amount of experience to get it longer. That's stretching the same amount of experience more compared to where here in the skills, you are using them. You can't stretch as a cadence seed longer.
That's true. You either use it or you don't use it. You're not able to spread it out and level up more stuff by stretching it out some way, because there's no way to be like, well, I'll spend a little bit and then I'll spend a little bit and I'll get the same result at the end of the day. You're gonna have to spend it, because it's not an RNG factor. It's either level up the skill or don't level up the skill.
Then the one, you have one, you get one, you use one. That's it. You can't get 1.2 out of one cadence seed. That's a different fucking conversation.
Resource efficiency. How about we use that terminology instead?
Apparently Tecton says something. If they waited till tomorrow, this conversation would be so much easier. But, yeah.
Man, are we going to have to fucking... What time are these guys going to be on tomorrow? Because I want to check. I want to react to this. I want to watch these. I know I'm a third party. Don't get me wrong. I'm a scrub third party. It's got fuck all to do with me. I just find this fascinating. Incredibly frustrating, but fascinating. I just can't believe there's people like him exist. The constant it is like arguing with a child. It is. I remember being a bit like it myself when I was a kid. You're so desperate to be right. You just, and I'm not saying the dude's not intelligent. I don't mean to insult his intelligence like this. Again, though, I feel like he lacks reason, like not reasoning, because he has got reasoning skills. He lacks this emotional intelligence to just understand that that's not what somebody's arguing. Again, like I say, look, see what he's done. He did this early with Braxton there. He's managed to move the argument onto something entirely different to somehow back up what he's saying when it's two separate things. It's two separate things, but he's somehow managed to divert the argument to suit his narrative and arguing totally different things. Yeah, I agree, Zinthos, I agree.
The main idea is resource management, right, Ryuku?
Saying he's putting on a clinic for gaslighting,
And
yeah, man.
leveling your intro
Dude is a
skill, we can
master
universally
gaslighter.
agree, is a bad use of your resources.
It's not. No, it's not. I don't say bad. It's just not the most optimal.
Okay, so
It
it's
is
a
the way
suboptimal way of using your resources.
Sure, I can agree with
Just
that.
like how with echoes, leveling them to plus 25 is a suboptimal way of using your resources.
Yep. Still doesn't change the fact that you might not get
Okay,
fucking.
So there are
it's the wrong way.
suboptimal mechanics everywhere in the game.
You
basically,
think it's the wrong way though.
So
I think I've got to move on from this because I'm going crazy. Again, it doesn't matter if it's suboptimal. You can do the most optimal way with echoes. It's RNG. It does not matter. You still might get absolute shit luck. You might spend the most efficiently way to do it ever, and you still get trash. But he seems to ignore that. He seems to ignore that. And that therein lies the problem with the system. That it doesn't matter what you do as a player, the outcome can still be just as bad over and over and over. That is not a good system. You're increasing the chances for it to be better, yes. But who wants a system in a game where it does not matter what you do, no matter what you do, the outcome could still be just as bad as if you just went, fuck it, and splurged it up the wall? I don't understand how we cannot see that and at least give way to that fact. Dude is so lost in the source. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. Because let's take a quick break from this and just chat. It's affecting us all and it's doing damage. I think he single-handedly... Well, that's an extreme take. I was going to say kind of destroying the WuWa space. I don't think that's the case. But he's single-handedly doing massive amounts of damage to this space. Because this is a small space. The Wuthering Waves place is a small space. Is it your birthday yet? It ain't midnight for you yet, is it? Let's just have a look a second here. Where are we? There's 796 people watching this on Twitch. Right? And I know we're in a slow patch. 796 people watching this on Twitch. This is a small community in regards to content, right? He has a massive voice in this space. I just can't wait for somebody to not let him, like, strawman them, to not let him gaslight them, to really hold him to account. And I'm hoping to God Tectone is a little bit less friendly, well, not less friendly with him, but doesn't give him so far to go with tomorrow. He did call him out a bit today, which was good to see. But I think it's clear to see that conversation that was had has not changed the way he thinks about things at all. You know what I mean? 2 more hours.
Different. There are ways to suboptimally use your resources everywhere, right? We can agree on that. It's not just echoes, it's a lot of other places.
See, that's the thing as well. We can agree on that. But whenever anybody puts forth a position where it's like, you know what? You're right in what you're saying, but can we agree that the outcome could still be the same? He won't accept it. It's just, no. Let me go on to prove why I'm right.
Places in the game, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when players use their resources suboptimally, sometimes they have to get more. And when
Is it
they
with
do
Ned
have to
still
get
as a
more,
whole?
sometimes that
Oh,
brings
that
the
sucks, dude.
incentive
I'm
to
sorry to
pay.
hear that. Yeah, you got gifted a membership. Yes, yes.
no, I
Daniel
wouldn't
dropped
give
a
more
Okay,
gifted you a membership
This
earlier.
is about this is about, let's just say, players in general.
I don't personally. I think people pay to get characters and weapons. I don't think people ever pay to get more wave plates. The people that do pay to
Agree.
get more wave plates are the whales are going to do it anyway. So
Okay,
Agree.
so
Agree.
there is a
Agree.
group of players that will pay, or just wait. They'll pay or they'll wait.
Right. Yeah. I think most people wait for the wave plates.
Okay, and so
Most people.
this is the situation here.
I'd arguably say it's probably what, like 95% plus people that will wait for the wave plates to reset, right?
Couldn't I just similarly complain about how long it takes to get weekly boss mats? Couldn't you have put that critique in? Because hypothetically, right, if you're somebody that just levels all this shit,
Yeah, he could. It fucking sucks as well.
it's going to cost your weekly boss mats.
Oh yeah, I
Right?
don't like
And you can
how farm bosses 3 times a week.
Yeah, and then I'm spending a weekly boss mat. Instead of leveling this ability, like my Resonance Liberation, getting massive damage, I instead level this, and I get 4%. Is the fact that I can do that a problem? Is it a weekly boss mat problem?
Oh yeah, I didn't get into the video, but I could have made that video a lot longer. I just didn't want to.
Yeah, but I'm saying that, like, you could, like, get into the mindset that now there's a weekly boss mat problem because I have to level up everything to +10.
Right.
But when I do it, right, obviously this isn't even worth leveling in the first place. So in reality, for the player that's knowledgeable, right, or has just a greater understanding of the game, then that means that they can basically go ahead and choose not to level these and then have better boss mats. Have a better use of their boss mats in the long run.
It's hard to...
Again, I think we're going to a completely different conversation. We're getting to like the semantics of things, whereas we're talking about... You're talking about this
Stage
from
of
the
pass.
perspective of a sweaty player, and you can.
Oh,
know
okay,
you
okay.
are a sweaty player. Do not even.
This is
tension,
I
like-
don't think leveling things
With the
up to
sexual
+5
tension.
and rolling them. I personally don't think
Are
that's
you,
a sweaty player.
do you have wandering
Okay,
eyes? Is that what
and
you're saying?
Personally, I think that is. That is
Listen
a very
to
sweaty
Saint is
way
killing you.
to do things.
I'm sorry I've put you guys through this tonight. I am. I've wanted to pull away for hours now. I should have gone to bed hours ago. But I just... it's just mind-boggling to me what's... I think the thing that's becoming so frustrating is that he's generated so much sway in the community. That's pulling everybody in. Everybody's got pulled into the orbit of him. You know what I mean? And I think because he's eloquent, he gets away with being a complete and utter arsehole a lot of the time.
I mean, I guess that's the main point then, right? You think that leveling things up to +5, +10,
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that.
Added actually a new mechanic that just you one button press to take it to +5, +10.
He's an intelligent speaker, but not an intelligent person. See, I think he's an intelligent person as well. I think he's just not very self-aware. And because of that, and his desire to always be right, he comes across as not being intelligent, but seeming like he's being obtuse and dented on purpose to misconstrue a point someone's making and put forth a disingenuous counter argument. But if he keeps on and on and on and on and on and on, that he'll just win because he keeps on repeating it, like, you know, again, it's like that thing of a child where a child will just keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over again till you're just so burnt out, you're like, you know what, whatever.
And so...
Yeah, min-maxing is sweaty for in any and all examples.
Okay.
Any.
I guess if that's your take on it, then that's your take on it.
Okay. This is where people in the audience, like the chat and everyone watching this, they can make their own decisions. If you think min-maxing isn't sweaty, that's fine. I think it is, and that's just where we disagree.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right? Again, like, this is just our opinion, right? Gotchas are built around resource management. Leveling things up to +25 is going to be bad resource management.
Does everything have to be resource management to this degree? That's the question. It's fine having resource management, but adding RNG on top of the resource management, just because others do it And just because that's seen as the way it goes doesn't mean it's good for the fucking game, you know? Because if we just went on what other games did, we should have a 50-50 on the weapon banner, shouldn't we? You know? We should have double 5 stars every single fucking banner, shouldn't we? You know? Is that the way we want to go about it? I don't think so. Just because others did it before doesn't mean you have to copy the same thing. You know, let's progress. Let's do that. Let's remove that sort of things from the game. Or at least, if you're going to have it there, make it less of a pain to do.
That's just a fact. Correct?
I don't want to get into this conversation. We're going in
What
circles
is it bad or no? Is it bad when there's an objectively better option to manage your resources?
It's suboptimal, but not bad.
Okay. Leveling up your echoes to +25 is a suboptimal way of using your resources.
See what I mean? He's even breaking Ryuki here. Not because Ryuki sees that, like, okay, he's right, and okay, I'll take back what I said. But he's just so broken by him. Dude's just like, whatever. You know what I mean? It's whatever. He's so tiresome as a person. So tiresome.
But there is an optimal way that saves you the resources.
Yes. Again, if you go into the micromanaging of things, that's the way.
The problem
I've already given
is
an example of Final Fantasy VIII with magic and resources with the
that's a sad thing about it. I like because like this is what I dislike about these sort of things is that I feel like it should just be a conversation and a bit of back and forth, and that's it. And then there's opinions, there's subjective stuff, there's objective stuff. We'll agree to disagree. This is how adults have conversations. You know, it's like. You know, when Fox the other day was saying, like, oh, you don't want to debate me because I'll win. That to me is a bit cringy because why does it have to be a debate? It's not the debate club at school where you have to go, yes, I won. Everybody, I won, right? Look, tell me I won. Yes. You know, it should be just a conversation. Like, we all want the game to get better if we're playing Wuthering Waves. Let's just have a conversation about how we can get better. And sometimes you might be like, I don't know if I agree that that'll improve the game. Simple. Done. You know, is really saying that the game wouldn't be better if the ecosystem, you got more XP, or I don't know, the substats work differently in regards to maybe you could see them, maybe they worked in a different way, potentially there were rerolls for substats, that sort of stuff. You know, it's like surely that's a better conversation to be had. In the okay. I don't know if I agree with you, but I don't know if I agree that it's necessarily a problem, or I think you could do it in a different way that might save you materials, or I think fundamentally the system's flawed and it could be better. There's no give or take. This is why I say, when Fox was saying that, I'd beaten him in a debate. Like, I wouldn't get into conversations on the minutiae of combat and stuff because I'm not that guy. I don't care enough and I don't know every fucking rotation in the game. I just don't. So I wouldn't get into those conversations, but I think I've got input on how I think the game could improve overall. And some of that might be coming from fundamentally misunderstanding minutiae of the game, but I still think it, in my opinion, doesn't mean that the game couldn't improve from doing those things. And I think as adults, you can have a conversation about that. And you might not even agree with each other, but everything doesn't have to be framed as this debate and then to turn around to your community and be like, yes, I am the hero. Chant for me. You know, it's not a gladiatorial fucking coliseum where only one survives and everybody else is thrown to the fucking lions. You know, but it's kind of treated by a saint like that.
Okay, so going back to the video, right? The problem here is that when players use their
system leaves damage on the table. Yep.
They don't have
You're not maxing your echoes to 25, leaving skills on the table. Tabled skills equals less damage equals no 30 tower.
Well, with the current system,
there's no optimal way right now to do it. Well, I think going about like just going 5 to 10 is efficient.
I would not have an issue. It would be a shit issue because
in theory, do you know what I mean? It is efficient in theory. That doesn't mean that in reality that's going to be because at the end of the day, if you only leveling 5 to 10, 5 to 10, 5 to 10, 5 to 10, you could still end up with fuck all. So does that efficiency change the outcome for you at the end of it? No. And in fact, it's probably worse because it took you way longer to do it as well. So it's just...
the whole entire RNG thing, but I would not.
Okay,
have
but I
nearly
guess
as much
to like
drive.
boil it all down, if you use your resources suboptimally, you will not have enough of them.
If I had amazing amount of experience as well, I would still have about 100 or 200 echoes I'm waiting to level up. The fact is, I have about 50 leveled up, and I have another 300, 400 left. I'm waiting to level up because I have all these I'm sitting on. And even if I did the method that you're talking about, I would still have roughly about maybe let's just double it. I would still have about 200, 300 echoes that I'm waiting to sit on to see if they can roll well. It doesn't fix the issue, in my opinion.
But there was a method that I just told you about how if you optimally level up your echoes, you consume more echoes relative to the experience. And so again, my belief simply is if you are intentionally not using the mechanics that solve the problem.
We're just arguing about the fundamentals now of efficiency, aren't we? So see what I'm saying? What he's done? He's done a masterclass in diverting the argument away from the RNG and the XP is a problem in the game to like, well, the problem is efficiency. Let's discuss efficiency and how you're going about things. Because like he always thinks there's a solution to the problems in the game from the player's side of things, which is true a lot of the time. It is true. And he's not wrong in what he's saying, but he doesn't provide a solution. If, like I said, what happens, happens, and you just constantly get shit rolls.
That is being listed. I don't think it is a problem. That's basically the main point I'm trying to drive. If the opportunity to consume those resources and basically the mechanics are in the
Do you know
game,
what would be amazing? If somebody from Kuro development team got on the call and was like, we're changing this because we think it sucks. I know that I'm making up fucking... I'm making up fucking fan fiction now. Oh man, that would be so good.
To be able to avoid the problem that you're talking about, and you simply choose not to use them, and then suffer the
Stand there and tell the developers how they're wrong. Tell them how they're wrong.
Problem. I'm not sure how big of an issue it is.
I want to address Nedix in the chat. He said, with XP, then you...
Yeah, inherently designed to never be finished. I said this before. The ecosystem in Wuthering Waves is designed that it's infinitely farmable in the sense that it doesn't matter how good, you'll never get the perfect roll across your system. You know what I mean? You'll get close, maybe, if you've got really good luck, but you'll never get that perfect roll. And I fundamentally don't like that. Because it doesn't matter what you do, you can never optimize your character because the game will be like, nah. And I'm okay with some sort of RNG and stuff like that. Or I just think that on the ecosystem, it's so extreme that for most players, they'll be so far off what the optimal is. I might be wrong about that, but it's what it feels like. And that's my personal experience because I just got terrible luck with substats.
To the tuner's problem, which won't fix the issue. No, I have, as it currently stands, we have
Don't have an issue there. I just think we could use more XP. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, that system would be less impactful if you had more Echo XP because you'd just be able to do it more, wouldn't you? Yeah. I agree with what you're saying there. I wholeheartedly agree with that.
One wave play gate where it comes into the Echo experience issue. And then after that, we have another wave play gate of the tuners issue. I don't think we need two wave plate gates. We just need one. I think it should be the tuners should be the wave plate.
Oh, yeah. It's all about you've just got to put in so much time
are the way
that the game literally, you know, life the game. And I'm happy to spend a lot of time in a game, but I don't want to spend all my time just trying to fucking improve my shitty echoes. You know? I'd rather be, like, enjoying some endgame that potentially gives me, you know, I don't know, mats for other stuff. And even if I could, like, if there was a bit more guarantee on your gear, I wouldn't mind farming gear in that way. And drops coming in with stacked out stats already, and I don't need to build the item, but it's random. I'd be okay with that as well. But I just fundamentally find this system just kind of like, I don't want to spend hours doing that.
wave plate gate when you use it the optimal way.
Optimal way. I think they should be giving us enough experience so we don't have to do the optimal way in order to get to that wave plate gate using the tuners. That's what I think.
What if Kuro simply did not let you level up echoes to +25?
I don't... Wait, what? Why?
What if they only let you level in 5-level increments?
Well, that would be so fucking annoying, and people would be crying, saying, why can't we just get it to max 25 right off the bat?
What if Kuro forced the optimal leveling method on players?
That'd be incredibly frustrating, but okay. I still think, in that case, I think people will go to +25,
See, he'd rather than force a system on people that wouldn't be enjoyable to prove his point that it's not a problem. I want a choice should be taken away from you to prove my idea is actually correct. I think V's right. I don't think this dude wants the game to get better. I don't think he does. He just wants to be right. And whether if he thinks it's a problem that needs fixing, it should be fixed. But if he thinks it doesn't, fuck the game. I don't care as long as I'm right.
Roll plus 25. Roll plus 25. Roll, not roll. Sorry. Plus 25.
An abomination.
Plus 25, plus 25, roll. Then they'll go to the tuners thing. It's in a separate fucking menu. Going from +5 different menu.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think being correct's more important than him, man. Having a good game. Honestly, I think you're right.
Menu. Going through like, these two separate menus is
what's going on, Isaac? Ego.
So what if they just all condense it into one menu, and then you level up the Echo to +5, and you can just immediately use a tuner in the same.
And I'll say this: I think you need to be a little bit narcissistic and having a little bit of an ego to be successful in content creation. You know, this is something else, man. People say that Tectone's a narcissist and's got ego. I think Saint's got most people that I've ever not met on YouTube beat. Honestly.
Menu.
Or they could just either keep the tuners and get rid of the Echo XP, or
don't let him get to you like that, V. Don't let him get to you like that, buddy.
And you get the level, you get the stat.
Yeah, I think as well when it comes to things like ego and playing this role that he plays, having aura is important. I don't think Saint's got that aura, man. It just comes across as that annoying, pretentious dickhead that you knew at school that everybody really didn't like that much. You know what I mean? Because he just never knew when to shut the fuck up. And I feel bad saying that because that's like I'm attacking him personally. But like it's all he's giving. And Tectone himself says it. He comes across as a dickhead. He does. He does come across as a dickhead.
I mean, too.
I mean, that's an alternative solution, right?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, that solves an issue. But my point in the video is like with the current system that they have implemented right now, using the tuners, the way that the complete lack of Echo experience right now is really fucking frustrating. Whereas if they implemented a system that we just talked about right now, I think I would like to agree with you on this. If they implemented that new system, no issue.
Yeah, I guess the point of view for me is if there's clearly already a method in the game that can optimize your expenditure of things, and that method is simply not being chosen, and then there is a resource problem, that to me is a bit of a skill issue, right? Or an effort issue, right?
Oh, do you know what's funny? I said this ironically earlier, didn't I? I said it's a skill issue. The dude actually has said it. Oh. Echo experience management allows hardcore players to have an additional edge over casuals. Why would you need that? It's a fucking solo player game.
It's one of those two.
This is a fucking rabbit hole. Thank you.
You know,
just
if you can
fucking
implicitly
retarded,
as a
man.
developer promote the optimal way.
Why you insulted
just,
everyone? True.
You know,
true.
Promote the optimal way. And
I like to not do ad hominems personally. You know, like we're not usually. If you hear me calling somebody a dickhead or a knobhead, I'm British. It's what we do. I really don't mean it. You know, you fucking wanker. I don't literally mean you're a fucking wanker. I don't mean you really are a prick. But like, he just comes across like it. He does. This is, you know when he talks about all this stuff, this is how this is, and this is how you are. You need to start owning this. He's got to accept it. Now we can argue, well, I'm doing it from a factual point. Let me give the context why. Let me frame the argument to explain why I'm doing this. None of that matters. Like I say, we could even argue the point here that he's right about everything he's saying to Ryuki here. It doesn't change the fact that he's an insufferable prick about it. And that's the thing about it. You know? And if there's somebody watching here and it ends up getting clipped and goes back to him, it is what it is, you know? I'll try my best to be as fair as I possibly can. All I've seen from Saint recently is him being insufferable. Absolutely insufferable.
The optimal way easier to use and accomplish. That to me is a little bit better than just being like, hey, give us more free shit.
Yeah, I feel like
Right?
he has as well.
Do
He's
you
pinned
think we
himself in
need
a corner,
two
isn't he?
wave plate gates? Again, with Echo Experience and Tuner.
Or you yelled
Are
at me
saying
once I
if you use
deserved it,
your
but still you
method,
swore
won't
at me
have
and
the-
hurt my little feelings.
Put that aside.
That was me being a
Yeah, the
dickhead.
tech is
though,
wondering
that
if he can
was.
join the call. He said we're forgetting something important.
Okay, I'm good with that if he wants to join.
All right, let me add
Shit,
him
how
real
long has
quick.
this gone on
And
for?
we need to talk to him tomorrow as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this stream's ended, so. Okay, this is going to be quick then. Okay.
All right.
Wait for that.
Yep. Let me add him. Where is Mr. Dictone? Oh dear, we're about to hit 8
Have you got the
hours.
Dictone pass?
Big Dictone, right? Sorry. Oh, I guess there's a new one. Hello?
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm good. Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much for letting me join the call.
Yeah,
Same
man.
time, Tess, Ryuku Sensei, big fan here, big fan. You guys made my gym experience a hell of a lot more fun. I was working legs, and I was like, man, these two are really just they are not communicating. This is wild. So I wanted to kind of focus on and also make sure to lower my voice. I don't want to hurt Chat's ears. I'm on AirPods right now. I'm in a parking lot.
It's all good.
All good.
So we're kind of talking about Echo experience and the real issue of whether it's a casual issue because they don't have Echo experience, or it's a hardcore issue because they don't know how to min max, right?
I agree. Yes.
Okay. So I guess the important thing to remember is, who are the players who are actually worried about echoes?
Casual players.
Hardcore.
I'm speaking as some
the sweats.
Speaking as someone that doesn't.
Well, I
really
suppose
want to play
hardcore
min-max,
in regards to
as a
exactly
casual
what they
player
want,
as
but I
well,
reckon it
I'm
probably
also
affects casual players
kind of,
more. I
struggling
don't
with
know.
Echo
It's probably
experience.
hardcore players who are having a
But
shit
why do you care
experience.
about echoes as a casual?
Because I also want to do. I also want to attempt the Tower of Adversity.
You're not a
and
casual
also-
anymore.
What? No, even casuals do things such as Tower of Adversity.
Oh,
I'm not
less than 8% of players in Honkai Star Rail actually do the end game modes.
Yeah, but that is
Right.
a bigger
The
player
second you
base.
start getting into the end game, man, you're not a sweat anymore, or you're not a casual
want to-
anymore. You're the sweat
I
that
want-
I don't think I agree with that. I do the end game. I am fucking casual in this game. I am as casual as fuck in this game. You know what I mean? I enjoy it, but I'm casual, man. I am not onto all of the perfect rotations and the different quick swaps and how to maximize. That's hardcore to me. You know, somebody who knows rotations down to a T. That they're practicing tech. They're trying different animation cancels, quick swap cancels, trying out different teams to get everything out of it. You know? Now, fair point in the tech tone saying that most people probably don't do that. But I don't think you go from being casual to hardcore just because you play the end game. And even clear the end game. I don't, my personal opinion anyway, maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I feel.
you're talking about.
I want to attempt it at least.
Then start optimizing your echoes, man. You have to become a sweat at that point to attempt it.
You can still also attempt it while being suboptimal with your echoes.
That's also true,
Exactly.
but then you're gonna have an echo
Exactly.
XP problem.
Well, that's where we are right now. That's where we are right
And
now.
so I guess you want to have the sweat experience, but then play and make decisions like.
See, again, I feel like we've fundamentally gone from the point of the argument here, the contentious point that I have anyway. Now, maybe everybody else doesn't have it. But Tectone's come in and allowed the conversation to go to something else, which it wasn't really about anyway. The systems are just not great. Doesn't matter about hardcore, casual, whatever. The system's just not great. And I'll die on that hill. I don't think it's a great system.
Casual.
I'm just
By the
seeing.
way,
I'm just
I
seeing
also-
the. Sorry.
I also
continue.
say you can find that data for the gacha players that actually do the end game modes, which I would love to link tomorrow in our conversation, Ryuku. But yeah, this
Absolutely.
is a big thing that's been a point of contention for a lot of gacha players. Is like, is there enough Echo XP? How can you overcome it? Well, it's actually a lot simpler than just realizing. Well, casual players just don't care. Like, they're gonna do the story. That's nerf to all hell. Any brain dead monkey can do it. They're going to
That's
do their
true.
exploration, which
That's
doesn't
true.
require echoes. And for all of the the content that actually does require high-end echoes, well, they're not doing it. So it kind of just doesn't matter.
That's a fair point, but it would also, I just feel like hardcore content, if you're going to say we're going into hardcore content and that RNG is a massive factor in it and that your resource management, even if it was perfect, could still result in dog shit echoes, that's a bad system. I just think that's a bad system. Because you can be as efficient, you can play the game perfectly and still end up with garbage. Why are we not talking about this? Why is this not a point that's been hammered home? That you might increase the opportunity, but it doesn't mean you're going to get the opportunity.
And for the players where it does matter to, well, they know how to min-max, and that's just kind of how it goes.
I honestly think if you are like, if you are a Giga casual, then there's not really as much of an incentive, right? You're okay with like the rewards being lost from the tower. There's no real push for it. And I guess the idea is when you really want to make that next step into hyper optimizing your echoes and, you know, getting a nice bit of stats for the tower, then, you know, it's kind of like, hey, you have the best chance of doing that by using the other method. And
Thank you. Thank you. So if you accept that's the best chance of doing it, you accept there's still a chance that you won't get it. I don't understand why we can't just come to the agreement here that it's not a great system. Maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe I'm on I haven't had enough sleep.
To me, it's a dynamic that sort of works in the game, at least from my personal experience. And I think the personal experience of quite a
Wuthering
few players.
Waves ruined experience.
So it's kind of like we're going for like the experience of a sweat in a sense without playing like a sweat. And I think that to me is kind of like where the disconnect is. In that, Techie brought up a great.
You can play like a sweat and still not get the good stuff. The idea of being a sweat in a video game, in my understanding, right, is that you grind. You're desperate to be better at the game, so you'll do whatever it takes to get better at the game. Let's take a shooter, for example, right? This was a major problem in Battlefield. I think it was in Battlefield 1, I think. Was it in Battlefield 1? I think it was. It could have been Battlefield 5. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a casual shooter, right? Okay, granted, it's a casual shooter. The problem with that game initially, I don't know if it ever changed. I can't remember. It was one of the Battlefields anyway. But there was a system built into the game where bullets would miss. There was this system designed where like they would miss. You could literally ping a headshot 5 times in a row and you wouldn't get 5 headshots in a row because there was a system brought in to try and bring people together. It was, I guess it was almost a kind of a form of skill-based matchmaking, but without matching people together on a similar skill, but made it so that people who were super good at the game would just miss shots. Bad people would as well, but it'd balance out because they would be missing, they would have more of their shots missed because they'd be more accurate, if that makes sense. That's not a good system, and everybody hated it because the sweats were getting punished because no matter how good they would, the game would be like, no, you're going to miss here. You know what I mean? And that's kind of still what the ecosystem is. You can be the best person at rotation. You can be the, and obviously this will offset shitty echoes. You can put all the time in the world, but then still potentially get shit echoes. Now look, you look at a game like Valorant. There's, well, it's not RNG. You have spray patterns like you do in something like CSGO, but you can control that by counter-strafing, you know? And obviously you can control to a degree the spray pattern by having good spray control. But even the best players in the world, it's better to counter-strafe and burst. Do you know what I mean? So there's well, it's not RNG. There's a pattern to it, but it feels like RNG if you're not a high-tier player. But it's controllable. RNG is not controllable. You might be able to increase your potential and increase the percentage you're likely to get a better role across the board, but it still is out of your control in what you get. So it doesn't matter if you are the most casual player or the most hardcore player, you still might get garbage across the board.
Great point. What's the point of echoes when we're not doing any content that requires it?
I mean, it's like I think even in Overworld, having decent echoes on your character is quite recommended. Like there are a lot of elite enemies as well, and you still have to fight against certain bosses as well. Tech, I want to get your opinion on this. Do you think that the level to 5 tune once, check if the roll, and doing that method, do you think that's mainly for sweaties, or if it's just the way you're supposed to?
I think I'm just being completely real. I think if I were a casual, a true casual, I would just take my stuff, put experience on it, slap it on my characters. I don't really think I would do the +5 tune, C, +5 tune.
I think if you was a true casual to that degree, you probably wouldn't give a fuck about your substats. You'd probably just throw them on, burn through the because if you're a casual, you're just going through the normal content. Because if you're just going through the normal content, it don't matter what fucking stats you've got on your echoes anyway. So efficiency in regards to your materials wouldn't matter at all either, would they? If that's what the definition of a casual is. They don't care about events. They don't care about clearing tower. They don't care about doing fucking holograms. They're just doing the story. They could literally go in naked, really, couldn't they?
You know, the casuals, they're just like, they're fucking stupid, right?
Yeah.
And that's okay. They're intentionally dumb because they don't feel like thinking because it's a fucking game to these people. And they don't really worry. But so yeah, I mean, I would obviously think that the +5 tune is more of a sweaty thing, 100%.
Yeah, and I'm saying, forgive me if I'm wrong, and please correct me if I'm wrong. The way it sounds like you're saying is that doing the 5 and then tune once, that's the way you're supposed to. I'm like, I don't think that you're supposed to. You can do it, and that is the best. That is the most optimal way to do it. I completely agree, but that's not the way you're supposed to. That's not the way most people interact with this game. If you want to min max and like get the most efficiency out of your echo experience, you are completely.
Yeah, no, again. Even if you min max into fuck, it might not work out for you.
100% correct. I give you that. That's completely true. But where it comes to just people that want to play the game casually and regularly.
I'm going to have to call it though, guys. It's 10-4. I feel like I'm just arguing in circles myself because this conversation's kind of annoying me because I get both sides of the argument. I do. But I feel like we're kind of fundamentally missing the crux of the argument, in my opinion. That it improves your chances to get better stuff, but it doesn't guarantee anything because it's RNG nature. It says what it does on the tin. You know what I mean? It literally says what it does on the tin. And I'm so bored over the argument now. Again, I think Saint is an intellectual guy. He's smart. He knows a lot about the game. He makes a lot of good points, but I think he's incredibly disingenuous sometimes with his arguments. I think even if he's right, he comes across as a bit of an arsehole. And it's a shame because I think when he was making videos, even though he was called a glazer, he made good content. I think he's going down a path that, okay, it might be good for milking content. It's funny to react to sometimes. I just don't think it's great for Wuthering Waves. I don't think it's great for Wuthering Waves, but it just is what it is. It is what it is. I might come back and look at it tomorrow. I'm too tired. It's 10-4. I'm supposed to be going out with food with Rosie in like 6-7 hours. So I will catch you boys later. If I stream tomorrow, it'll probably just for a few hours because I'm going out for food. I'm getting back. Man United are playing Man City. Manchester Derby. Let's fucking go. I can't wait for that. And then I'll probably hop on a little bit of the evening because I haven't got to get up early on Monday. So yeah. Appreciate you guys. It's been a pleasure hanging out. Hopefully I didn't come across as an asshole at all, but you know, sometimes you just got to call it like it is, and I think that is what it is, man. I'm not worried about giving my opinions, even if bigger content creators think I'm a dickhead for doing so. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'll catch you all later, guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Neo, happy birthday as well, bro. I know it's not for like another hour, but happy birthday. If I don't see you tomorrow, bro, have a great birthday, dude. Okay, and don't get too smashed as well. All right. I'll see you later, lads. Enjoy yourself. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Love your faces. Ta-ra.